I also see it as turning a false identity into a real one. What on earth did he say to him? Why did Huang Lu suddenly show a different attitude? Li Yin confidently said, "Of course it's because my looks have an irresistible charm." Ruli puffed her cheeks and frowned, standing there a bit. Seeing this, he smiled at her and asked, "You don't believe me? Surely the esteemed lady doesn't think I'm handsome? She usually says it's acceptable." Hearing this, he immediately shed tears. "Am I only acceptable in your eyes?" Ruli blushed and replied, "That's not it." She shyly said, "Your appearance is exactly what I like, and that is enough." Upon hearing this, Li Yin turned to laugh. "I knew it. This time you've been fooled by me." Her expression remained emotionless as she replied, "Of course I can see it." Then Li Yin continued to ask, "So are you still letting me fool you?" She explained, "I was just thinking, what if you really got angry because of my words? So even if I was fooled by you, I still wanted to make you smile a little." Li Yin walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. "It seems I was wrong." His face was full of mischief. "I need to compensate you a bit. Lady Li, let's go to the bedroom." But Ruli quickly extinguished that joy. "Don't be silly, we still need to prepare for the banquet tomorrow." But he still smiled and asked, "Have you decided? What are you planning to do with those local nobles?" She replied, "Let them stay in the capital or go back to Jiangnan." Hearing this, Li Yin was quite surprised. The esteemed lady this time is showing such mercy? Aren't you afraid they will affect the imperial throne? She smiled wickedly. "Of course it's not mercy. They are not contenders for the throne, so they cannot threaten me." The next morning, when the sun was blazing, the three, Zhu Riqiao, Zhu Rishui, and Zhu Rihua, were already seated and waiting. "It's done. It seems that it is already fortunate for us to be able to return to Beihuang. The Empress will definitely put some blame on us this time and directly execute us after that." Zhu Rihua was nervous. "Maybe we should just confess we want to go to Beihuang. Who knows, we might avoid the death penalty and perhaps even receive some supplies." Zhu Riqiao responded beside him, "That's indeed a good idea." Zhu Rishui agreed, "Let's take a gamble." Suddenly, a voice echoed, ending the conversation of the three people. "Silence, the crown princess has arrived." Ruli and Li Yin stepped out with their followers trailing behind. After sitting down, she spoke up, "This time for you to return. One is to observe your recent situations." Her expression today was very joyful. "Or perhaps she would let you meet my husband, who is also your crown prince." Li Yin raised his hand playfully. The three were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Zhu Rishui spoke up first. "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Beihuang." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rihua and Zhu Riqiao gritted their teeth in frustration. "Damn it. She actually beat us to it." She immediately replied, "I cannot let her take the lead." Li Yin looked over. "You want to go to Beihuang? But Ruli and I have decided to keep you here in the capital." Ruli beside her also agreed. "The continent requires a petition, so the fourth and fifth should stay here." The three were stunned, confused. She asked, "What did the fourth just say he wanted?" Zhu Rihua beat the drum, saying, "What I meant is I also support the continent's proposal. It really touches the heart. I propose a toast to you." Zhu Riqiao also tactfully followed along. "Indeed, your Majesty has granted permission. The military goes without saying. You are truly a model for us to follow." Ruli, on the verge of tears, thanked them. Suddenly, an energy source like a missile shot straight down to the ground. Lai Hai immediately stood up alert. "Who dares to be so bold here? I must protect your Majesty." Li Yun, her face stern, thought, "This energy feels so familiar." Moments later, Lai Hai approached and bowed, reporting, "The assassin has escaped. I am responsible for this failure and ask for your Majesty's punishment." Li Yin just smiled. "It can't escape. It's still lingering in the palace." Lai Hai replied, "I have carefully investigated. Not a single trace has been found." Upon hearing this, Li Yun stated that it is fundamentally not a human. "If you come with me, you'll understand." The scene shifts as everyone has now gathered at the Imperial Treasury. Lai Hai led everyone in to explain that this is the Imperial Treasury. The sword aura emanates from here. As he walked, he mentioned, "I suspect someone is using the banquet as a cover to sneak in and steal treasures from the palace." Tran Li Yin approached the shining sword in front of him and said, "It's not that complicated. If I'm not mistaken, it's due to its demonic enchantment." He then picked up the sword and turned to say, "This precious sword, if I remember correctly, was given by a sword master. And from the first glance, It was clear it wasn't an ordinary sword. Then he turned to look at Ruli and asked, "Was it in this state when it was first delivered?" She replied, "I remember it didn't shine at all at first." Li Yun held the sword in his hands to get a better look. "That's it, I know what this is now." He thought to himself, why did it suddenly release sword energy? Is it under some influence? Then the young man turned to hand the sword to Lai Hai beside him. "Little Tran, can you hold it?" Hearing this, he was a bit puzzled. "It's just a sword. How can I not hold it?" As soon as he touched it, Lai Hai was immediately shocked by electricity. He was stunned. What is happening? Li Yun next to him acted as if he was unaware. "Just as I thought," Lai Hai angrily shouted. "It's true. You knew and still dared to deceive me." After that, he took back the precious sword. "I wasn't wrong. This sword is the one that the former emperor used to injure me. It's the dragon's spirit sword." The story isn't over. He continued telling, "It must have the special gemstone that can absorb true energy. When it pierced into my body before, it took away quite a bit. Now it has gained about 20 to 30% of my power." Ruli heard this and curiously asked, "So does holding this sword immediately enhance his own strategy?" Li Yun smiled and replied, "It has no effect at all. It can only unleash 3 of my true energy. It's even worse than taking a regular blade, one that is broken versus one that is intact." Hearing this, the 3 brothers from the Zhu family expressed their admiration, then just handed over to me. "Let me protect Aigan Zhang's son. No, give it to me. I also want to go hunt for wild heroes to slay the enemy." Li Yun, with no expression, said, "Dream on. Even a master like Lai Hai would get hurt if he touched it. And you guys would probably just fall asleep. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." The 3 of them turned pale, and we concede. He held the sword and began to think, "It seems that it really has no effect at all. After all, it instinctively carries my true energy and is only normal to defend against others." Ruli stood beside Lin and touched the sword. Only he could touch it, right? "I've touched it several times before, and nothing happened at all." The young man saw this and became anxious. "Wait, are you injured?" Ko Lin said, "You're speaking too slowly. Besides, I didn't get hurt when I touched it before." Seeing her like this, Li Yun kept asking, "Don't you feel anything unusual?" Ruli replied, "Unusual? Well, just a bit. It feels like a powerful warm energy is directly flowing from my fingertips into my body, but it's quite comfortable." Li Yun placed his hand on his chin, pondering. "Could it be that every time I help you, you use your internal energy to assist in your cultivation?" She casually replied, "Isn't it because I want to take advantage? There's even this aspect." He grinned, saying, "Ha! Cultivating your internal energy is the main matter. Taking advantage is just a side benefit." Then he began to flatter her. "Keep it up like this, and you might just become the most powerful emperor of all time." But Ruli responded casually, "Holding it is useless for me." Hearing this, Li Yun asked, "How can it be useless? If I'm not around, this sword is indeed your protective energy." Ruli placed her hand on the sword and continued, "Are you going to leave me? If you really leave, then this is indeed protective energy. But if not, then as long as you are by my side, anywhere is the safest place in the world." You replied, saying it couldn't be said that way. If you kept it by your side, the spirit within would actively protect its owner. And at the same time, it would help the owner's body become better day by day. Perhaps even help certain areas grow a bit larger. Upon hearing this, she picked up the treasured sword that belonged to her. Therefore she accepted it. After all, he wouldn't always be by my side. You smiled behind her, thinking, indeed a woman. Then Li Yun fell into deep thought again. But why was this sword suddenly activated? It remained unclear. The sky had turned dark, and the lights were turned on. Ruli was sitting absent-mindedly, resting her chin on her hand. Li Yun approached and said, "Change also requires accumulation. Immediate effects are not to be expected." She appeared somewhat embarrassed and idle. As he was speaking something, "I was just thinking that if a fire broke out and someone tried to take advantage of me, should I directly draw my sword and chop him down?" Li Yun immediately asked, "Miss Chu, where is the trust between people? That's just a physical examination." She crossed her arms and began to scold. I carry this sword all day. But in the end, it only benefits you." He confidently replied, "In fact, when I do a physical examination, the effect is not much different." Upon hearing this, she pouted and said, "You think you can fool me? I believe you only if I meet a ghost." Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Li Yun suddenly heard a noise. He got out of bed. It was still early, and the rooster hadn't crowed yet, but someone was already knocking at the door. When he opened the door, he found Lu Shui waiting there. The girl spoke seriously. "It's bad news, master. You're being hunted." She handed him a wanted poster featuring Li Yun's image, which left him bewildered. "Ah, who drew this?" Li Yun was surprised. "They want to capture me? Everyone in Daigon knows I have Ruli on my head. Moreover, the drawing doesn't resemble me at all." Lu Shui clarified, "It's not Daigon that issued the wanted order. It's the Ba Wang that did. I heard that the image of the esteemed master spread in Ba Wang is of someone with a contemptible look, eyes turned up, and a mouth full of sharp teeth like a monster." Hearing this, he began to frown. Nonsense. What it says is to capture him alive and then personally go to see the Ba Wang magistrate. It seems the Ba Wang magistrate declared the wanted order. Li Yun then turned to ask, "Why are they hunting me? I've never even been there, and I don't know the Ba Wang magistrate. Could it be just because I passed by while she was reaping the yang and supplementing the yin?" She explained, "The yang goat, Ba Wang's roasted goat, is indeed quite famous. And when viewed from above, the opponent provoked you, so you didn't fight back fiercely enough." Hearing that, Li Yun flashed a bright smile, feeling that it was fine as long as everything was good. "Right now, I just think about getting through each day normally with Ruli. Unless someone comes running to the capital, if so, I need to gather them up aggressively." Seeing the end of the fun, Lu Shui felt disheartened and prepared to leave. The host's demeanor is getting gentler by the day. If it were me, I would have long since smashed them with a club. "Never mind, I'm off to work." Seeing her like this, Li Yun encouraged, "Keep up the hard work, you're still half a year behind on rent." Changing scenes, a little later, Li Yun went outside, finally waking up early for once. Today, I'll prepare breakfast for her. No need for her to do it herself anymore. After walking for a while, he entered a small roadside eatery. The tables and chairs in this place were indeed quite few. Besides him, there was only the owner making food. Li Yun looked at the steaming bowl of tofu pudding in front of him and sighed. It had been a long time since he went out alone, and he felt a bit out of place. He took a bite. Could this be the direct consequence of social fear? In the future, I can only be supported by a beautiful empress. Unable to see sunlight, this kind of life won't attract any fans. After a while, he ordered another bowl. "Owner, I'll have tofu pudding with a little sugar and vinegar." After finishing his meal, as he stepped out of the eatery, Li Yun saw a group of people rushing down the street. He recognized someone among them. "Huh, Chen Hai?" He called out excitedly. "Xiao Chen, what are you up to?" You smiled and looked straight at him, asking, "Is it possible that a group of vagrants suddenly appeared in the capital to cause trouble?" Chen Hai replied gruffly, "Don't call me Xiao Chen." Suddenly a group of vagrants appeared in the alley to stir things up. "What have you done to offend the vagrant leader?" Li Yun still cheerfully said, "Should I call you Xiao DM then? For the sake of the situation, if this trouble is caused by you, then any losses this time will be counted on your head." Though being scolded harshly, you still managed to smile. "You say that, but I have no money. I'm so poor that I can't even afford a penny." Even a beggar shakes his head in disapproval at me. He continued to warn, "Don't think I don't know anything. You have several shops and rental rooms. Turns out your family hasn't made as much as you, even if you're using that strange name Emilia Siru to register." Li Yun's expression didn't change. "Haha, I really have no money. Even though I have that in, all the money goes to your majesty. Each month, I can only get 8 won. Li Hai rebutted, "Nonsense. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? You wave your hand, okay, it's 7 won. After all, I want a bit of face. Singing out loud would embarrass me." Li Hai suggested, "This group isn't too formidable. Let's leave dealing with them to Lu Pianmen." But in response, Li Yun comforted, "Hard work, Xiao Chun. When we return, I'll recommend you for a promotion." After saying this, you thought to yourself, it seems the Bei Huang people have infiltrated the city. But why do they want to cause chaos everywhere? Doing so will reveal their whereabouts quickly. It's a bit too foolish. Then you picked up the box of food and headed back, thinking aimlessly along the way. Suddenly, a group of purple mist was slowly approaching behind Li Yun. It was getting closer and began to surround you. Finally, it enveloped Li Yun's entire body. He was surprised, wondering to himself what this was, something he had never encountered before. Van Kai Nam and a burly guy suddenly appeared, greeting, "Hello, Leader Lai." He introduced himself. "I am Van Kai Nam. This is a forbidden technique that only we Bei Huang possess. Once we use this technique, the vital energy in your body will become stagnant and completely unusable. Fortunately, you have never seen it before, which allowed me to succeed this time. Li Yun, without any fear, asked, "Are you sent by the Bei Huang leadership?" The man shook his head. "No, we are here by the master's order to take something from you." He smirked dangerously. "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I will know using the soul reading technique." As soon as he finished his sentence, he received a punch. It was Li Yun, who coldly punched the annoying guy so hard that his neck twisted back. He fell to the ground, shocking his teammates and making Li Yun's demeanor appear cold. Li Yun coldly said, "No need. You have committed two extremely foolish actions. The first is that in front of absolute strength, all tricks are worthless. The second," he shouted loudly, "is that you are the breakfast of my wife, reeking of rotten smell." At his side, Kainan was extremely surprised. "Wait, you don't care whether your wife lives or dies?" With a vacant gaze, Li Yun asked him, "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, he presented a strange object, a mirror that could manipulate the brains of creatures, allowing him to control them. Kainan continued, transmitting their sights and sounds. "Every action of yours is being monitored by me." The scene shifted to Bao Hui, who was asking Ruli, "You're lying on the bed. Do you think our chaos everywhere is for what? We've dispersed Lu Pianmin, making it easier to act. Now your prince is under our control. Don't act thoughtlessly." In response, he heard a voice through the reflective mirror shouting, "Bao Hui, we have failed here. We are relying on you." He seemed to realize and said, "Leader Lai, don't worry. She's been put into a deep sleep by me. Just hand over the Bei Huang heart so that we can return it to our master, and we won't make things difficult for you." Li Yun fell silent. "The Bei Huang heart? What is that? I don't have such an item." Kainan shouted, "Don't try to deny it. Where do you think your immense vital energy comes from?" Li Yun replied, "I told you, I directly powered up after crossing over. Can you believe that?" The scene shifts to Bao Hui, truly arrogant and headstrong. "Is this your treasured sword? I have thought of a great idea. If you do not hand over the Bei Huang Hatch Tom, I will use this sword to kill your wife." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the room he was in. He was struck down to the ground, his clothes in tatters, hair disheveled, and his mind in chaos. Kainan shouted loudly from the other side, calling for Bao Hui. Li Yun warned him, "You are truly seeking your own death." His voice started to turn dangerous. "Do not touch that sword." Bao Hui's face unexpectedly appeared with strange black streaks. "After all, we all must die." He shouted, "For my master, I want to pull a little cushion along." At that moment, he was emanating a strange green light. "Long live my master." But what greeted him was the confused gaze of Li Yun. He was perplexed. Why couldn't he ignite his own true energy? Then he tried with all his might again. His whole arm seemed to tremble. Kainan began to stutter. "It's not right. This is a reversal of wild techniques. Who could reach this level?" His cat-like face turned all pale. "It must be her. It's definitely her." Then finally, his whole body curled up like a Pikachu in front of him. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere. Li Yun was surprised, wondering what the situation was. A voice replied, "Not bad. You are stronger than I imagined." He turned his head back and shouted, "Who is speaking?" Luna, who was originally petite, replied, "Down here." She questioned, "You see me and still do not bow?" He thought she was joking, saying, "Lost child, let me help you find your mother." She angrily responded, "Your whole family is lost." She began to take credit. "If it weren't for me using wild techniques to reflect against him just now, this entire street would have been destroyed. Furthermore, you are too disrespectful. As the master of the wild, you should have bowed when you saw me." Hearing this, Li Yun asked, "The legendary master of the wild who has lived for 1,000 years is really just a little girl?" After saying that, he thought to himself, "This girl is indeed not simple." She unexpectedly appeared behind me. Then she introduced herself. "For the first time we meet, I am called Li Na, and I am also the master of the wild in this generation. Please advise me more, the #1 warrior of the divine continent." The Li Yun thought to himself, "What is her purpose? I need to handle this with caution." Suddenly, a girl unexpectedly appeared and said, "Are you just idling here? Hurry back to work." Li Na immediately apologized to her. "It was Le Shui. I'm really sorry, senior. I will return immediately," she said sternly. "It really is just causing more trouble." In the meantime, Li Yun felt confused. That Le Shui was indeed the doctor of the discouraged. This seemed a bit off. Li Na turned to him and said, "Wait until I finish my work, then we can talk. There are some things you need to know." The scene shifted to several skewers of grilled meat being roasted hot and fresh on the grill. Just looking at them made the two of them drool. At this moment, Li Yun was very puzzled. Was she really the doctor of the Discouraged? He immediately replied, "Yes, I met her once when I infiltrated the Discouraged. What is she doing in the capital?" He asked further, "How is Ruli?" To which he received the answer that Commander Tran has arranged everything well. The area where you stay is under tight protection. Hearing this, Li Yun felt somewhat relieved. He did not forget to remind, "You should contact the Discouraged military. Find out if anything unusual has happened nearby, while I will investigate her a bit." Saying this, he moved towards Li Na, who was carefully grilling the meat. Then he called out, "Boss, give me 5 skewers of grilled meat and add more herbs." She immediately waved him off. "I'm just an employee, not the boss. If you want to ask something, just ask outright." Upon hearing this, Li Yun went straight to the point. "Then let me get straight to it. What is your purpose for coming here? And what is the situation with that order you received?" She smiled and replied, "When I entered the capital, I ran out of funds. So I could only rely on working to sustain my living, and I also didn't know where you were. Therefore, I used this method to alert you a bit, so you won't be caught off guard. Of course, if there really is someone who can bind you to meet me, I can be much easier on you." Hearing this, Li Yun smirked. "With just these words, I could ensure you don't leave the capital alive." Li Na, undaunted, challenged him. "Can you really do that?" The two of them locked eyes, neither willing to back down. He could only let out a sigh. "So what exactly is your purpose this time? Is it to retrieve the core of the Discouraged?" He pondered internally. "Her strength is not weak at all, comparable to when I just broke through as a low-level warrior. And moreover, she knows how to use techniques that are extremely strange." She confirmed, "That's right, it is that. You hand it over to me. Keeping it will only attract those people's focus on you. Moreover, it has no effective use for you." You answered, "What core essence is that?" "There is fundamentally nothing in my hands. I just learned about it from those people." Hearing this, Li Na began to get angry. "Are you kidding me? Aren't you strong right now because you use the core essence? It can make you break through to the lowest warrior level. Even using just half of it can reach a level like mine, strong enough to injure me." Li Yun said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Once again I asked, "Who are those people?" She replied, "The Golden Family. They are the family with the greatest strength and influence in the core essence. Their central members are known as the 7 Stars, all successfully breaking through to the lowest warrior level." Li Yun replied, "Got it. Troublesome skewers, pack them up for me." What the Golden Family is, they don't even know their own place. I'll let them know who really is the boss. After saying that, he thought there are actually 7 powerful figures equal to her. Li Na carefully packed the skewers and handed them to Li Yun. "How can you be so calm? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" She reminded him that the opponents will certainly come to find you. Perhaps your friends and family will also be implicated. Li Yun smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry about that." He took out a vial of medicine. "This is for you. It can help treat your scar." Li Na took the vial and observed it closely. It was a precious healing liquid. "This is worth tens of thousands of gold." Li Yun turned around and waved goodbye. "I'm not stingy enough not to offer a vial of healing water. Besides, a girl must care a lot about the scar on her body." Li Na quickly stopped him. "Mr. Li Yun," he turned around and asked, "Is there anything else?" She calmly replied, "I haven't even paid for the barbecue yet." Li Yun quickly ran away, borrowing on credit. He preferred to pay back 5 months' worth of pocket money later. Li Na thought to herself, "The Emperor's fiancée still eats for free." The scene cuts to a distant place. The sun is gradually setting, and flocks of birds are returning to their nests. There is a shadow of a man with green hair sitting there. He is holding a buffalo horn, listening to it speak. The failure of the Xiaxing group has left the core behind, but it's been found. This time, we need to send one of the 7 stars to capture him. The green-haired man smiled wickedly. "A bunch of little fools if they succeed. It would truly disappoint me. Let me go. I can travel 10 miles with 1 sword. That Li Yun guy probably won't even see me coming before he gets killed." On the other side, the horn continued, "It's possible, but you, La Shun, are overconfident. We cannot underestimate the enemy." The scene shifts to the man talking with La Shun. Chao Feng has also arrived at Bai Huang. "We need to find someone to restrain him a bit, to prevent him from discovering the core's secret. He's riding on a camel, so let me go. 1 person is enough, as I have been beaten by Li Yun all day." La Shun, hearing this, instinctively reached for the hilt of the sword at his back. He confidently said, Li Yun is at most just someone with above-average strength. I want to see how many blows this man, known as the most powerful in the world, can withstand. Meanwhile, Li Yun is leisurely strolling along the road. He notices some unfamiliar beggars around his house. There are also people arguing in front of his house. This situation seems quite strange. Li Yun thought to himself, all these are martial artists with the essence of false energy. It seems my home is in a state of heightened security. It's already late afternoon. The sunlight is no longer bright. When Li Yun entered the room, he saw Ru Li waiting for him. It seems he returned just in time. She must have changed clothes early. Upon realizing he wasn't home, she waited for him until now. Ru Li said, I just woke up and saw that thief. He's still here, making snide remarks. The situation regarding Bai Huang has been reported to me by Lai Hai. Have you found out anything new? Li Yun smiled brightly, holding up a skewer of grilled meat. Don't be impatient. First, let's taste the barbecue made by Bai Huang. Eat while we talk. Rest assured it's not poisoned. Ru Li asked, are you sure Bai Huang won't cause any trouble? Li Yun raised the skewer of grilled meat. Right now, the trouble isn't Bai Huang, but the Huangjin family will definitely not give up. They are now even more convinced that the core of Bai Huang is on me. Ru Li, hearing this, took on a serious expression. With me protecting you, they won't even come close to you. Li Yun happily said, you don't need to sound so imposing. We don't even know when they'll come. Who knows? They might be too intimidated by the Emperor's majesty to come. Ru Li tightened her grip. I don't scare people like that. Li Yun quickly replied, true, of course, you don't scare people. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Ru Li puffed her cheeks upon hearing her husband's playful teasing. That sounds insincere. She took a skewer of grilled meat, eating and talking. That girl is indeed the leader of Bai Huang. Li Yun explained, her strength is very strong, but the essence in her body is chaotic and mixed from many people. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of Bai Huang and the Daigon Emperor are similar, both inherit through generations. The main difference is that they use some method to also transfer their strength down. Ru Li said, so that's it. What is her strength like then? Li Yun replied, don't underestimate her. In terms of cultivation level, she is a bit weaker than me. But the Bai Huang people know how to use a strange ability called wild technique. This morning I almost fell into their trap. You raised 2 fingers to conclude, so it would take at least 2 punches to deal with her. Ru Li looked at him with half an eye, annoyed, and said, were you trying to scare me just now? Li Yun joked, don't look at me like that. Those are 2 serious punches. It's rare for anyone to make me use the second fist. Ru Li blushed and said unhappily, let's stop this topic here. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted master. Hearing this, the couple quickly went out to see what was happening. Le Shui brought Lu Na over, causing a ruckus. Lu Na looked at them and said, there are Lu Pianmin spies all around, and those people think they can protect you? It's really just daydreaming. Lu Shui immediately corrected her, be respectful. If I hadn't brought you here, you would have been caught long ago. Lu Na immediately lowered her head. Understood, senior. Lu Shui looked at Li Yun. Besides, the reason we came this time is to ask for your help. Li Yun asked us, what is it? Lu Na glared back. Isn't it because of you eating for free? I got my salary deducted by the boss. And now I don't have enough money to rent a room anymore. Lu Shui put her hands on her hips. That's right, so I request to rent a room from the master. Li Yun replied flatly. You want to rent a room from me, but aren't you out of money? Lu Na confidently answered. But the senior told me that renting a room here doesn't require paying money. And she has never paid anyway. Lu Shui smiled awkwardly. Haha, Li Yun sighed, it's true you don't teach the good things. Ru Li, standing beside, said, let her stay. I remember we have an empty room at our place. He seized the opportunity to compliment her, thus agreeing. My lady truly is a Guanyin bodhisattva. Ru Li crossed his arms. What bodhisattva? This is also to keep an eye on her, to prevent her from getting into any trouble. Lu Na chimed in, I need to remind you that the 7-star people are starting to advance. Their level is almost not much weaker than mine. If I were you, I would gather the army right now and use numbers to eliminate them. Ru Li immediately declined. That's not necessary. Lu Na was furious upon hearing this. You are underestimating our Bai Huang. Ru Li explained right away, I am not underestimating Bai Huang, but rather you are underestimating Daigon. Don't you know that Daigon has paid a great price to deal with any individual? Look at us these past few years. We have made no progress. Li Yun, the main culprit, stood by sweating. Li Na still did not give up. In short, I remind you all not just die gone. As long as you obstruct them, you will be killed. She mentioned Chao Fong, who was in the snowy mountains. For example, the person you all call the second in the world, Chao Fong, is in the vast wasteland. The scene shifts to the cold wasteland. An old man with white hair is riding a camel. Holding a whip, he asks, "Young man, are you the second in the world, Chao Fong?" Before the young man could reply, he quickly spoke again. "I heard that the person with the silver dagger slaughters the martial arts world. I wonder who is stronger or weaker between you and our fifth Lien Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded his mount to leap high. He swung his whip forward forcefully, continuously threatening, "Take this strike from me." The red-haired youth was Chao Fong. He gritted his teeth and quickly drew his gun. A loud bang echoed. The explosion reverberated through the entire mountain. Smoke billowed from Chao Fong's gun barrel. The old man's camel mount was charred black, eyes wide open as it collapsed to the ground. Chao Fong shouldered his gun and said irritably, "Second best in the world, second best in the world. That blastedly?" He shouted angrily, "Your whole family is second best in the world. I'm below one person." In the distant Daigon, at the residence of Li Yun and Ru Li, Li Na's face turned red. She angrily scolded Li Yun, "You scoundrel." He placed his teacup on the table. "How old is the maid?" Li Na responded bluntly, 16. Li Yun nonchalantly said, "Same age as Le Shui. But one sways as she walks, the other is as firm as a wall." Li Na angrily shouted, "I developed late and was injured. That's why my body changed. Wait until I recover to see my true form." Li Yun didn't care much. "I'll wait and see. Did you come to see me for something else this morning?" Li Na remembered. She raised a medicine bag. "Today, I came to repay a favor. This is for you. It's Bei Huang's special medicine." Li Yun smiled. "Thanks, you know how to treat people well." Li Na proudly said, "I personally researched and made this. It enhances vitality. After last night, I feel you need it." Li Yun frowned. "Are you mocking me?" Li Na crossed her arms and replied, "Don't misunderstand. I feel there's a bit of vapor in your dantian. With this medicine, you'll understand once you drink it." Hearing this, Li Yun didn't ask any more questions. He tilted his head back and took a long drink. At that moment, his whole body suddenly emitted a strong golden aura. The aura grew denser, quickly spreading out from him. Li Yun clenched his fist. He could easily feel the power within him, enhancing his internal energy. Li Na explained, "It's not enhancing your internal energy, but the medicine is filling the gaps in your dantian. If it could enhance internal energy, Bei Huang would be full of internal energy masters." She moved closer to him and whispered, "I have a question for you." Li Yun was curious. "What's it about?" "If it's about the core of Bei Huang, don't ask." Li Na blushed a little, shyly touching her fingers together. "Of course not. I've heard that cultivating internal energy affects the body." Le Shui said that after she cultivated, her body became so firm and white. Li Yun laughed and pointed at his chest. "Is that really true?" But when she said firm and white, did she mean here? Li Na was embarrassed. "Don't misunderstand. I just want my body to be stronger." Seeing this, Li Yun took out a book, Understanding. He said, 99 dong per copy, one hand for money, one hand for goods. Li Na replied, 99 dong? You might as well go robbing. She gave him a small bag of money. "Here is 20 dong." Li Na quickly took the book and left. "I'll pay the rest later when I work to earn it." Li Yun looked at her back and thought, innate wealth cannot compensate. I hope she doesn't become like the headmaster. Ru Li noticed some noise outside. She stepped out of the study and asked, "What's going on?" Li Yun turned to her and said, "She came to repay a favor, giving me specially made medicinal wine." Ru Li was curious. "Medicinal wine? But you don't usually drink." Li Yun smiled and explained, "On the battlefield, I sometimes drank wine to detoxify, holding it in my mouth and spraying it on wounds, but it was so painful that I swallowed it." Ru Li felt her heart tighten. She said sadly, "You don't need that method anymore?" Li Yun asked curiously, "Is there a more effective way?" Ru Li gently touched his face and scolded lovingly, "You fool, because I won't let you get hurt again." As the loving couple was full of emotions, Lai Hai appeared and broke the atmosphere, pretending to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Then Lai Hai handed an envelope to Li Yun. "General True asked me to give you this intelligence from North Wang." Li Yun took it and thought silently. Chu Tran, you always appear at important moments. He quickly read the report in the letter. The Hong Kim family is very intelligent. Ruli asked, what happened? Li Yun handed her the letter. Read it yourself. They're uniting the northern families into a North Huang alliance. Li Yun was puzzled. Besides requiring increased vigilance, once they handle the internal issues, they'll target Daigon. But something else is bothering me. Ruli asked. Are you referring to their demand for information on the North Huang Lord during the unification process? Li Yun sternly said, yes, it looks like expansion of power, but their true goal might be this. Ruli was curious. Information on the North Huang Lord? What's the point of this? Li Yun mocked her. Information on the North Huang Lord? What's the point of this? He turned to Li Hai. Chu Tran, where's General Chu? Li Hai quickly deeply. You forgot. Today, he and the Sixth Prince are returning to North Huang. They left early this morning. Li Yun stroked his chin. I wanted to ask him about North Huang's situation. Where have they gone now? At that moment, in the forest, General Chu and Ri Shui were riding side by side. Suddenly, General Chu tightened the reins and shouted loudly, Stop, there's an ambush. Ri Shui turned to closely observe his actions. A figure stepped out from behind a tree, blocking the path of General Chu's horse, speaking with a sharp tone. He smirked, his cold eyes staring intently at General Chu, mocking him. I thought I was facing a giant gorilla. Turns out it's General Chu. You're also on the list of people my master wants dead. What a coincidence. General Chu was enraged, his nostrils flared with smoke, contorting his face angrily. Brat, are you here for a fight? The figure drew a giant sword from his back, ready for battle, smirking and shouting. Prepare for the 7 stars horizontal slash. One strike of the heavenly song, I, Kai Duong Tin, will borrow General Chu's head. The scene shifts to a quiet forest, the sky clear, the setting sun's warm rays shining through the trees. The figure was covered in wounds, clothes dirty and torn. He sat under a big tree, sword planted beside him. Turning his head, thinking to himself, damn it, what's going on? His power should have been completely crushed by me. The figure's face was full of wounds. Frowning as he remembered earlier, General Chu pointed his gun at him, firing a barrage of bullets towards him. The figure thought angrily, what kind of strange weapons are those attacking from a distance? And that reflective technique as well. Clearly, his speed doesn't match mine, but he predicted all my attacks, as if he's fought with me many times before. Then he looked at his hands, full of questions. He narrowed his eyes and said, in the end, he threw some kind of horrible-smelling thing at me. Under the beautiful sunlight, a frustrated scream echoed through the forest. Damn it! Far from the forest, golden sunlight shone on the red-tiled roof of a magnificent palace. In a room, Ruli sat by the table. Li Hai stood beside her. Li Yun crossed his arms, silently listening to General Chu speak. Their strength is extremely powerful. Fortunately, my experience is rich. I caught him off guard and temporarily scared him away. Li Yun frowned slightly, looking at the general. So they did come. Was there only one person? General Chu replied, it seems so. If he had comrades, they would have appeared to assist him in killing me. Although he escaped, I managed to mark him with a scent. Hearing this, Li Yun asked, you mean the colored scent? The general grinned. Exactly, the same one you used on me. Ruli frowned, looking seriously at Li Yun. Marking targets with scent on the battlefield is common, isn't it? Why are your expressions so strange? Li Yun smiled slightly at her, sweating internally, because it's fermented rice. Li Yun opened his eyes. Regaining his composure, his gaze became sharp. So, just one war dog is enough to find him. He can't escape. The scene shifts back to the forest, the sky still clear, the sunlight gently shining through the trees. In the middle of the forest, there was a clear pond. He removed his outer clothes and stood in the water. He scooped up water with his hands, pouring it over himself. Still wet, he angrily looked at the water flowing from his hands. Why won't it wash off? Damn those Daigon people. Still standing in the water, he suddenly turned around, looking behind him. Still wet, his cold eyes glared. Who is it? Show yourself. He turned around and saw Li Yun, who had appeared by the pond, standing there and said, all you do is curse barbarian. Li Yun frowned slightly, his sharp eyes widened, his body emitted a cold blue light. Put on your clothes, then come here and meet your death. The figure's eyes widened, his body emitted a red light. He smiled and said, your chi is strong. You must be Li Yun, but let's compare chi. Where he stood, The pond's water swirled from his chi, creating a hole with greenish-blue water. He coldly glanced at Li Yun. I won't lose to you. My comrades warned me not to be careless, so I'll use my full strength. Li Yun frowned, sweating. Hey, you haven't finished putting on your clothes? The pond's water had been blown away. What was once a pond was now barely a basin. He stood in just shorts, looking at Li Yun on the shore, and shouted, No matter. Fighting with you. I can't wait any longer. You dare to come at me barehanded, without strange weapons like that gorilla. You can't defeat me. The scene shifts to another place. The scorching sun shines on a tall tower, with splendid architecture. Li Na, her face full of anger, widened her eyes and shouted, Are you all crazy? Leaving him alone to deal with the 7 stars. Why didn't you tell me about something so important? Lai Hai, standing opposite Li Na, calmly said, Please step back. This is the Forbidden Palace of Daigon, and this matter has nothing to do with you. Looking at Lai Hai standing in front of her, Li Na pouted, puffed up her cheeks, and said, I didn't expect the Emperor of Daigon to be so heartless, not caring about the life and death of his fiancée. With an expressionless face, Lai Hai stood in front of Li Na, looked up at the sky, and said, His Majesty has already assisted. Everything will end soon. Li Na turned her head and followed Lai Hai's gaze to the sky, asking, What's in the sky? High above, the clear blue sky with white clouds drifting lazily, and the dazzling sun shining bright. Back to the scene with La Then and Li Yun. La Then, with his legs spread, stared intently at Li Yun. Li Yun also looked at him calmly and said, Your strength is not bad. Just like when I broke through to the peak of martial arts, but I don't want to fight someone who likes to be naked like you. It feels like if I beat you, you would still enjoy it. Ignoring La Then, who was standing in the lake staring at him, Li Yun turned his back and said, This time, I'll leave it to her. Seeing him turn away, La Then shouted angrily, Coward, are you afraid of me, you useless scum? Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. In the blue sky, white clouds formed a circle, with a blinding light emanating from the sun. La Than's eyes widened in fear as he seemed to split the clouds with his gaze. A golden light shot straight down from the sky, and the lake where La Then stood exploded, creating a circle of light. The dust gradually settled, and the golden circle shrunk, returning the forest to its initial tranquility. After delivering a deadly blow, Nocti flew out of the planet's orbit, hovering in space, while the dust began to clear, revealing the blue sky. La Then, battered and bruised, fell to the ground, smoke still rising from his body. Li Yun slowly walked towards him. La Than's pants had 2 large holes at the buttocks, and Li Yun, seeing him bend over, smiled and said, My wife wants to protect me, so this time I'll let her do it. At this moment, in the Daigon royal palace, the sky was clear, and the air was fresh. Inside the room, Lai Hai bowed respectfully and said to Ruli, Your Majesty, we have successfully hit the target. She responded indifferently, I know. She widened her eyes with a cold expression and said, Only I can touch my man. Back in the forest where Li Yun and La Then were, the forest was quiet and the air was fresh. Li Na darted through the forest, swiftly passing through the trees. Her face was serious. She forcefully stepped on the tree trunk, using the momentum to rush forward. She landed behind Li Yun and saw him standing there, looking at La Then, still bent over with his rear in the air. Li Na slowly approached Li Yun, seeing the large hole where La Then lay unconscious. He was lying face down in the hole, still unconscious, with his rear in the air. She observed seriously and exclaimed, This is your strength. Far more powerful than the wilderness techniques I possess. Li Yun smiled, squinting, and waved his hand, saying, Of course, it's the power of love. Li Na looked at him, full of questions in her mind. He grabbed La Than's legs and pulled him out of the hole, with Li Na silently watching. Then Li Yun laid him on the ground, and she stood by, carefully observing him. Li Yun stared at La Then and said, Oh, this guy is still tough, he's still alive. Li Na widened her eyes and said, Just in time to take him to Daigon's prison. Maybe we can get some intelligence out of him. Li Yun remained silent, just squinting and smiling. La Than's eyes rolled back, and she placed her index finger on his forehead, a light entering his mind. The light on La Than's forehead began to glow, his eyes still wide open. Li Na sat next to La Then and placed her hand on his forehead, emitting a light that entered his mind. She withdrew her hand and stared at him, saying, I've sealed his power. From now on, if he forces it, he will suffer a backlash. Now he's no different from a cripple. And Li Yun, standing next to her, smiled and said, "Very good. You are still useful." Li Na turned her head to glance at him and said, "That's right. I advise you to be careful of Emperor Daigon. I want to find her to help you." But she completely ignored me. She even called that rotten guard to chase me away and said something about having already helped. Although both of us possess extraordinary martial power, we still need to be careful of being plotted against. Li Yun shrugged, closed his eyes, and said, "It's late now. Every day, I'm under her control. A lot of my energy is spent on her." By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Li Na glared at him angrily, her eyes wide. "That's terrifying. You won't escape either." Li Yun raised his index finger to the sky, lightly furrowed his brows, and said seriously, "That's right, especially at night. I find it even harder to control." Upon hearing this, Li Na's eyes widened, and sweat broke out all over her body. Is there really such a magical skill? I wonder if I could ever learn it. I'll need to be even more cautious of her in the future. The prison door was solemnly closed, flames blazed in the furnace, and a heavy chain hung from the ceiling. La was tightly bound against the wall, while Li Yun stood beside the table opposite him. He silently looked at a few items from his bag that he placed on the table. As he looked at the items that fell out of the bag, he sighed, "How poor." For someone from the Northern Emperor's top force, a senior official, seeing just a few coins, a water pouch, and a whistle for communication, Li Yun lamented, "You only have 20 coins? Do you really have a kind-hearted wife?" Then he picked up the whistle to examine it for a moment and said, "What does this thing do? Could it be that this pervert has some kind of peculiar obsession?" Suddenly, a voice came from the whistle. "La, you managed to take care of the enemy just as fast as the old man did when handling the second matter here." Hearing this, Li Yun's gaze turned sharp. He lightly furrowed his brow and thought, if they're trying something with Gao Feng, could this guy be their leader? Looks like I have to follow their scheme. He brought the whistle close to his mouth, his face darkened, and smiled faintly as he began to speak into the whistle. "Umph, something like this can't withstand a single blow from me." "Too easy," the voice from the whistle replied. "Not bad. It seems the core isn't with him. He's just an ordinary human after all." Li Yun brought the whistle closer to his face, squinted, and continued speaking. Naturally, the one on the other side spoke of having taken care of Gao Feng. The voice from the whistle continued, "The old man just finished not long ago. Right now, he should still be with the old man." On the other side, Gao Feng pressed his face against the whistle, glancing at it as he said, "The opponent simply can't withstand a single blow in front of our 5 linked immortals. It's too easy." Over here, Li Yun also pressed the communicator to his ear, glancing at the communicator and continuously saying, "Old man, did you bring back the celestial profound cannon? That item is very valuable." He thought to himself, "Is he talking just like me? Could it be worth a try?" The scene shifted to another location, where a small fire was crackling. Chao Feng sat on the back of the 5-linked fairy's mount, roasting a large piece of meat while holding the communicator. He thought to himself, celestial profound cannon. How does he know about the celestial profound cannon? What's the outside information about it? Chao Feng frowned at the communicator and said, "Of course I took it. Did anyone over there get anything?" He heard that Chao Feng had a celestial tams that had been taken away by that thief. And since he had no shortage of good items on him, he thought, how could he deal with Li Yun? Or perhaps Li Yun pressed the communicator to his ear, wide-eyed, and said, "There's one, it was taken from the side." Chao Feng frowned tightly. He looked at the communicator with disdain and thought, this damn guy for real. Li Yun stared intently at the communicator in his hand and continued, "By the way, I heard that the rebel forces have sent people to capture Huang. We should also send someone to deal with them." To avoid affecting the core fight, Chao Feng's voice echoed from the communicator. "That's fine. Among those people, there might be someone who knows where the core is. I will send the others to catch them." He tightened his grip on the communicator, staring intently at it, thinking, the core, what is that? This bastard has dragged me into this strange situation again, all due to that damn prophecy. He remembered when he was young, holding a Candide Hawes. He encountered a ragged man on the road. He smiled and said to the young Chao Feng, "I see you have a peculiar appearance. In your life, you'll likely encounter many opportunities to become a great hero." The young Chao Feng tightened his grip on the Candide Haw in his hand, his small face crinkling as he intensely stared at the man who spoke. He recalled at that time he always thought that was a scammer. Until he met this bastard Li Yun, the prophecy came true. But this opportunity is way too frustrating. Chao Feng remembered the moment he was pushed off the cliff by Li Yun. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching as he was wrapped in venomous insects, with only his hand left raised. First, it was in the southern demon swarm. He was kicked into the swarm by Li Yun, experiencing the torment of 1,000,000 stings. And in the end, I managed to obtain all the true energy from those ancient insects. Chao Feng remembered when he humbly knelt before a statue of a fairy, while the divine pearl of the earth dragon turned. He was beaten into a stream, crawling out after 7 days and 7 nights. But for reasons unknown, he obtained ancient martial arts secret texts. He remembered when he was stripped of his clothes by a small tribe and tied to a tree. The strong women surrounded him, looking at him with greedy eyes. What angered me the most was that he bound me and tossed me into the southern man's secret realm, where I was discovered by the women of the tribe there. But also due to dual cultivation with those powerful women, I was able to open 2 meridians. Chao Feng recalled those events, his whole body ignited with a flame of resentment. He gripped the signaling whistle tightly, grinding his teeth and thinking. Since encountering him, various troubles have been endless. Even without doing anything, one could suffer broken bones, crushed organs, and bloodshed. Over here, Li Yun raised the signaling whistle to his mouth and continued speaking. I have completed my investigation. They are currently at Bei Huang, next to Shap Fang Mountain. Sending 1 person will be enough. They are very weak. From inside the signaling whistle came Chao Feng's voice. I know. You all should hurry back as well, to avoid any unforeseen events. Li Yun glanced at the figure tied to the wall. He smiled and spoke into the signaling whistle, unforeseen events. There should be no unforeseen events at all. A day was about to pass. The evening sun shone on the roof tiles of the palace. Li Yun slowly walked along the corridor, thinking as he went. I can't let this group of people do as they please. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, closed his eyes, and continued thinking. Based on their way of acting, killing tens of thousands of people wouldn't even be a concern. Li Yun opened the door to the room. Ruli was sitting with her chin rested in her hand, looking up at him, still holding a stack of documents. Li Yun approached, placed his hand on the table, and smiled at her. Is your majesty still working? She glanced at the documents in her hand, her expression serious as she replied. I'm almost finished. The food is also ready. Let's have dinner in the palace today. Night fell, and the full moon shone brightly in the sky. Under the moonlight, Li Yun and Ruli sat on the roof. The 2 leaned close together, admiring the moon. At that moment, he smiled and spoke softly. Thank you for today, for directly using the Daigon secret weapon to protect me. Ruli turned slightly, narrowing her brow and replied, I am not doing this for you. Don't flatter yourself. They came to Daigon to cause trouble. I am merely retaliating. The moonlight shined down on the 2 of them, and Li Yun looked at her, smiling as he said, Why do I feel like you have something on your mind today? Ruli glanced at him and responded, Naturally, you always put yourself in danger. The people who care about you worry. Li Yun widened his eyes and seriously asked her, So you want to stop me from dealing with those people from Bei Huang? Ruli closed her eyes and replied, Just the opposite. I will not stop you. Doing so would be too arrogant. Hearing that, he looked straight at her and asked back, Not stopping me. Ruli averted her gaze slightly and said, Stopping a man from doing what he wants to do. That's the behavior of a fool. I do not want to be a fool. Li Yun widened his eyes in shock, staring at her. Ruli lowered her head and softly mentioned that the Northern Emperor would trouble him shortly. I will use the best armor to protect you. Use the strongest army to pave the way for you. Everyone will see you glorious. Ruli pressed her face close to Li Yun's. She lifted his chin with her hand. The 2 looked into each other's eyes. She continued, If you win and return, I will give you the best gift from Daigon. And if you fail, I will make the whole world hold their tongues. Ruli frowned slightly, her eyes full of determination, and continued, Perhaps one day you will die in battle. And that day will also be the day Ruli dies. Li Yun heard her speak so seriously, and he smiled with narrowed eyes. All right, I will accept the Emperor's request. But there is one issue. Ruli grasped his shoulders and asked, What issue? Li Yun smiled and said, Isn't the best gift from Dai gone already in my hands? Those words made Ruli blush. She widened her eyes to look at him. Li Yun smiled. She blushed and awkwardly turned her head to hide her embarrassment. Ruli spoke. Then what else do you want? As long as I have it, I will give it to you. He heard this and laughed. Then every morning, let's say good morning. Before he could finish his sentence, a strong light struck directly at his face. Ruli withdrew her hand and glared at him. She puffed her cheeks and asked, "What did you say?" Li Yun's face turned bright red. He waved his hand in a hurry to explain. "Calm down, I was just joking to ease the tension." Under the moonlight, Ruli crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes as she said to Li Yun, "No matter what decision she makes, I will always support you. This is a promise from the Great Queen to you, Li Yun." Li Yun smiled widely and asked, "Can you give a little honor to the imperial kitchen?" Ruli blushed and replied, "What are you saying? That was done by me personally." A beautiful morning arrived. The morning sun slowly cast over the roof tiles of the courtyard. Li Yun was sitting drinking tea when a large bag of money thudded down on the table right in front of him. Li Yun widened his eyes in surprise. Li Na crossed her arms over her chest with a serious expression on her face and said, "After deducting the money you owe for food yesterday, the rest is all for you. I didn't think you would easily catch La. It seems my plan needs to be adjusted a bit." Li Yun set the cup of tea down on the table and smiled at her. "You are very trustworthy. What are your next plans?" Li Na stood a table away from him. She spoke up in response, "If you don't know where the core is, then I will prepare to leave the capital, traveling throughout the divine continent to search for it." Li Yun smiled and gestured with his hand. "Okay." Li Na stared at him thinking, "Nanny, this language is really strange." Li Na turned to leave, speaking as she walked. "You need to be careful of that golden family person. Don't act alone. The two of us working together is the safest approach." Li Yun watched her figure leave, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the reminder. May things go smoothly." Li Yun's face became serious, his eyes sharp as he thought. This appearance in the capital will lower the level of vigilance. The signal horn on the table suddenly sounded. "Where's the person?" Li Yun lowered his head to observe it. He raised the signal horn in his hand and replied happily, "Here. What do you want?" A voice came from the horn. "I have found the rebel officers. They are at the location you mentioned." The teammate stood on the cliff, observing below while holding the signal horn high in his hand. There are a total of 4 of them. His gaze fell down, coldly staring ahead. The teammate smirked and said, "I have used the binding technique to restrain them." Below in the valley, there were 4 individuals. Zohan, the Shia person, the chief, and the third void were standing. The Shia person raised binoculars to observe, looking at the lovely face and eye-catching pink hair of the chief. The teammate spoke, "Yes, and there's a very cute girl, she's my type." On this side, Li Yun, hearing him say that, smiled and replied, "They are very weak, just a bunch of foolish mortals. Let's deal with them directly." Inside, he was sneering, "That cute girl, it can't be the chief. This guy really has unique tastes." Meanwhile, the teammate's expression grew dark. He smirked confidently and said, "Of course, I know, as one of the 7 emotions. I have a bit of confidence. My vision technique can see several kilometers away. They have no idea I've arrived." The Shia person stared intently into the binoculars. She spoke, "I see him." She turned her head and said to the chief, "He is about to come over here." The chief smiled with a bright expression and asked, "It's Li Yun. He wants to come, for people are surrounding each other." At this moment, the chief finally spoke. "I have finally met him. He sent me a message saying he is here. I can hardly wait anymore." She smiled with her eyes squinting, unable to hold back, and punched him in the head. "Come here quickly." After hearing this, she thought to herself, "This guy Li Yun is really something, actually deceiving her." He crossed his arms in confusion. Who is this woman? He felt she wasn't very smart, and Tam Vo beside him coldly explained, "She is the headwind." Then he shot a glance at him as if to remind him, "She is very dangerous. Keep a distance." He frowned in suspicion. "Headwind? She had told me that the headwind is a killer right before our eyes. Moreover, she is a monster with overwhelming strength, also known as the battlefield tyrant." As he looked toward her jokingly, he stood there in more confusion, but no matter how he saw her, she looked just like a young girl. At that moment, an explosion suddenly occurred on the high peak in front of them, sending smoke and debris scattering everywhere, drawing everyone's attention. Xie frowned, indicating that he had fallen for the trap. The rebel swordsman also looked towards the explosion, assessing that he was still alive. The layer of dust obscured their vision, rising high and creating a hazy area. As the smoke cleared, a man was revealed, surrounded by the debris of the ground that had been destroyed. Facing him were the four people from earlier. His companions shouted in annoyance, feeling frustrated and angry. This was too uncivilized. What kind of monster was this? Deep down, they were panicking. Fortunately, I used a technique to envelop my vital energy in all directions just in time to block the attack. Looking at the person present in the dust before him, he seemed to have recognized him and exclaimed, "This is him." She then added, "Earthquake Sky Star, abbreviated as Earth Thunder. This is a weapon invented by leader Li Yun, which activates the crystal and buries it underground. Just a light touch will cause a strong explosion." There were no red lightning bolts after the explosion, just a sound that made the two look back. On this side, the leader of the wind was filled with a fierce aura, smiling excitedly with red eyes. She was in a fighting state. Deep in her eyes was all the focus, excitement bubbling throughout her body. The leader of the wind was brimming with energy. Her strong muscles from her arms, abdomen to thighs shouted loudly, "You filthy scum!" As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward with incredible strength, leaving only a cloud of dust and rubble, showcasing the helplessness of Xie and the others. The leader of the wind leaped high towards that man with determination. "Don't think that just because you change your hairstyle, I won't recognize you." Seeing her, he sneered in disdain. "Li Yun? What is that? Just a mere mortal dares to." In an instant, her punch shattered his defenses, applying pressure to his face and causing him to bleed. Not stopping there, the leader of the wind unleashed a series of attacks that shattered the ground into pieces. She seemed very pleased to overpower the enemy, smiling brightly as she shouted the name of her technique, "Muda Muda Muda." Witnessing this scene only made Zohan feel even more terrified. This guy was indeed a monster, and it was fortunate that he hadn't provoked her earlier. She calmly replied that if only considering the destructive power among the rebel forces, the wind commander ranked just after Li Yun. Returning to the main wind head, La Shen's accomplice lay slumped in a pool of blood, with the ground severely damaged. He was injured to the bone, his mouth now gaping as if in agony. She smiled with satisfaction at the opponent's failure, while Xie suggested that he should be left alive for them to finish off to avoid future troubles. The main wind head innocently replied that he was of course still alive. This little attack was nothing to Li Yun. The opponent frowned and said to her, "He is not Li Yun. You should get out of the way." She was a bit surprised, her eyes wide and mouth covered. "You all are crazy, although I also want to punch his head off. But I don't want to kill him." Both the person opposite and Zohan thought, "How can you blow off a head without wanting to kill?" And the main wind head grabbed his hair, showing curiosity. If this is not Li Yun, then who could it be? She squinted her eyes and lifted that name, commenting that he looked a bit different, probably due to his hairstyle. His hair was too long. Reaching out with another hand to think about something, she calmly believed that if his hair were shorter, he would look just like him. Suddenly, blood splattered out, running long in the air as if signaling death. Indeed, the main wind head had forcefully separated his head from his body. She exclaimed innocently, "Oh no! I accidentally ripped his head off. Can it be reattached? It seems like I killed Li Yun," leaving everyone speechless. Xie closed her eyes in annoyance, affirming that she had said he was not Li Yun, and it would be better if he was dealt with. The corners of her mouth curled up with a hint of pink lightning. "Well, that's not good. Li Yun taught me that he must die without a trace." Seemingly overly stimulated, she threatened again, "If you all see him, you can only be silenced." He was a bit frightened and hurriedly asked, "Is she crazy? The three of us should be able to handle this." But the other two seemed very calm. The rebel swordsman approached the main wind head and offered her a piece of candy. She took it, pursing her lips, focusing on the food in silence. Quickly receiving it, she gradually shrank back to her original form, her face full of happiness. While licking the candy, she questioned Li Yun. "Who is he?" Zohan bit his lip in confusion. "Is he really that easy to buy?" On this side, the sunlight had shone across the palace roof, and the sky returned to a dreamy pink-purple state. Li Yun sat there holding a horn, thinking that it must have been resolved by now. The wind head could exert 200% of his strength when dealing with me. Looking closely at the object in his hand, he wondered why there had been no contact yet. He couldn't take the initiative. If discovered, it wouldn't be good. He could only wait patiently. From the opposite door, Ruli pouted and walked over. Li Yun happily welcomed her, saying that he hadn't disturbed her work in the imperial study today. so she should reward him. She expressed her displeasure, retorting that why he hadn't come in the afternoon. Though a bit awkward, he still tried to stay calm. Didn't you usually dislike me coming late? Ruli rolled her eyes away, blushing, saying that he shouldn't take her expression as dislike. Couldn't he be a little more patient? The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she became, not daring to look directly at him. And besides, she hadn't said she disliked him every time. The scene shifted from the palace at dusk to the dark, gloomy prison at night. In here, Li Yun and Lai Hai stood facing La Shen, who was only wearing shorts and was chained by both hands. He closed his eyes tightly and asked, "Have you used the great royal power?" He assessed the situation. This guy is purely a pervert. The more he uses him, the more excited he gets. He smirked with disdain at the provocation. "Whatever tricks you have to show them, I'm still waiting here." You focused your eyes on him and thought to yourself, so it turns out there is blood opening. It seems I have to change my approach. Li Yin enthusiastically pointed his finger while chatting with fellow comrades. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Just a little reminder. This morning, I shamelessly let my wife feed me. Oh, sorry. You seem unable to move right now. I truly am rude." He darkened his face, angrily shouting, You came just to mock me, without talking about your martial ethics. If you have the ability, just fight me one-on-one. Our male lead still wore that mocking smile. "Regrettably speaking, let me fight with a naked man. Going this way will not end well. Besides, my husband and I both want to gather you. There is nothing wrong with it." He can only grit his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. His anger erupted into words with a dissatisfied tone. "Nonsense. If you hadn't used the mystic iron-heavy chains to bind me, I would have exploded you by now." Li Yin smiled and turned around to give orders. "If you are not convinced, I will give you a chance." Xiao Chun, release him. He was shocked and gaped. "Are you crazy?" It was quite hard to catch him. With a confident expression, you still closed your eyes to reassure the opponent. "Don't worry, I have my limits." Upon hearing the young man's words, the handcuffs were gradually removed and fell to the ground. La Shen, no longer bound, was even more chaotic. "HMPF, this time we will determine the high-low, life or death." You still wore a smile and made a deal. "I stand here without moving. If I use a single move, it means I lose." He gleefully glared. The green aura surrounding him signaled an attack. "Daring to underestimate me. This time I will definitely make you pay." Suddenly, blood coughed out from his mouth, and he didn't initially understand why. As if pressed down by a force, he had to kneel down, heavily injured while standing in front of Li Yun. As if realizing this, his eyes widened in surprise. How could the vital energy turn directly against him? The young man's mouth curled up mockingly. "I gave you a chance, and you still can't make use of it." I remembered, the main control of the annihilation directly sealed the core inside. It was almost like being completely useless. La Shen roared, "You scoundrel! You dare to play me. I tell you, I'm only ranked 6th in the 7 stars. Those in front are the real monsters," he gloatingly mocked. "Well, they're just a few people cannot achieve great things." The enemy laughed with confidence, waiting for us to find the remaining core under its influence. Everyone in Annihilation will break through their limits. Just with your Daigon, you fundamentally cannot withstand the forces of the Annihilation martial artists. Li Yun leaned close to his face with a teasing gesture. "You all found the core," and then said, "Currently, you are all powerless." The opponent loudly revealed, who said that, "We have long since transformed a group of martial artists. They have all been distributed within the Daigon territory." You joyfully raised your hand to signal enjoyment at his surprise. You know how to cooperate well. Saying that, he turned away and tossed a comment at La, then, "Thank you for telling me so much." He anxiously widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Wait, you just deceived me." The youth's benign face with a smirk retorted, "You just stay here, really a foolish thing." He knelt on the ground, going mad, warning, "You bastards, wait for it. Our great army will certainly hunt down the entire Daigon." Just at this moment, he turned his head, smirking challengingly at the defeated opponent. "Feel free to wait." Going through a different scene, also in a certain cell in the prison in a wooden cage. A hand with many bruises was continuously using stone to write on the wall. The Iron Fire monks, in a miserable state, were trying to draw something, mumbling a strange language. Tu mu ma ka tu tat ba ka. Outside the door, 2 guards were watching. One complained about him. "I can't stand it anymore. This old monk keeps murmuring every day." The other one raised his eyebrows and explained, "This guy is not simple. Previously, it was the former emperor who personally locked him up here. Before the former emperor passed away, he often came to see him. As for him, with a worn face and a lifeless expression, tears were welling at the corners of his eyes as he murmured spells. Nam vio tam and amau de namung du lu d6 tap ka." Now on the wall, he had completely carved a character. Returning to the familiar scene of the palace, it was now late at night, quiet. Lian opened the door and stepped in, bright and cheerful, announcing, "I'm back." But when seeing the quietness before him, the young man immediately felt curious. "Hasn't she returned yet? I thought as soon as I entered, I would see my lovely wife." Inside that door, someone was sharpening a knife on a whetstone. The sound from the clash made him doubt. The sound of sharpening a knife. Clearly only Ruli's aura was in the kitchen. Could it be the bandits came again? Immediately, he kicked the door hard to rescue his wife. When the door swung open, his voice rang angrily. "Little thief, are you here to seek death?" Ruli glanced at Li Yun with a look of annoyance and confusion. The young man could only stand there, silent. She frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" He stammered, I thought the bandits came again, but why is my wife sharpening the knife?" She took the plate of food and turned her back to answer. "I was a bit lazy today, didn't want to cook, so I left it to the imperial kitchen." Looking closely at the plate, there were countless mixed fish, appearing almost poisonous. She complained, "Who knows, the imperial kitchen's skill is so poor." He reluctantly continued, "The imperial kitchen is indeed inferior to my wife." But deep down he knew, this food was made by his wife herself. The imperial kitchen was just taking the blame. Ruli glanced away in justification, "So I planned to cook dinner myself. While I was preparing to do so, you picked it up and begrudgingly said it was fine. We couldn't waste food. Your chopstick slowly picked up something like a piece of white thread to eat, and as you chewed, your cheeks flushed with delight. Though it wasn't perfect, the taste was really good. It truly was fit for a royal kitchen." She happily confirmed that it really was that delicious. You raised your hand in appreciation. Of course, this dish was filled with love, a culinary masterpiece unparalleled in the world. Hearing this, Ruli blushed too, because she understood the flattery of this young man, who seemed to have a knack for sweet talking. You smiled and shared information, extracting some intelligence from what you heard, uncovering a group of core members who had infiltrated Daigon, at least several thousand people. She curiously asked, "Several thousand people? Where is Lai Hai?" Li Yun calmly reported that after learning about this, he had sent people to various places to gather intelligence. The other side worriedly asked, "So what do you think if they were to invade? Where would you go first?" You speculated that you would likely choose Jiangnan, as it was the economic center of Daigon. Moreover, it had just experienced an incursion from the south, so the situation was still a bit chaotic. However, if they had enough knowledge about Daigon, they would know about a certain unparalleled queen who established a line stretching across half the Divine Ox. This somewhat reduced the importance of Jiangnan. As long as this queen was determined, she could create another Jiangnan using that line at any time. She closed her eyes and blushed from embarrassment. The analysis was very accurate, but there was no need to exaggerate like that. The male lead teased playfully. "Now let's talk about your figure. I know you're very capable, but if we get specific, it wouldn't be appropriate for children to read this." She pouted, denying, "I didn't mean it that way." You looked at your wife and suggested, "All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and go to bed." Ruli pouted, "Going to bed doesn't mean resting." This only made the young man feel helpless before his little wife. Until the next morning when the sun had risen high, you could see Li Yun sitting on the roof. Your relaxed expression showed that Li Na's medicine worked well. Your inner energy had become even easier to consolidate than before. Having fought with Ruli was enough. However, you still needed to hold back a bit. After all, you couldn't go all out every time. Just then, your stomach growled, expressing hunger. You rubbed your belly. Indeed, you couldn't escape the law of needing energy. You decided to buy 2 buns. The sky had turned to noon at a food stall for the locals. You stood in front, asking, "Boss, how much are the buns? Are the skins thin?" The owner smiled, 5 coins, thin skin, large filling. The young man took a small pouch and decided to buy 2, while thinking that usually he could only nibble on plain buns, lucky to have earned some pocket money from Li Na. Upon opening the pouch, he saw a piece of paper, which he took in accordance with the situation. Seeing the letter, his expression suddenly turned worried. wondering why there was only one piece of paper. Where was his money? The letter contained a few lines explaining that he was late, and all his pocket money was taken with him. He pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, feeling wronged. Clearly, he hadn't been delayed. It was she who was eager to fight, and tonight he had to battle her for 300 rounds. From afar, someone called out an order. "Boss, 6 buns, please." The response came lively from the other side. "Coming right up, customer." The general appeared cheerfully, saying that he couldn't even buy a bun now, so let me treat you. You scratched your head gratefully, thanking him, saying that all your money was taken by your wife, and every day you could only be oppressed by her. Their conversation continued in the beautiful clear blue sky and white clouds. You folded your arms and inquired. "You didn't appear suddenly just to invite me to eat buns, did you?" He lowered his head and informed. "Yesterday, I caught a few thieves from Beihuang. They sneaked into the capital." You continued to investigate. In the capital, they did not go to Jiangnan. He expressed seriously, "Those people committed suicide directly when captured. We are currently in a completely passive position. We have no idea what the enemy's intentions are. A bloody storm is inevitable. To avoid it, you just chuckled as you revealed the horn. You want to act tonight, right? Don't worry. With me leading the team, you can rest assured." Seeing this made him speechless. Li Yin returned to a cheerful state. "Sorry, you continue." The general then asked, "Who were you talking to just now? That horn looks like the one from Beihuang." You also closed your eyes, presenting the item in hand, the head of the Golden family, a heavily injured master of Beihuang. "And this item is a transmission tool, very useful. What were you just saying?" He was a bit startled and cautiously nodded. "Let's just pretend I didn't say anything." At this moment, he began to think, secretly lying low at a high level within the enemy. Li Yin was indeed unfathomable. Li Yin quickly went to inform Ruli about the situation. She sighed. "Tonight, huh? They really know how to choose their timing." Li Yin clenched his fists. "Exactly. It's just the right moment for us to engage in a battle," you thought. These people had managed to seize the time I work and rest, even knowing when I want to kill Ruli without leaving a piece of armor behind. Ruli blushed a bit and said, "Stop talking nonsense. In short, how many people will be active in the capital?" Li Yun excitedly replied, "About 100 people, all martial artists, with their destructive goals being very strange." Ruli's expression turned serious. "With so many infiltrating, what's so strange about that?" Li Yun quickly explained. "Their objective is to create as much destruction in the capital as possible, then leave." Ruli raised some doubts. "Is there something wrong now?" Li Yun raised his hand. "There's no way they would hide so many people just to create destruction. It could be a smokescreen. There must be another plan in secret." Ruli anxiously asked, "Could it be that you've been exposed?" Li Yun considered. "It shouldn't be, otherwise they wouldn't send so many people to the capital. Moreover, they even informed me. What they want most is the core. There might still be something related to the core in the capital." Li Yun instructed, "Tonight you should sleep in the palace. I'll deal with them myself. Then find out what their true purpose is." Upon hearing this, Ruli shrugged, feeling that he found her troublesome. Li Yun, feeling flustered, explained, "Not at all. What I mean is that with you guarding the palace, it will boost the morale of many soldiers." Ruli laughed. "You don't need to be afraid like that. I know what I should do." "Do you really think I'm just someone who doesn't understand the bigger picture?" He asked bluntly. "So what do you want to say?" She hesitated a bit. It's nothing." As she spoke, her face flushed. "We should head back soon." Li Yun felt his heart warm at her words. He moved closer and kissed her forehead, softly replied, "Of course." Ruli felt shy, rubbed her forehead. "I already told you this is a study." That night, a few people arrived at the old royal house. The purple-haired man asked, "Today, the one leading us is a leader of the Golden Clan, right? Have you all seen him?" The red-haired man beside him answered, "Never. I've only seen our Lord, who helped me increase my cultivation level. The other 6 I have never seen." The blue-haired man behind also spoke up. "In the beginning, I was always half-believing, not thinking he could really help me break through my limits. As long as we can complete this mission, we have a chance to become as strong as the 7 clan leaders." The red-haired man continued, "Do you think if we charge together, we could defeat the clan leader?" The purple-haired man replied, "Of course we can. With this many people, even if the opponent is stronger, it doesn't matter." Interrupting their conversation, Li Yin appeared on a nearby rooftop, asking, "So many people?" The red-haired man was startled, looked up and shouted, "Who are you?" Li Yun, wearing a mask, calmly replied, "Don't panic. I have a horn. You should recognize it. I am the La Shin." Upon seeing the horn, the group quickly bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, 7-star, La Shin leader." Li Yun scanned them and asked suspiciously, "Why are there only 10 of you? Where are the others?" The red-haired man quickly explained, "They are scattered, hiding in various strongholds, led by a few of us. Just give the order." Li Yun praised, "Very good. Brothers, I, La Shun, assure you I will not treat you poorly. Although we are just collaborating on this mission, our sacred cause will not end here." He shouted, "Conquer Bei Huang, stabilize Nan Man, annihilate Daigon, unify Shenzhou. This is just the beginning. Outside, there is an even larger world waiting for us, and soon all of you will surely become kings of your lands." Li Yun raised his hands high. "From today onwards, we will be called the Iron Flower Regiment. You will call me the commander, and we will never stop." He looked at them, thinking, there must be someone hidden here for a secret mission. We need to find him. Hearing Li Yun say this, the others raised their chests, shouting in unison, "Commander, commander." But in their minds, they thought differently. Though they didn't know what he was saying, it felt impressive. The red-haired one said, "Commander, please give your orders." Li Yun quickly outlined the plan. "Let's start by dealing with Lu Pianmin Chief Manager Lai Hai. Capture him. Then we will be at ease, without one more opponent in Backong." Li Yun raised his hands again. "Everyone shout after me, 'Kill Lai Hai, kill Lai Hai.'" The crowd followed suit, "Kill Lai Hai, kill Lai Hai." In his residence, Lai Hai heard General Chu recount the situation, frowning in displeasure. "Damn it, why do they want to use me as bait?" General Chu explained, "You are the Emperor's close confidant. Using you as bait is justified." Lai Hai found this reasonable and asked, "The timing is just right. Where are they?" The general replied, "Act according to the situation. I don't know which direction they are in." Just as the general finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. The main gate of the residence shattered into pieces. Li Yun let a group of people in, placing his hands on his hips. "This is the place. That mixed-breed Lai Hai is hiding here." The red-haired one chimed in, "No wonder the leader knows the capital as if it's his own home." Li Yun turned around and asked, "What is our mission?" The crowd roared, "Kill that mixed-breed Lai Hai." Hearing this, Lai Hai clenched his fists in anger. This rascal is abusing his authority for personal revenge. General Chu stood behind the main door. "No need to be angry. It's just a play." Li Yun raised a middle finger, challenging Lai Hai. "What's wrong? Not convinced? If you have the guts, insult me. Do it casually. If my heart wavers even a little, I'll consider myself lost." The scene shifted to the palace. Ruli was searching for something in the library. She looked around the shelves, wondering if she could find any clues in the library. Ruli thought of the scene where Li Yun admired her. My wife is really amazing." Determined, she thought, "Wait until I find it. He'll definitely adore me." Ruli took out a book. "I remember this was ordered to be burned by father before he passed away." She read each word, feeling suspicious. "On July 2nd, go to Tianye." On General Chu's side, the people Li Yun brought quickly surrounded him. They looked fierce, holding weapons, charging forward, "Kill." General Chu's punch caused one to lose several teeth in pain. The others were no match for him. With just one strike, they were sent flying. Lai Hai, beside him, was also surrounded by a few people. He looked around and said, "A bunch of thieves." Lai Hai sneered, "Dying by my blade is an honor." Suddenly, hidden weapons flew from behind, hitting the others directly. Lai Hai, holding a sword, was surprised to see them fall to the ground. The bald one raised his head and cursed, "Lai Hai, you're despicable, using hidden weapons." Lai Hai frowned, glancing behind to see Li Yun holding some stones. He suppressed his anger, thinking, "Scoundrel. You clearly made the move. Why am I the one blamed?" Li Yun stopped joking and whispered, "It's time." He immediately jumped up, sword in hand, charging at Lai Hai. "Step back, I'll handle him." Li Yun didn't hold back, slashing down. Lai Hai quickly raised his sword to block. The strike forced him back several steps. Lai Hai gritted his teeth. "You were trying to kill me just now." Li Yun acted. "You mongrel, you're quite strong." He turned to his lackeys. "This opponent is tough, stronger than the Li Yun I killed. Follow the plan I mentioned earlier." The red-haired one worried. "Commander, what about you?" Li Yun shouted, "I'll handle him alone. Go quickly, don't waste time. The two lackeys, though just met, acted like lifelong brothers, crying reluctantly but turning to leave. Understood. Soon, only Li Yun, Chen Hai, and General Chu remained. Chen Hai shouted angrily, "Take off your mask. Is this personal revenge?" He thought. You often make me stay 5 meters away from His Majesty. Do you have to hold a grudge? Li Yun happily removed his mask. Chen, what are you saying? You're my close friend. He asked, is everything arranged? Plan A was to use numbers to handle these people. Chen Hai, with a dissatisfied look, all arranged, anything else? Li Yun responded, act according to circumstances. Another team is stationed at the prison. He thought, a group left the team earlier. They must be those hidden for missions. But why did they go to the prison? Is the core there? At the prison, the guards were knocked out. The red-haired one looked at the prisoner and asked, Monk, where is the core? The old man stared at the wall. Hearing the mention of the core, he wavered. The master sent you? The red-haired one didn't want to waste time. Time is urgent. You've been hiding among the brothers for years. What have you found? The monk was honest. I indeed found the Celestial Temple. But the rebel leader was there. I hid to avoid exposure. A year later, I found the Celestial Temple again, but was captured by the old emperor. The object fell into his hands. The red-haired one confirmed, so the core is in the palace. He thought, they have the core, but Daigon shows no special change. Wait, there's something like that. Li Yun appeared. Let's go. Hearing his voice, they turned and asked. Commander. Li Yun pretended to hold his chest in pain, blood at the corner of his mouth. I barely injured Li Hai, but the army will arrive soon. Let's leave quickly, he thought. This monk is their target. Talk to him later. Li Yun quickly left without saying more. Li Yun led the way. The two followed. He said, we're almost at the exit. Once we get through, we can safely return to Back Hong. The two smiled widely, with no doubts, thinking, it's good to have the leader here. He has strategy and charisma. Even the rebel leader can't compare. After exiting the prison, they sighed in relief. The red-haired one said, the streets are quiet, no pursuers at all. Li Yun responded, there are still people trying to stop them. We should leave quickly. Don't waste their efforts. Just as they were about to leave, footsteps approached. A group of soldiers with guns aimed at them. Without a word, the soldiers positioned themselves and started shooting. Seeing this, Li Yun ran forward, spreading his arms to shield them. Li Yun pretended to endure the pain. The two others witnessed this, and tears flowed down their faces. Commander, what are you doing? They thought. For us small fries, the commander is risking his life. Li Yun clenched his fists, striking the ground to create a stone shield. He sat down. I fear I can't hold on. The two shouted. Commander, one puzzled. But Commander, your clothes aren't even damaged. And there's evidence they were handled by a wife. Li Yun made an excuse. Before I die, can I use some power to maintain my dignity? Hearing this, the two's eyes welled up with tears. Of course. Li Yun took out a horn. This is for you, I've activated it. You can communicate with the master using it. They took it. Commander, you entrust such a precious item to us. We won't let you down. Li Yun, as if saying his last words, from now on, I rely on you. You must defeat Daigon. He raised his hand and pointed forward. It's a pity I dedicated my life to the Hong Kim family. But before I die, I still haven't found the core. The dark-haired one cried, Commander, don't worry. We've found a crucial clue. Amidst the emotion, Li Yun asked, found the core? The dark-haired one continued. Years ago, the master sent the monk to Daigon. Earlier, we learned from him that the core was taken by the old emperor, meaning it's hidden somewhere in Daigon. Hearing the necessary information, Li Yun removed his mask, smiling. So that's it. Thank you, I'll go ask the monk directly now. Before they understood, in a flash, Li Yun quickly dealt with them. Li Hai appeared from behind. You have a ruthless hand, no different from when you slashed at me. Li Yun calmly replied, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. You shot at me with full force. It's the same. He asked, where are the others? Li Hai replied, some escaped. The rest were mostly eliminated on the spot. Li Yun quickly praised, well done but still a bit sloppy. Li Hai, ignoring the comment, asked directly, did you get any useful clues? Li Yun smiled. Find a monk. The one captured by the old emperor, do you know him? Li Hai closed his eyes. I'm the Emperor's personal guard. I have many tasks every day, no time to care about a criminal. Li Yun, not backing down, showing off. I serve the Dai-Gon Emperor day and night, more tasks than you. After resolving everything, Li Yun quickly returned to the residence. Ruli, who had just returned from the library, was waiting for him. You've arrived, I found something. This is the relic of the late emperor. Inside there are many interesting items. Li Yun smiled and said, the old emperor, my father-in-law. I am in a good mood right now. Let's hear what you have to say. Ruli, concerned, asked, what happened? Are you injured? Li Yun wanted to continue acting. He placed his hand on his chest. I suddenly feel my heart racing. Maybe I was poisoned. Ruli easily exposed his act. Then it's not poison. Li Yun chuckled. How do you know? She blushed, hand on her cheek, avoiding eye contact with Li Yun. Because I haven't died from the poison. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky. Li Yun stood in the kitchen cheerfully saying, ha ha ha, finally pouring in full emotions. A plate of sandwiches with eggs, meat, and sausages was laid out. Done. Special breakfast. He went outside to breathe in the fresh air. What a perfect morning. Flowers bloom, birds sing, and there's... As he excitedly spoke, Li Yun's expression turned frustrated. That bothersome Lai Hai. Lai Hai wasn't happy either. Can you stop shouting like that? I don't want to see your face early in the morning. And what's with that look on your face? Li Yun said, isn't it because of last night's great victory? Of course I'm excited. Lai Hai responded, didn't expect you to have such a spirit of contribution for Dai-Gon. Li Yun continued, no, your majesty has worked hard too. Lai Hai quickly added, your majesty also participated, so I'd better not ask further. No more joking, Li Yun asked seriously. Why are you here? Is there news from the monk? Lai Hai didn't hide. We've got a lot of information, but it needs some time to organize. I'm here to report to the Emperor. Li Yun crossed his arms, blocking. The Emperor worked hard last night, still resting. Lai Hai didn't stay long. He turned and left. If the Emperor hasn't left the forest yet, I'll come back later. Remember to keep eavesdropping on Baek Huang's intelligence. Li Yun raised a middle finger, thinking, today is for us, no one should disturb. On the bustling street of the capital, people were coming and going. Ruli cheerfully said, let's go outside the city today. Li Yun found it strange. It's rare to see, you have a place to go. What's so attractive there? Ruli replied, indeed, there's something. She seemed mysterious. There, only I can hear your voice. Li Yun lovingly looked at his wife. If that's the case, we are the same. Outside the city, surrounded by trees. Li Yun asked, why is the terrain here so rugged? Ruli explained, it was caused by the Jade Seal. There are many deep pits, it's normal, she thought the grass here is too thick. Li Yun crouched down, raising his hands behind. Climb on, I'll carry you. As she gently sat on his back, he carried her along the path. Li Yun turned back and said, you're heavy. Ruli blushed shyly. That's because you've gotten weaker. Li Yun didn't give up, he continued. I can feel the fat gathering. Ruli smiled, but her tone turned serious. Let me cut you when we get back. Li Yun changed the subject. It's been over a year, it's still hard to believe this is our life now. Ruli curiously asked, what kind of life? Li Yun smiled brightly, being an innkeeper. She pinched his cheek, making him explain awkwardly, just kidding? Of course, I can't believe I have a wonderful wife like you. You think the same, right? Ruli bluntly replied, no, seeing his wife's pout. Li Yun quickly soothed. Don't be mad, saying that hurts me. Ruli proudly said, I'm not angry, you have this life. Because I designed it step by step to keep you with me. Li Yun praised, so it seems Miss Chu is also good at understanding people. Ruli replied, I'm not that skilled, I just understand you well. The two walked for a while, and then stopped. Li Yun put her down, let's rest here. Ruli observed the surroundings. It looks much better here. Li Yun took the credit. It's all thanks to me. Ruli laughed, saying things like that. It seems your mind is a bit off, but it's fine. No matter what, I'll still take care of you. Li Yun felt unsure. Are you insulting or praising me? Putting that aside, he looked ahead. The place has grown quite fast. It's only been a month since the Jade Seal chaos. Isn't there any planning in the capital? Even outside the city, it needs to be tidied up. Ruli replied, if I had the time and resources, I'd rather build more roads. In the distance, amidst the overgrown grass, a golden light flashed. Lian noticed it and asked, what's that? He moved closer, reminding his wife, stay here, don't move. Lian thought, growing so fast in a month, could it be a mutation? He reached into the grass, pulling out a black object. He looked at it suspiciously. Is this what I kicked out of the city before? Someone should have picked it up. Why is it still here? Ruli called from behind. Did you find anything? He jokingly replied, something black and long. Lian returned to his wife. It's a piece of the Jade Seal sword. I'll help you retrieve it. Remember to reward your servant, your majesty. Ruli suddenly cursed, damn. Lian was startled. I only asked for a little psychological compensation. No need to curse me like that, Ruli pointed behind. No, look behind you. The grass that was lush just now suddenly withered. They were stunned by the scene. The grass had all died. Lian looked at the object in his hand. Could it be this sword fragment causing it? He quickly threw it on the ground, turned to support Ruli. He carried her away quickly, thinking, even I can't do something like this. It feels like it's draining their life force. This phenomenon is too strange. Better to keep Ruli away. He felt something in his hand. Not good. I want to cut off my hand. Ruli noticed and said, wait, look at the sword fragment. Lian turned back and saw a magical aura around the sword fragment. The surrounding plants began to sprout and grow. Lian quickly put Ruli down, she said. It seems the plants grow faster after touching the sword. It should be fine. Lian sighed in relief. Phew, if something happened, it'd be too late. Ruli held his hand. Don't worry, even if you turn into a skeleton, you won't escape me. Lian chuckled. Are you cursing me? Ruli laughed. Of course not, it's a blessing. Lian stared at the sword fragment for a long time. He seemed to have a lingering doubt. Ruli asked, do you feel something's wrong? Lian joked, yes, I need to pee. He scratched his face. These plants might be affected by the sword since they were small. Once it's removed, they wither. Ruli approached, worried. Did you really think of cutting your hand off? Didn't consider that possibility. Lian quickly reassured. I didn't think much. A strong person like me can recover in a week, even if an arm is cut off. Ruli's face turned serious. Don't do such things again. Lian smiled. Yes, I will listen to my wife. Ruli pointed to his arm. This time it's like you cut off your arm. So it's mine now. Lian was surprised. Is that so? My right arm belongs to my wife now. Ruli folded her arms, shyly said, don't say more, my legs, waist, and heart are already mine. Lian said, it seems more than half of my body belongs to you. How tiring. Ruli pouted. Tiring for what? She lovingly looked at Lian. I am all yours. As the sun set, they returned to the residence together. Lai Hai, annoyed, looked at them, shoveling dog food. This couple stuck together all day. Lian, just fed by his wife, turned and asked, how is it? Won't die, right? Lai Hai angrily replied, don't worry, you won't die. I'll take care of you. Lian pretended to be scared, hugging Ruli. Why is Chu Tran so bold today? Ruli asked seriously, what exactly is the matter with that sword fragment? Any clues? Lai Hai quickly reported, the sword fragment doesn't seem to harm the human body. Your Majesty can rest assured. The energy it emits indeed comes from the Bei Huang core. It has no effect on humans and animals. At most it can accelerate the growth of grass. Lian wondered, how is it related to the Bei Huang core? Lai Hai explained, the monk in the prison was once captured by the late emperor to guide and harvest the Bei Huang core. Then the late emperor made it into a weapon. It became the Jade Seal. The black swords absorbed some aura from the Bei Huang core over time. Lian understood. No wonder the Jade Seal could fly. It relied on the Bei Huang core. But why didn't the late emperor follow the Hong Kim family and use it to transform humans? Lai Hai frowned, remembering the corpses in the prison. Regarding this, the Bei Huang people we captured earlier are all dead in the prison, with no external injuries on their bodies, as if drained dry. Lian asked, can you confirm that during this period, there were no external factors affecting them? Lai Hai confirmed, I can confirm. Those people were managed personally by my subordinates. Lian thoughtfully touched his chin. I wondered why there were so many top-level experts. If I'm not wrong, they're just consuming their own life force to gain power. Ruli spoke. If so, wouldn't it take just half a month for those causing trouble in the divine continent to die on their own? Lian agreed. It's entirely possible, but who knows if they'll stop transforming humans. He raised his hand and smiled. The other side must also know these people won't live long, so they must have a backup plan. Give me a pen and paper. It's time to continue contacting these friends. In the evening, in the nearby bamboo forest, Li Yun led Nuo Hai there. They both looked up at the sky, with colorful fireworks constantly being set off. Li Yun said, "This is the third time this month fireworks have been set off. Aren't you planning to investigate?" Ruli casually replied, "I don't care about such small matters, besides it's quite nice." The fireworks lit up the night sky, making the surroundings much more splendid. Ruli looked at Li Yun, who was intently watching them. Li Yun asked, "Can't see clearly?" Nuo Hai replied, "The position is not very good." Hearing that, he put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer. He happily said, "Is this better?" Ruli blushed, looking at Li Yun. "Yes, it's better." Suddenly, a voice from the radio interrupted the atmosphere. "La Than." Li Yun quickly took it out and held it close. "I'm here." The person on the other end anxiously shouted, "Why haven't you contacted me? Why is there no news from the capital?" The sound of fireworks grew louder. The person on the other end grew suspicious. "What's that noise? Did something happen?" Li Yun calmly replied, "This operation failed. Daigon sent people to hunt me down. They used some kind of crystal weapon to attack." The person on the other end was surprised. "Crystal weapon? I've heard of it. Daigon used a strange weapon. But how could the leader fail so miserably?" Li Yun continued, "There was an unexpected event. I didn't expect Daigon to have a superior expert. I was severely injured by him. Now I'm hiding in a secret place to heal." The other end was stunned. "A superior expert? Who is he?" Li Yun quickly added more details. "This person acts very despicably, making everyone hate him. He doesn't shy away from any means." Then he calmly answered, "He is the Lu Pianmin chief manager." "Li Hai," the other end exclaimed. "What? Li Hai? Daigon has someone who can overpower you." Li Yun pretended to be relieved. "I barely escaped, almost didn't make it out of the capital." Zohan chimed in. "Li Hai?" He provided information to both while boasting. "I've heard of this guy. He's famous for being despicable, likes to use cunning plans. He doesn't care about fair play, just like me." Chao Fong couldn't stay silent. "That's right. Both he and Li Yun are despicable. Right, La Than?" Li Yun forced a laugh. "Haha, the old man is right. I heard that Chao Fong, who you dealt with, not only has a bad character, but also likes to use his feet to pick up food." He plotted in his mind, "I'll settle with you later." Nidong asked, "Master, what's going on? Didn't you say we've reached the human limit? How could someone still injure La and severely? We abandoned back Hong Chi, Master, and you give us this result." She worried, hearing them mock each other. Just a setback and they start fighting internally. "They aren't as united as I thought." The person on the throne stood up and shouted, "Enough. You chose to cooperate with me. Now just faced a small difficulty. And you're all falling apart. It's not surprising that Daigon has such an expert. We just need to keep an eye on him. Besides, Li Yun troubled Daigon for 5 years and was still dealt with by law then. What are you afraid of?" Li Yun felt confident. "We 7 stars have 7 people while he is just 1. We outnumber and overpower him. Plus we have the core power. With so many advantages, how can we lose? Moreover, the opponent doesn't know our plan. They can only react passively. I think the same." Hung Nin continued, "You all are absolutely safe in the northern wilderness to speed up the transformation. Next, let's discuss the next phase. It needs to be recorded." That night, he and she discussed in bed. "How about it? Now that we know all their plans, we have the advantage." She calmly praised, "Not bad. You did well." He quickly replied, "It wasn't hard. It's my duty." A few words of praise, and you're already proud. Li Yun excitedly said, "That's because I have the right to be proud. Your husband is the best, right?" She sighed, "So good that I regret it." "Huh? Why regret?" She leaned closer and teased, "Anyway, only loving one person once, don't you think that's a bit too much? I want to love you many more times. Indeed, it's a bit too much." The next morning at the Almaktra Palace, standing at the palace gates with folded arms, he said, "Today's wind is too strong. No need to wait long." A strong sound came from behind. He broke the door, smoke everywhere, arrogantly waving his hand, "Stay back." He turned and scolded, "You're really rude. The master is still in seclusion. Why aren't you up north transforming warriors? How did you return so quickly?" He proudly said, "I found a treasure," pointing to the small person beside him. "Let the master see him. With his help, taking Daigon will be as easy as turning a hand. He questioned. You brought a stranger here to meet the master. Who is he? The person removed his hat and greeted. Sorry, allow me to introduce myself. You can call me too, Sam. In the morning light, he stretched and welcomed the new day, but felt a bit worried. Damn, last night I gathered a lot of intelligence. Now it's morning and I have to handle all these tasks. What should I do? Le Shui called, Mr. Landlord. He asked casually, What's the matter? Out of work again? Of course not, but I've been given a temporary break these days. He questioned, Huh, even Lang Lang Mountain has breaks? I didn't want it, but I fought with a guest and the boss couldn't take it, so I got a few days off. He didn't fire me, but I want to work. He retorted, Is that the issue? With her backing you, who dares to fire you? The girl angrily replied, Of course, that's not the issue. She continued, I decided to go out for a few days, and while passing by a stall selling local specialties, the stall owner said, Run along, troublemaker, move aside. But they didn't sell to me and called me a troublemaker. Lee listened to her story, a bit curious. Which force did you mix with to be mistaken for a troublemaker? And what else did they say? She added a suspicious detail. They mentioned hunting the Northern Lord, wondering if he tasted good. Lee immediately told her, Sit down and tell me everything. They both sat at the table. The girl continued. There were 3 more people. They only talked to the stall owner, ignoring me. And where are those 3 and the stall owner? Mentioning them, she became upset. They didn't give me good food, so in my anger, I dealt with them. A martial artist with such strong abilities to fight Lai Hai. Is Le Shui already that strong? The girl smugly recounted her devious plan, reporting them to the authorities, and they were all arrested. The stall owner didn't have permission to set up his stall, and the others didn't have identification. Who told them not to sell to me? After hearing this, he admired. That's impressive. You will definitely enter the Hall of Heroes after death. At the court, a group of people gathered, with corpses at their feet. One shouted, We spent years hiding in Daigon, only to be caught now. A bald man angrily said, I will make that girl pay dearly. The capital is too dangerous, especially with Lai Hai. We should be careful. A fat man added, Our only hidden threat now is that girl. Fortunately, she doesn't know any big figures. Daigon Chao wanted to receive news, but it would take some time. In the meantime, it would be enough for us to gather intelligence about Bok Hong Chi Chu. He immediately expressed his intention. Leave that girl to me. Since she humiliated me so greatly, I must kill her. In the capital city, the sun was at its zenith. We must act separately. The most important thing is to retreat safely. Li Yun and Le Shui walked and discussed how she always managed to defeat the guests like that. You think, let's check in front of the main gate. However, right now, he must have escaped. The girl put her hands on her chest, feeling perplexed. There's no other way, but this relative always stared at my chest. Is it really that beautiful? She looked at you, her eyes full of questions. However, after they were beaten by me, they seemed really happy. What's going on? It turns out it's not the boss or the dark forces behind the scenes that made her suspicious, but rather she was approached by some influential figures looking for special services. The bald guy happened to encounter both of them on the road. What a coincidence. It's surprising to meet you. His face became arrogant. It seems my luck has finally come. This place is a distance away from the royal palace. Lai Hai must still be in the palace. With Li Yun dead, who can stop me now? You don't fall behind in arrogance either. I see I'm fortunate not to have to go searching. He's one of the people I reported. He grinned mischievously. His body had grown large and aggressive. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Li Yun, declaring that they would surely die today. Fueled by enhanced strength, the bald guy started to underestimate them. It would take just 2 seconds to win, but after a moment of confident self-assurance, a punch came down on him, sending him sprawling on the ground. The ground cracked into small pieces from the force. Even the bald guy was left dazed. After a while, his mind gradually cleared. It hurt so much. How could this be happening? Li Yun and Le Shui just stood watching, feeling delighted, while he still couldn't believe the reality. I just came to kill an unnamed girl. How could there be a powerful expert by her side? At this moment, the bald guy was sweating profusely. I was deceived. This girl must have been sent by the court to lure us. Who would have thought she had such a scheme? Thinking this, he quickly got up, humbled. With such power, you must be Lai Hai, indeed strong enough. At this moment, Li Yun and Lu Shui took turns introducing themselves. That's right, you don't know the name? But I am Lai Hai, and I am the archer disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace, Ouyang Tian. The bald guy's expression changed, becoming slack. His face full of delight said, Lai Hai, Ouyang Tian, I will remember your names. Then he transformed into a cloud, leaving only his head in front of the two of them. The gaze of the superior looked down at Li Yun and Lu Shui with intimidation. I will absolutely not let you go. Li Yun did not respond. He just took a deep breath, held the air tightly in his throat. Then he exhaled forcefully at the bald man. The air released powerfully like a storm, making him shudder. The wind blew against his face as if it wanted to sweep away that muscular figure. Before long, the bald man disappeared into thin air without a trace. Li Yun felt a bit disappointed, not expecting that he could escape. Magic is indeed miraculous. Passing by him without dying is already half crippled. Then he had another idea. Climb on my back, we need to set off. As soon as she climbed on, he shot straight up into the sky. In the air, Li Yun thought seriously. The capital is temporarily unsafe for her to go to the palace to hide for a while. A moment later, at the vast palace, the sun was rising higher. The guards outside had now gathered completely. Li Yun and Lu Shui landed from the sky. Lai Hai, upon seeing them, immediately pointed out the person finally revealed their true nature to the dizzy girl. Someone come and capture him. Li Yun was holding Lu Shui, who was feeling dizzy, and said, Little Chun, don't make a fuss, arrange a place for her. I just encountered an ambush and almost lost my life. Lai Hai had a smug look on his face, asking for details, especially about the part where he almost got killed. Li Yun felt puzzled upon seeing this, wondering how this guy could say such a thing. Was he influenced by someone? Then he calmly recounted the events. There were 4 people hiding in the capital. They probably have already escaped now. But for safety reasons, we still need to search the entire city once. A while later, at Ruli's palace, the sky was gradually darkening. She was sitting on the bed and upon seeing Li Yun, asked if he had encountered any trouble on the way. He sat next to Tranin and replied that it was nothing, just that he had met a powerful opponent like Lai Hai. After that, I gave him a punch that took half his life. It just cost me a bit of energy to chase him down. Upon hearing this, Ruli frowned and asked if that person was really that excessive. Hearing this, Li Yun wondered if his wife thought that it would be less excessive for him to directly commit suicide. He then explained that this was just a normal attitude between martial artists, and she didn't need to pay much attention to it. Ruli asked seriously, Not pay attention? Her gaze softened as she expressed, I love you so much. How could I not care? That night, the dark stillness enveloped the forest. 3:30:00:18:37, 5:20:00:18:40, 7:20 at this time. The group of young men who had just been dealt with by Lu Shui and Li Yun. At this time, the group of young men who had just been dealt with by Lu Shui and Li Yun were now sitting under a tree discussing. One of them spoke up. Damn, the third brother is seriously injured. We should retreat for now. Did any of you find any clues about the Northern Lord? One of them sensed something. Suddenly, his entire body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. A girl suddenly appeared and said, So this is where you are. It was Lina, she asked. I heard you were looking for me. The next morning at the palace, a voice echoed. Let's do our exercises here. Li Yun and the guards were enthusiastically exercising. At that moment, Lai Hai walked in and witnessed everything. He asked naively, Xiao Chun, is something wrong? With a frustrated look, he said, That girl Lu Shui. She spent all night sneaking food from the royal kitchen. I chased her all night. Take her away quickly, Li Yun said nonchalantly. Xiao Chun, if you keep this up, you'll die from overwork. Lai Hai grumbled, I've long been prepared to die for Daigon. But before I die, I'll take you with me. Taking the opportunity, Li Yun started probing. Speaking of the Jade Seal and the Northern Corps, how do you plan to handle it? Seeing him like this, Lai Hai was puzzled. Why ask me about this? Why not ask Her Majesty directly? Li Yun explained, Because if I ask, she'll worry, thinking I might take risks or something. Lai Hai reproached, Her Majesty isn't like that. You've been with her for over a year. Can't you see that? Li Yun calmly responded, Let's just say so. So, how do you plan to handle this? Lai Hai seriously explained, To prevent the Jade Seal from being controlled. Her Majesty has reactivated it. and reopened the heavenly workshop to supplement the black swords for the Jade Seal. Although there are only two, they are enough. Moreover, the Jade Seal is at an altitude of 5,900,000 zhang. No human can reach such a height. The northern family is destined to fail. Hearing this, Li Yun was very curious. Then how do you supplement the black swords? Li Hai coldly replied. Court secrets cannot be revealed. However, you still try to argue? It wouldn't be about using fire essence as fuel, then lifting it up like a rocket, right? Li Hai immediately denied, of course not. In short, what the Lord means is to continue to keep Nocti hanging above. Then we have a formidable weapon, while making it hard for the opponent to achieve their goals. After saying that, he thought to himself, how did he know we would use fire essence? But what is a rocket? Li Yun, looking naive, said, this is indeed the right choice. The opponent is not a scion. They can't fly that high. Hearing this, Li Hai puzzled and wondered, what on earth is this fire saying? Scene change a moment later at the house of the siblings. Li Yun at this moment was in the room asking, are you awake? Let me help you with your hair. Ruli sat with her back to the dressing table and lovingly replied, of course, I'm awake. I don't have the habit of sleepwalking. Li Yun gently brushed his wife's hair. No matter how she slept at night, she always ended up hugging him. And then she would mumble that she really loves him, always loved him, and all that. She quickly denied that statement, saying that it's an exaggeration. Am I really that kind of person? He smiled and replied, well, maybe. Ruli quickly expressed indifference. Even if so, it's just a pretense. Saying such things, but in her heart, she thought, after all, that sleepwalking, it has nothing to do with me. Scene changed to the next morning. The sky was still beautiful and clear. The two of them went outside to enjoy some fresh air. Just heard the news that 4 corpses were found outside the city. Surely it was those people. Hearing this, Li Yun was shocked and asked, corpses? Don't you have to deal with them? Ruli spoke with confidence. Their target is the Lord of the Realm. The one who acted must be you. If you didn't have this little ability, then there's no need to cooperate with you at all. Suddenly, in the garden, there was a noise that caught Li Yun's attention. In the garden were 2 cute cats, one with a slender and graceful figure, and one plump cat radiating cuteness. Ruli asked, is this a reply to the news you sent out previously? Li Yun replied, perhaps so. Then he took the transmission tube and pulled out a neatly rolled up piece of paper. I wonder if this guy Chao Fong has any important information. It's been a long time since I received news from him. Surely he must be very touched. Unfolding the paper, there was nothing but 3 words, not me, with an attached large lump of excrement that left him speechless. Ruli looked at the letter helplessly and said, how can there only be 3 words? He could only force a smile and say, this guy really holds grudges. I still have to bring this up from when I first met him. Recalling a young man standing on the arena with a dignified presence. Back then, Chao Fong led a faction of the army stationed in Fancheng. After hearing the reputation of me, he sent a challenge to the rebel army. If I won, Fancheng would belong to me. He would have no objections. Remembering the moment where Chao Fong stood on the peak, looking towards the city gate, Li Yun continued, but when Chao Fong went to the decisive battle, the rebels directly captured Fancheng. He held the letter in his hand, unable to contain his anger at the lines filled with excuses. Not me. There is a spy infiltrating to respond on my behalf. I will catch him and let my brothers deal with him. Recalling this, Li Yun continued, but I politely wrote a reply to him. From then on, Chao Fong and I forged a grudge and vowed to kill me. He recounted it with great joy, as if it were just a trivial matter. He thought his life was at stake more than hers. Hearing this, Ruli worriedly said, how can you say that? Life shouldn't belong to me. Li Yun joked, he wants my life, but you want Xiao Li Yun's life. It's completely different. He continued, Chao Fong is both an enemy and a friend. Answering a few playful questions is quite normal. While the crowd of rebels will definitely send their warm regards. What he didn't expect was that their letter contained no friendly content, just violent images that were easy to interpret without reading. Li Yun glanced at it and found it displeasing. This looks like a deceptive ploy, which made her quite angry. Taking the opportunity, she remarked, it seems your relationship with the rebels is not all that great. Li Yun at this moment took the letter, saying, you misunderstood. What they mean is to trample the enemy underfoot. This time, it seems they are quite determined. Then he pulled out another letter that was coupled with a transmission tube. There was another piece inside. Ru, curious upon seeing this, asked, "What does it say?" He replied that they had found the enemy's hideout, which was a city in central Bei Huang called Ho. He began to deduce, saying, "So this means Chao Feng was previously in Bei Huang. Perhaps he has already gone there." In Bei Huang, an ancient city with Middle Eastern architectural styles that enhance its splendor. Chao Feng was lurking in the corner, observing others. Did I not see wrong? He furrowed his brow, wondering how the people of Bei Huang had these items. He needed to remind those rascals multiple times. Suddenly, a blonde girl appeared behind him. "Are you Lao Jiazi?" Chao Feng immediately turned around. "Who are you?" She did not answer his question, chuckling. "The divine aura on you shows that Lao Jiazi has been dealt with." Transitioning to night, the city had grown quiet along with the vast desert. At this moment, Chao Feng had been tied to a cross by Shi, not uttering a single word. His mouth was quite stubborn. Then she moved closer. He kept provoking her, saying, "You are the second in the world. You were defeated by me, and I'm not as good as the master, so you are at best just the third." Shi gradually became sinister. "Third, I will take you as a test subject." Chao Feng felt uncomfortable thinking that mentioning the relationship with that scoundrel Li Yunqi brought nothing but trouble. Over here, Hote sat on the throne and said, "I originally thought that the old man could at least withdraw safely, but unexpectedly he was killed." Mu Cha, standing aside, asked, "Master, what should we do next?" He analyzed the situation seriously. "It seems that the matter of La Xin killing Li Yun is also a question mark. Our conversation may have been overheard by him." Ni Dongqin Thuong said, "Does he really have that ability?" "This is precisely our Tian Bak Huang's method." Hote explained that true energy is also a magical tactic, which we have now learned. It's not surprising if the other side learns from us as well. Hearing him say this, Mu Cha guessed that the master had already made preparations. Hote replied, "Of course, earlier I had you all investigate information regarding the emperor and Li Yun. What have you discovered?" One subordinate immediately reported, "It is rumored that the relationship between the emperor and Li Yun is very good." Hearing this, he smiled mysteriously. "Is that so? Even peasant couples will have conflicts, let alone an emperor and a traitor, if he likes to eavesdrop. Then we should take advantage of this to create a rift between them." Ni Dong was still puzzled. "Hote, is it possible that they really love each other like two ordinary people?" Mu Cha then said, "What are you talking about? This is not a fairy tale." Hote felt that anything could happen. "No, there is also that possibility. But if that is the case, it suits my desires even more. Let's proceed with the final plan. Gather the people in the square. I have something to say, you two Dai gang. I hope you can still be as rumored." Scene change at the Imperial Palace as the sun began to set, creating a beautiful evening scene. Suddenly, a worried voice shouted, "La Shun." At this moment, the newlyweds were being affectionate when a loud voice interrupted. "La Shun, you must return to Bei Hong quickly." The noisy sound came from the intelligence network. "I have new intelligence." Li Yun leaned closer to respond. "I am on my way back. What intelligence is there?" "It seems the opponent has a new plan." "You pick up the intelligence piece to listen," the scout at the general report said. The former leader of the rebel army, Li Yun, before he fell, had quietly prepared forces, ready to overthrow Dai Gang at any time and put the emperor under him. Hearing this, Li Yun casually replied, "It seems there's something going on, and it said their relationship is quite good." After saying that, he thought to himself, "What do you mean pressing down on someone? Most of the time, it's me who is on top anyway." On this side, the person revealing the tidbit is Ho Tai. He continuously excited the young couple and added a small piece of news. It is said that before getting involved with the emperor, Li Yun was always with a woman. The two could be described as childhood sweethearts. He kept talking. Moreover, she has an extreme admiration for Li Yun. He can't possibly be with her every second of the day. It seems like Li Yun is her life, which is truly touching. At this moment, Ruli's face darkened as she looked at Li Yun. She worriedly called out to him, "My dear." She frowned and reprimanded. "What nonsense are you talking about? This person is full of nonsense, even if I've never met him. I can feel that he is definitely a criminal. How could Daigon the Emperor be the type of woman like this?" Seeing her so angry, Li Yun gently patted her head and said, "Of course, she can't be that kind of character. She's just a bit stronger than that." Then he cheerfully replied, "Hello, I'm Li Yun. My dear says those things that you have never done." After speaking, he thought to himself, the other party likely guessed it, so there was no need to hide anymore. Hodai became excited upon hearing this. You are Li Yun. I didn't expect your background to be handled by someone. It seems you are quite capable. Li Yun replied calmly. I don't know if I'm capable, but I can probably blow you up. Hodai got angry and shouted, so confident. You're at most on the same level as me. He continued to tease him. I'm sorry, but I indeed have the aura of a main character, which can enhance physical and magical resistance, adding points to my skill tree. Hodai continued to inquire, so this is the strength of hidden powers? The more Li Yun spoke, the more he exaggerated. It's not just that, I also have strength granted by the gods. And all I have to do is shout to freeze time for 5 seconds, just enough to deal with you. Hodai echoed him. You are really impressive. Boasting about yourself doesn't pose any threat to me. After saying that, he secretly laughed. How ridiculous. Anyone would know if you cry. Suddenly, Li Yun changed to a serious tone. People would find insects a threat, right? This statement made Hodai quite annoyed. You are really arrogant, he thought. This guy sounds even more like a villain than I do. He continued, on our side, we have specialized services from cleaning up corpses to dealing with problems. We are all very professional. The other end kept cursing. You really are talking nonsense. Li Yun maintained a very relaxed attitude. No, I genuinely find it enjoyable to mock others. Looking at you, it seems you have never fought like this with anyone before. Before the combat, mocking each other is very normal. At this moment, he lowered his hand and softened his expression, saying, I understand now. This is indeed my flaw. You then said, no way. You actually take what I said as the truth. And a loud bang echoed. His anger reached a peak. He threw the informant's horn to the ground. But inside, a voice still echoed. Hey, are you there? Can't even withstand being thrown onto the internet on Earth. Surely they'd be totally ridiculed to death. Ruli saw that the conversation between Li Yun and the assistant had ended, and she was a bit surprised. Is it really over? Li Yun was still smiling and replied, let's say so, the opponent should be easy to handle. Even though she didn't directly hear this phone call, she could guess part of it. It seems the opponent has no intention of backing down. We can only counterattack. In this moment, Li Yun continued to tease her playfully. No, given your personality, even if the opponent backed down, you wouldn't let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly received a glare from her along with a denial. I am not that kind of person. Returning to the context of Hushi's castle in the desert. Hushi was still sitting on the throne, speaking to Shishi and Amo Cha standing below with an air of complacency. The opponent must have taken the bait. It won't be long before they come to attack us. At this moment, he looked toward Shishi and asked her, how will we handle the Gao foam? Shishi, being asked, happily replied, no less than a top-tier martial artist of Daigon. After the core has infused the chi, the intensity has totally surpassed the previous ones. With the forbidden technique, he has now been completely subdued by us. Upon hearing her, Hushi doubted whether the opponent had captured the wild master for assistance, right? What if we eliminate the wild technique? But Shishi immediately refuted this idea. My forbidden techniques are not traditional wild techniques, but Daigon has always been allied with the southern barbarians. How could there be anyone in the capital skilled in sorcery? At this moment, Babani Dong appeared behind the two of them and announced, Hushi, the preparations have been completed. It's your turn to take the stage. Hushi then asked him about the situation outside, whether the supplies from Tam had been properly arranged. Hearing this, Ni Dong immediately assured him with a sly smile and glint in his eyes. Rest assured, all the elites have been fully equipped. As soon as he said this, he immediately stood up, his expression gradually becoming more serious as he declared loudly. Very good, the plan to destroy Daigon officially begins. The scene shifts to another desert area. Here, besides the scorching heat, there is a gigantic cactus that is several hundred times larger than an average person. For people stand in this place to shield themselves from the sun, but it is still very spacious. After receiving the question, how is it? Na Nanxie reads the paper in hand, calmly answering, preparing to launch a full-scale attack, heading straight for the enemy. Huan Han hears this and says, finally ready to take action. In his heart, he is looking forward to it, but the question is whether he can escape from this neurotic leader. The general, upon hearing this news, appears extremely excited. This time, I finally get to meet Li Yun. I want to blow him up. Na Nanxie can only look at her helplessly. Quickly finishing the content, he says he will personally go into battle. We will gather at the enemy's location in 3 days and eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. Saying that, she falls in a deep thought again, her eyes filled with many things. As long as everything goes smoothly, this chaotic battle should be peaceful. However, there is a feeling that something is not right. In the deep blue sky, the sun still shines brightly as if awaiting the events to come. The scene gradually shifts to a small village in the desert located beneath the ground. The land here is barren, with sparse vegetation. Here, a group of people is being tied up and captured on the ground. Both adults and children are terrified, continuously calling out, "Help, Mom!" In the middle, there is a woman with blonde hair, her face furious, shouting, "You will not die peacefully." Facing this group of captives is a gang of masked individuals, dressed in blue, holding a long sword in hand. The leader gave orders to everyone carelessly. "Take the woman outside. Kill the others." The bald guy heard this and said, "Then we will replace them. The whole village will become the base of our golden family." His brows gradually furrowed. His pupils started to contract. His throat uttered a disgusting thought. Leave the woman to enjoy slowly. The following days would not be lonely. Take action and kill them all. As soon as these words ended, Li Yin suddenly appeared from behind. After hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You think that's a good idea?" His appearance surprised them a bit. "Where are the guards outside the village? How did the people outside come in?" Li Yun, still very cheerful, pointed in one direction and pretended to ask, "You mean them? They have all been buried well." It turns out that all the guards outside had been taken care of by Li Yun. Their entire bodies were buried under layers of sand, with only their bruised faces showing the wounds. Realizing the situation, they immediately reacted. After a scream, they rushed to attack him. Li Yun didn't rush him like a moth to a flame, but used stones to fight back. 3 stones hit the faces of these 3 guys perfectly. As expected, before they could do anything, they were knocked down. The leader also fell down, and he began to acknowledge, "The skills of the great fighter are indeed good. A remote place like this is still discovered by you." We lose, convinced and speechless. At this moment, Li Yun had a strangely gloomy expression. He was fiddling with a stone while speaking. "What are you all talking about? Who knows your plans?" Han was immediately astonished upon hearing him say that. "Aren't you here on purpose?" Li Yun smiled and explained, "I just passed by on my way. I heard that there are some local specialties here, so I came in to buy a little for my wife." While Li Yun was handling things on this side, Lai Hai was still standing by the train waiting for him to return. When Li Yun came back, he was carrying a large bag. He had a bright smile on his face. "Xiao Chun, thank you for intentionally giving this to me." However, before this thank you, Lai Hai appeared somewhat displeased. "You've stopped more than 10 times on the way here. Do you want to go to Bei Huang or not?" Hearing that, he immediately explained, "Isn't it because of your majesty? You can count for yourself. The dried grapes here are very famous." Even though Li Yun said that, Lai Hai still had a stern, cold face like an old man. "Although it was for the purpose of offering to your majesty, the train is already packed full because of you." No matter how much Lai Hai showed his dissatisfaction, Li Yun remained optimistic and argued, "It's your majesty who stuffed too much food for me. The national treasury is almost empty." In the end, he didn't argue back, and they had to bring this matter back to the main topic. Lai Hai held up a piece of paper and said, "We don't have time to waste anymore." According to reports from the detective, the uncle of the Lac Nan city guards has been taken over by the Golden family. Moreover, there is someone there who is very familiar to you. Hearing this, Li Yun immediately asked who it was. The Soul Snatcher's Iron Claw. On the paper was an image of a man with white hair wearing a black eye patch on one side. After finishing their conversation, they set off together, with the train rushing past rows of trees. Inside the train compartment, Lai Hai continued, "The Soul of Fire was once the deputy leader of the rebel army, ranking above officials. It is said that he single-handedly captured a fortress. His strength is very close to yours." Clearly, the achievement of the Soul of Fire is impressive, but Li Yun was not surprised. He even smiled with somewhat contemptuous demeanor. "The Soul of Fire?" Seeing his contemptuous attitude toward the enemy, Lai Hai immediately scolded. "What are you laughing at? That person is still following your orders." Li Yun replied calmly upon hearing that, "It's a pity. Human nature is the most complex thing in this world. Even if he acts against me, it's nothing strange." Contrasting with Li Yun's relaxed expression, Lai Hai appeared quite worried. Furthermore, he had also recruited quite a few rebels before. If he turns against us directly, we'll have an additional powerful enemy. At this moment, Li Yun became serious. You are not wrong. The soul of fire's strength is not something you can imagine. He saw the expression of confusion on Li Yun's face and became panicked. Even you say so. Is he that dangerous? Li Yun replied, the current situation is extremely urgent. You all temporarily do not need to take action. Wait for me to find him and talk first. After traveling by train for some time, they finally arrived at the wild hunting grounds. At this moment, Li Yun stood with his arms crossed on a solitary achievement. I thought about the rebellious army infiltrating the Golden Family, but I never expected it to be this person. As he looked down, his gaze unexpectedly bumped into someone, catching him off guard. What a coincidence. Below, 3 young men were walking on the road, and the blue-haired man said, Fire Soul Boss. I heard that he had once defeated that leader while still in the rebel army, and then he received feedback. Of course, at this moment, Fire Soul was speaking with immense pride. I merely discussed with him. Though in the end, I won, but had to pay the price of losing an eye. The two of them became excited upon hearing this. The brown-haired guy praised. As expected of Fire Soul, it seems this new day truly belongs to the unparalleled. Li Yun had now appeared before them, and he quickly interrupted their conversation. What a coincidence. This saves me the effort of searching for you. Li Yun cheerfully waved his hand. It had been a long time since he last saw Fire Soul, but contrary to him, Fire Soul showed immense surprise, even a hint of worry. The brown-haired man, upon seeing Li Yun, immediately grew furious and questioned. Who are you? Don't go pulling tricks on us. The blue-haired man added, Boss, we are not people you can address directly. Not wanting his subordinates to keep blabbering, Fire Soul quickly corrected himself. Don't be disrespectful. I didn't expect you to come here personally. Li Yun, the leader. The moment those words left his mouth, the 2 underlings froze in place. Both of them, without prior agreement, had the same thought. He is indeed the rebel leader Li Yun. No wonder he seems familiar with the boss. After observing him for a while, the 2 momentarily had the thought, he doesn't seem very strong. Did he come here, seeking revenge on the boss? Fire Soul's expression tightened as he said, It seems today we cannot avoid a battle. But there are many people here. It's not suitable for a fight. Let's change places. Li Yun agreed cheerfully upon hearing this. He turned to glance at his subordinates and reminded them. You all retreat. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. They could only respond in unison. Yes, boss. While Li Yun went to meet Fire Soul, Lai Hai over here was also quite busy. A man holding documents approached and spoke up. Here are the intelligence reports collected about Fire Soul. As he picked it up and began to read, he had to exclaim, What? This guy is even more terrifying than I imagined. The more he read in detail, the more panicked he became, with the ability to create earthquakes, instantly destroying everything. Once surrounded by the 10 great masters, in the end, they all perished in battle. And without any weapons to leave the mountain during the march, what kind of monster is this? The scene shifted to a mountainous area filled with tall, green trees. Li Yun stood on a green lawn together with the fire spirit. He spoke first, Let's go this way. At that moment, the fire spirit's eyes began to shine, with a voice that echoed to the sky. Leader Li Yun. Then there was a loud noise, but it wasn't a fight. It was the fire spirit kneeling on the ground. He actually bowed down before Li Yun, his voice revealing a considerable amount of respect. I remember the day I wanted to die. This path is dirty as usual. Let me help you clean it. Li Yun, without hesitation, immediately asked him, Fire Spirit, earlier you scared the great masters. To let them know that the rebels aren't just me, so you deliberately exaggerated about us. It's obvious how strong our rebel group is. Do you still remember? Hearing this, the Fire Spirit laughed. Leader, I remember everything. This is all thanks to the organization's training. I don't deserve any credit. At this moment, Li Yun looked down at him, curiously asking, What happened to your eyes? Are you blind? Upon hearing this, the Fire Spirit quickly pulled off his blindfold to reveal 2 perfectly normal eyes. At this moment, he explained that I wore the blindfold just to tell stories more conveniently. Li Yun smiled and continued to ask more questions. How did you join the Golden Family to help them do evil? Upon hearing this, he quickly clarified, Heaven is my witness. I joined the Golden family purely to steal their money. I have always adhered to the rebels' principles and have never done any evil deed. Li Yun found it hard to believe and looked at him, questioning. Not doing any deeds? How could they trust you? The fire spirit chuckled and explained, I'm very afraid of dying, so I can't possibly go and commit violent acts. That's why I primarily help them monitor someone called Patriarch by Huang. This person isn't dangerous. Seeing this, Li Yun felt helpless. That job is far more dangerous than fighting and killing. But what you mean is that you can find Patriarch by Huang. The fire spirit confidently replied, Of course I can. She is currently hiding in this city. I pretended not to see her. So far, there has been no conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Yun, with an indifferent expression, made an offer that felt coercive. Take me to meet her. The fire spirit immediately agreed. No problem. But leader, could you help me with one thing? There are many little brothers in the city who saw us come here. Going out like this would be a bit awkward. Li Yun felt helpless upon hearing this. What do you mean? At this moment, the scene was still very peaceful, just like at the very beginning. But just a second later, a loud rumble could be felt as if shaking the very heavens. The two disciples following the fire spirit were astonished and broadened their horizons. In their hearts, they secretly believed that the battle of the masters was terrifying. After everything was done, the fire spirit continued to play his role. Not bad. The leader has improved a lot. He proudly told his disciple. We're just having a brief discussion, although I still have the upper hand. But after all, we are old comrades. So I decided to have the new rebel army I established break away from the Golden family, with the former leader Li Yun taking over as the new leader. They naively cheered, Long live Brother Lu Hun, long live leader Li Yun, while secretly admiring how straightforward Brother Lu Hun is. At this point, Li Yun spoke up. The matter has been resolved. You should take me to meet Lord Bak Hong. Then the scene shifted to a large city with an incredibly ancient beauty. Li Yun was now standing opposite Li Na to have a conversation. Upon seeing her, he said, You look much better than before. Li Na replied, I was injured before, but now I've almost completely recovered. You've come here this time to confront the guards directly, right? Hearing her point out his intentions, Li Yun got straight to the main issue. That's right, I hope you can assist me. But first, I have a question I would like you to clarify. She curiously asked back, What question? Li Yun began to adopt a serious demeanor, his eyes showing intense focus, then cautiously asked, What is your purpose? I feel uneasy if it's not made clear. After all, you're not a minor character. Li Na seemed a bit doubtful and uneasy about this young man. Is there a guarantee you won't speak outside? He smiled upon hearing this and honestly admitted, I can't. I won't hide anything from you, my lady. Li Na continued, This is much more reassuring than what you said. I just want to restore the core. Then hide it away. It's too dangerous. Li Yun was a bit puzzled. You've all been saying that core power is the breakthrough limit. Could you explain a bit more clearly? Her expression turned serious. Her voice carrying a more mystical tone. The so-called breakthrough limit is actually a change in the body's meridians. Then Li Na earnestly held a sheet of notes and spoke directly to Li Yun. Although you might not understand, this is the legendary holy body of our North Emperor. Looking at the detailed images, those who strive diligently can't even achieve a fraction. But through core power, one can forcefully modify their meridians to this form. Li Yun thought to himself, Isn't this just a diagram of meridians in medicine? Seeing him silent in contemplation, Li Na straightforwardly asked, What's wrong? He smiled and then foolishly remarked, I just feel that someone with your physical potential must be very beautiful when grown up. Then he regained his serious demeanor and asked, Has anyone practiced this before? Could it be that someone crossed over before me? Isn't this the physical constitution of Earthlings? Li Na explained, In my opinion, there hasn't been any. This diagram is probably a research result, and the core is used to break the limits. She confidently proposed a condition. I've heard that someone with this kind of physical constitution can achieve immortality. If you help me retrieve the core, I'll help you give it a try. Li Yun realized her intentions. I don't need to live that long. I will live as long as my wife lives. Then he closed his eyes in contemplation. I truly am cursed by that old emperor. Now I have to help his family reform. I, Li Yun, was once wise, yet I must become a beast of burden for Ru Li. Then he smiled and continued to ask, Is that who she capable of becoming a saint in your words? Li Na denied, for now, it is impossible, but he seems to be planning to achieve his goal through the path of talent by means, for example, using blood sacrifice. Then she firmly said, so we need to quickly deal with him. Through this battle, he has devoured quite a bit of blood energy. If this continues, it will only help him grow stronger. This matter should not be delayed. We must set out immediately to crush the threat in the water realm. The next morning, all three were present in the desert, which was nothing but land, with barren stones and dry skeletons. Li Yan cautiously advised, there is still a distance to cover. Let's first discuss our battle strategy. But then he began to mention strange strategies, along with a confident smile, which left both Li Na and Lai Hai puzzled. I will meet you at the rendezvous point outside. At that moment, Lai Hai casually made his way in through the center, while I advanced from behind. And finally, the four of us joined forces to directly destroy Tui Tin. At this point, a group of people passing by caught the attention of all three. Li Yan was surprised. Who were those people? Lai Hai looked at them and replied, Bei Huang refugees, amidst the ongoing war. For the common folks, fleeing to Dai Gan might be the best option. But it seemed Li Yan realized something. He had some doubts, didn't he? But this feeling, Li Na, standing behind, reminded the two, speed is of the essence. We should hurry and eliminate the Golden Clan. At the same time, a man was lurking under a giant cactus, observing silently. She used binoculars to seriously observe everything from a distance. In the urban neighborhood, a desolate emptiness appeared. She was surprised to see the citizens gathering in a very large number. It was strange. Why were the people all concentrated in the square? At this moment, Li Yan approached cheerfully to greet her. Hello, startling Xie as she turned to look. He waved his hand in a friendly manner against the backdrop of Li Na and Lai Hai, who both frowned disapprovingly. Been a while, hasn't it? Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light appeared. A sudden attack struck. The boss gave him a knockback with a powerful punch right to the face. Like a boy's move. Li Yan still smiled and continued speaking, Good to see you. The boss joyously laughed, confirming, Ha ha ha, not dead, it's definitely Li Yan this time. He then introduced everyone to each other. This is Lady Li Na, the best human friend Lai Hai, an enthusiastic swordsman, a challenger against the tyrant. Smart Windmaster and the accidental Lady Xie. Lai Hai, after hearing this, felt vexed. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, it felt like an insult. Li Na agreed. I feel the same way. Li Yan smiled. What's the situation? Xie recounted that all the beings were gathered in the square, not knowing what they were planning to do. He took out the binoculars to verify, somewhat puzzled. How long have they been there? Xie replied, They were like that when we arrived, at least half a day. After listening, Li Yan's face immediately darkened. He frowned, which was not appropriate. You all wait here. I will investigate a bit. Saying that, he quickly dashed away, nimbly jumping between the towering buildings from one side to the other. As he flew over, he thought the heat was so high, and there was no ice to cool this place. Li Yan began to suspect, how could ordinary people stand still outside for half a day without moving? Just as he finished his train of thought, he landed on the ground, and a group of people suddenly appeared vividly before his eyes. But Li Yan's expression looked extremely angry at them. He glared furiously. That damned Hushi. Looking at the dry corpses gaping in the heat, he deeply hated. The blood of the whole city is on his hands. Then he remembered the strange man from earlier. Not good. The scent from earlier had also been used by Ruli. That was a luxury item. It was very common for emperors to use. But how could the refugees use such perfume? Suddenly, Li Yan thought of their plan. Could it be that they were pretending to be refugees to enter the capital city? At this moment, a group of people standing on a high cliff looked down at the capital city and sighed. It is truly a beautiful city. The man from earlier revealed himself and declared, Only this place is worthy of the sovereign. Before the city gate, a series of soldiers shouted loudly while holding weapons, ready to die. They charged in to fight the enemy with fierce fighting spirit, kill, swearing to fight to protect Dai Gan, protect the capital. Elder Jia commanded the army with a fierce voice, preparing to use the harmonious weapons. No matter how strong they would not be able to withstand it. As the command was just conveyed, powerful attacks from the artillery aimed straight at our troops. A loud explosion rang out, and countless soldiers were injured and killed by the blast. The enemy forces saw this and laughed smugly, with no intention of stopping. Elder Jia was worried and astonished. How could the barbarian man tribe have Daigon weapons? On the battlefield at this moment, corpses lay everywhere, and soldiers gradually weakened from bomb injuries. The scene of death and loss on the battlefield was truly tragic. At this moment, in the tent, ominous auras radiated from a certain tent. Hushi sat confidently in the chair, intently watching the blue beam of light that the hairpin emitted. Very good, very good. His face displayed a malicious expression, filled with cunning ambition. Just a little more, as long as the core can be treated, I will become an immortal being, truly unbeatable. Ma Tra and Ni Dong stood beside him, worriedly urging, if the master continues to prolong like this, it will be difficult for us to achieve our goal. If Daigon sends troops, we will quickly fall into a besieged situation. Hushi, still filled with confidence, assured, don't worry. Our siege outside the city is also part of the plan. Just slowly drain the life force from the battlefield. Inside the city, it's all up to those two. Dong at this moment objected. Staying outside the city, the opponent will definitely start using the Jade token to attack us. Isn't that just wanting to fail at the last moment? Is it really worth doing this? Hushi questioned him back suspiciously. Are you soft-hearted? Dong answered loudly. Soft-hearted? This is the entire elite we've got. If we lose these people, we'll never have a way to turn things around if we fail. But with his evil nature, Hushi still did not give up on his scheme and started reasoning. The situation is too small. Sometimes we need to gamble everything. Those fighting on the battlefield are regarded with disdain by him. He calls them lives of ants. Hushi's eyes were full of malice, self-righteously imposing. Isn't it very worth it to transform into a divine true body? On the court side, as the sun gradually rose, the court began to get busy. The officials lined up to report, humbly informing the emperor. For now, taking a step back is the best strategy. Other officials rebutted upon hearing this. You traitor. The danger now is much greater than when the rebels were causing chaos. How could we run away? Old Su saw that things were getting messy and intervened. There's no need to argue. His Majesty has a keen judgment. These foolish Northern Emperor forces are not worth fearing. At this moment, Ruli spoke up to correct them. Indeed, they are foolish, but their foolishness is excessive. The capital may be the imperial city of Daigon, but it is also the central hub of the entire Daigon region. Although temporarily besieged, if reinforcements arrive, they will be surrounded from behind, ensuring their complete annihilation. Upon hearing this, the officials bowed in unison and declared, Your Majesty is wise. We only need to hold our ground and wait for the martial consort to return and defend the throne. The Northern Emperor's petty forces are nothing to fear. At this moment, Ruli firmly held an edict and stated, daring to advance straight into the capital. They are truly courageous, and I must admire that. However, instead of launching a decisive assault to achieve their objective quickly, they are now merely courting defeat at the final moment. As the decree ended, Elder Hua stroked his beard and said, If the enemy is focusing their forces outside the city, then we should use the Imperial Seal to eliminate them and show them the divine might of Daigon. The other officials burst into laughter and agreed. A brilliant idea. But Ruli added, However, there is another possibility. Elder Hua, confused, asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? She explained, the enemy may have a different goal. They do not care if their entire army is wiped out. This siege is merely a means for them to achieve their true objective. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside the door, interrupting the conversation. This put everyone on high alert as they turned their heads in alarm. Then, a powerful explosion shattered the door, startling the officials. Ruli furrowed her brows in anger and said, Their audacity knows no bounds. On the other side, Shishi and Gao Feng emerged from the billowing smoke. She leisurely remarked, So this is the place? Luxurious architecture, numerous guards, there's no mistake. She confidently put forth her condition. So, little Emperor's sister, would you like to come along for a trip? As soon as she finished speaking, an attack shot towards her, but she quickly noticed it. With a flash of light and a few sharp sounds, Shishi swiftly neutralized the attack. Gao Feng stepped forward to shield her, allowing her to mock confidently. Oh, so there are still a few decent fighters left in the capital. Standing before them were two imposing martial masters. General Chu and Yun Jie held their weapons, ready for battle. Your Majesty, please activate Yu Jie immediately. Leave these two to us. At this moment, deep within a mountainous forest, the fresh air lingered as the sun neared its peak. A small golden-haired beast boy tirelessly dragged an enormous wooden cart along the rugged paths. Using all his strength, he struggled to pull the cart forward. Amidst his exhaustion, he noticed Toussaint standing in the distance, smiling. He slumped to the ground, panting and whining. Finally, I made it. Hey, you guys, are you trying to kill me? My life is a life too, you know. Toussaint then pulled out a large bone and held it out in front of the boy. You've worked hard. Here, have this bone. It's a treat. Smiling, he held a jade pendant and explained, I also wanted to get there quickly. Unfortunately, the initial method to control Yujie is no longer effective. There's no way to awaken Yujie. Hearing this, the golden-haired beast boy asked in confusion, Then what should we do next? Toussaint pointed to the sky and said, Man proposes, but heaven disposes. We can only hope that the Northern Wasteland forces accomplish their task. Back at the Imperial City, the clear blue sky and warm sunlight bathed everything in golden light. However, in stark contrast to the peaceful scenery, the palace was embroiled in a deadly standoff as Yuan Jie shouted, Gao Feng, get a hold of yourself. Zhang Hu also spoke up. That useless Northern Wasteland must have used forbidden magic to control him. Upon hearing this, Shishi sneered. That's right, he is now my loyal dog. If I tell him to rob, he robs. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Jie and Zhang Hu leaped forward, so fast that only the sound of their attacks remained on the ground. The two of them attacked Gao Feng from both sides. However, he effortlessly blocked their attacks with his bare hands. With a burst of power, his eyes turned black, and his pupils contracted, making his face appear even more terrifying. Gao Feng let out a roar, his entire body radiating a powerful force that sent Yuan Jie and Zhang Hu flying. As the oppressive force weighed down on him, Zhang Hu furrowed his brows, then pulled out a large stone and hurled it directly at Gao Feng. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing Gao Feng in an overwhelming surge of energy. After a few seconds, as the energy dissipated, Gao Feng stood firm amidst the swirling smoke. Seeing this, Yuan Jie and Zhang Hu gasped in astonishment. This presence, it's terrifying that it's appearing again. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was puzzled. Appearing again? When was the last time? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jie fell into silence, recalling a past moment, when they faced the rebel leader, Li Yun. Shishi was floating behind, witnessing the scene just now. She sneered and said, Not bad, not bad. The two of you surviving, that means you have some skills. Zhang Hu frowned and said, Even including you, the two of us can still hold you back. Let's go. Outwardly, he said that, but inside, he thought we need to buy time. Once His Majesty escapes to a safe place and activates the Imperial Seal, the situation can be turned around. Shishi widened her pale eyes and responded, A game this interesting? Of course, I want to join. But your only opponent is me. After saying that, she gave an order, Good dog, bring the Empress to me. Upon hearing this, Chao Feng immediately dashed forward, moving so fast that Zhang Hu and Yuan Jie couldn't react in time. They turned around in panic, looking at him with growing concern. This is bad. We can't let him get close to His Majesty. However, to prevent them from focusing on Chao Feng, Shishi launched an attack straight at the two of them. A force like a whirlwind surged toward them, but luckily, they dodged just in time. She smirked and said, Didn't you understand me? Your only opponent is me. I'll teach you a good lesson. Zhang Hu's face darkened. Dark arts? What a nuisance. Meanwhile, the Empress was rushing toward the location to activate the Imperial Seal under the protection of two guards. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as the door of a room burst open, sending shards flying in all directions. One of the guards shouted anxiously, Arrogant scoundrel! Stop right now! Chao Feng stood firmly, his fists clenched, staring at them with a blank expression. Seeing this, the two guards fired continuously at him while shouting, Protect Her Majesty! Kill him! However, Chao Feng was like an iron fortress. Every bullet aimed at him failed to cause even the slightest pain. Then, he charged straight at the two guards, ignoring the bullets raining down on him. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed in front of him, making him pause for a moment. The light was like a sharp blade, slashing his arm and drawing blood. Ruli gripped her sword tightly, exuding determination. Her sharp eyes locked onto Chao Fong. I didn't expect this sword to still be useful. The two guards were astonished, looking at Ruli in disbelief and whispering, "Your Majesty." She pointed her sword at Chao Fong, her expression grave. "Good. At least I managed to wound him a little." As she swung her sword, she thought to herself, "But if this continues, I'll be stuck in a deadlock." Wherever the energy struck, blood followed. But this only made her more anxious, and her attacks grew weaker. Ruli stared at him seriously, her heart filled with worry. This is bad. The sword's energy is almost depleted. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. So noisy. The unexpected voice startled everyone. A young girl in blue robes stepped out, holding a chicken drumstick. It was Lu Shui. She spoke indifferently. "Can I eat in peace?" As she spoke, she pointed the drumstick at Chao Fong. Seeing this scene, Ruli and the two guards felt helpless. "Luxu. Of course. This is the Imperial kitchen, and she's always here sneaking food." Lu Shui tilted her head, looking at Chao Fong with countless question marks floating above her. Strange, his aura feels really weird. Back in the grand hall, Zheng Hu and Yun Jie lay defeated on the ground. The hall was filled with smoke and debris, shattered tiles and rubble scattered everywhere. Shishi stood there, smirking at them with contempt. She sneered, "Don't end it yet. I'm not done playing." Hearing a sound, she turned toward it in surprise. "Oh, you've returned?" Chao Fong stood in front of her, carrying a sack over his shoulder, his face expressionless. Seeing this, she grinned smugly. "Very good, but it doesn't matter if she escaped. Let's just proceed with our plan." Zheng Hu lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered, clenching his teeth in frustration. He thought bitterly, so close to victory, yet we failed. She reached out her hand toward the sack. "Little Empress, don't be nervous. We're not planning to take your life just yet." Suddenly, a powerful punch landed squarely on her face, making her cry out in pain. It was a punch from Chao Fong. The force of it sent her flying into a pillar, causing it to crack. She was slammed into the wall, dust and debris filling the air. Her face swelled, and she muttered in disbelief, "Impossible! My dark arts lost their effect." Chao Fong stood firm like a mountain. Seeing this, she thought, could it be that his increased power shortened my control over him? She reassured herself, "No problem. I've already implanted the parasite inside him. If I cast my spell again, I can still control him." With that thought, she began chanting her dark magic. A surge of energy burst forth from her body and instantly rushed into Chao Fong, once again putting him under control. At this moment, a layer of dark sorcery enveloped Chao Fong. His face tensed up, and his deep black eyes were hollow and unfathomable. Suddenly, a voice came from the sack beside Chao Fong. "That strange aura is coming again." The voice continued, "Begone!" As soon as the words were spoken, the dark sorcery surrounding him instantly dissipated, and one of his pitch-black eyes returned to normal. The sight before her left Shishi utterly shocked. Southern barbarian witchcraft? Does the great can still have such a master? With a swoosh, a figure shot out from the sack. Lu Shui landed lightly in front of Chao Fong and proudly introduced herself. "The #1 master of the great Can Me." Hearing this, Shishi floated up, casting dark sorcery with both hands, forming glowing rings in midair. She sneered coldly, "Then I just need to get rid of you." She launched an attack toward Chao Fong and Lu Shui, shouting, "Dark sorcery, sealing heaven blade." Chao Fong punched the ground forcefully, driving his fist deep into the earth. Using sheer strength, he lifted a massive chunk of earth and hurled it up, creating a barrier in front of them. The large rock completely blocked Shishi's attack. Amidst the thick dust, only Lu Shui's silhouette remained. The two of them seemed to be staring directly at each other. Seeing this, Shishi was stunned. She thought to herself, "Why is there only one person left? Where is Chao Fong?" At that moment, Chao Fong suddenly appeared behind her with a grim expression. Sensing the gaze from behind, she was startled. Chao Fong struck her down with a powerful punch, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Seeing this, Zheng Hu was overjoyed and thought to himself, "It's over." Shishi lay motionless on the ground, her body buried in the dirt, unable to move. Slowly raising her face, she muttered, "Clever. You didn't dare to confront me head-on, so you resorted to an ambush from behind." Standing before her, Chao Fong spoke. Give up resisting. You know better than I do how powerful this body has become. I don't kill women. Consider yourself lucky. Outside the imperial palace was a dark, gloomy sky. The palace had grown silent, making people feel uneasy. In the grand hall, Chao Feng looked at Shi Shi and gently spoke. You have lost. The Empress has activated the Imperial Jade Seal. Upon hearing this, Shi Shi sneered mockingly, as if she didn't take Chao Feng's words to heart. Chao Feng asked in surprise, What are you laughing at? A deep suspicion appeared in his eyes. As Chao Feng questioned her, she replied, The master is finally going to fulfill the wish. Sunlight poured down on the tower, illuminating it and making it look brilliant. Inside the tower, the guards were reporting to Ruli. Reporting to your majesty, the enemy forces are retreating to the east, 10 miles from the capital. At that moment, Ruli stood on the podium in front of the Imperial Jade Seal, gripping the key tightly, her gaze resolute as she spoke. We can no longer allow the Daigone soldiers to sacrifice themselves. She inserted the key into the lock, softly stating, Activate the Imperial Jade Seal. At the same time, in the distant universe, the Imperial Jade Seal responded to the command, emitting dazzling light. At this moment, a powerful energy radiated from the sky, shining brightly. The soldiers on the battlefield were all astonished as they saw it. One of the soldiers asked, What is that? Suddenly, a strong force pressed down, preventing the soldiers from standing firm. They exclaimed in shock, unable to move their bodies. What was this invisible oppression? Attacks rained down from the sky like meteors, accompanied by golden, lightning bolts. The shells fell straight down toward the camp, and the soldiers on the ground looked up in astonishment. Someone shouted, Your Excellency, but it was also lost in concentration. The blinding light suddenly engulfed them. The artillery shell landed, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire camp, from afar, at the palace of Ruli. She was standing by the window, looking towards the explosion, when a soldier approached from behind, reporting, Your Majesty, the target has been accurately hit. She frowned, feeling at ease. Everything would end now, but suddenly a distant light flickered. That light shot straight back up into the sky, surprising Ruli as it leapt toward the Imperial Jade Seal. At the same time, in a forest on the mountain, a small yellow-haired creature was sitting cross-legged on a huge cannon, happily looking into the distance and saying, It was a hit. My cannon here is the best. Then he turned to his companion with a bright smile and said, Cut the tether. I'm heading down the mountain quickly. I'm too hungry. The figure beside him, Tam, smiled in response. Hold on for a moment. We still have more crucial tasks. I hope that little Bei Huang can buy us enough time. On the other side, a group of 3, who Shi and his companions, had just arrived at the ravaged scene. The 3, Ere Dong spoke up, Your Excellency, the buyer indeed fulfilled their promise. We should proceed to the next step. Hu Shi smiled with satisfaction, slightly smug, and said, I wonder what that fiend has in mind. Although I don't trust him, he indeed has some skills. Then Hu Shi raised his hand, casting a magical spell. The core of everyone around him was enveloped by a dazzling wave of magical energy. At the same time, at the mouth of a deep pit in the ground, smoke was rising thickly, and the pit seemed bottomless. A flash of green light, resembling Hu Shi's magical aura, suddenly shot up from beneath. It shot straight up into the sky as if searching for its master, and then landed in Hu Shi's hands. He exclaimed, Finally, it's in my hands. In the palm of Hu Shi was an ancient stone inscribed with symbols, radiating blinding light. A man standing behind said, Your Excellency, today has finally come. It was worth the wait of over a decade. A beam of green light enveloped the stone, with the 2 halves of the stone seemingly being pulled closer until they naturally fused together. Hu Shi held the core in his palm, grinning with pride, his handsome face radiating cunning. The stone had merged into the flesh of his hand. Hu Shi rejoiced, and next, he only needed to follow the contents in the ancient book. He urged the core to complete the ritual, and his body would immediately become the legendary holy body of the great emperor. Suddenly, an attack flew toward Hu Shi's group from behind. An earth-shattering explosion, smoke and fire raged. Chao Feng, carrying a smoking cannon on his shoulder, frowned and said, That was quick. Accompanying him is General True. As the smoke gradually cleared, Hu Shi's group quickly erected a barrier around them, blocking the attack. He saw the attacker and immediately spoke. Chao Fong, you managed to break the seal. It seems she's been dealt with. How does it feel to have your body modified by the core? Chao Fong's face was flushed with anger as he retorted, I must thank your ancestors for modifying my body. You think that just that trick can control me for life, he thought angrily. Forging a relationship with Li Yin Kuan was not a good thing after all. Through the dust, Dong teased. Do you like to tease? It seems you've made a mistake. As soon as he finished, Hushi suddenly leaped out of nowhere, launching a powerful punch at Chao Fong. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, God will never create a man stronger than you. Chao Fong's face was drenched in sweat, filled with horror. I had become indifferent. This person was too strong. At this moment, Chao Fong knelt before Hushi. He was very pleased to see this. Mortals are ultimately just mortals. Now that I have obtained the core of the entire process, no one in this world can stop me. Hearing this, the general said, perhaps no mortal can stop you, but there are some people we have long considered not to be human. He emphasized each word to let him know what respect is. I referred to him as Jixian, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a foot kicked straight into Hushi's face. The person was none other than Li Yun, who with just one kick sent him flying several meters away. After delivering the blow, he stood with his hands on his hips, smiling and asking, Does my foot smell? How dare you come here to disturb my old lady? After resolving this side, Li Yun turned to ask the general how he was doing. He was currently helping Chao Fong to stand up, saying, You're still alive, so let me handle them. On Hushi's side, his subordinates began to worry, but he remained arrogant, saying, I don't need you to help. This level of attack can't hurt me. Li Yun sarcastically said, Your head is hard, and your face is thick. It's my mistake to attack the strongest defense. Hearing this, Hushi frowned and angrily scolded. You think I will be provoked by a sneak attack? You are not even qualified. He touched the bruised spot and muttered, This feeling seems somewhat familiar. Hearing this, Li Yun chuckled to himself, lifting his foot to mock, Sorry, I accidentally stepped in camel dung. I can't be blamed for this. Who told your people to have such poor environmental protection? Hushi raised his hand to rub his head and scolded, You fool. Then he frowned seriously and said, Today is a good day for me. I now have a complete core, and no one can oppose me. Li Yun provocatively replied, Are you stroking your hair? But your hands are covered in dung, and then you rub your head. I can't compare to such arrogance. He was humiliated and even angrier. In the face of absolute power, whatever you say is just barking like a dog. I've decided. Before the night, I will cripple you and then humiliate your empress in front of you. Suddenly, Dong spoke from behind, saying, I heard she is the most beautiful woman in the world. That experience must be wonderful. He expressed his interest, saying, My lord likes the wives of others the most. Please let me be the first to enjoy. Seeing this lecherous man, the guard disdainfully said, Be careful. And before he could finish, a grenade flew straight into Dong's chest. The one who threw it was none other than Li Yun. He hadn't understood what was happening and began to tremble. What is going on? Li Yun said with a fierce aura, I didn't expect to be so easily provoked. You dared to touch my Ruli. Saying this, he crushed the piece of meat, and immediately the young man died on the spot. At this moment, Li Yun turned back with a fierce gaze, threatening, Now it's your turn. A man standing outside witnessed the entire incident and felt a bit worried. What just happened was terrifyingly powerful. Standing behind him, he wanted to stop the boss, but the Lord was still able to laugh and joke. The guard laughed arrogantly, saying, Very good, very good. Let's kill each other to the end. Seeing this, the man was frightened and thought, This is the first time I've seen the Lord like this. This is not a battle I can interfere in. I should retreat. Just as he turned to leave, the guard coldly spoke. Where do you think you're going? Are you planning to run away already? The man, sweating and worried, said, My lord, I didn't mean to. I just don't want to disturb the day of battle. Not letting him abandon him, the guard walked over and put his arm around him. He began to utter threats. You know, the 7 stars are very important to me, each and every one of you. Saying this, he subtly glided his hand to look at Li Yun as if hinting at something. And as a result, they were taken away one by this group of people. After that, he hugged an old man and whispered in his ear, The old man is the professor who taught me to read and was a friend since childhood. At this moment, he began to manipulate the old man's feelings. Well, you always treated me like family. Hearing this made the old man a bit moved. He said with tears in his eyes, At the time when I was at my wit's end, it was the master who saved me, just like my parents reborn me. After speaking, he patted the old man's shoulder hard. The seal on his hand also glowed. So do one thing for me. Without any hesitation, the old man said while shedding tears, I am willing to shed blood and give my life for the master. Immediately after, the two embraced tightly, offering their lives. The old man now looked at the other man without any kindness and uttered 2 words, farewell. Before leaving, the old man said his last words, family is the most important to me. Li Yun saw this and clapped, marveling at how he had brainwashed him to the point of having no regard for his own life. The hand-holder scolded with a grim face, his skin glowing, his eyes shining at this moment. I want you to keep your mouth shut forever. Li Yun raised a friendly finger in provocation. I am a person who loves cleanliness and has a sense of environmental protection, so I will make you disappear without a trace. The hand-holder smiled wickedly, grabbing his collar. Then he took off his robe and threw it aside, switching to a more streamlined outfit. In the next moment, without saying much, both of them teleported and jumped up, their powers clashing against each other. Both rushed into a fierce battle, hitting from one side to the other. The blows shook the surroundings, hitting from the ground and then jumping into the sky. Li Yun was extremely energetic, continuously striking towards the hand-holder. But both were evenly matched, he easily blocked them. This time it was his turn to attack. He began to unleash a series of strikes towards Li Yun. Li Yun replaced it with a spray. Fortunately, that burst of power only grazed past his face. Replacing, Li Yun decided to hit him hard on the head. The hand-holder quickly fell to the ground. He had no way to block it. Falling to the ground, he had to maintain a very sturdy stance. At the same time, Li Yun also landed opposite him. The hand-holder, still fearless, confidently said, let me show you this. Then, on his hand, he summoned a strange magic circle. This caught Li Yun's attention. He looked to see what he would do next. Now there was not just one magic circle, but countless other magic circles appearing as well. The hand-holder's face was now filled with confidence. Without any unnecessary movements, he swung his hand, unleashing an attacking force towards Li Yun. Seeing this, Li Yun remained very calm, his face emotionless as he looked at the power rushing towards him. When that power was about to hit him, at that moment he jumped up lightly. The hand-holder seized the opportunity when Li Yun was not paying attention and created another magic circle on his hand. Immediately after, he threw that magic circle towards him again. Seeing this, Li Yun silently thought, the opportunity has come. Next, he lifted his foot to kick that magic circle, as if pushing the hand before that circle back to attack him, causing him to be stunned and astonished. The hand-holder had now lost one arm, and Li Yun immediately landed in front of him. The hand-holder calmly raised his remaining hand to the severed arm. The strange gem attached to the remaining arm burst forth with power. It helped the severed arm grow back miraculously. Earlier, it was a skinny arm, but now he possesses a muscular, powerful arm. At this moment, he is filled with confidence. The rebel leader is truly formidable. Li Yun silently observes from the side. It seems that obtaining the core truly grants the legendary immortal body. It's not just an unfounded rumor. This guy keeps protecting his left hand. His right side is a huge weakness. The arrogant warrior scoffs. Earlier, I was careless and let you take advantage. But now, before he can finish speaking, Li Yun dashes forward and throws a punch at him. Let's continue. A direct punch lands right on his face, followed by a flurry of consecutive strikes. He is beaten to a pulp, blood splattering everywhere as if he's on the verge of death. Yet the assault doesn't stop. Another punch smashes into his cheek, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. His entire body crashes into a massive rock behind him. Now his body is covered in wounds. He appears to be buried under the rubble. Suddenly, an unusual light emits from his hand as he struggles to grasp the rocks and stand up. Once again, he stands before Li Yun, but this time with a different power. Now, an even more terrifying energy radiates from his entire body. Despite his injuries, he smirks fearlessly. Surprisingly, his body recovers at an astonishing speed. He scoffs arrogantly, I can make countless mistakes, but as long as I have the core, my body will never be destroyed. But you, one mistake, and death awaits you. Li Yun chuckles lightly and responds, you seem to be overlooking something important. The warrior frowns and asks, what is it? Suddenly, Li Na appears behind him and says, "Those who follow the righteous path will always find allies." Her words carry a clear implication, aimed directly at him. Without any unnecessary movement, she activates her power, Ghost Heaven. A powerful strike pierces straight into his back, leaving him unable to block it. Seeing this, he spits blood and thinks, "I forgot about this one." But he won't surrender easily. Instantly, he unleashes his energy and roars, "Get off me!" His strength seems to be depleting. He drops to one knee. Li Yun, standing in front of him, says, "Don't blame me for outnumbering you." He leisurely walks toward him and smirks, "I never play fair with scumbags." At this moment, the warrior is still full of bravado. "So what? The core grants me eternal life. You two can't kill me." Hearing this, Li Yun scoffs, "Who said we were the ones here to kill you?" Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps echoes. A group of armored warriors appears out of nowhere, charging forward. Now, they stand behind Li Yun, backing him up. Ruli has now appeared. Seeing this, he turned around and said, "This place is quite dangerous. You don't have to come here yourself." She cheerfully replied, "Dangerous? I don't feel that way." Although she said that, deep down she was thinking, as long as he's by my side, anywhere is the safest place. After replying to him, she turned back and commanded the group, "Fire team, on my command, attack." Then she thought to herself, "How dare they lay a hand on my man?" Immediately, the group opened fire toward the armored fighter. Danger was surging ahead, but he stood there unfazed. At that moment, he let out a maniacal laugh. "As long as I have the core, I can withstand anything." Suddenly, the core embedded in his hand started to crack. Seeing this, he was bewildered. The core is breaking? His face turned pale. His eyes burned red as he clenched his teeth, screaming internally, "How could this happen?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, the bullets rained down and exploded upon him. Thick smoke billowed into the air. The young couple hadn't looked away for even a second. Li Yun spoke. "This time, it's truly over." Seeing the last remaining part of his arm, he added, "Now, only his wife remains. The others have already returned to dust." Seeing that everything had settled down, Ruli turned to him, worried. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Are you that worried about me?" Hearing this, Ruli's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. "It's just that a good humanoid tool like you, if broken, would be a huge loss for my Daigon." Li Yun chuckled. "Kim family, for such a great achievement, shouldn't I be rewarded a little?" Hearing this, she absent-mindedly asked, "What kind of reward do you want?" Li Yun shamelessly replied, "This is not the right place to talk about it. Let's wait until tonight." She pouted, looking unwilling. Standing behind them, Li Na overheard something and immediately asked, "How is that possible?" She picked up the stone that had been in Hushi's hand earlier and said, "The core shouldn't be damaged." Li Yun responded, "I saw it clearly at the time. Even before the attack hit, half of the core collapsed on its own." Hearing this, Li Na was incredulous and asked, "The core collapsed on its own?" Frowning, he pondered, "That's right. I also find it very strange. Could it be that the core simply ran out of energy?" At that moment, Ruli also spoke up. "Could it be that the half-core was a fake?" Hearing this, the two were surprised. "A fake?" She explained, "Some time ago, I was gathering information in the royal archives about the core. I managed to uncover quite a bit. The emperor has always secretly studied everything about the core. Perhaps he has even managed to create an imitation." Li Na immediately dismissed the idea. "That's absolutely impossible. The core contains secrets beyond our comprehension." Li Yun then stepped forward and said, "Don't be so sure. The core was made by humans. If any force could replicate it, it would definitely be Daigon." As he spoke, he recalled past events and continued, from Mars weapons to ice crystal-powered trains. And even UGF flying in the sky. These are all considered miracles in this world. After saying that, Li Yun was puzzled and muttered to himself, "But where is the other half of the core? And who originally created it?" At that moment, Li Na closed her eyes and used her power to search. "I can't sense the other half of the core. It seems it's not on Ujie either." Li Yun felt frustrated. "That damned old emperor. He left me with such a huge problem." Ruli felt the same way. Furrowing her brows, she said, "He's always been like this. Let's head back to the capital to regroup." Seeing this, Li Na made a suggestion. I'll take care of this half of the core. That way, it returns to its rightful owner. Just then, something appeared that took her by surprise. Noticing her strange expression, Li Yun asked, "What is it?" She calmed herself and replied, "I found it." Li Na said seriously, "I can sense the core." Then she revealed a new piece of information. "It's in the capital." Li Yun hurriedly asked, "The capital? Where exactly? Take me there." But instead of a direct answer, Li Na hesitated. "It's gone? I only sensed it for a moment." Hearing that, he frowned in deep thought. "The other half of the core is in the capital, and someone knows about it. It seems things aren't as simple as I thought. Have I overlooked something?" Scene shift. Half an hour earlier in the Imperial prison. Inside a corner of the cell, an assassin monk appeared. At that moment, he was facing the wall, muttering incantations. Suddenly, desperate screams rang out behind him. "Stop them!" Then the door opened, and a voice rang out. "The brain still tastes better." It turned out to be the appearance of a boy with cat ears, who was holding an arm, chewing on it, and saying, "The brain still tastes better." The arm was really hard to chew. Accompanying him was Tu Tam, who reassured him, "No need to be picky about food. We still have important matters to attend to." Then he called out, "Killer Monk, long time no see." The man slowly turned his head, his face unfriendly as he asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly his eyes widened, turning bloodshot as sweat dripped down. The killer monk immediately recognized who it was and knelt down. "The day has finally come." Tu Tam smiled and said, "No need for such courtesy. Your mission is complete." Faced with his fear, he gave a dangerous smile and said, "Now, you can be freed." Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed from the killer monk. His face turned horrifying, his eyes bloodshot, and his teeth covered in blood. He was killed just to extract the core shard inside his body. After obtaining the core shard, Tu Tam cheerfully said, "Finally, it's back in my hands." Meanwhile, the boy was diligently gnawing on the old man's flesh. Then he turned and said, "Congratulations to us. Being influenced by the core shard for years truly makes the meat taste better." He turned his back, preparing to leave, but reminded, "Don't overeat, we need to go." The boy curiously asked, "Where are we going next?" He sinisterly replied, "South of the mountains, back to Li Yun and his wife's place." Sitting blankly at the edge of the bed, he pondered, who exactly infiltrated the capital and took the other half of the core shard? Trying to regain clarity, he thought, no one in the entire prison was left alive. The traces left behind looked like they were gnawed by beasts. Could it be that clan? Recalling the scene, Li Yun continued contemplating. Most bodies were just missing limbs, but only the killer monk had his stomach cut open. Could the other half of the core shard have been hidden inside him all along? Finally, he angrily declared, "It's all because of that old emperor. Even in death, he still wants to harm me." Then he shouted, making sure Ruli in the bathroom could hear. At this moment, in the Demon King's castle, the midnight battle to subdue the Demon King began. Inside the castle, Ruli sat on the throne, facing Li Yun, who stood motionless. His hand gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly, he shouted in fury, "Ruli, great Demon King, today, I will surely destroy you." Then he raised his sword, preparing to attack. Ruli narrowed her eyes, smirking mockingly with a threatening tone. "Foolish little Li Yun, prepare to pay the price for your actions." Immediately, she raised her hand, channeling the power of her spell, Demon King's secret art, Castle Constriction. Looking up at the ceiling of the castle, Li Yun was startled and panicked when he saw it gradually closing in before his eyes. Seeing him gritting his teeth and using his entire body to resist, Ruli sneered with contempt. "You never expected that I could manipulate this entire castle, did you?" At that moment, Li Yun's pupils suddenly emitted a blue glow, his rage reaching its peak. He let out a furious roar, his power surging as he transformed into a giant. His entire body was enveloped in blue light, instantly morphing into a giant who effortlessly held up the castle before Ruli. She was shocked by Li Yun's overwhelming strength and furrowed her brows in doubt. "You actually had such a move?" Seizing the opportunity, he gripped his sword tightly, lunged toward Ruli, and threatened loudly, "Behold my great sword." His sword slashed continuously, his voice echoing with overwhelming force. Dozens of strikes sliced across her entire body. Her garments became tattered, mixed with streaks of blood. Ruli panicked and cried out, "No! My life energy is depleting. But he didn't stop there. He raised his sword straight to the sky, summoning his power. A powerful light burst forth from Li Yun's body as he shouted, "Final move!" The blue light formed into a razor-sharp arrow and shot straight toward Ruli as he unleashed his ultimate soul strike. She staggered backward, eyes locked onto it. The light pierced through her chest, making her entire body tremble violently. Ruli, terrified, hastily clutched herself in defense. Li Yun's voice still echoed in her ears. Demon King defeated. The next morning, as the sun rose, shining upon the lavish mansion, Ruli woke up on the grand bed, stretching her body with a contented smile. Now fully awake, she saw Li Yun not far away, turning back to look at her with a gentle smile. Curious, she asked, "Why are you up so early?" He smiled cheerfully and quickly explained, "It's not early anymore. We've overslept." Hearing his response, she thought for a moment but still found it puzzling, mumbling, "We barely slept at all, though." He raised a finger and pointed at her playfully. "Sleep has many meanings, you know." Hearing this, Ruli immediately recalled last night and pouted. "Humph, in the literal sense, we barely slept at all." Returning to a serious tone, Li Yun softly reminded her, "The turmoil has just ended, and Yu Jie is also injured. The entire upper realm is now in fear. You need to stabilize the people's hearts." Ruli didn't seem too concerned since she had already considered this. Instead, what she cared about was him. So she warned, "Do I even need to remind you? And next time, even if you wake up, you're not allowed to get out of bed." Hearing this, Li Yun was dumbfounded and asked, "Huh? Then wouldn't I be completely useless?" Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes to hide her embarrassment. "Isn't just looking at me enough for you?" Li Yun found her words surprisingly reasonable and pointed at himself in agreement. Makes sense." Seeing this, she playfully teased, "Then tomorrow, I'll pretend to sleep and see if you really do that." This playful remark made him burst into laughter. He teased her back, "Didn't you just tell me? Now I'll know you're pretending." She crossed her arms and turned away, pretending to be indifferent. "I don't care about that. I just want you to look at me." Meanwhile, Li Yun gazed at her, smiling endlessly. The sun had already risen high, its golden rays illuminating the entire castle. Inside the grand hall, the ministers murmured amongst themselves. They were discussing the fact that the imperial seal had now been destroyed. Reconstruction is not something that can be done in a short period. One of the important officials added to the story, "The most powerful weapon of Daigon is no longer with us." A high-ranking official stepped forward to inquire, "Minister Tran, does His Majesty still have a good relationship with Li Yun?" In his mind, he was calculating. At this point, the only hope lay in the intimidating power of the rebel leader. Hearing these speculative words, he frowned in displeasure and replied, "I don't know how to answer that. What counts as good? What counts as bad?" The official did not stop probing for information, hesitantly asking, "For example, if His Majesty and Li Yun are near each other, would there be any displeasure?" Li Hai hesitated and murmured, "Let me think about it." Recalling recent events, he suddenly remembered a shocking scene of Li Yun and Ruli intimately enjoying each other's company and recounted it. "I remember once, that damned traitor dared to put his hands on His Majesty's waist." Li Hai hesitated before continuing, "His Majesty directly beat him in front of me. From that, it was clear. That blow from Ruli at the time must have truly instilled fear in him." Finally, he crossed his arms and concluded decisively, "His Majesty will hit Li Yun." The official was shocked, sweating nervously, and stammered, "Why, you mean it's true?" "Li Hai family confirm, pasalutin. Every time I get close, I see His Majesty hitting Li Yun." The murmurs of discussion rose again, as officials huddled together, speculating on various possibilities. "What do you all think? Who would have thought their conflict was this serious?" Some even speculated, "This could very well lead to a war surpassing the 6-year battle. We cannot let their relationship deteriorate further. This is a national matter. We must submit a formal petition." Seeing Elder Hua entering, an official hurriedly approached him and curiously asked, "Elder Hua, at such a critical time, how can you remain so calm?" He stopped walking and lightly judged them. "I give you 7 words: scatter, ruin, collapse, and fade away." As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch outside loudly announced, "His Majesty arrives." Ruli slowly stepped toward the throne. Below, the officials bowed and chanted, "Long live His Majesty." observing everything at a glance. As soon as she sat down, she muttered to herself, "Surely, there must be urgent matters to report today. I must handle them properly." Immediately, an official stepped forward and requested an audience. "Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report." Ruli firmly granted permission. "Speak freely." The official respectfully presented his suggestion. "I humbly request that your Majesty go on a date with the rebel leader." Hearing this, Ruli was stunned. Her eyes widened in shock as she loudly questioned, "What did you just say?" Feeling deeply uneasy, she hesitantly asked, "Minister Ai, why would you say such a thing?" The official solemnly replied, "Your Majesty, while Daigon is undefeated externally, there are still internal issues, and this issue lies with your Majesty, specifically, your Majesty's relationship with Li Yun." She pondered deeply upon hearing this, then unconsciously asked again, "An issue with me and Li Yun?" He affirmed with certainty, "Yes. Your Majesty, do you truly have feelings for Li Yun?" Being asked so bluntly made Ruli blush with embarrassment. She closed her eyes to conceal her emotions and coldly replied, "No, I am merely using him." The officials whispered among themselves once more, confidently concluding, "As expected, the whole court knows that Her Majesty and Li Yun have a poor relationship. One day, a conflict will arise. And that day will be when Daigon faces its greatest crisis." Ruli looked at the crowd and pondered. Who would openly express love in front of a bunch of ministers? I truly want to eradicate all of them. The officials collectively shouted, "Therefore, your Majesty must go on a date with Li Yun. This date is for the sake of Daigon." This made Ruli extremely angry. She harshly ordered, "This matter is mine to decide. You all don't need to say more." In her heart, she cursed that man. It was all because of that bastard Li Yun. When she returned, she had to punch him a few more times. That high-ranking official, emboldened, exposed the matter. If your Majesty and Li Yun already had a good relationship, why would we be worried? We only hope that your Majesty can deepen the bond with Li Yun as husband and wife. Ruli furrowed her brows, suppressing her anger. She felt frustrated, thinking, how am I supposed to respond to this? Am I supposed to tell them that my relationship with Li Yun is so good that I can't get up in the morning and can't sleep at night? Seeing that she did not respond, he directly asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask exactly what your relationship with Li Yun is?" Hearing this, Ruli stood up angrily and shouted, "It's just acceptable." She tried to hide her embarrassment and pretended to be calm, clearly stating, "It's not that great either." The official was not discouraged and continued to propose, "Then, your Majesty, for the peace of the nation, this date must be arranged as soon as possible." He secretly speculated in his mind, as expected. Ruli felt dissatisfied. She hesitated and unconsciously replied, "Well, if there's an opportunity soon, perhaps I'll try once." In reality, she was already plotting in her mind. She would beat up Li Yun first and then talk. After court was dismissed, she returned to Fengshu Palace to find him. Ruli stepped into the room and closed the door. Inside, a man was holding a large bouquet of flowers. Seeing her approach, Li Yun quickly handed her the flowers, smiling happily. "These are for you. I picked them from the back of the mountain. Aren't they beautiful?" She closed her tired eyes and casually replied, "Just put them over there." This did not upset him. Instead, he showed more concern for Ruli. "Why are you so distant today? Did something happen?" Suddenly, she furrowed her brows in anger and ordered, "We've been too close lately. We need to keep some distance." Hearing this, Li Yun was even more delighted. He found the suggestion very reasonable. "You're right. Distance makes the heart grow fonder." Then he moved behind her, wrapped his arms around her, and whispered in her ear, "So, how much distance should we keep? Does it mean my face shouldn't touch yours?" Immediately, she pushed him away and declared, "You also can't just randomly hug me." Li Yun smiled, trying to please her, and agreed, "That's simple." He quickly sat cross-legged on the floor and cheerfully suggested, "Then you sit on my lap. This way, it doesn't count as hugging." Ruli sighed helplessly and compromised, "Fine." At this moment, she was nestled in Li Yun's warm embrace while reviewing documents, but her mind was elsewhere. How can I make people outside see our relationship as just a normal couple? Meanwhile, he was carefree, simply smiling happily while watching her. Ruli glared at the memorial documents and widened her eyes in frustration. What is all this nonsense? Doesn't anyone care about national affairs? Seeing her face looking unwell, Li Yun stopped joking. She seemed very agitated. What is written in the memorial? She frowned and scolded. It's confidential. You can't read it. Step aside quickly and don't disturb my work. A moment later, they moved to the study to review the memorials. The more Ruli read, the angrier she became, cursing inwardly. These old men, truly despicable. Meanwhile, he stood still, observing her every move. Looking at the densely written memorials filled with nonsense, she found it incomprehensible. What kind of nonsense is this guy writing? Ruli glanced at Li Yun, who was smiling mischievously, secretly plotting something. Based on what he wrote, it might actually make Li Yun like me more. Maybe it's worth trying once. She continued opening the next memorial, which was not much different from the previous ones. Frustrated, Ruli marked a few words with her brush and sternly ordered, "Nonsense! Demote him by 1 rank." As soon as she finished this memorial, another one appeared, revolving around just the two of them. The more she read, the redder her face became. She cursed them in her heart. A bunch of vulgar fools. Their proposals are getting more and more absurd. By noon, the scorching sun shone brightly in the summer sky. Ruli stretched her body to relax after a morning of reviewing memorials. Seeing this, Li Yun happily asked, "Are you done?" She glanced at him reassuringly. "Let's say so. Recently, there might be some memorials mentioning the two of us. You don't need to worry too much." Curious, he asked, "What are they planning?" Ruli thought for a moment before hesitantly explaining. They're trying to determine whether I pose any threat to Daigon." She recalled the memorials. According to the ministers, the idea was for me to keep you in check. Eagerly, Li Yun asked, "Then is there anything I need to do?" She rested her chin on her hand, thinking before instructing, "No need. Just act as usual." In the blink of an eye, an hour of rest had passed. The sun was still shining brightly as always. Ruli sat at the dining table, holding a book and reading attentively. Sitting opposite her, Li Yun was also reading a letter. After a while, he wondered, "Is my wife not cooking today?" He started to worry, thinking, "Why hasn't Lai Hai brought the food yet?" Suddenly, Ruli stood up and declared, "I'm going to cook now." Hearing that she was going to cook, Li Yun broke into a cold sweat and tried to stop her. "Wife, wait. Did you forget to get something?" He was confused and wondered, "Where is Lai Hai?" She turned around in surprise and asked, "What do I need to get to cook?" Li Yun was dumbfounded, standing still in fear. He hadn't expected that she was serious. Worried about lunch, Li Yun decided to take an antidote before tasting her cooking. Looking at the pill in his hand, he reassured himself Li Na's detoxification pill should work. Ruli stood in the kitchen, determined to follow the suggestions. Encouraging herself, she thought, "Just try once. Based on the memorial, cook him a meal." In no time, the meal was completed with 3 savory dishes, rice, and a steaming hot soup. Glancing at the dishes, Li Yun felt slightly more confident. He thought to himself, "It doesn't look bad. As long as it's not a pot of purple liquid, it's fine." Meanwhile, Ruli was busy bringing more dishes to the table. She picked up some food and coyly called him, "Come on, open your mouth." This blissful and rosy scene between them could make anyone jealous. But suddenly, as soon as the food entered his mouth, Li Yun's face stiffened, his eyes widened in horror. "Not good," he screamed internally. Ruli, on the other hand, smiled happily and stared at him expectantly, asking, "How is it?" He struggled to chew and swallow. Using his hands, he discreetly gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Lots of strong points, but a little inexperienced." Being complimented made her so happy that her cheeks turned red. She suggested, "If you like it, I'll cook more from now on." This praise made Ruli overestimate herself, thinking, "So I'm only 1 level below the imperial kitchen chefs." Hearing this, Li Yun broke into a sweat and quickly objected. "Wait, wife, you should try it too." He thought, "No, I need to tell her the truth in a subtle way." Ruli laughed and refused. "No need. I'll eat the food from the imperial kitchen." Li Yun, now deeply anxious, finally realized, "Now I know how they are testing me. If I can eat this every day without reacting, then it must be true love." Suddenly, Ruli fell into deep thought, lost in contemplation. She pondered, "Speaking of which, who exactly is leading this plan?" By the afternoon, the sun had begun to set, and its rays had softened. Officials were still gathered outside the main hall discussing. "I find this task difficult," one said. "Feelings can't be measured. I estimate the success rate is only 3%. But I don't want to be remembered as the sinner who caused Dai Gan's downfall. A chubby official analyzed, saying that Li Yun was once the leader of the rebel army. It is only natural that His Majesty has concerns about Li Yun. What if Li Yun were to stab His Majesty with a sword? While they were discussing, a voice suddenly came from behind them. It was Lai Hai. What are you all gathering here for? The officials were still gathered outside the Great Hall, chatting. Minister Tran has a plan. An official praised. Minister Tran is the most trusted person of His Majesty, and also the most loyal to him. Hearing this, he confidently crossed his arms and nodded smugly. That is only natural. He approached Lai Hai and handed him a memorial, instructing, if so, this is the plan we have summarized. We entrust everything to Minister Lai Hai. Receiving the booklet absent-mindedly, it took him a while to realize, and he called out, Huh? Wait a minute. The group quickly turned away and left, leaving only a parting remark for Lai Hai. No need to say more. The future of the great plan is entrusted to Minister Tran. May you achieve great success, Minister. The morning was when the streets became bustling, filled with people coming and going. Lai Hai walked absent-mindedly, eyes fixed on the booklet, deep in thought. Why did such a troublesome matter fall onto me? I really don't want to have too much contact with that traitor. After staring at it for a long while, he realized that although it was troublesome, the court officials and noble families had actually handed over the financial permit to him directly. Pondering this, he walked down the street with newfound satisfaction, thinking, could this be His Majesty's scheme, taking this opportunity to seize the noble family's resources? Truly worthy of His Majesty. Along the way, he ran into a little girl. This was Le Shui. The girl greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Overseer. Lai Hai immediately corrected her. Don't call me Overseer. Call me Minister Lai Hai. Remembering something, he asked the girl, by the way, in your eyes, does Li Yun have any ambitions for the throne? Lai Hai schemed that since she was on good terms with Li Yun, he might as well gather some intelligence. Le Shui immediately replied, of course he does. He was shocked and asked again, really? The girl firmly confirmed and explained. The master said the chair in the Imperial Library is quite sturdy, very difficult to break. I saw his satisfied expression, so he must want to take it home. Lai Hai gritted his teeth in anger and said through clenched teeth, no, what he covets is not just a chair. He cursed Li Yun in his heart. That bastard Li Yun? What has he been up to while I was away? Calming himself, he carefully considered everything and formulated a plan. Wait, this is a great opportunity, as long as this plan forces him to reveal his true colors. From now on, His Majesty can focus on his work without worrying about this troublemaker disrupting the imperial study. Just thinking about it made Lai Hai feel delighted. He praised himself. I am truly too clever. Seeing his sudden mood swings, Le Shui thought to herself, the chief inspector doesn't seem to be very bright. Watching Lai Hai fidget with the notebook, the young girl stared at it curiously. Chief Inspector, what is that in your hand? He held the notebook in front of her and revealed. This is a state secret, but considering your relationship with His Majesty, I'll let you take a look. Curious, she opened it and read through it, but her mind went blank. The more she read, the more exasperated she became. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? If you want to improve relationships with others, I have far better suggestions. Lai Hai crossed his arms proudly and boasted. This is the wisdom of a ruler and his minister bonding. A little girl like you wouldn't understand. Left with no choice, Le Shui simply wished him well. Then, good luck, Chief Inspector. Bidding farewell to the girl, he continued on his way back to the manor. As soon as he entered, he ran into Li Yun. The two of them sat at a tea table in the courtyard, and he spoke first. You said that tonight, there will be a celebration for the pacification of the northern wilderness? Lai Hai instructed, when the time comes, just accompany His Majesty. Li Yun curiously speculated, is this part of your plan? Hearing this, Lai Hai laid his cards on the table. So you already know? Indeed, it is. Li Yun pointed his finger and made a suggestion. Can't you give me an official position? I barely make a few coins a month, and even that's uncertain. My expenses are getting tight. Lai Hai glanced at him with disdain. Do you even realize your own status? He inwardly cursed. A rebel wants an official title? Absurd. Li Yun stubbornly continued. Royal Knight. The three words made Lai Hai erupt in rage. Today, I shall rid His Majesty of a treacherous scoundrel like you. Li Yun made another suggestion. Fine. How about a penny per pound? Is that acceptable? Li Hai reconsidered, and though it didn't sit well with him, decided, fine, so be it. He frowned and seriously instructed, there's no need to overthink the celebration. Just keep it as usual. Li Yun cheerfully agreed. Got it, don't worry. But in his mind, he was already planning, hugging the waist, touching the legs, and then kissing. That night, the entire residence of Li Yun was brightly lit from top to bottom. Standing outside the dressing screen, Li Yun called out, do you want me to help you change? Ruli stepped out gracefully in a new dress, following His Majesty's command. She walked toward him in her brand new attire and cautiously asked, how is this outfit? Does it match what you imagined? His eyes widened in surprise. It looks just like it. I remember back then, in the rebel army, we designed this. I can't believe you actually made it. She wore a modern-style student uniform, which looked both elegant and beautiful. This design is really strange, but surprisingly comfortable to wear. Li Yun, without looking away, replied, not strange at all. This outfit suits you perfectly. Today, I finally understand why people say the new Emperor of Daigon is the most beautiful in the kingdom. Hearing this, Ruli frowned and asked, so, you didn't think that before? Still smiling, he explained, that's because I always thought my wife was the most beautiful in the world. Instead of getting angry, she blushed slightly and playfully scolded, you're just good with words. Li Yun immediately responded, no, I'm good at more than just talking. Ruli shyly replied, as long as you know. But the young man still had doubts. He looked at her with suspicion. I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. She answered honestly, what could I possibly hide? I just don't want you to know how much I like you. At that moment, Ruli glanced at Li Yun with her beautiful eyes, secretly thinking, I could like him even more. Suddenly, he stepped closer to her and smiled. It's about time. Miss, shall we set off? She furrowed her brows in frustration and scolded, call me Lady Li. Outside, the lanterns had already been carefully lit. The entire area was bathed in a warm golden-orange glow as people bustled about. As Li Yun and Ruli stepped out, they instantly drew everyone's attention. She noticed this and felt puzzled. Why is everyone looking at me? This outfit really must be weird. He didn't think so. Smiling, he reassured her, well, you're a time traveler after all. With his usual bright and innocent smile, he continued, the streets are lively today. You should smile more instead of frowning. There was something important Ruli finally shared with Li Yun. In the past, we princes and princesses were constantly oppressed by the late emperor. So most of the time, we suppressed our emotions to avoid scoldings. He started sweating, pointing at himself in shock. That doesn't sound right at all. Looks like I was right to beat up the old emperor. At this moment, she curiously asked about Li Yun's family. What about your parents? What kind of people are they? He waved his hand cheerfully and told her, they're very gentle. But the thing they taught me the most was how to do bad things. Hearing this, Ruli helplessly thought, how can they be even darker than my family? As they walked around enjoying the scenery, they chatted merrily. So, does the grand celebration satisfy you? She asked. Looking happy, he replied, no wonder this place feels familiar. Turns out this is the place I smashed up before. Hearing that, Ruli looked puzzled. And that's your first impression of this place? She then began explaining further about the area. In the future, through trade connections, the capital will become the center of the world. A gathering place for merchants is essential, and this location is the best. So after the damage, I didn't allow residential repairs, but instead had a grand plaza built. Li Yun started praising her. You're really amazing. She calmly replied, it's just normal. But he didn't stop there. The most beautiful and wise ruler in history. Titles like these should be judged by history. Li Yun added another near-impossible compliment. And the only wife who generously gives her husband money. But instead of giving the reaction he expected, she quickly changed the subject. Over there, that looks like Le Shui. Let's go say hello. Seeing this, Li Yun sighed in disappointment. She ignores my compliments, but won't even spare me some money. A little later, they arrived at a place where two small girls were sitting. When Le Shui saw her, she happily called out, Sister Ruli, master of the house, would you two like some grilled skewers? He hurriedly stepped forward to stop it before it was too late. Don't eat too much, or your sister might get hurt. The little girl smirked mischievously and teased. Could it be that the master of the house has no money? Usually so slow, but suddenly sharp when it comes to things like this. Li Yan didn't mind admitting his lack of money and said, "That's right, my spending allowance is really insufficient." He helplessly glanced at his evasive wife and thought, "All right then, if you insist on not giving me more allowance, how do you keep these from burning anyway?" At this moment, Li Yan got to the main point. He glanced sideways at the people lurking nearby. "They've been following me from the start. How do they plan to test me?" The elderly ministers were sweating nervously and whispered to each other, "It looks like he's noticed us." Suddenly, a man boldly stepped behind the two and said, "Of course he noticed. He's Li Yun, after all, a real monster." One of them turned to Lai Hai and asked, "Is everything ready?" Lai Hai reassured them, "Rest assured it's all set." He became serious and began issuing orders. "Actors in position. We could begin." Back to Li Yun and Ruli. The two were still happily strolling and enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, a man bumped into Li Yun, catching his attention. Even though it was just a slight collision, the man immediately started making a scene. "You bumped into someone? Aren't you going to apologize?" He aggressively pointed at Li Yun and shouted, "Do you even know who my father is?" Li Yun was so exasperated he held his forehead and thought, "So, this is the person the ministers sent? What exactly are they trying to test?" As he pondered, he suddenly noticed the man trembling uncontrollably. So, he's actually this timid? Just a little pressure and he's already turning pale. "Help! Help! Why did they assign such a dangerous task to me?" Li Yun thought helplessly, completely unprofessional. Are they just afraid I'll kill him? The man forced himself to suppress his fear and challenged Li Yun. "Ha! I see that you are outstandingly handsome, a hidden talent. Today, I want to duel with you." Li Yun sighed helplessly. "Is this one of those dramatic face-slapping scenes? Should I handle this directly or follow tradition?" At that moment, Li Yun made his decision and spoke in a serious tone. "If that's the case." Before he could finish, the man turned pale with fear and shouted loudly, "Wait a moment." Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed, exclaiming, "So it's His Majesty himself? I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." In contrast to Li Yun's helpless expression, Ruli's face was filled with frustration. Such a coward. At this point, the man put on an adorable act. "My admiration for Your Majesty flows endlessly like a mighty river. Not only do you possess unparalleled beauty, but your talent is also extraordinary. A title such as the greatest emperor of all time would be the only fitting one for Your Majesty." At this moment, Ruli, now utterly furious, simply muttered one word in a threatening tone, "Debate." The young man was so terrified that he immediately bolted, shouting, "Understood." The atmosphere became heavy after this incident. This guy was totally unprofessional. He didn't even give her a chance to showcase her reputation. Whose idea was this? They should just be dismissed altogether. The minister who had been lurking earlier now appeared and said, "I can confirm that this at least helped increase their affection meter by half." Lai Hai stood aside, watching the excited ministers. "This plan is truly brilliant. It not only praises His Majesty's greatness, but also showcases his authority." Yes, yes. But even if the meter increases further, it won't matter. It's already full." He sternly called out to the ministers, "My lords, don't just focus on whether it works or not. Payment must still be made in full." One of the ministers smiled and said, "I'll have Steward Zhao deliver the money immediately. If this succeeds, Daigon will finally have peace." Hearing them say this, he felt extremely pleased with himself. "Next, we'll have an elderly woman fall, so His Majesty can catch her, demonstrating his kindness and benevolence. Perfect. This hardship allowance can finally be reimbursed." Suddenly, a minister realized that the two of them were gone. "Wait a moment. Where are His Majesty and Li Yun? They were just here a moment ago, but now they've disappeared without a trace. They were right here. How could they vanish so suddenly?" No one knew what to do, so they turned to Lai Hai. "Minister Tran, what should we do? This isn't following the script we planned. If His Majesty acts on his own, he might ruin everything." Despite this concern, Lai Hai remained calm and said, "It's fine. We'll stick to the plan." Even so, he couldn't help but think, no matter how bad His Majesty is, he's still better than these theorists. Meanwhile, the young couple had wandered off to a secluded place, far from prying eyes. Li Yun chuckled and broke the silence. "Always being watched by others is really uncomfortable. It's better to slip away, but I have to admit, That was pretty entertaining. Ruli frowned and scolded. Why are you laughing at a time like this? Are you mocking me? He quickly tried to appease her with a smile. No, not at all. Everyone already talks about your virtues. What else can I say now? She smirked. Then you'll have to use your brain and think. At that moment, Ruli noticed something unusual about her body. She hadn't exercised much recently, yet just a short walk made her feel exhausted. Lian saw her pause and asked with concern, Are you tired already? She blushed and replied, No. Just as she finished speaking, a hand suddenly lifted her up. Ruli didn't struggle to get down, but shyly said, I'm not that weak. Lian chuckled. I know, but at least let me show off a little. She was clearly enjoying it, but still acted as if she was afraid of being seen. Fine, just don't let anyone see us. If someone catches us like this, His Majesty's dignity will be ruined. Given her approval, Lian confidently carried her and used his light foot technique to leap away. He soared from one rooftop to another, bathed in the moonlight, making the scene feel poetic and dreamlike. Reaching a building opposite the moon, he said, Here, no one will be able to see us. Ruli responded, Then put me down. He set her down, but made an excuse so she would sit on his lap. It's dirty here. Just sit on my lap instead. He was obviously taking advantage of the situation. Under the soft moonlight, Ruli suddenly asked, What do you think of me? Lian grinned. Do you want the truth? Although she knew he might not say what she wanted to hear, she still urged him, Speak your mind. He smirked and began his flattery. The number one beauty in the world. But with two different personalities, inside and outside the palace. Always thinking about forcing me. You won't stop unless my waist gives out. Hearing that, Ruli fumed and pinched his cheeks. You only have one word to describe me? Li Yun, rubbing his sore cheek, helplessly countered. Then how about the number one beauty in the world? That's an undeniable truth. She stubbornly folded her arms. Wrong. Then what is it? Suddenly, she brightened up, leaned closer, and whispered, Come here, I'll tell you. As he moved closer, Ruli lifted her eyes and whispered softly, Really? Unexpectedly, under the moon's witness, she boldly pressed her lips against his, full of irresistible allure. At that moment, her heart thought only of him. The courtyard was enveloped in silent darkness, as Li Yun sat peacefully at a stone table, sipping tea. Just then, Lai Hai appeared and scolded, Drinking tea this late? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep? Li Yun, unfazed, lifted his teacup and replied, If you want to keep me awake, you'd need a poison far stronger than this. Seems like you've gained a lot today. Even responded to me voluntarily. Lai Hai, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, Just one night of digging, and I earned an extra 1,000,000 taels of silver. That alone can suppress all misfortunes hovering over you. Li Yun chuckled. Misfortune? I only carry fortune on me. Lai Hai dropped his jest and spoke seriously. Do you plan to continue serving His Majesty this way? Li Yun, in contrast, teased, Are you forbidding me from eating for free? This remark made Lai Hai visibly irritated. Stop messing around. He furrowed his brows. Even if it means sacrificing half a Daigon to gain your allegiance, it would still be worth it. Just eating for free? You wish. Li Yun casually asked, Why does everyone think that once people gain power, their desires will only increase? Lai Hai frowned and answered, Isn't that obvious? Li Yun laughed. Exactly. This attitude is unacceptable. Seeing this, Lai Hai gritted his teeth and sneered. Then why are you pretending to be noble? The young man calmly reasoned. My desire is simple, to create a copy of Ruli. Before, I wanted 100. But I figured if there were too many, my fortune might turn negative. So, just one will do. Lai Hai was baffled by this odd reasoning. A copy? Are you harboring some ill intentions toward Her Majesty? Li Yun added, If you're making so much money, spare me a little, lest too many dreams disturb my sleep. I'm also considering ways to handle half of the Baron Corsoon. Lai Hai asked bluntly, How much do you need? Li Yun, still carefree, replied, Not much. One person, one table, one chair. His companion snapped, Speak properly. Only then did Li Yun get serious. 1,000,000 taels. Li Hai vevet ouchi, keep the me. Time passed swiftly, and dawn once again illuminated the palace. Lai Hai, Ruli, and Lun Na gathered, listening to Li Yun's passionate discussion about his latest invention. It harnesses the explosion of spirit stones to generate thrust, propelling its core into space. It will be Daigon's first rocket. The excited young man proudly displayed a golden chicken with goofy silver hair. I call it Supreme Chicken. Lana, staring at the silly-looking chicken, doubted. Can this thing really fly into the sky? Li Yun, exuding confidence, declared, Of course, but won't you be sad to see your family heirloom fly away? The young girl heartlessly dismissed him. That thing was a disaster waiting to happen. I actually feel relieved without it. Undeterred, Li Yun insisted. You think just using spirit stones will be enough? No, I need to add my own force. A little extra acceleration from me should do the trick. Saying so, he stepped back and warned, Stand clear, or you might get hurt. Li Yun then gathered his inner strength, and a brilliant blue aura enveloped his entire body. Li Hai furrowed his brows in astonishment. Such powerful energy. Is this his true strength? On the other side, the glowing blue aura wrapped around the ridiculous chicken, lifting it into the air. Then, Li Yun leaped up, his gaze locked onto the chicken. Now is the moment. With a mighty kick, the chicken rocketed upward like a tiny missile. It soared past millions of kilometers through the atmosphere and straight into the vast cosmos at an astonishing speed. Li Yun proudly held his hand before his eyes, gazing at the artifact. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. Chen Hai immediately seized the chance to nitpick. That's 100 extremely precious spirit stones. What if you fail? Before he could finish, Li Yun confidently raised his thumb. Rest assured, if I fail, I shall offer up my life essence to His Majesty. No, there's no need to go that far. Seeing the young man's confidence, Chen Hai felt much more at ease. He had only intended to mock him a little, but who would have thought that he would willingly offer his life essence to His Majesty? He stood there dumbfounded as Ruli, after hearing her husband's flattery, bashfully gave him a punch to the face. Strange, shouldn't His Majesty have felt moved by his words? Li Yun turned around and gazed into the distance. Success! The desolate core has been elevated to the required level. Lena, seeing this, grew curious. Could it be that you also have knowledge of what lies beyond? Li Yun grinned brightly. Of course, there are even demon gods out there. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. Hurry up! Stop pushing me! Li Hai glanced over, thinking to himself, Your voice is too loud. The noble clan leaders and ministers are all rushing over. They're trying to foster goodwill again. You all are way too enthusiastic. Li Yun wondered aloud. I distinctly remember ordering them to stay away from this place. The scene shifted to a vast cave at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by thick vegetation. Inside the dark cave, only 3 people were present, a man with emerald green hair, a young child gnawing on the arm of an unconscious man. Brother, they've already taken care of half the core. Hearing this, the young man smirked. That counterfeit core was enough to fool Hushi, so it should deceive them too. Back then, I supplied Hushi with weapons in exchange for a single night to observe his core. And during that time, I swapped it with a fake. The young beast man, eyes wide with innocence, asked, What do we do next? Everyone is waiting for your orders. The young man's gaze turned sinister. No rush. We wait for the right moment. Back at the palace, the commotion continued. Stop pushing me. If you push again, you can go by yourself. The gathered officials squabbled amongst themselves, some anxious, some fearful. Could it be that His Majesty is in a bad mood and plans to punish us? A chubby minister, full of concerns, muttered, No, we are here to see Li Yun. He is the commander of the split forces. If he displeases His Majesty and rashly takes it out on us, what are we to do? The previously confident minister hesitated. Let's observe His Majesty and Li Yun's expressions first. In any case, we must not let their relationship deteriorate. Their discussion continued as they walked down the corridor. Tell me the truth. Has any of you considered offering your young daughters to entice Li Yun? Are you insane? Doing so is tantamount to declaring war on His Majesty. Li Yun is His Majesty's betrothed. A group of officials quickly gathered before Li Yun, feigning ignorance as they clasped their hands and bowed. So this is where His Majesty is? We old men were just strolling by and had no idea we were interrupting your date. Ruli candidly replied, A date? Hardly. We were simply conducting a little experiment. The desolate core issue has been successfully resolved. The bootlicking minister immediately chimed in. I see. How fortunate we are to have Master Li. Not only did he eliminate hidden threats, but he also takes great care of his majesty. Yet deep inside, he was scheming. No matter what, I must shower him with praise first and earn some favor. Li Hai added, Honorable ministers, there are still many matters in the capital that require your attention. So you'd best return to your duties at once. At this moment, the truth finally came to light. I naturally have an important matter to report to His Majesty. Ruli frowned. Speak. What is the matter? The minister, who had been eloquently speaking earlier, now revealed his true colors. Recently, a sudden flood has struck Jiangnan. It is extremely severe. Although I have already dispatched relief forces, the common people remain fearful and uneasy. It seems His Majesty and Master Lai must personally go to tranquil the people of Chenin. Previously, Master Lai saved Jiangnan once, earning boundless praise from the people. Ruli stroked her chin and pondered for a few seconds. Are you all trying to arrange a honeymoon for me and Li Yin? Jiangnan is a vital stronghold in the south. With the southern barbarians being invaded by the northern emperor, a visit is indeed necessary. However, these reports are not entirely unfounded. I shall temporarily approve. I understand. Ministers, you may return for now. They immediately bowed and excused themselves. At that moment, Li Yin approached his wife and whispered, Jiangnan, do you truly wish to go? Do you wish to stay in Lai capital instead? She smiled affectionately. No, but seeing how busy you are, I was prepared to stay in the capital for a lifetime. Ruli instinctively retorted, Do you think I wish to be like you, cooped up inside Lai Manor all day? Li Yin quickly flattered, That is not what I meant. If you wish to go, then I am most excited and looking forward to it. Hearing this, she shot him a sharp glance and asked, Looking forward to what? Is it not just like any other trip? Despite her words, Ruli was pleased. She immediately assigned tasks to Li Hai for their absence, while Li Yin stood behind in support. Since this is our first journey together, no, it is an official mission. We must make thorough preparations. She turned around and announced, I have entrusted the important matters to Li Hai. Tomorrow, we set off. This speed was beyond Li Yun's expectations. So soon? I was not in that much of a hurry. Hearing this, she folded her arms and declared, You may not be in a hurry, but I am. Sleep early. We depart at dawn. But is really not being a bit too hasty? It is still broad daylight. Scene shift, the next morning. The wheels of the train had already begun turning, steam billowing into the sky. The train sped forward so fast that a small stone blocking the track was sent flying from the force. The rock flew straight toward a certain fool who had his head sticking out of the window. It was no surprise when the stone struck someone squarely on the face. Holding his head in pain, he wailed, Is this a high-speed train? Truly formidable. It can even travel 100 meters on a single rail. Ruli sighed at Li Yun's foolishness. Who told you to stick your head out? You got hit by a rock. I did not expect a rock to come flying at me. If it were anyone else, they would have met King Yama by now. Thanks to this, we now bore witness to yet another moment of marital affection. Ruli reached out to soothe her husband. Be good. Does it hurt? Seizing the opportunity, he made a pitiful expression. I have suffered grievous internal injuries. One would think this was a touching moment, only for it to be ruined by a bucket of cold water from his wife. It is fine. You are not normal anyway. The minister beside them awoke from his daze. Who even comforts their husband like this? Ruli feigned indifference. If you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences yourself. Li Yun had to change the subject. The train is moving so fast, yet it's still so stable inside. It's the gravitational stones, Ruli replied. 3 per carriage, all of the highest quality. Li Yun, intrigued, kept asking, This time going to Jiangnan, besides the 2 of us getting some alone time, is there anything else you plan to do? Ruli explained the purpose of the trip, although Jiangnan is wealthy. 2 wars and floods have drained the national treasury significantly. This time, I plan to have local officials and wealthy merchants contribute their own money for disaster relief. Squinting, he offered his opinion. If I'm not mistaken, they won't want to pay. Ruli glanced at the documents beside her and did not deny it. You're right. If they were honestly earning their money, I wouldn't force them. But every person on this list has colluded with Jiangnan officials to embezzle tax revenue. Li Yin clenched his fists and curled his lips. I understand now. This time, we need to strike them so hard they never dare repeat their crimes. His wife shot him a disapproving glance. That's too crude. We need to make them willingly hand over the money and ensure they leave satisfied afterward. Li Yin propped his chin up, deep in thought, secretly in agreement. This is no different from my own methods, gradually forcing their hand. In the end, they have no choice but to pay for their survival. That's basically my monthly allowance. The young man expressed his current wish. You're always busy with state affairs. Now that we have some time, you should relax a bit. Jiangnan is a beautiful place, isn't it? Are there any good spots to visit? He recalled what Zhang Hu had once said. Jiangnan was a paradise, with brothels, long-legged beauties, and fair-skinned women. But obviously, he couldn't say that to his wife, right? Li Yin quickly revised his words. Simply put, it's a place of breathtaking scenery. Ruli was skeptical. I usually only pay attention to Jiangnan's economy, not its landscapes. Which was true. So far, they had only passed mountains and trees, utterly monotonous. However, to support his argument, Li Yun remained enthusiastic. When we arrive, we should go sightseeing together. He continued questioning Ruli. So, do you already have a plan to deal with those officials and merchants? Ruli said, I have already thought of a plan. This time, 3 people are accompanying us. Hearing this, Li Yun was curious. Who are they? The door opened as soon as Ruli gave the order. Come in. Lu Shui entered, holding a large rib in her hand, mouth full of food, laughing. Master of the house. The buffet on the train is really good. Chu Nuok Tui and Chu Nuok Hoa beside her also greeted. Hello, brother-in-law. Li Yin forced a smile. So it's the resourceful one, the painting dragon, and the phoenix scribe. Though he said this, he internally sighed. 3 third wheels all at once. Ruli stood beside him and spoke. I deliberately brought the 3 of them along this time. Lu Shui is skilled in witchcraft and has always helped us escape danger at critical moments. Hearing that, Li Yin quickly asked, and the other 2? She looked at him and replied, If I only brought 1 person, how do you think the Jiang clan would react? Li Yin cleared his throat and said, Of course, they'd be terrified and avoid us. Ruli nodded. Exactly. But if we bring family along for sightseeing, they'll lower their guard. Besides, she had her own private calculations. It wasn't as if the 2 of them often traveled to Jiangnan for leisure. Taking them along as guides made sense. Li Yin laughed and started flattering his wife. As expected of Daigon's first female emperor, such a well-thought-out plan. Ruli lifted her chin proudly. Of course, I'm not here just for sightseeing. Chu Nuok Hoa confidently spoke. Sister, brother-in-law will arrive soon. Let us first introduce you to the major cities of Jiangnan. She excitedly described their destination. Jiangnan's wealthiest region consists of 7 cities, with 3 leading the rest. They are Dongsheng, Fengtian, and Jiangdu. Daigon's war funds primarily come from here. Li Yin turned to ask, Are the 3 city lords also on the list? Ruli confirmed, Of course, but I don't want to be too ruthless. They are capable men. When in such positions, greed is hard to avoid. Finding replacements would be troublesome. Li Yin frowned slightly, feeling conflicted. Money is easy to take in, but hard to cough up. Though in my case, I give it all to my wife. The train finally arrived in the capital. All the officials had been waiting for them. They had prepared to welcome Ruli's entourage. As she and Li Yin stepped off, everyone bowed and loudly greeted them. Long live your majesty and the martial consort. May Daigon reign for eternity. At that moment, Li Yun observed the 3 leading officials, making guesses. The 3 in front must be the city lords of those 3 cities. Conquering them should be enough. The ones he had in mind were the city lords of Jiangdu, Fengtian, and Dongsheng. Li Yin glanced at Ruli's stern face and found it amusing. Even when serious, my wife is beautiful. She frowned slightly, feeling embarrassed. Stop staring at me. Li Yin grinned foolishly. Why? Will people think I'm up to something? She sighed no. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she spoke with some discomfort. It just makes me want to look at you too. So those 2 buns are called the world. The gathered officials listened quietly, each with mixed emotions. Is she really just here for a sightseeing trip with the consort? But looking at her, she doesn't seem like someone lost in romance. Besides, news from the capital suggests their relationship hasn't progressed that far. Then one official spoke. Your Majesty, should we assign someone to introduce Jiangnan's sights? Ruli immediately shook her head. No need. You may all withdraw. At that moment, another official presented a scroll. He bowed and reported, I am Wang Qingtian, head of the Wang family. This painting is my tribute to the martial consort. Years ago, Jiangnan was attacked. If not for the martial consort, our family would not have survived. Wang Qingtian placed the painting in Li Yun's hands and whispered, Third watch, Westlake Pavilion. Li Yun blinked, confused. What does that mean? The scene shifted. Under the bright sunlight, intricate carvings gleamed on the roof of a small pavilion. As Li Yun and his group walked back to their room, they silently thought to themselves, Jiangnan definitely had a problem. Ruli stopped and turned to ask, What's wrong? Li Yun spoke up, Do you know what kind of place the Westlake Pavilion is? She replied, Not very clearly. Chu Nuo, who pointed at Chu Nuo Shui and accused, Six's brother definitely knows. He's been there quite a few times. Li Yun looked at Chu Nuo Shui and asked, So, what kind of place is it? He answered vaguely, trying to brush it off. I've only heard about it. It's a place where people dine, recite poetry, and engage in physical activities. Li Yun nodded in contemplation. I see, it's a high-class brothel. He then glanced at his wife, hesitantly, testing the waters. I just found out myself. Do you believe me? Ruli looked at the three people with them and instructed, You three, go out and chat with the city lords first. Gather some information, and if you want to take a stroll afterward, feel free. Then, she turned back to interrogate Li Yun. What's going on? He answered honestly. That prince and clan leader, just now, while giving me the painting, secretly invited me to meet him at the third watch at that place. I feel like this must be related to Jiangnan's situation. Hearing this, Ruli was full of suspicion. Is he trying to bribe you? Li Yun shook his head. I don't think so. He probably wants to pass on some information. Didn't you notice anything strange this morning? She tilted her head, recalling the earlier events. Strange? Not really. They all arrived quite orderly. They just seem a little afraid of me. Li Yun began explaining. You didn't announce your visit to Jiangnan in advance to anyone. Jiangnan is huge, yet every single city lord showed up on time. Either the security measures were poor, or they were all already gathered here this morning for some reason. Ruli now realized something was off, but still took a moment to praise him. You really are quite clever. Now that I think about it, this is indeed suspicious. Hearing the compliment, Li Yun became more confident. It's nothing. I was even lucky enough to trick the Daigon Emperor into staying at my house. Ruli responded calmly. That wasn't because you were smart, but because I was willing. Li Yun, maintaining a serious demeanor, faced Ruli. She, graceful and elegant, listened quietly, waiting for what he was about to say. I'll go there myself tonight. Upon hearing his decision, she turned slightly and said, I'll send Lu Pianmen's shadow guards to investigate first. Jiangnan's situation is complicated. Your martial skills should only be the last resort. Before that, we must use more subtle methods. Li Yun looked at Ruli and laughed. Understood. So, is there anything I can do to help? She replied indifferently. You always want to help. Can I let my husband rest in peace for once? Li Yun happily pointed his index finger and replied, Of course you can. Though in his mind he was still wondering what she means by rest, and what I'm imagining should be the same thing, right? As the night fell, silence and darkness enveloped the solemn palace. At this moment, everyone was deep in slumber. The couple, Li Yun and Ruli, were no exception, holding each other as they drifted off under the warm blanket. It seemed that Ruli noticed something. With her eyes closed, she asked, What are you doing? Li Yun propped himself up and cheerfully replied, I'm afraid you'll be cold. Thinking that Ruli would object, he was surprised when she remained in his embrace. Then just give me another layer of warm clothing, she responded. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yun continued to hold her and said, Using my body heat is even better. Nothing escaped Ruli's keen perception. She softly asked, Are you curious about the Westlake Pavilion? He didn't hide anything, smiling and nodding. Indeed, I'm a bit curious. Even though you've already sent people there, I still want us to go and see it together. She immediately turned over, half opening her eyes to look at him. I'm afraid of catching a cold. Just come back before I fall asleep. One more thing. Seeing her hesitation, Li Yun looked at the woman he loved and asked, What is it? Ruli leaned in close, her voice sweet. I liked you a lot today, too. Those words made him so happy that he beamed with joy. Li Yun couldn't help but reply, I like you too. At that moment, he still couldn't believe it was real. Am I sleepwalking again, he thought. Once I return, I'll continue using my body heat. Tonight, the sky was deep blue, illuminated by a crescent moon. Below, a boat floated on the river, surrounded by glowing lanterns, creating a serene beauty. In the midst of this stunning scene, a shadow suddenly darted swiftly across the rooftops, as light as the wind. That figure was none other than Li Yun. He stopped on a rooftop, quietly investigating something. Gently lifting a roof tile, he peered down as light from the room below gradually revealed itself. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "These big shots all seem to prefer staying on the highest floors." Through the gap, he saw a grand banquet taking place. The influential figures he had mentioned were enjoying a mesmerizing performance by a dancer. The dancer showcased her graceful curves with skillful movements around a pole, captivating the eyes of all the high-ranking officials present. Feeling uneasy, Li Yun sighed. So this kind of thing is common here too. How improper. Not that I'm saying I don't enjoy watching it. The officials were so entranced by the dance that they marveled. Such a beautiful sight. Where does this dance originate from? Another official responded, "It was brought here from the Far East. Lord Li, if you like, I can have this beauty sent to your private room." Even as he said, that wouldn't be appropriate, his heart secretly anticipated it. Who would have thought that such a matter would make others laugh aloud and say, "Just looking at that man's flustered appearance, as long as one has enough courage." There are still many things in this world that can bring great delight. A while later, after the performance ended, Jiang Chengzhu instructed the dancer, "Go wait in Lord Li's chamber," to which the dancer immediately agreed. After the dancer left, these high-ranking officials began discussing the main topic. The leader, who was also the highest-ranking official present, sat in the center of the room and spoke up. "You have all seen it. This time His Majesty and Li Yun appeared in Jiangnan together. It is clear they are dissatisfied with what we have done. Soon, they will take action against us." One official asked, "Lord Jiang, aren't you overthinking this? His Majesty even brought the imperial prince and princess along this time. It must just be a leisure trip." Other officials agreed with this statement, voicing their opinions. "Surely, they are here for sightseeing and relaxation." Seeing everyone refuting his idea, Lord Jiang replied in frustration, "Nonsense. If they were truly affectionate and inseparable, then I might believe it. They claim to be on a leisure trip, but it's obvious their relationship is strained. There must be another reason for their visit." Hearing this, Lord Wang spoke up anxiously, "I don't think it's that serious." "But you all aren't planning a rebellion, are you?" Though he said this, deep down Lord Wang was only thinking about money. Originally, he just wanted to make some easy profits, but now it felt like he was getting involved with a secret organization. Lord Jiang continued, still frowning in irritation, "We aren't bold enough for that. Only those foolish nobles in the capital would dare to do something so reckless. Even without Li Yun, we could never win against His Majesty." His statement was immediately met with agreement from the other officials in the room. One of them spoke up, "Exactly. What we seek is to secure our own positions. We want His Majesty to feel that without us, things would be troublesome." From the rooftop, Li Yun observed and smirked, thinking, at least they understand their own limits. While the others were agreeing with Lord Jiang's perspective, Lord Wang quietly retreated to a corner, deep in thought. Having such thoughts was normal, but he was relieved he hadn't joined an unlawful faction. Otherwise, the Wang family's reputation would be ruined. Seeing that the others supported his view, Lord Jiang pressed on. "That is why we have been conducting trade with outsiders beyond Jiangnan. Our goal is to make His Majesty see our value. However, these people are somewhat special." From the rooftop, Li Yun heard this and thought to himself, "That's it? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered coming. How special could they really be?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the room. "Hushan Xiansheng, it is time for you to appear." The door slowly creaked open after the call. It seemed that the person about to appear held a noble status. A distinguished figure dressed in white robes with green hems appeared, drawing the attention of all the officials present. With two fox-like ears covered in orange fur, the mysterious figure spoke, "Greetings, humans." The one who had just appeared was none other than Hushan Xiansheng. Seeing the moment had come, Lord Jiang began the introduction. "I am Hushan, the one who has been trading with you all. What I seek is for all of us to obtain what we desire." Witnessing this firsthand, the officials were all stunned. They finally realized that the one they had been dealing with was a fox demon. Meanwhile, from the rooftop, Li Yun was equally astonished. I always knew this world defied Newton, he thought. Staring at Ushan Xiansheng, he continued, but I didn't expect it to defy Darwin as well. Still perched on the rooftop, his mind raced with thoughts. I've encountered many strange beasts living in Shenzhou. Although they are highly intelligent, never before have I seen a beast capable of human speech, except for demons like this. He recalled some ancient texts in the Imperial Library that mentioned demons. It was said that 1,000 years ago, they waged war against humankind. But over time, the demon race had vanished. Li Yun recalled that the imperial prison had been attacked, and traces of animal prints were found. Could that also be the work of the demon race? He pondered. I need to investigate further. He then muttered to himself, I should ask Ruli about this later. After all, aside from being invincible and having my wife, I know nothing else. Hu Shan's presence left the other lords in shock. Does the demon race truly exist? They exclaimed. Lord Jiang calmly reassured them. Brother Wang, is this your first time seeing a fox demon in this form? Their way of living is not the same as ours. Lord Wang, still perplexed, asked, I've heard demons can transform into human form. Why do you still appear as a fox? Without hesitation, Hu Shan responded, Brother Wang, you may not know this, but only demons with profound cultivation can shapeshift. I'm still a bit short of that level. Lord Jiang remained the most composed in the room. He continued, Brother Wang, do you truly understand what this means? A demon capable of transformation would be as strong as a top-tier expert in Daigon, like His Majesty's most trusted subordinate, Li Hai. Finally, Lord Wang gathered the courage to ask, Then, are there any demons as powerful as Li Yun? Hu Shan explained, Not yet, but perhaps very soon. From above, Li Yun frowned. What do you mean very soon? If there are none, then there are none. Why try to act as if you can compare to humans? He mused, I don't even know how many demons exist. If their numbers exceed 100 million, I might need to discuss this with Ruli. Lord Jiang then suggested, Brother Hu Shan, why don't you sit down and have some tea with us first? Hu Shan immediately declined. No need. Let's get straight to business. Have you found the item I requested? Lord Jiang kept a polite smile as he responded. Brother Hu Shan, I have sent many people to search for it. Some even risked blocking trade routes to investigate, but we have found nothing. Brother Hu Shan, you must give us an explanation. Hu Shan expressed, Everyone has witnessed our efforts. But that item is the most treasured possession of our clan. We must find it at all costs. For it, our Fox clan is willing to offer 100,000 taels of gold in advance. Although Lord Jiang coveted wealth, he knew his limits. He replied, Gold is plentiful, but still not enough. Right now His Majesty and Liwen have already arrived in Jiangnan. If we are careless even for a moment, we will lose everything. Hu Shan, not wanting to beat around the bush, asked directly, Then what do you want? The Lord, seemingly prepared for this, immediately replied, Ensure that His Majesty and Liwen cannot act against us. The old fox stated, Although our Fox clan is strong, engaging in battle with Li Wen would only deplete our clan's strength. Therefore, I wish to take action in a different manner. Another lord, excited by this, asked, Brother Hu Shan, do you have a brilliant plan? The old man explained, for example, mixing our clan's poison into food for commoners to consume. Hearing this, Lord Wang evaluated in his mind, truly insidious. This is a 2-star demon clan plan. Do they intend to use all the common folk as leverage? Hu Shan immediately stood up and declared, Your doubts are understandable. However, if things go smoothly, I will mix the antidote into the food later to counteract the poison. Lord Jiang bowed his head and agreed. All right, we will comply. However, deep inside, he mocked. To us, does position hold more importance than life itself? Another lord, still skeptical, asked, But right now, Li Wen is in Jiangdu. Are you certain he won't find out? Hu Shan confidently assured, Of course. Our Fox clan specializes in concealment. Moreover, how could he possibly know about what's happening here? From above, Li Yun listened with a smile and thought, Just keep making your deals. Hu Shan boasted. Besides, our Fox clan does not lack top-tier martial artists. It's not like we haven't taken the lives of humanity's strongest before. For instance, that man, Luo Chunglei, fell to our Fox clan. Lord Jiang reminded them. This Li Yun is quite unique. You must avoid provoking him at all costs. Hu Shan, unfazed, smirked. Naturally. We have no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. At that moment, Li Yun pondered deeply. But who exactly is Luo Chunglei? Was he truly formidable? This name sounds vaguely familiar. Have I encountered him somewhere before? He began calculating. This guy's intelligence is somewhat outdated. He didn't even mention Shi A or the swordsman, let alone Gao Feng. Even just Li Hai and a few generals from Bei Huang were once considered the best in the world. Li Yun then decided to leave. He muttered to himself, I've gathered enough information. It's time to head back. Otherwise, if my wife wakes up and doesn't see me, she'll make me sleep separately. Returning to the mansion where the couple resided, Li Yun quietly opened the door, tiptoed inside, and carefully closed it. Ruli was still asleep on the bed. Suddenly, she sensed a slight disturbance and opened her eyes. Li Yun walked over and asked, Did I wake you? I made sure not to make any noise. Ruli rubbed her eyes and replied, You came back without me knowing. Am I still your wife or not? Li Yun mischievously asked, Then you must be really amazing. Even the fox spirit couldn't detect me. Hearing that, Ruli asked in surprise, A fox spirit? He then recounted to his wife what he had heard. It's not the usual fox spirits people often mention, but rather the demon clan. When I went to find those city lords, I discovered that they were making deals with the demon clan. Seeing Ruli's expression, he added, Don't worry, they're demons, not humans. Besides, it was a male. Ruli was flustered and quickly explained, I was just shocked to hear about the demon clan, that's all. Li Yun walked over and asked Han, Were you nervous just now? Ruli pouted and replied, How could I be? Did I say anything just now? The servant interjected, You just said you'd give me an extra 2 coins of allowance every month. Ruli angrily retorted, There's no way I said something like that. Li Yun dotingly asked, Then, may I ask Lady Ruli, what did you say just now? I seem to have forgotten. He thought to himself, She denied it too quickly. She didn't even stop to think before rejecting it. Ruli smiled and said, Of course, I wanted to say that. Li Yun curiously asked, Say what? She coquettishly replied, I wanted to say that I really like you. Is that good enough? Scene transitioned to the next morning at Li Yun and Ruli's residence. At this moment, the two were sitting and talking. Ruli sat in her chair, looking at him and asking, The demon guardian of Rang Nam? The court records do mention that. Hearing her say that, Li Yun asked, You remember this quite well, don't you? Ruli smiled and replied, That's because an emperor once passed away in Rang Nam. She started to seriously recount. The people spread rumors that he was drained of his essence by a fox spirit. Li Yun imagined the scene from her words and asked, So you're saying the people spread this rumor, but did the court record the actual truth? She answered, When that emperor was with the fox spirit at night, it suddenly revealed its true form. This scared the emperor to death. Hearing this, Li Yun immediately asked, So he couldn't bring himself to attack the fox? Ruli scratched her head and laughed foolishly, because it was a male fox. Hearing this, he laughed it off and thought to himself, Forget the emperor. Any man would be scared out of his wits. Thinking that, Li Yun asked again, So did the court not exterminate the demons in Rang Nam afterward? Ruli regained her serious demeanor and explained, The demon clan is skilled in concealment. Trying to find all of them would only waste a lot of manpower. That emperor died because of his own actions. Furthermore, for the succeeding emperor, there was no need to waste his own efforts. But this time is different. They're cooperating with high officials and targeting the common people. It's time to deal with that filth. Hearing that, Li Yun looked at her and asked, But didn't you say fox spirits are good at hiding? Can we really find them? She replied, Before, we didn't know they were in Rangdu, but now that we do, finding them is just a matter of time. After finishing their conversation, the two decided to take a walk outside. As they walked, Li Yun and Ruli continued chatting. He looked at her and said, Rang Nam really is an important city in the south. It's so lively. The surroundings are full of pedestrian shopping. It's incredibly bustling. She also said, Of course. Li Yun grinned and said, It's all thanks to the emperor who governs the country well. Hearing that, Ruli lifted her gaze at him and smugly asked, Who do you think I am? He looked at her with a smile and said, If you want compliments, I'm happy to oblige, completely sincerely. She pursed her lips and said, But I'm not the type to be pleased just by hearing praise. Li Yun turned to her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and pulled her to face him, asking, So there are additional conditions? Ruli smiled and replied, "Of course." The smile on his lips didn't fade as he said, "Then tell me, so I can properly learn how to make you happy." Ruli spoke softly. "Then it must be someone named Li Yun, who also happens to be the #1 man under the heavens." Hearing that, he played along with her, saying, "Your standards are too high." Ruli looked at him with affectionate eyes and said, "Then I'll lower them. Just being the best in this region is fine." Hearing her speak so sincerely, Li Yun froze, staring at her for a long moment. Seeing him stand still without saying anything, she asked in confusion, "What are you spacing out for?" Li Yun snapped back to reality, smiled, and said, "Nothing. By the way, where did the others go?" Ruli pointed towards a food cart where familiar figures could be seen. "Over there." Following the direction of her finger, Li Yun smiled happily and said, "It looks like your younger sister is having a great time." "The guy's quite handsome." She calmly replied, "Just average." At that, he confidently declared, "Of course, I'm still the most handsome." Ruli looked at Li Yun for a moment, then smiled and said, "Isn't that obvious?" They stopped chatting and walked towards the group. Upon seeing them, everyone greeted them warmly. "Master, Sister Ruli." Xieshi stepped forward, bowed, clasped his hands together, and said, "You must be the relatives of Miss Chu. I am Xieshi. I'm just a humble nobody from Jiangdu. My father is the chief water conservator of Jiangdu. Yesterday, Miss Chu visited the governor's mansion, and we had quite a conversation. I quickly became good friends with her." Rihua ran up and interrupted. Wait. Let me say this part." Trat, in her innocence, pointed and accused, "Brother-in-law, this sly fox has an ulterior motive." Li Yun smiled at the two and said, "Not bad. You actually managed to see through him. But he's not a sly fox. He's a seductive fox spirit." Xieshi, realizing he'd been caught, thought to himself, "Damn, I've been exposed." Just then, a gust of wind whooshed past him. It turned out that Zheng Hu had suddenly leaped over and delivered a punch, knocking Xieshi flat onto the ground. Rishui was startled. "Huh? What's going on? Weren't we having a nice conversation?" Rihua also sighed in defeat. "Yeah, that guy really knows how to compliment people. Just listening to him made me happy." Li Yun remained calm and asked, "What was he trying to find out from you two?" Rihua immediately answered, "He mainly asked about things related to sister and brother-in-law coming to Jiangnan. He was probing about their plans, specific arrangements, as well as their strength and interests." Li Yun continued questioning her. "Then how did you figure out he wasn't normal?" She nonchalantly replied, "Because he kept bragging about how handsome and elegant he was." Rishui got annoyed and snapped, "Enough already." Xieshi, clutching his aching stomach, looked up at Zheng Hu and asked, "So, you're Li Yun, right?" Zheng Hu lowered his head to look at him and replied, "I'm not." Xieshi, unconvinced, said, "The #1 under heaven, yet trying so hard to hide." Zheng Hu, confused, responded, "I'm not hiding anything." Xieshi shouted, "Then why are you saying you're not Li Yun?" His yelling irritated Zheng Hu, who lost his patience and kicked him a few times. "Idiot." Ruli observed and then said to Li Yun, "He's a direct subordinate of Lai Hai. He's also a warrior raised by my maternal family since childhood." Then, she took his hand and continued, "So, couldn't he also put on an act just like they said?" Ruli smiled happily and said, "He can also hold my hand." Her voice was soft and gentle, as if trying to seduce him. "You smiled and said, 'This scene is not suitable for children. It should be done at night. Switch the scene a bit after returning to the residence.'" Xieshi's fox-like face is now clearly visible. Li Yun looked at him and asked, "This guy seems a bit dumb. How should we deal with him?" Ruli, standing beside him, looked at Xieshi and said, "Send him to the Jiangdu City Lord's mansion and see if he kneels or runs away." Yu smiled at her approvingly. Her two younger siblings are indeed worthy heirs of the old emperor's teachings. Even a fox spirit can hardly compare to them. Ruli responded calmly, "Not necessarily. After all, I'm still a woman with a simple heart." Li Yun burst out laughing at that. "Indeed simple. Every time I say I like you, you always blush." She was teased and immediately retorted with a frown, "I am not like that. The sky today is clear and cool." Yet, the fox Xie has been captured, looking battered and torn. At this moment, over at Jiang Qingzhu's side, he received some news and was startled. Has it been discovered? And so quickly at that? His wife standing beside him saw his reaction and asked, "Husband, what's the matter? This fox has nothing to do with us, right?" Jiang Qingzhu did not reveal the truth and shook his head in denial. No. After saying that, he thought to himself, damn it, what does Her Majesty know? I don't dare to face her anymore. After pondering for a moment, the city lord stood up and ordered, I haven't traveled in a long time. Wife, quickly pack our things. We must leave at once. Immediately afterward, he went to a room filled with books. Upon entering, he pulled out a card with a fox's face printed on it and said, there's still one last way, the safest option. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, things are changing, informed the other city lords. Scene transitions to a bustling street filled with people. At this moment, Li Yun and Ru Li are walking along the street amidst the crowd. Suddenly, a man behind a wall is watching them. Turns out he is one of her subordinates. He peeks out and signals with an OK gesture. Ru Li sees this and tells Li Yun, we have it. Li Yun smirks playfully, leans down, and presses his ear against her belly. Let me hear if it's a boy or a girl. Ru Li, annoyed, pinches his chubby cheeks. That's not what I meant. Li Yun grinned foolishly. You mean you pressured the Jiangdu city lord to reveal his trump card? Immediately, she returned to her serious demeanor. Next, we need to assess which remaining city lords and merchants to eliminate. And we must also investigate the hidden fox spirits. Then, we'll watch what the Jiangdu city lord does next. Li Yun smiled and praised, truly Her Majesty the Emperor, ruthless as ever. Hearing this, Ru Li forced a smile and asked helplessly, who do you think my love is for? He immediately understood the implication of her words and dared not say another word. Am I wrong again? Then she coldly asked, what's with that expression? Li Yun chuckled and waved his hands in defense. It's just that my wife, being the emperor, indifferent and ruthless, is because of me. That must be why I look like this. Ru Li walked along and remarked, seems like today is quite normal. She then thought to herself, at least he didn't say something ridiculous like, the immortal man lives on. A moment later, the two arrived at a city gate, where a large crowd of men and women had gathered in front of it. Seeing this, Ru Li curiously asked, what is that? Why are so many people gathered there? Li Yun observed and answered, it's the Jiangnan legend that has existed for hundreds of years. Apparently, once a month, a fox form can test a person's love, and even express it in numbers. Hearing this, she folded her arms and frowned. What nonsense. You continued explaining, though the principle wasn't entirely accurate. Using internal energy or other techniques to check a couple's physiological state when they are together. Perhaps it could be represented by a specific number, just like the so-called affection level. Hearing you say that, Ru Li became intrigued and said, really? Go get two of them. Afraid you'd find her weakness. Lien Tanmin quickly added, I'm not curious. I just think that if this kind of legend could harm people, I should at least check it out. Li Yun obliged and walked through the crowd to retrieve 2 fox tokens. After getting them, he approached Ru Li and asked, do you want to try? She looked at him and replied, of course, you should try first. With that, the two of them fell into silence, staring at the fox tokens in front of them. Seeing the atmosphere, Li Yun spoke up. I need some stimulation for this to work, otherwise there won't be any reaction. For example, you could hold my hand or give me a hug and a kiss. As he was talking, Ru Li suddenly moved closer to him. Before he could react, she planted a sweet kiss on his lips. A moment later, she pulled away, turned her back in embarrassment, and said, is that enough? What were you just saying? Li Yun smiled in satisfaction and replied, did I say anything? Then he thought to himself, if I can enjoy such a privilege, only a fool would ask for just a hug. Looking at the fox token, he suddenly noticed something. There's actually a number. Ru Li glanced at hers and said, mine is 1 too. It's meaningless. A while later, the two of them walked away, but their conversation continued. Li Yun stubbornly remarked, you were obviously looking forward to it just now. She persistently denied it. I wasn't looking forward to anything. At that moment, a married couple browsing the tokens happened to glance at the fox token that Li Yun and Ru Li had left behind. The man was surprised and asked, who played such a weird prank? Look at the number on this token. His wife smiled and replied, actually, it does seem like a prank. But if it really belongs to a couple, I'd like to see who they are. At the very least, their bond must be much stronger than ours. You think so? Then the number on theirs must be several times higher than ours. That statement seemed to confirm the deep affection between Ru Li and Li Yun. After spending time outside, The two of them finally returned to their residence. Li Yun was curious and asked, "By the way, why was the token shaped like a fox? Right now, there just happens to be a fox spirit in Jiangnan." Hearing that, Ruli looked up at him and asked, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Li Yun pointed at her and chuckled. "Isn't it because you were in such a hurry to play with the token? I didn't think of it at the time." Hearing that, she got annoyed. "Humph, it's all your fault." Li Yun was already used to her personality. Still smiling, he said, "Miss Ruli, you can't blame everything on me." Seeing that he wouldn't admit defeat, she pouted and asked, "Then how about you sleep alone tonight?" Li Yun immediately raised his hands in surrender. "It's my fault." Ruli nodded in satisfaction. "That's better." After that, Li Yun returned to a serious demeanor. "If this is some kind of scheme by the Fox clan, we need to investigate thoroughly to see if it affects anything." Ruli agreed. "Of course, I'll have people look into it. We'll have results by early tomorrow morning." As they were talking, a subordinate rushed in and reported, "Your Majesty, the people of Jiangdu have taken action." Miss Wu Fei said they escaped together from the city lord's mansion and headed to Shihu Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Ruli immediately ordered, "All right, send people to capture them and bring them back." Hearing this command, the subordinate added another crucial piece of information. "Your Majesty, we acted immediately, but there seems to be a strange illusion at Shihu Pavilion preventing us from getting close." Ruli inquired, "Is there no way to break through?" The subordinate responded, "If we force our way in, it's possible, but it will take at least half an hour." Hearing this, she furrowed her brows and said, "After all, there are demons involved. Who knows if they'll make an unexpected move?" Seeing her tense expression, Li Yun suggested, "Why don't I go there directly? Consider it a warm-up exercise." Hearing that, she glanced at him and asked, "A warm-up? What exactly are you planning to do?" Li Yun chuckled mischievously. "Do you really want me to describe it in detail?" Knowing what he was about to say, Ruli turned away shyly and replied, "Fine, approved." Li Yun happily responded, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Scene transitioned to the next day in the Imperial Palace Hall. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu and others were discussing their plans. He asked, "Will your late clan's barrier be enough to stop Li Yun?" Xieshi wasn't completely confident and only said, "The barrier has been fully activated. I can't say much, but it should be able to hold for at least half an hour." Jiang Qingzhu, still uneasy, commented, "But Li Yun." Seeing his concern, Xieshi bluntly scolded, "Useless coward, being scared of a mere human. I've already fought Li Yun." Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu saw a glimmer of hope. "Are you saying you can defeat Li Yun?" Xieshi hesitated before admitting, "Not at all." Jiang Qingzhu, feeling frustrated, thought, "Then what were you boasting about?" Xieshi continued, "His power is indeed formidable. But if my late clan launches a coordinated attack, we can win easily." The subordinate started feeling more optimistic. "It seems we made the right choice this time." Xieshi added, "The clan leader and I have discussed this, and he is considering letting you enter the barrier. That will at least provide some of you with a chance to survive." Jiang Qingzhu, unsure of what to do next, turned to ask, "So, do we have to leave the pavilion?" Xieshi confidently replied, "No need. With me here, any place can become a barrier." After saying that, he clasped his hands together and channeled his energy. Moments later, Xieshi successfully created a swirling barrier. It gradually grew larger and took the shape of a fox's eye. Even Xieshi was surprised and said, "Why has the clan leader personally come here today?" It turned out that the clan leader was communicating through those eyes. He then spoke, "Hu Ku, you have brought us a fine guest." The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted as Li Yun appeared from nowhere, laughing. "Well, at least you have some skills." Seeing this, Xieshi was startled and angrily shouted, "Li Yun, how did you get in here?" The fox next to him frowned and said, "I already told you, I am not Li Yun. He is Li Yun." The clan leader then glanced at the young man and said, "Young man, you seem quite powerful. Even the barrier we meticulously prepared was broken by you. Perhaps even I am not your match." Li Yun remained calm, neither boasting nor being arrogant, and truthfully said, "Many have already come to this conclusion, yet only you still doubt it." The Fox clan leader narrowed his eyes. "There is always a higher mountain. There is always someone stronger. My strength today has already surpassed that of our ancestors. Back then, the strongest human in the world was slain by my ancestor." Li Yun was unfazed by his words. He chuckled and asked, "Oh, then may I ask, which era did your ancestor live in?" Without hesitation, the clan leader replied, "The Wei Nian period of the Celestial Dynasty." Li Yun, of course, knew the answer but said nothing, merely thinking to himself. Back then, true energy cultivation had just begun, and they were merely a group of primitive warriors. Now, the system of true energy cultivation has been refined over countless generations. The world has changed. The clan leader, seeing his indifferent expression, became enraged and gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, the transportation gate has not yet fully opened. Neither of us can pass through it. Otherwise, I would have liked to test your strength myself. A moment later, he calmed down and said, "Huku is no match for you. He is a promising young seedling of our Fox clan. Until I find you, I ask that you treat him well, so that when the day comes that you must submit to a fox, you will have no reason to resent it." Li Yin responded seriously, "You are overthinking things. I have nothing more to say. Regarding your poisoning of the people of Jiangnan, I cannot ignore it, whether it concerns morality or marital relations." With that, he mercilessly swung his blade like the wind, swiftly beheading Xieshi. Xieshi's blood splattered across the clan leader's face. Seeing his disciple's head fall before him, and unable to do anything, he widened his eyes in shock. "You dare!" Li Yun entered a cold and ruthless mode, determined to end it all. The officials witnessing the scene trembled in fear. The clan leader, seeing his disciple's fate, was filled with rage. "Foolish official! You have lost your only chance to agree with me." Li Yun, unfazed, gave him a friendly middle finger. "Hey, old fox, you better start keeping up with the times. It's no longer the story where the older one gets, the stronger they become. Now, it's just the young destroying everything in their path." Seeing that his side was at a disadvantage, the clan leader gradually retreated and disappeared. The chieftain, seeing that his side was at a disadvantage, gradually retreated and disappeared, not forgetting to leave a remark. "I will remember this." At that moment, Zheng Hu had already captured several corrupt officials and stood with hands on his hips, saying, "Just wait and be patient, then we will head to the market." Then he approached Li Yun and asked, "So what should we do next?" He turned around with a smile and replied, "Do you even need to ask? Of course, we are going home." Scene transitioned to that afternoon at the siblings' residence. Ruli turned her back and asked, "Have you found anything?" Li Yun excitedly responded, "I have obtained the grudge of a fake fox." She could only sigh helplessly and replied, "Not bad." Seeing his wife's reaction, he immediately retorted, "That is not something a wife should say. No, I have subdued a being of great power." Ruli started to remind him, "You should remember how many times you have betrayed me. If I consider that, no one is stronger than me. And if you want a loving wife, then you shouldn't have married me. I will not comfort you at a time like this." Despite her words, Li Yun still smiled brightly and asked, "So what will you do next?" Her eyes were full of determination. "I will say that we will defeat them together." Hearing that only made Li Yun even more delighted. He started teasing her. "That is not what a queen should say. You should say, 'In the name of justice, I shall punish you.'" Ruli immediately shot back with a question, "Did you teach me how to be a queen?" Hearing that, he was left speechless. "Of course not. I'm only good at opposing the emperor." Seeing that the fun had ended, Ruli spoke seriously. "And who else would make a better emperor than me? I have captured a criminal capable of destroying everything. Have the other emperors accomplished as much as I have?" Afraid of angering her, Li Yun immediately replied, "You are absolutely right." Then he thought to himself, "Although I don't mind being called a criminal, is it okay to say it out loud like that? Other emperors have used force to defeat criminals, but she..." As his thoughts wandered, Ruli turned around and said, "Let's eat. I prepared dinner." Hearing that, Li Yun froze and asked, "You cooked dinner yourself?" Without hesitation, she answered, "Of course." Hearing that, he started to think deeply. The distance from here to the royal kitchen is quite far. We can't call for food to be brought over. That means my wife really cooked today. At that moment, Ruli's cheeks also turned red. She softly said, "But we rarely get to travel. We shouldn't waste time cooking, so I brought the royal chefs here." Li Yun, seemingly unable to believe his ears, asked again, "The royal kitchen?" Seeing his expression, she frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Li Yun smiled awkwardly and said, I think the taste would be different if you were not the one cooking. Hearing that, Ruli firmly said, "Oh, is that what makes you react this way? Don't worry. I will personally feed you." At that moment, he could only helplessly think, "My wife, are you really planning to steal all the workers for yourself?" A while later, at the dining table, the two were seated and the food was fully arranged. Lian asked, "Are your siblings asleep?" While feeding him, Ruli replied, "They woke up and went to investigate Jiangdu. They left after getting permission from the lady." Enjoying his meal, Lian happily said, "They seem so happy. So why aren't you as happy as them?" She immediately said, "I am different from them. I don't care about such things." Without a second thought, he replied, "Don't look at yourself like a robot holding up the sky." Hearing this, Ruli's face turned red with anger as she stood up and said, "That's because I care about you. Everything else is just a waste of my time with you." Seeing her like that, he suddenly felt small. "I was wrong. I only care about you." Seeing him like that, Ruli also blushed, crossed her arms, and pouted, "You only want my body." At that moment, a mischievous thought flashed through Li Yun's mind. He hinted, "Well, it's getting late." Ruli heard this and understood his meaning. Night had fallen, and the atmosphere grew quiet. At this moment, our newlywed couple had already gone to bed, enjoying their time together. Ruli softly suggested, "Can you hold my hand while we sleep?" Li Yun of course agreed. He began to tease her. "Are you sure you only want me to hold it?" Seeing that he was going too far, Ruli sat up straight and asked, "Are you going to let me finish talking?" Li Yun smiled and said, "I don't need to hold back anymore. It's time to show you what I've got." Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door, catching Li Yun's attention. Instead of him, Ruli asked, "What's going on?" He turned back and asked, "Didn't you hear anything?" She was confused. "Is there something out there?" Li Yun replied, "It was a fox spirit, even though it was just a small sound. But I find it strange that you didn't hear it." After saying that, he cursed in his mind, "Damn it. This was supposed to be my happy time with my wife. Why did it have to come to my house?" Scene transitions to nighttime. As the two were sleeping, another noise woke them up. Ruli instinctively sat up and cautiously said, "Since you heard something, go check it out." But whether he misunderstood her or did it on purpose, Li Yun placed his hand on her waist and looked at her with a suggestive expression. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she snapped, "I didn't mean that I was scared of you. I'm gonna go over there and check." Hearing that, he immediately withdrew his hand and awkwardly laughed. "Misunderstood, misunderstood. No need to go outside. I can already tell what's going on." Ruli looked at him in confusion and said, "You were the one who heard something. Now, without any clues, you're acting like you know everything. Aren't you just messing with me?" Li Yun laughed it off and explained, "I don't sense any strangers around here. It's likely that there really is no one, but more importantly, the sound was created by something similar to sorcery or wild magic." Rubbing his chin, he seriously continued, "Besides, we were here last night too, and I didn't hear anything strange. Which means that today, we might have encountered something unusual." After thinking for a moment, Ruli looked up as if she had realized something and said, "That fox spirit token." Seeing her start to worry again, he patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry. It's probably nothing serious. After all, it's been used by so many people for hundreds of years. If something really happened, people would have already noticed." She still felt a little uneasy and thought to herself, "Even if something happens to me, it's fine, but if Li Yun gets hurt because of me, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Knowing she was still uneasy, Li Yun assumed she was worried about the talisman and reassured her, "Besides, you used the same talisman as me, but didn't hear anything. That clearly means the problem lies with me. It's because I'm too powerful that I can hear sounds others cannot." Feeling Ruli's intense gaze, he smiled gently and continued, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not targeting you." Ruli frowned slightly, a bit annoyed. "No need to explain. I'm not the petty type." Hearing that, Li Yun maintained his smile, but dared not say another word. He thought to himself, "No, isn't she actually mad?" After all, apart from being separated by those two round little rabbits, there was no real distance between them. Suddenly, he noticed strange red strings on both their bodies. He was surprised. "This is—" Seeing his reaction, she asked, "Did you discover something?" Li Yun replied seriously, "It seems those fox spirits cast a spell. Right now, there's a red thread connecting us. It's continuously absorbing our energy. Though the amount is like a single drop of water, over time, it will affect our lifespan." Seeing a red thread behind her head, he quickly cut it off. Afterward, Li Yun said, I've removed the thread from you. This thing is harmful to the body. After saying that, he turned and got out of bed. Seeing that he was not going back to sleep, Ruli was puzzled. Are you going out? He turned around and replied, I want to follow the thread and see where it leads. Hearing that, she cleared her throat, blushed slightly, and stammered, so urgent. Seeing her reaction, Li Yun immediately turned back, pinned her down playfully, and teased, of course not. Let's warm up a little first. As they pulled the blanket over themselves, the two started indulging in their passion. He thought to himself, this time, I can't resist anymore. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the windows, Li Yun and Ruli took a walk together. As soon as they stepped outside, they noticed that everyone on the street had a red thread attached to them, except for Ruli, whose thread he had cut off the night before. Looking around, Li Yun thought to himself, it seems these red threads have been attached to many people. As they walked, he discreetly cut the red threads off those around him. I should save as many people as I can. Suddenly, he noticed that some people's threads were pointing in a different direction than his. Could there be another place connected to this? Following the direction of his own red thread, Li Yun and Ruli arrived at a location. Looking at the building in front of him, he was a bit stunned. This is a brothel. But through Li Yun's eyes, most of the red threads seemed to originate from this place. He assessed the situation and thought, why do fox spirits always favor places like this? Then, glancing at a distant boat, he continued thinking, the Western Lake Pavilion is also a gathering place for these red threads. Could it be that the place where these threads converge is where the fox spirits are hiding? Seeing that Li Yun had led them right to the entrance of the brothel, Ruli's face darkened as she radiated an intimidating aura. You're just loitering around the entrance of this place like I don't exist? Hearing that, Li Yun suddenly remembered his wife was right beside him. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere, he turned back to explain, no, it seems I found the place where the fox spirits are hiding. The two stood before the brothel when suddenly, the same sound from the previous day echoed again, waking them from their thoughts. Although Li Yun's hearing was blocked, Ruli remained sharp and quickly noticed. She turned to him and said, I heard it too this time. Is it a challenge? Li Yun, of course, heard the sound as well. He replied seriously, it seems so. They appear eager to fight me. I'm guessing they're absorbing energy through the talismans to expand the barrier. Ruli smiled smugly. Fortunately, I just discovered their plot. Seeing the strange expression on Li Yun's face, she asked, isn't that right? He replied somewhat awkwardly, yes, yes. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she said, you're not sincere. Li Yun waved his hand and laughed. After all, it seems like our relationship has some unexpected connections. Changing the subject, Li Yun quickly moved on, and Ruli let it go and responded. Of course, if I didn't like you, why would I ask you to buy the talismans? You wouldn't have known the scheme, so does that mean my effort is not worth anything? Hearing this, Li Yun, who had requested his wife's help, chuckled in agreement. Well, it seems logical, so I guess it's all thanks to you liking me. Ruli's face flushed slightly, and she shyly said, it's just normal liking. Then she asked seriously, so, what should we do next? Li Yun thought for a moment and replied, the fox spirits in Jiangdu have been waiting for hundreds of years. Although they are surrounded by a barrier, there must still be some arrangements in place. Hearing this, she asked cautiously, are you implying that the merchants and officials are colluding with the fox spirits? Li Yun quickly responded, it might not be a collusion, but it could very well be the fox spirits themselves. Ruli smiled coldly and said, first, let's stop by the house. Yesterday, we captured a few city lords. The news has already begun to spread. I've already asked Liu Fun to buy the seals at the door. We'll catch them in the act. Li Yun, hearing her plan, was both pleased and impressed. Truly the underworld boss, efficient and quick. Scene transitions a little later, with the sky clear and blue. Inside the mansion, a powerful footstep slammed against the door. Immediately, 3 officials appeared shouting, who is it? A woman immediately rushed out, saying, Your Excellencies, please wait a moment. I am a resident of the capital. A few days ago, I was captured by a merchant's assistant. They saw my beauty and tried to amuse themselves with me. I am the daughter of the Ministry of Households, Shirlan. But recently, my father has fallen out of favor, and there are many enemies in the capital. With no other choice, I fled home, only to encounter this misfortune. seeing through her intentions. The official took out a round pill and presented it before her, saying, "This is a restorative pill. Seeing your weak appearance, you must have suffered much hardship. Take it to restore your energy." Without any suspicion, she accepted the pill and said, "Thank you, kind sir." She then placed it into her mouth, swallowed, and waited. Instantly, smoke surrounded her, and she transformed back into a fox, collapsing unconscious onto the floor. The official was delighted, having tricked a fox spirit. He turned to his comrades and said, "Well done. See what kind of monster I've caught. A fox spirit, worth 2 taels of silver at a glance." One of his companions asked, "How did you realize she was unusual?" The official replied confidently, "Does this fox spirit really think I'm a fool? The daughter of the Ministry of Households, Shirlan? This sob story might have fooled people 100 years ago, but no one believes it now." The other man sighed. "Now, in our dynasty, we have Li Yun, who knows how to deal with such matters. I heard he has a plan, where he gets the enemy to kill a chicken and then lures them into being hunted down by the entire village." The man beside him nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Not only that, but there are also traitors within the imperial army, secretly plotting a rebellion. Shifting thoughts, we now decide our own fate. Those traitors eventually rose up, causing the emperor's wrath to reach its peak. As the conversation continued, the room suddenly darkened. A strange, ominous blackness filling the air. A long tail emerged from a dark hole. Without warning, they all turned around, their faces filled with fear. Immediately, each one was sent flying out of the room by the tail of the fox. The force was so strong that they all coughed up blood. The one who attacked them was none other than the Fox Clan leader. He always appeared with large eyes, but now he showed a long, thick tail that he used as a weapon to attack. At that moment, an official struggled to stand up and shouted, "Quickly, prepare the spirit stone weapons." Li Yun had no idea when he arrived, but he stood outside the door, witnessing everything. He spoke, "Are they really turning their backs on us?" Upon hearing Li Yun's voice, the officials turned to look. He paid them no attention, focusing solely on the tail. Noticing its size, it couldn't possibly be the Fox Clan leaders. The one with that tail felt their identity under threat, realizing the disguise of the clan leader might be exposed. Without hesitation, it lunged at Li Yun, and a decisive strike of lightning appeared instantly. But before the tail could fully lash out, it was severed, spraying blood. The one who struck was none other than Li Yun. After the tail was severed, all that remained was a black hole in the air. Staring at the hole, Li Yun began to speculate. It seems this is the entrance to the fox's barrier. Looking down at the fox that had just fainted and reverted to its true form, Li Yun noticed something in its mouth. "What is this?" Then he bent down to inspect more closely and realized it was a core. He picked it up, examining it carefully. Li Yun then asked, "Did you ask the city lord here to help find something related to this item?" He then thought to himself, "No, although it feels similar to Bei Huang's core, there's still a distinct difference." From the swirling black hole above, a voice suddenly rang out. "What have you done? Wait until the clan leader's true form can emerge. Then you'll be certain to die. At that time, our Fox Clan will fight to the death with you." Upon hearing this threat, Li Yun sneered. "Threatening me? Ruli and I have probably faced life-and-death situations over 7 times. Each time, more than 7 times. Am I supposed to be scared?" Thinking for a moment, he didn't bother responding and instead pressed the core into his palm, releasing a little energy to test it. Before he even transferred any energy, the core exploded, scattering. Looking at his palm, Li Yun thought, "Is the core from a super tier transformation really this weak? Moreover, there isn't much left of it now. I should go report to Ruli about this." Scene change, a while later, at a tea house in the capital city. Li Yun had returned and was now sitting across from Ruli. She asked as soon as she saw him, "So, did you find anything new?" Taking a sip of his drink, he replied, "A little. But from this discovery, it seems that the one who will face trouble isn't me. But your work will only get more and more." Ruli's expression suddenly became tired as she sighed and said, "I'm used to it." Her face made Li Yun chuckle. "The way you say that makes it sound like I'm forcing you into doing something bad." She puffed her cheeks and retorted, "Would any normal person bring their wife to a green hot pot?" Li Yun scratched his head and replied, "No, wasn't it an urgent situation? Besides, they've stopped business there now. He thought to himself, this is no longer a seafood market, but just an empty building filled with water. Ruli continued to argue. So, what do you mean by adding more work? Li Yun immediately answered. I killed a fox on the upper floor earlier. I discovered that the foxes are using fake-type core items, like imitations. She didn't pay much attention to what he said about the foxes, but whined and angrily asked, was the fox male or female? Li Yun helplessly laughed and said, you're focusing on the wrong thing? Are you jealous? Ruli crossed her arms and turned her face away, saying, no matter what, I'm still more beautiful than it, no matter from any angle. In this regard, he also agreed and nodded. Yes, I can prove that point. Hearing him, she turned angrily and furrowed her brows. What are you saying? Li Yun broke into a cold sweat. He's revealed his true form. But his legs are covered in fur. Isn't this what she was talking about? Hearing this, Ruli softened her tone. What I meant was quite normal. Suddenly, while they were talking, they heard a loud noise coming from the opposite side. Li Yun turned his head and frowned, thinking, are those damn foxes trying to terrorize us? After hearing the explosion from the other side, Ruli and Li Yun headed towards the sound to investigate. Ruli entered and asked, what's going on? The official bowed his head and reported. While repairing the river outside the city, it seems something was dug up and exploded, causing many people to get injured. Li Yun, upon hearing this, said, it feels similar to a core disturbance. It's likely that those foxes are looking for something, not just randomly digging. Ruli assessed the situation and ordered the official. Send part of the city guards from Jiangdu to quickly go to the riverbank and prevent anyone from the family from approaching. If someone tries to bypass the law and get closer, kill them without mercy. The official bowed and left to carry out the orders. Afterward, she turned to Li Yun and asked, do you sense anything? He smiled and said, I smell something. She asked seriously, what is it? Li Yun, a bit embarrassed, said, the scent of my wife. As soon as he smiled, she knew he was about to joke with her. Ruli frowned slightly, her face turning red, then asked, is this the time for such jokes? Li Yun laughed loudly and said, I'm not a god. Although my senses are sharper than most, I can't perceive things like a divine being. For example, if we stand here, I can't know that you're wearing white underwear today. Ruli, hearing his correct guess, crossed her arms in discomfort. But didn't you just say the color? He didn't mind answering. That's because I saw you change this morning. After saying that, fearing she might get upset, he turned his back and bent down. Let me carry you. It'll be faster. Ruli agreed and said, of course, but make sure no one sees us. She climbed onto his back, and they continued on their way. While carrying her, Li Yun kept talking. All right, shrink down a bit, or the wind in my face will be too annoying. It would be best if it were like when you normally go to sleep at night. She ignored him, not understanding, and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yun didn't say much more. He gently kicked off the ground and flew up with her on his back. The two of them landed at the deep hole where the explosion had occurred earlier. Standing before the hole, he didn't pay much attention to it, instead staring at her face. Ruli glanced at him, seeing him looking at her the whole time, and asked, is there something on my face? Li Yun smiled and reassured her, don't worry, you're not blushing. After standing for a while, an official came by to report to them. Your Majesty has dug up something underneath. Ruli asked curiously, no one took it? The official replied, when it was dug up, many workers got injured. They were afraid something might go wrong, so they didn't approach. When I arrived, no one dared to come near. Ruli turned to Li Yun and asked, do you feel any danger? He replied, not for now. Stay away, I'll check it out. Without further ado, he jumped into the hole below. As soon as he landed, Li Yun noticed a small light emanating from something. He said, found it. Looking at what was before him, he instantly recognized it, the core of the fox tribe. At that moment, 3 officials quickly appeared behind him and attacked. Li Yun quickly realized they were not officials but fox demons. Sensing danger behind him, he quickly turned around and swung a blow, killing one. The second one was sent flying by a kick. The last one was kicked in a vulnerable spot, and Li Yun yelled, break the jade. The entire assault ended in an instant, with Li Yun always having the upper hand. Ruli, hearing the strange shouting and noises, jumped down and ran over to Li Yun, asking, are you all right? Why did the Jiangdu city guard sneak in like assassins? Li Yun stroked his chin, thinking, then said, "It seems like a faction that previously had dealings with the Jiangdu city lord allowed these people to sneak into the city. They're attacking me now to seize the core." After sharing his thoughts, he continued thinking, "But still, it's just a guess. I'll keep one prisoner, just to ask some questions." Turning around, he noticed the deep hole showing signs of the fox tribe's characteristics. It was now running off, disappearing into the distance. Li Yun laughed and said, "A broken jade can still run. It's running fast, though." "That bastard." Li Yun bent down to pick up the core. He looked at it and asked, "Who made this thing?" "The shape is similar to the Bei Huang core. Could it be that the ancient people and the fox tribe had dealings in the past?" Suddenly, the core in his hand started glowing continuously. He panicked and said, "Not good, check for C4. But then he noticed, wait, the energy from this core is flowing into my body. He clenched his fist and thought, I just entered Ruli's body, and now this core wants to enter mine. Li Yun became frustrated, waving his hands up and down, then shouted, "Move aside, you all better look carefully. I'm human, not a fox demon." He kept waving his hand, trying to get the core out, and thought, as expected, I'm not alone. My hands are too slow. Seeing the core still in his hand, he became a little worried. What if I turn into a fox demon? And what if I change gender? How am I supposed to enter Ruli's body then? After a while, the core suddenly fell out of his hand, spinning around once before dropping to the ground like an ordinary stone. Ruli, who had been watching, still didn't understand and asked, "What happened?" Li Yun turned and smiled. "It's nothing. I've solved it already." He looked back at the core and thought to himself, why does it want me? Sure, I am handsome, but other than Ruli, I don't think anyone else knows. Could it be because my spiritual energy is unique? Li Yun was a little suspicious. Could it be because I'm from Earth? After investigating the explosion, Li Yun found the fox demon core and brought it home. Li Yun kept holding the core in his hand, trying to figure out how to use it. He shouted, "I offer my heart." He thought for a moment. My body was born on Earth. If it's related to my earthly body, then the person who created the core must be worth discussing. Hearing him muttering, Ruli asked, "You're always saying strange things. What are you doing?" Li Yun explained his actions. "I'm simulating the emotional response of the core, just in case it reacts." Ruli responded, "But you've been doing quite a lot already. So can you finally suppress this core or not?" She then thought, "And what's with this Caliban? I don't understand the language you're using." Li Yun quickly explained, "I can't carry it with me directly. I need to understand how it reacts first. Or, do you want to keep it nearby while we study the process of life creation? Besides, if we do that, the fox tribe might start watching us closely." Ruli asked, "So what's the problem?" She thought to herself, "If I were afraid of those fox demons, that would be strange." Li Yun smiled and said, "No, it would be bad if they eavesdrop at night." Upon hearing this, Ruli's face turned red, and she puffed out her cheeks. "That's none of your business. If anyone gets close, I'm sure you'll know." Li Yun chuckled. "I've already sent a cat messenger to contact Lena. I'm sure she knows more about the core than I do. I don't know when I'll get a reply." He continued, "I've tried everything, but nothing works. We can only rest for now." Ruli crossed her arms and said, "But there really isn't much else we can do." As night slowly fell, a shadow of someone struggling to climb the city wall and infiltrate the mansion appeared. He is the city lord, using his heavy body to climb over the wall, then falling with a thud onto the ground. Then he stood up and looked at the fox on his shoulder, whose face was full of sweat, and asked, "Are you sure the patrol won't see me?" The fox beside him glanced over and replied, "I've used magic to block the sensors on you. Unless something unexpected happens, no one will notice." The city lord frowned and looked at it, then said, "I helped you arrange this. And now you'll arrange for me to enter your fox barrier, right?" The fox maintained its calm face and answered, "Look into my sincere eyes. Even though we are cunning, at least we have never spoken against trust." Looking into the fox's eyes, he thought, "Your eyes are so treacherous, no matter how I look at them." While lying in bed with Ruli, with his sharp senses, Li Yun immediately opened his eyes when he heard a faint noise. The two of them were in bed together, engaging in marital intimacy. When Ruli sensed his movement, she thought he wanted to continue again. But she was already tired, so she closed her eyes and spoke. "We haven't had enough fun yet, but I'm tired. You can play by yourself. Just don't wake me up." He sat up, adjusting the blanket to cover her, and smiled to himself. I just want to adjust her sleeping position. Standing up and looking outside, he said, there are strange noises outside. It sounds like someone is deliberately making noise to confuse me. If I hadn't suddenly woken up, it would have been over. Luckily, I have Ruli. Outside the city lord was holding a stone, drawing a circular symbol, and asked the fox on his shoulder, is it correct? The fox replied, there are still a few places that are not quite right. Although it's not very important, but there are some issues. Before finishing his sentence, both of them heard Li Yun's voice, who had been standing there for who knows how long. It seems like you guys are playing something fun, something interesting. Let me join in. The fox on the city lord's shoulder trembled and said to him, wait a minute. It was trembling, thinking, what kind of monster is this? Just standing in front of me makes my core contract shrink. Not getting an answer, Li Yun asked again, what? Nothing to say. The city lord slowly stood up with his heavy body and said, I don't see any reason why we should object, do you? Li Yun looked at the two of them with a dangerous gaze, then asked seriously, do you want to harm the hundreds of citizens of Jiangdu? Now tell me a reason why I should not object. The small fox on his shoulder replied, that's because we hadn't discovered your presence at the time. If we had known you were here, we wouldn't have helped him do such things. After saying that, it turned to look at the city lord, who for some reason was now angry. It said, sorry, the situation changed, so you must be sacrificed. The city lord immediately bowed his head, then lowered his body, releasing a strange force. The fox, thinking quickly, ran into the black vortex to escape, never to meet again. As soon as it entered, it smugly said, ha ha, humans can never step into the Fox clan's barrier. But just after jumping a little, a hand from behind grabbed the fox. The fox, terrified, exclaimed, how can this be? How could this person enter the barrier without the Fox clan's permission? Could it be that he's also a fox, but he doesn't smell like one? Li Yun, smiling behind, said mockingly, you offend me and still think you can escape? The fox could only cry out in desperation, leader, help me. It thought, this bastard can actually drag me back. Can he resist the pressure of the barrier? Li Yun and the fox passed through the black hole together. In front of them, the white fox, known as the clan leader, was always passing through the black veil, witnessing everything. Li Yun could also see the appearance of that clan leader. Finally, they met, and the fox was now screaming in agony, leader, leader. Suddenly, a great force flew towards Li Yun. It knocked both him and the fox out of the way. Then the clan leader saved the fox, making it proud and shout, Li Yun, I must kill you. Li Yun, unfazed, thought to himself, his move is no more than an ant bite to me. He looked deep into the black hole and said, a true warrior, by the time these words are spoken, the opponent should already be dead. On the other side of the barrier, the fox said, those damn humans are still talking tough. Then let me show you the power of our Fox clan. The clan leader was so powerful that in an instant, he sent the human flying. However, the fox didn't know that the clan leader it worshipped was now looking in fear at its wounded tail, thinking to itself, what kind of monster is this kid? My full force strike, and yet he's completely unharmed. Instead, I've been wounded myself. Finally, they caught the city lord of Quang. Everyone surrounded him. Ruli, feeling sorry for her husband, turned and scolded her subordinates. How could you let them sneak in with so many guards around? Li Yun immediately spoke up. It's not their fault. It's because the opponent broke the rules. If it weren't for an unexpected incident, I wouldn't have detected them. Looking at Quang City Lord, who was knocked unconscious by the clan leader, Li Yun said, I can't save you now. If you want to die quickly, I can help you. A slight nod will show that you agree. Li Yun then looked at him and thought to himself, is he being corroded by love power? Quang City Lord struggled to speak. They have a secret. Li Yun walked over, bent down, and said, even if you tell me that, I won't save you. Quang City Lord, in great pain, spoke with difficulty. If you won't save me, then save my family. They are innocent. Li Yun replied, your wife and daughter know nothing about you. The law of Dai Gone won't punish them, but they won't receive a single coin of your inheritance. Quang City Lord could only grit his teeth and say, under my office in the City Lord's mansion, there's a basement. After turning the vase 3.5 times and waiting for a while, the door will open. Actually, I was very careful, I just didn't expect to run into you. A subordinate standing behind clasped his hands and bowed, asking, how should we deal with this person? Is there poison on him? Li Yin turned around and replied, no, but if you're worried, we can cremate him. Leave the rest to you to handle. Back in the room, Ruli started to ask, did I make you wake up because I was too heavy? Li Yin shook his head rapidly and waved his hand. No, you misunderstood. Even if you were heavy, it would be on that part. Sitting on the bed, he said, anyway, just rest. Tomorrow we still have to go to the mansion of the city lord of Jiangdu. After saying this, he thought to himself, actually, I know more than she does. Then the two of them lay down on the bed together. Ruli whispered, next time, remember to wake me up when you go out. Li Yin hugged her. Anyway, it's midnight, you'll fall asleep soon. Ruli, with her eyes closed, still spoke. I'm not sleepy. If I wake up and don't find you beside me, it's worse than sleeping. Feeling her warmth, he hugged her tighter and laughed. All right, I promise next time I'll wake you up when I go out. Ruli smiled and teased. You idiot, without you, I can't sleep. The next morning, at the mansion of the city lord of Jiangdu, Li Yin and Ruli went down to the basement together, following the directions given by Kuang's city lord. When they arrived, the two opened a room in the basement, and the door creaked open. There was no one inside the room. On the table, there were only 2 books. Ruli hesitated, looking at them and wondering, what's written on them? Li Yin also noticed the books. Let me take a look first, carefully. It seems to be engraved. He flipped open one of the books and began to comment. The book clearly lists the officials who conspired with him. This journal is actually a list of key decisions. Hearing this, Ruli immediately grabbed the book from his hands and said, let me see. She read a passage, then widened her eyes in surprise. This book seems like a diary, every time stepping out to Westlake. Li Yin leaned in to take a look. He began to tease her. The last word, pleasure, seems to symbolize the failure of humans. Ruli immediately closed the book and said seriously, anyway, this person is no ordinary one. Li Yin smiled at her and said, the behind-the-scenes matter is the interaction between him and the Fox Demon. The information provided above suggests that the barrier sealing the Fox clan exists because I fought with the old emperor. I ruined the dragon vein of the great Khan. As he spoke, he thought to himself, it seems that not only the Fox Demon is involved here. He then forced a smile and continued. Moreover, now the Fox Demon has completed the last door. There is nothing to stop them now. The White Tiger will probably come soon to kill me. What do you think about this? Ruli's face was tense, without a hint of emotion. She stared at him. Do you still need to ask what I think? If I had hesitated before, now there's basically no need for any more reservations. This is the only way they think. Unlike your attitude, Li Yin could still smile. They have underestimated Dai Gan too much. If there is no military force in Jiangdu now, just half a day later, countless powerful martial artists will appear outside of Jiangdu. It would take only a bit of strength to eliminate the Fox Demon. Really trusted him a lot. They are the ones who have underestimated you. Even without the army here, having you is enough. Hearing the praise, Li Yin shrugged and happily replied. The Fox Demons have been suffering for years. Now they are rushing at night. Even if they attack immediately, I wouldn't be surprised. Li Yin said upon hearing that. It seems that both Dai Gan and I have been underestimated by those Fox Demons. They want to end things with a battle. Really asked, puzzled. Don't they need to make more preparations before the battle? Opening the door and stepping outside, he said, this is a war of races. That's why they're acting so hastily. I'm going to check it out. She stood inside, calling out to him. Make sure to come back soon. Li Yin nodded and smiled. Leave it to me. On the other side, the Fox Demon. The clan leader was confidently walking out of the barrier's range. At this moment, he proudly said, finally, the day has come. The Fox clan's centuries-old anger can finally be unleashed. Those foolish humans. Immediately, he revealed his true form as a demon beast, prepared to bear the wrath of our kind. His face was full of confidence. The only one who can fight me now is Li Yin. For all this time, I've allowed him to hide outside the barrier, to be humiliated. Now I show myself. What will he do? At this moment, the Fox clan leader was still proudly standing. 2 other white foxes flew up around him. He ordered them, go quickly and steal the heart's core. Our Fox clan will stand strong in the demon world. Immediately, the Fox demons rushed forward at full speed. Having said that, the clan leader entered. He flew in the air, looking toward Li Yun. He raised his voice. Li Yun, I didn't expect you to die so quickly. Li Yun was not at all frightened and said, You are the one in a hurry, not me. Indeed, I am in a hurry, but it's because I have another engagement tonight. He looked very amused by the upcoming developments. It's time for you to pay for what you've done. Let me send you to the underworld. Immediately, the Fox tribe leader lunged at Li Yun with a claw attack. He laughed maliciously, swiping his sharp claws towards him. With a whoosh, the claws rushed towards Li Yun, but he smoothly sidestepped it. The Fox tribe leader's rapid attacks were all dodged by Li Yun with ease, a smile never leaving his face. After a series of failed attacks, the leader frowned angrily. This bastard dares to look down on me. Suddenly, he cast a spell to create multiple clones surrounding Li Yun. After creating the clones, all of them, including the leader, attacked Li Yun at once, shouting loudly, Take this move! But suddenly, with a swoosh, Li Yun's fist appeared and struck the Fox tribe leader's face, catching him off guard. With a loud thud, Li Yun sent him flying backward. The leader was knocked back and stumbled before standing straight. When he was hit, his clones vanished as well. He was knocked back and stumbled away. 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 Grinding his teeth. What the hell? Are you mocking me, human? You are too arrogant. Just give the order. All of our elite Fox tribe soldiers will attack the Emperor. Aren't you afraid? He thought secretly, I need to think of a way to break through and attack the heart of the matter. Elsewhere, the elite Fox tribe soldiers appeared from the sky, charging towards the Emperor and the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard shouted, seeing the enemy, Protect His Majesty. Li Yun seemed to sense something and turned to look behind him. The strategy of encircling the enemy to save the leader is not bad. But I won't expose any weaknesses because of that. I won't turn back to help them. Hearing this, the Fox tribe leader taunted. You really have no reaction at all. Is it better for the Emperor to die? Your martial arts have reached the peak, and the world will be yours without the Emperor. Hearing his taunts, Li Yun just smiled kindly and replied, I don't want to be the one to rule the world. I just want to be a man who's supported by Ruli, and that's enough. Meanwhile, he secretly thought, if I turn back to help, that arrogant woman will definitely be furious with me, thinking I look down on her. Even if she doesn't scold me, I don't want to sleep on the floor. The clan leader, with bloodshot eyes and dilated pupils, stared at him and spoke in rebuttal. Is this your confidence? Speaking nonsense. Do you think I can't kill you immediately? Li Yun, with sword energy surrounding him, still kept a smile on his face and replied, I'm not a martial artist. I don't fight with fists. My specialty is using a sword. Finally, he said 2 words, sword comes. At that moment, a golden light rushed towards them, and the source of that light was a sword flying into Li Yun's hand. He raised the sword and smiled a sinister smile. Just now, you seem puzzled by my lack of reaction. It's not that I'm not angry, it's that in my eyes, you're just a damn fox. I'll behead you and feed your head to the pigs. And with that, he jumped and swung his sword toward the clan leader. The clan leader, seeing the sword strikes coming quickly, sensed the danger. He quickly jumped back to avoid Li Yun's strikes. As he jumped back, he rapidly thought of a plan, first maintaining his distance. He couldn't use the Ocean Fox strategy. As long as he dealt with Li Yun, no one in the Great Clan would stop him. While deep in thought, the clan leader didn't notice Li Yun had already appeared behind him. Suddenly, Li Yun spoke, Take this move, and the clan leader was startled. The strike went straight for the clan leader's rear, the 1,000-year death strike, blood curse. This made him scream loudly, his rear end blooming like a flower. Blood immediately flowed from where he was struck, and he angrily stammered, How could you be so strong? Why would a lowly human like you possess such power? Li Yun responded with a question, his smile still on his face. Didn't you want to tear everything down and start over? Or do you think I'm some kind of natural disaster? He then denied the idea that he was strong, saying, I'm not that strong. I can't even defeat my wife. The clan leader was stunned by this, unable to believe his ears, and asked, "The Emperor Daigon, is she stronger?" Suddenly, a black hole appeared next to him, and a small fox jumped out holding something. It landed on his shoulder and reported, "Clan leader, we've obtained the core." The clan leader, with tears in his eyes, praised the small fox. "Good. Did you find the Emperor?" Inside, he secretly smirked. "Let's see how you act all high and mighty now, brat." The small fox continued to report on the battle. Moreover, suddenly a very powerful force appeared. "Our brothers and sisters were all killed by them. I was lucky to snatch this core." Li Yin observed the two foxes talking, and thought, "It seems like the reinforcements from Lai Hai arrived just in time." The clan leader, holding the core, smiled with satisfaction. "It's fine, as long as I have the core, I can transcend the mortal realm." Suddenly, the core in his hand vanished, and both he and the small fox stared, wide-eyed in shock. The two foxes, one large, one small, watched in disbelief as the core flew into Li Yun's palm, speechless. Li Yun, however, was quite used to this situation. "This thing still likes me." As the clan leader was still in shock, Li Yun struck again, forcing him to jump back. The clan leader was stunned as he saw Li Yun strike, his face going pale, a decapitation strike. But after a month, he still felt nothing, his face still covered in a sticky substance. He stared at Li Yun again and said, "Damn it, today I can only retreat into the barrier. Li Yun, just wait for me. I'll train for another 1,000 years and come back to take your life." But Li Yun disagreed. "No need. You won't get the chance." The clan leader gasped in shock as his body was cleaved in half, blood splattering everywhere. The leader's body is now split into two parts, the lower half still standing in place, while the upper half has fallen to the ground. His face turned pale, blood continually pouring from his mouth, and he finally realized, so that's it? His sword. Even my body didn't have time to react. Li Yun smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly, and casually said, "You're already dead." Elsewhere, the battle was still raging fiercely, when suddenly, the foxes seemed to sense something wrong. They quickly reverted to their original form and fled in panic. They all jumped through a black hole to escape. Ruli stood there, some blood still on her face, looking at the fox corpses scattered around. Li Yin walked over and smiled. With this many people, it wouldn't be easy to resist the fox demon's attack. "Your abilities are truly extraordinary." Hearing his voice, she turned and looked back. She looked at Li Yun and replied, "We couldn't even defeat half of them." "Well done. Anyway, if you came here, you'd be angry. That was tough." As she spoke, he wiped the blood from her face with his hand. She didn't mind and replied, "Protecting the people is my responsibility. It's nothing to be tired of." Li Yun's next words made Ruli blush. "Even if it's a responsibility, it doesn't mean you can't get compliments. You did a great job, Your Majesty." He saw her staring at him in confusion and asked, "What are you thinking?" She replied, "Today marks the 426th day." Li Yun still didn't understand and asked, "What's that? A curse?" Ruli pouted and looked at him, saying, "It's the number of days I've liked you." "You're so silly. What are you saying?" She looked at him in a teasing manner. He happily responded, "Of course I know. I just don't know how to express my joy." Li Yun then told her about their next plan. "Now that the issue is resolved, we'll leave the rest to the local forces and the court to handle. Our trip to the south is now over." Ruli, with a stern face, said, "Look at you, still so eager. Is there something in the capital that attracts you?" He teasingly responded, "Of course I miss our forest." Her face turned red with a hint of frustration. After a long journey, they finally arrived back at their house in the capital. Once home, Li Yun lay back on the table in the yard, his face showing complete comfort. Inside, "There's no place like home." Seeing Ruli enter, he asked, "Back so soon? Are you already busy?" Ruli seriously explained, "Now, only a few fox demons have appeared, but in our ancient books, we found a way to deal with their barriers. There are already over 15 of these barriers." She looked back at him, who was still lying lazily, and complained, "You're going to waste away like this." Hearing this, Li Yun quickly retorted, "No, I feel like I'm going to get fat." Ruli, not pleased with his response, asked, "Don't you care about how I feel?" Li Yun quickly replied, "If that's the case, I can always change my posture." Though he said that, in his heart, he was secretly thinking, "I think I've gotten a bit fatter. It might be a little inconvenient for Ruli." Hearing that, she stared at him and asked again, "Change what?" He quickly laughed and said, "Switching to healthy food." Ruli's face turned serious as she said, "If you're this free, come with me to meet someone." She is the daughter of a prince. After his death, she inherited his estate, including an army. Li Yun smiled, his eyes curving like crescent moons. "The prince's daughter? Are we visiting the Red Pier?" Hearing his question, she could only sigh helplessly. "Why do you make it sound so bad? Just act as you did before, and it'll be fine." Despite that, he pointed at his own face and asked, "Just a nod with a stiff face, right?" She could only reply helplessly, "You can at least smile a little." The scene shifts to the grand imperial city, bathed in brilliant sunlight. Along the palace corridors, a maid walking beside Yu Lu couldn't help but sigh. The capital's palace is truly magnificent. But the daughter of Prince Pingjiang paid no attention to such things, and was instead complaining about her outfit. "This outfit is too cumbersome. There's no defense for battle." Her close maid, sweating nervously, tried to persuade her. "You have to wear this for formal occasions. After all, we're meeting His Majesty today. We can't just wear armor like usual," she thought to herself, sighing internally. Milady has truly changed. She used to be a gentle and scholarly young lady. After hearing her maid's reasoning, she reluctantly accepted it. "Fine, since I'm meeting my fiancé, dressing up is only natural." The young maid, filled with anxiety, pleaded earnestly, "Milady, I beg you. When you meet His Majesty, please don't say such things." Yu Lu, acting as if she was very reliable, assured her, "Don't worry, I understand." Moments later, the two entered the study, where the Emperor and Li Yun were already waiting. Li Yun squinted at the girl who had just entered, deep in thought. Why does she look so familiar? Ruli also noticed his reaction. The young maid stood with her mouth agape, panicking at her lady's inaction. "Milady, why aren't you paying respects to His Majesty?" Meanwhile, Yu Lu stood frozen, showing little reaction. After a moment, she finally extended her hands in a formal greeting. "It's been a while, Master Lai. It seems you've made good use of my father's assistance. Almost took over the capital." Li Yun, surprised, asked, "You're that little girl? Weren't you a scholarly, filial daughter?" Meanwhile, Ruli was shooting daggers at him with her eyes. Suddenly, Ruli's question startled him. "You two know each other?" Yu Lu quickly answered, "Of course, back then my father." Before she could finish, Li Yun was already sweating profusely, while Ruli's face darkened. The young maid hurriedly covered her lady's mouth to prevent further trouble, explaining anxiously. The prince and Lord Li Yun were old friends, so of course, they knew each other. Ruli, unwilling to hear more, immediately ordered, "You two leave first." The young maid, still covering her lady's mouth, quickly complied, "Yes, Your Grace." Once they left, she turned to Li Yun with a frown. He hurriedly explained, "That little girl Yu Lu, we only met a few times." She smiled warmly at Li Yun and said, "You don't have to explain so hurriedly." Seeing that she didn't seem angry, he was relieved and sighed in admiration. "You are truly generous and understanding." But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ruli gripping her sword, her face dark with anger. "Explanations are useless. I'm very displeased." Seeing this, he quickly tried to clarify, "I only met her a few times. I really don't know her well. That's the truth." Even after hearing his explanation, she still puffed her cheeks in frustration. "He wouldn't lie to me, but judging by their reactions, there's definitely something going on." Scene transition, a while later in the study room. Now, only Ruli and Lai Hai remained, discussing matters. "How's the investigation?" Lai Hai respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I have investigated. This matter is indeed unusual." With his hands clasped before his chest, he bowed slightly and continued. "Yu Lu's father was the Prince of Binjiang. In the records from recent years, there was no sign of any interactions between Li Yun and him. In fact, Yu Lu had never even stepped outside her home before. So for Li Yun to have met her, there can only be one explanation." Hearing this, Ruli frowned slightly, her gaze revealing a trace of deep contemplation. She asked, "Did the Prince of Binjiang secretly approach Li Yun?" Lai Hai maintained his respectful posture as he replied, "Your Majesty is wise, even if Li Yun doesn't fully understand Your Majesty. For the sake of the Dai Gon's dignity, it's understandable that he wouldn't voluntarily report this to Your Majesty." Ruli's gaze sharpened. "What else did you find?" Lai Hai answered, The Prince of Binjiang was among the top martial experts in the world. But he died in a fire, which was also highly suspicious. Half the city was burned down, and many questions remain. Chu really asked again, so in the end, the only one who truly knows the full story is Yulu herself? The daughter of the Prince of Binjiang, upon hearing the Empress's question, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. She could only respond, "Your Majesty is wise." Chu really didn't reply. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. He wouldn't lie to me, nor would he hide things from me. He did this to protect me. He doesn't want me to be in danger. If I ask him directly, he'll surely say the same thing. But if he does that, then I've already lost. She turned her head slightly, covering her lips with her hand to hide a knowing smile. I have to handle this in my own way, to uncover everything Li Yun is hiding to protect me. When the time comes, no matter how much he tries to argue with me, in the end, I'm still the one who does the most for love. While she was lost in thought, Li Hai was sweating nervously, silently wondering, Her Majesty is angry, isn't she? Outside the city, the streets bustled with people. In a small corner of the market street, Li Na, dressed in a revealing outfit, was selling snacks. Snacks, delicious treats. Would you like to try some? Her voice calling out to customers caught the attention of Li Yun. At that moment, Li Na also saw him. She greeted him cheerfully. Landlord, what a coincidence. Beside her was Li Shui, also dressed in a revealing bunny outfit, holding a tray of desserts. Li Yun asked, Is this your main business location? Li Na put her hands on her hips and replied sarcastically. The landlord must be looking for a much more interesting place, huh? Li Yun gave an awkward smile and quickly explained, No, I was just worried you were running a shady inn. What's with these outfits? Still with her hands on her hips, Li Na firmly replied, Of course not. These are our staff uniforms. We're just a regular little pastry shop. No scams. Beside her, Li Shui remained silent, but had a very expressive look on her face. A moment ago, Li Na was firm in her stance, but the next second, she started enticing him. Landlord, would you like to become a member? Deposit 1 silver tael and receive another for free. You can also become a lifetime member and get a 20% discount on all desserts. Hearing her pitch, Li Yun glanced at her sideways and said, This smells like a scam. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Yulu saying, Then I'll do it. Instinctively, Li Yun turned towards the source of the voice. He asked in surprise, Why are you here? Instead of Yulu answering, Li Na interrupted to continue promoting her membership deal. Here, we have a 1-tael combo and even a super VIP package for 10 taels. As she spoke, Li Na suddenly fell silent. She glanced down at her shirt as if something was inside it. Meanwhile, Yulu pointed at Li Shui and said, This won't do. That remark seemed to anger Li Shui, who had been silent all this time. She suddenly shouted, I will kill you. Seeing this, Li Yun quickly intervened to defuse the situation. He tactfully cut into their conversation to prevent an escalation. Weren't you into that style before? Why are you acting all righteous now? Yulu let out a cold snort and replied icily, Humph. After my father died, if I had kept that personality, I wouldn't have the chance to stand here today. Li Yun didn't dwell on it and got straight to the point. You must have another reason for looking for me, right? Instead of answering directly, Yulu countered with a question. Do you know about the White Zephyr? Li Yun's eyes widened in confusion. He asked, White Zephyr? What is that? Hearing his question, Yulu's face lit up with excitement. Her voice carried an undeniable sense of joy as she explained, A demon. A demon so powerful it can be called a king. It knows both the past and the future. It's also one of the rarest and most mysterious creatures. Hearing this, Li Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. A demon like that must be incredibly strong. Many people would want to go after it. However, Yulu's next words instantly shattered the difficulty that Li Yun had imagined. She casually said, No, we already caught it on the way here. In stark contrast to her calm demeanor, Li Yun's face was filled with speechless disbelief. The blazing sunlight shone down as if it wanted to burn the entire world. Inside the vast kitchen, Li Yun's group stood before a gigantic stove. Seeing this, Li Yun was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask Yulu, You want to unveil the ultimate dish, so why are you using that stew pot? She maintained her calm demeanor and replied, It seems that thing has some mental issues. If it's not placed in a high-temperature environment, it will lose control. Ruli, standing beside Li Yun, didn't chat idly with him or Yu Lu. She simply said one sentence. You can take it out now. Li Yun, filled with excitement, added, Yes, it's time to open the pot. Following Empress Ruli's command, the lid of the pot slowly lifted, releasing thick white steam. Seconds later, water splashed violently as a massive white creature, strange and eerie, flew out of the boiling pot. It landed heavily on the ground and fixed its gaze on a nearby guard, causing the man to tremble in fear. He thought to himself, what does it want to do? Not only the guard closest to it, but all the other soldiers were equally bewildered. Li Yun and Ruli, standing a short distance away, observed closely. Ruli was the first to speak. What exactly does it want? Li Yun quickly shared his thoughts. It doesn't seem to have malicious intent. Suddenly, the creature by Ji spoke loudly. The child is not yours. That happened a year and 3 months ago. This statement left the guard utterly stunned, his mouth agape in shock. Then, one by one, the deepest secrets of the soldiers were exposed by Baiji. The book you secretly hid away? Every palace guard already knows about it. You read romance stories but never hit like. The goddess you adore is actually a sea queen, and you are just one of her many fish. One after another, the guards whose secrets were exposed were left in shock, exclaiming, What it's saying isn't true. Don't believe it. Ignoring their protests, Baiji turned to face Li Yun and Ruli. Staring intently at them, it revealed another secret about Ruli. You whisper Li Yun's name to yourself every night before sleeping, and then you secretly rejoice. What you love most is leaning on Li Yun's shoulder and inhaling his scent. Hearing this, Ruli froze like a statue, beads of sweat beginning to form. Her cheeks turned increasingly red, but she still denied it. It's talking nonsense. While Ruli blushed with embarrassment, Li Yun stood behind her with an amused smile. He thought to himself, Can I tell Baiji that he's doing a great job? Brother Bai, say a few more things. At this moment, Ruli noticed Li Yun's odd reaction. She spoke in a slightly annoyed yet embarrassed tone. What are you looking at? Li Yun chuckled proudly. Of course, I'm looking at the woman I love the most. Hearing this, Ruli's face turned even redder, and she snapped, Stop talking nonsense. Baiji, meanwhile, quietly shifted his gaze, staring at Li Yun with a meaningful look. This made Li Yun uneasy, a cold sweat running down his spine. Inwardly, he hastily sought an excuse to clear himself. I didn't hide any forbidden books, nor did I sneak into the widow's village at night. Beside him, Ruli curled her lips into a victorious smirk, her eyes gleaming as if savoring a delightful drama. She tilted her head slightly, her tone half mocking, half taunting. Now it's your turn. But all Li Yun could do was smile sheepishly. Contrary to everyone's expectation that Baiji would expose some humiliating secret about Li Yun, the creature suddenly trembled violently. Its once sharp eyes were now filled with sheer terror. Its hoarse voice rang out, broken and struggling, as if trapped in a nightmare. It's you. Terrified, it kept muttering. It's you, it's you. You've returned. Baiji's strange reaction left both Li Yun and Ruli stunned. Ruli's eyes were filled with curiosity as she slightly furrowed her brows. But without asking, not knowing the reason, Li Yun was momentarily startled but quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly and replied clumsily, though it likely wasn't a lie. No, the first time I encountered a demon was a fox demon in Jiangnan. Before that, I had never seen one. Standing nearby, Yu Lu's eyes gleamed with contemplation before she spoke, slowly presenting her reasoning. Could it be that it has met you before, but you don't remember? Li Yun stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing as he sank into deep thought. He spoke in a contemplative tone, tinged with curiosity. It's possible. If a demon like this had been lurking around me before I reached my peak, perhaps I truly wouldn't have noticed it. Then he took a few steps closer to Baiji, his voice calm as he addressed it. Have you met me before? My name is Li Yun. Even if you've mistaken me for someone else, I don't think I'm the person you know. Baiji's body trembled slightly, its muscles tensing as if bracing against overwhelming fear and deep despair. Its eyes were filled with confusion and terror as it shuddered and uttered each word hesitantly. Li Yun. Li Yun. Seeing this, Yu Lu spoke up. It's gone mad. We won't get anything out of it. Baiji looked at Li Yun with overwhelming fear, struggling to speak. I have something to say to Li Yun. Core. I will give you the entire Demon Clan's core, but not Bak Hong. Bak Hong must not have it. As soon as those words left its mouth, a jade-green orb emerged from within, slowly floating toward Li Yun while he stood in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the orb, which emitted a faint white aura. Li Yun pondered, this is the core, but why not Bak Hong? Before he could get an answer, Bai Ji suddenly soared into the sky, shocking everyone. It still called out as it ascended, the core is for you. Before finishing its sentence, its once massive form shrank into a small spirit beast, obediently perching on Li Yun's shoulder, nuzzling against him in delight. He then turned to Lai Hai, who was standing nearby. Its demon energy is depleted. It needs a restoration pill. Lai Hai bowed respectfully. Understood. I'll get it. Li Yun then turned to Yu Lu and asked, where did you find it? Yu Lu quickly replied, Pingjiang, not far from the city gates. Hearing the answer, his expression turned contemplative, questions swirling in his mind. Pingjiang? That's not exactly close to here. Why didn't it want Bak Hong to have the core? What's the difference? Night slowly descended, draping the world in a quiet, velvety darkness. At that moment, only two people remained in the vast room, Li Yun and Ruli. Noticing something unusual about Li Yun, Ruli asked, is there something you're not telling me? He didn't hide anything, keeping a smile on his face as he replied, are you referring to the king of Pingjiang? If you want to know, I can tell you. Hearing this, she turned away, her expression full of the proud arrogance of a queen. I will have my people investigate. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out. He maintained his carefree smile and said, you won't be able to find anything. Ruli glared at him. Are you underestimating the intelligence network of Daigon? Realizing he had misspoken, Li Yun quickly clarified. Of course not, but some things are only known by two people, no one else. In truth, the king of Pingjiang knows nothing about the Grand Heavens or the rebel army. He was just too curious. Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes and asked, curious? Li Yun patiently explained to her, he wanted to visit my homeland. To investigate, Ruli widened her eyes and asked, to travel? Hearing this, he hesitated briefly before replying, travel, let's put it that way. Outwardly, he said so, but in his heart, he thought, my homeland may be a bit special. Ruli quickly regained her serious expression and said firmly, forget about the matter of the king of Jiangbin. We still don't fully understand what Bai Ji said, right? Li Yun nodded in agreement. I have never met it, nor do I know what it's so afraid of. The core of the Demon Clan must be fully accounted for in both quantity and location. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when it might become dangerous. She also agreed with Li Yun's words. She continued, I think so too. I've already sent people to investigate around the Demon Clan's barrier. Li Yun maintained his usual calm smile. Not too bright, but full of composure. But recently we've been dealing with major matters. Whenever we start paying attention to the smaller details, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Ruli's eyes sparkled with playful annoyance. Her voice carried a slight reprimand, but was still endearing. I want to accomplish something big, but you just dismiss it. Li Yun casually responded, that's not the big thing I want to do. Ruli smirked meaningfully, speaking softly, but that is the big thing I want to do. Li Yun couldn't quite understand Ruli's words. He questioned himself, and then asked her, even so, the whole world is yours. What more do you want? Ruli didn't offer much explanation. She simply said in a short phrase, to let you know how much I like you. Then she gently placed a sweet kiss on his lips. The morning sun gradually rose, casting a soft light over the entire palace. Inside the room, Li Yun and Ruli were wrapped up in each other. He massaged her shoulders, while she was engrossed in her book. Both were enjoying this peaceful moment. It seemed like a very romantic scene, but Li Yun's gaze was fixated solely on Ruli's ample chest. She also noticed it and playfully scolded, what do you want? Li Yun, realizing that his inappropriate thoughts had been exposed, hurriedly defended himself awkwardly. I'm just a man with expectations, that's all. Ruli countered, so that's your excuse for blatantly staring at my chest? At this moment, Li Yun had no clever retort and could only stand there with an embarrassed chuckle. She didn't press the matter further and instead asked, I have an early court session today. I need to go. Also, what do you want for lunch? Li Yun eagerly responded. Does the menu include you? Ruli blushed but maintained her composure, replying, That's for a special midnight feast. He refused to back down and enthusiastically insisted, Then have it ready exactly at midnight. Ruli turned away arrogantly and said, If I'm in a good mood by then, maybe. Meanwhile, he continued joking cheerfully. Doesn't that mean I have to generate endless energy, then? On the bustling streets, people were passing by, buying and selling goods. Standing in the middle of the street, Li Yun was lost in thought. The Baiji case had been discovered in Binjiang. Could it be that King Binjiang had come into contact with it while he was alive? While he was deep in thought, he suddenly ran into Yu Lu, who was carrying a bag of steamed buns. Yu Lu awkwardly explained, I got hungry from training. This isn't my usual diet. Li Yun wasn't surprised and casually replied, Don't worry. There's a girl named Le Shui. She eats 5 times more than you and is still stunningly beautiful and ambitious. He didn't forget to check on her either. I remember your meridians had issues. You can't cultivate, right? She calmly responded. My father told you about that? The effects are minimal. Even if I train my entire life, I wouldn't last half a day in battle, sir. Yu Lu cheerfully continued. But just as you said, future systems and firepower will advance. Things will be different. Qing Yin chuckled. You're afraid of lacking firepower already, huh? The two stood there chatting, and she suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard His Majesty is investigating the connection between my father and you. If they find out you were once my fiancé, that could be a huge problem. Hearing this, Li Yun felt a bit uneasy and chuckled awkwardly. Funny how you still remember something your father casually mentioned after all this time. If you're fine now, why haven't you returned home? Hearing his question, Yu Lu eagerly replied, I'm leaving this afternoon. Before I go, I wanted to find you. Didn't expect to run into you here. Li Yun sensed something was off. Listen, if this is about romance, I refuse. I already have a wife. Realizing his misunderstanding, she quickly explained, Of course not. Right now in Qinzhou, there are people who have gained access to the Demon Clan's core. After all, Hoshi is an example. They believe they can reach your level by using the Demon Core. If that's the case, it's possible they may start cooperating with the Demon Clan. Li Yun asked again, Are there a lot of them? She calmly replied, Yes, many. Some of them even deeply resent you. And perhaps there are people among them you'd never expect. Their conversation ended as Yu Lu turned to leave. I should go now. I hope we meet again soon. He bid her farewell, thinking to himself, time is running out. I need to go to the palace and find Ruli. Returning to the Imperial Palace in Ruli's quarters, Li Yun excitedly rushed inside and cheerfully asked her, I heard that some people have obtained the Demon Clan's core, and now they want to challenge me. She seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Smiling, she replied, You're absolutely right. In the past few days, several people have already declared their intent to challenge you. Feeling any pressure as the strongest in the land? The couple laughed and chatted happily. Li Yun joked, If they're more beautiful than my wife, I might just lose. She smugly responded, Obviously, and if they're kinder, that works too. He hesitated for a moment. Well, that is... Seeing his reaction, Ruli frowned. What? You're not satisfied? Sensing danger, Li Yun quickly tried to salvage the conversation. No, it's just that the standards have changed, for example. Before he could finish, she cut him off. For example, the number one woman who loves her man the most? Li Yun immediately agreed. That works. My wife is also number one in the world. At that moment, Li Hai entered and interrupted their conversation, calling out, Your Majesty. He looked displeased upon seeing Li Yun. So, you're here. In contrast to Li Hai's gloom, Li Yun radiated confidence. Xiao Chun, why are you in such a rush? He teased. Ruli turned to Li Hai. Is something wrong? Li Hai solemnly reported, There is a group of people gathering outside the city, claiming they want to challenge Li Yun. They've been shouting for half the day. Hearing this, he said, Oh, then I want to see who is brave enough. Scene transition. At the city gate, a figure was shouting loudly. Li Yun, come out here. The man roared in anger. Are you afraid of me? Do you dare to fight me? Li Yun and Ruli stood on the city wall helplessly. Quite a loud voice, he said. No wonder it's disturbing everyone. Just hearing it is irritating. She replied, Then go fight him. It's a good opportunity to lure out those with the Demon Clan's core and capture them all at once. Hearing this, he joked, That makes sense. But if I accept the challenge, countless others will come to challenge me, and my time for nightlife will be taken away. She asked, then what do you plan to do? He answered, I have my ways. This is a situation that calls for some official hooligan tactics. No, I mean government authority. A while later, on the city wall, people gathered, whispering in front of a notice Li Yun had put up. I knew it. No way His Majesty would allow anyone to just show up and challenge Li Yun. Hey, don't step on my foot. The notice stated that Li Yun forbade disturbing the citizens. To ensure fairness and protect the rights of heroes from all backgrounds who wish to fight Li Yun, a token would be thrown outside the city tomorrow morning. Whoever obtains the token will earn the right to challenge Li Yun in 10 days. Looking down from above, he proudly showed off his strategy to his wife. How's this idea? Let them pick one representative to fight me. That should save me a lot of trouble. Ruli was very pleased with him. Very good. This way, we can also assess the strength of martial artists among the people. Who will throw the token? He grinned mischievously. I've already chosen someone. Later, the city gates opened, and the one chosen to throw the token was Le Shui. Holding the token, she shouted, I'm throwing the token now. Make sure you catch it. She noticed the people hiding in the forest, who had been causing trouble earlier, were now silent. Annoyed, she said, if no one responds, I'll feel really embarrassed. Can't you at least say something? The people hiding behind the trees grew impatient. Enough talk. Just throw it already. Hearing this, she casually tossed the token into the forest. Figure it out among yourselves. As soon as the token was thrown, the forest erupted into chaos. People fought fiercely over it. Great mighty dragon fist, grand law spell. Tiger subduing 18 strikes. Tao Tao dragon claw hand, unrivaled in the world. Heaven and earth supreme technique, shockwave fist, iron fist of fury. Before leaving, Le Shui reminded them. All right, to prevent fake tokens from deceiving others. Whoever holds the token must come to the capital gate every 2 days for verification. She sighed to herself. Working really isn't easy. Scene transition. 10 days later, in front of the city gate. A young man with a scar on his face emerged from the forest, exhausted, walking heavily towards Le Shui and the judge. He held up the token in front of her, speaking fiercely, Look at this token. It's already midday on the 10th day. I am the winner. Where is Li Yun? She picked up the token and examined it. It's already noon. He's the winner. Announce it quickly. Following his request, the adjudicator announced. Much to his surprise, the outstanding one is Le Shui. He panicked, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, is it the adjudicator supposed to decide? She helplessly explained. Not me. I was just working here to distribute the tokens earlier. Out of curiosity, I stayed to watch. Thanks to you all, now I have to go challenge the host himself. He was so enraged that he drew his sword and lunged at her. I won't accept this. I fought hard to seize that token, and now I'm getting tricked by some little girl. Suddenly, a pair of slender hands wearing pink bracelets grabbed him. She threw him away. Scram! He landed flat on the ground, meters away from them. It turned out to be Le Na, standing fiercely beside Le Shui. She warned, she's the winner. Stop causing trouble. Taking a direct hit from Le Na, he was utterly shocked. She's so strong. I have core energy perception, yet I didn't even sense her approach. Looking at Le Shui, he thought, and she's the leader of that girl? Could she be even stronger? Are there truly 3 undefeated warriors in the capital? With that thought, he got up and was about to ask Le Shui something. Miss Warrior, Before he could finish, she had already turned away. He was left in utter shock and surprise. She's already heading to challenge Li Yun? Did she deliberately position herself at the gate for this challenge? Has she always been confident she could defeat us? Watching Le Shui's figure walking away, he thought, she is truly strong and confident. Compared to us, who hid for 10 days, she's the real warrior. It seems everything was orchestrated by Li Yun. Le Shui, exhilarated, thought, this job the host recommended is really worth it. At Ruli's palace, Li Yun gently pushed open the door. The two of them continued discussing recent events. Now that the progress on dealing with the core poison has accelerated, wouldn't it be useless if it gets exposed? Hearing that, Li Yun responded, of course not. Thanks to Miss Ruli for stimulating my intellect. This, too, counts as your contribution. Hearing that, she looked serious and said, I don't need to take credit for others' achievements, but you're an exception. It was all my effort, yet you just smile lightly? Is there even such a thing? Ru smiled gently. Who said what's yours isn't also mine? Returning to the discussion about the demon clan's core, Li Yun seriously talked with her. In these 10 days, many powerful experts have appeared in Shenzhou. Many people who obtained the core have already uncovered quite a lot. Do you want to collect the cores? He asked. She immediately replied, no. According to intelligence, aside from Baiji's, all the other cores are incomplete. Their effects aren't as significant as imagined. At most, they can only be stored in small kingdoms. They aren't considered true treasures. Hearing her words, Li Yun hesitated. Even so, they're still quite powerful, right? Do you have some misunderstanding about what constitutes a true treasure? Really felt a bit annoyed. In short, there's no need to gather the cores. Maintaining the current state is enough. She looked at him seriously. But I want to ask you, why do you think that aside from me, everything else can be called a treasure? Is it just because you're used to it? Without hesitation, he replied, you're underestimating my desire. Every day, I don't even know how many times I have to secretly admire you. Hearing this, she blushed slightly. Is that something to be proud of? He smirked. Besides, if something is a treasure, it can be taken by others. But the two of us are already bound in a romantic relationship. She temporarily accepted his reasoning. Fine, let's say you have a point. He cheerfully responded. That means there's still something unreasonable? She nodded in agreement. Of course, there are plenty of flaws. Li eagerly stood up and approached her. Where's the mistake? She smiled, unable to hide her happiness. It's not about the same needs, but rather, the more I love, the more I can't be apart from you. He gazed at her affectionately and said joyfully, that's why we are eternally bound to each other, aren't we? The young couple, understanding each other without words, leaned in for a kiss. Just as they were enjoying their moment, Le Shui suddenly barged in, slamming the door open. Her face was filled with excitement. Master of the house, I've come to challenge you. The couple was extremely annoyed. You brat, you ruined my good moment. At the city gate, a man stood reading the announcement. He had slicked back red hair and a crescent-shaped scar on his face as he read Li Yun's notice. This strategy, only that guy could have come up with it. Seemingly familiar with him, the man continued speaking. The Demon Clan's core, huh? I have one too. I wonder if I'll get to fight you this time. Maybe I can finally erase my disgrace. A girl with green hair appeared right behind him. He raised his guard as he glanced at her. The scent of blood is strong. Who is this guy? Scene transition. Chao Fong was walking toward a food stall. Is this delicious? The stall owner enthusiastically replied. A specialty of the capital. Tasty, nutritious, and affordable. Li Yun suddenly popped up with a cheerful grin. That's absolutely right. But these pastries aren't suitable for single cultivators. You might want to try the shop next door. Hearing this, he glanced over in confusion. The shop next door? Chao Fong and Li Yun were like fire and water. The moment they met, they started mocking each other. He sneered, oh really? Well then, thanks a lot. But I doubt His Majesty would appreciate something gifted by a rebel. You're right, he responded casually. Besides me, how could he like anything else? Hearing that, Chao Fong's face was full of disdain. Fine, once you get divorced, don't forget to call me. I'll have someone come and exorcise you for His Majesty. Li Yun found this petty quarrel amusing and laughed heartily. Why have you returned to the capital? Don't tell me you're here to challenge me again. That's old news. Chao Fong smirked and provoked him further. What? Are you scared? Li Yun chuckled. No, it's just that yesterday my wife and I had hot pot at the Imperial Library. My mood hasn't been great since then. Seeing his smugness, Chao Fong was speechless. And that is what to do with anything. Then Chao Fong got to the point. Actually, I do want to fight you, but there's another matter. Our sect has close ties with the Emperor. This time, we're here following tradition to maintain our friendship. Hearing that, Li Yun questioned, another courtesy visit? Based on your attitude. Chao Fong responded seriously. That's right. Back in Beihuang, I helped you a lot. If you still have a conscience, put in a good word for me with His Majesty. This time, Li Yun agreed. No problem. I'll do whatever it takes to speak well of you. Scene transition. A while later, inside the Imperial Palace, Chao Fong came to meet Ru Li. He gave Li Yun a serious look as a silent reminder. Don't forget our agreement. Li Yun replied confidently. Got it. Seeing this, Chao Fong felt smug. Although this guy can be annoying sometimes, at least I can trust him with this. At that moment, Li Hai began reading the imperial decree. By the emperor's command, since ancient times, many great talents have emerged. Cao Feng has repeatedly fought against rebel forces, achieving numerous victories without fear. He charged forward and suppressed over 3,000 insurgents. Disguised as an old woman, he infiltrated the enemy camp and thwarted their attack. Blow for blow, the rebel forces fell into a swamp, surrounded by ferocious beasts in the forest. As Li Yun's flattering words about him were read in the imperial decree, Cao Feng was absolutely furious, but could do nothing. He cursed internally, "I shouldn't have trusted that bastard." Then, he shot a glare at Li Yun. "You scoundrel! You actually exposed all my embarrassing past deeds. Who do you think got me into that mess in the first place?" Li Yun, however, remained as carefree as ever. "I already praised all your achievements. Right now, your research is second only to the God of creation." At this point, Ruli spoke up. "Cao Feng, back when you stood before the late emperor, you performed exceptionally well. Moreover, you contributed greatly in the battle against Hu Shi. So, you need not worry. The court will support your sect. Just like before, you only need to serve the court for 5 years. If nothing major happens within that time, you may go wherever you wish." Hearing this, Cao Feng began weighing his options. "I originally thought I could wait until my disciple started working, and now I have to work for free for 5 years? Looking at the lovey-dovey couple before him, he felt utterly annoyed. But compared to Li Yun, who was acting all gentle and obedient, my current situation is much better than his. Staying single is definitely the way to go." A while later, Li Hai led Cao Feng away. "Now, let me show you around the capital. The city has changed a lot over the past year." "Cao Feng imeditan agvet." "All right, let's go." Once everyone had left, the lovebirds resumed their sweet moments. Li Yun brought out a plate of pastries he had just bought. "While I was out today, I bought these for you. I picked them based on your favorite flavors." Ruli happily accepted them and took a bite. "Not bad, but not as good as the ones I make." Li Yun chuckled and gently massaged her shoulders. She quickly straightened up. "This is work time. No fooling around." Li Yun grinned. "You do your work, I'll do mine. No problem. I'll just stick to harmless games like card playing." Internally, he felt quite smug. A balanced partnership is the best. Some things are just less fun when enjoyed alone. Ruli blushed slightly. "Just don't mess up my work, all right?" Li Yun sat in a corner, watching his wife work, feeling nothing but admiration. "No matter how I look at her, my wife is just too adorable." Feeling his gaze on her, Ruli became a little flustered. Unable to take it anymore, she asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Yun teased her. "Your Majesty, surely it's not against the rules for me to admire my own wife, is it?" Ruli pouted in protest. "But you're distracting me from my work." Hearing that, Li Yun scratched his head awkwardly. "Just looking, how could that be an issue?" Ruli's cheeks started to flush as she replied. Because of his mesmerizing gaze, her heart was in turmoil. "He's the one I like. How could I not be moved when he looks at me like that?" In front of his wife, Li Yun shamelessly asked, "A mesmerizing gaze, huh?" "I won't deny it," she nodded. "See? He just denied it." Then he stood up and came up with an idea. "How about this? Give me a kiss and I'll leave." She gave in to her husband. "All right then." Immediately, Ruli gave Li Yun a passionate kiss on the cheek, filled with their deep love. Seeing him run off excitedly, she called out, "If there's nothing else, go study the core already. There's no lead on the Bai Chi either. Finish your work first, then come find me." He immediately responded, "Got it." Sitting down to review documents, she motivated herself. "I have to finish these reports quickly, or Li Yun will be lonely." Ruli immediately got to work, but something made her sigh. Resting her chin on her hand in frustration, she thought, "No matter what, I won't feel lonely just because he left." Scene transition. At the core research site, Li Yun approached Bai Qi. As he walked, he pondered, the function of this core isn't much different from the one in Bai Huang. It can alter the body's meridians, but its effects are stronger than Bai Huang's. Then, he reached out and touched Bai Qi. However, the core within Bai Qi was quite unique. It had no special function at all. Holding Bai Qi's core in his hand, Li Yun wondered, could it be that I need to say some kind of command to activate it? Then he started blurting out random incantations, Sharingan, Kirin Passion, Divine Trickster, Come Fort, Shenlong. After trying for a while with no results, Li Yun came to a conclusion. Great. Slowly understanding everything. This thing is just a rock, huh? What does open your eyes even mean? Besides the Sharingan, the Rinnegan is just a condescending gaze. I've seen plenty of that look on Ruli's face. Suddenly, the stone glowed brilliantly with an eye at its center. And there's this, the ancient sage eye. Unexpectedly, Li Yun's guess was correct. The stone reacted. Damn, it really is the ancient sage eye. But I'm not some ancient sage king. A moment later, Li Yun tightly shut his eyes, then slowly opened just one. The moment he did, he was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Countless corpses beneath his feet. Right before him, soldiers were slaughtering each other. Kill! D. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight past his head. But the arrow didn't harm him at all. It passed right through his head and plunged into the ground. Seeing this, Li Yun realized, is this an illusion? Am I just an observer in third person? His mind filled with questions. Daigon and Diyin? Is this the Battle of Western Valley, the one that secured Daigon's victory 1,000 years ago? Li Yun let out a sigh of relief. So this thing lets me see past events, and in full 3D, no less. The term, ancient sage, I probably relates to its ability to view history. That's why it's showing me something from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, he saw a soldier successfully take down an enemy general. The troops cheered in victory. We've won. Daigon shall reign for eternity. Seeing this scene, Li Yun couldn't help but sigh. This thing is useless to me. Im no estudian. My wife is a 3060. What am I supposed to do with 3D visions? He started thinking deeply. This is finally ending. But I haven't tried channeling my true energy into Baiji's core. Let's test it out. Staring at the blue stone in his hand, Li Yun wondered, what's with this strange magnetic field? As soon as he channeled true energy into the stone, a soldier suddenly screamed, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Unexpectedly, the stone stopped emitting energy, and at that moment, Li Yun vanished as well. The soldier, now terrified, looked around for him. Strange, did I just see a ghost? He was right here a moment ago. At this moment, Li Yun suddenly realized, did he just see me? Could it be that when I channel my true energy, I actually exist in the past 1,000 years ago? If I can use this power freely, does that mean I can control the energy of the world? Scene transition to the Imperial Palace. Li Yun returned to report to Ruli. She was also incredibly surprised. Such an ability exists? He then recounted everything. Yes, but I calculated it. I channeled a lot of true energy. I could travel 1,000 years back for one watch. To sustain this, I would need to drain all the spirit stones of the Divine Continent and exhaust every martial artist. Ruli sighed helplessly. I never expected you to actually do something serious. Li Yun chuckled awkwardly and asked, am I not supposed to do serious things? Even though she said that a moment later, she softened and praised him. Anyway, you did well. Never one to miss an opportunity, Li Yun immediately asked. Then do I get a reward? But Ruli bluntly replied, no. Hearing this, he put on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. You're crushing my confidence. She smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Even if I wanted to reward you, what else is there besides me? Sensing an opportunity, Li Yun smirked. Then shouldn't you reward me with yourself? She snorted and retorted. It should be you offering yourself to me for free. Scene transition to the Purple Tower. Chao Feng and Lai Hai were having a meal together. Chao Feng started mocking. That damned Li Yun must be getting squeezed dry by the Emperor. He's probably working himself to death right now. Noticing that Lai Hai wasn't drinking, he curiously asked, why aren't you having any wine? Lai Hai replied seriously, for His Majesty. I'm on duty and can't drink. If I get drunk, it'll cause trouble. Suddenly, Chao Feng asked seriously, this place doesn't have people wandering around with weapons, radiating killing intent, right? Lai Hai was about to answer, but then he simply said, there are. He continued, they're all in the heavenly prison. Hearing this, Chao Feng suddenly recalled something. That girl I bumped into at the city gate before. If she caught my attention, she's definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe I should investigate. Lai Hai, keeping an eye on the girl behind him, said, some resistance is inevitable. I'll use some physical persuasion to clear them out. The people in the tavern fell silent. Whispers and chatter arose. Look, the lipstick in front is on sale, and even the brothel behind is offering discounts. Seeing this, Chao Feng felt helpless. Such a simple yet deadly move. It truly carries the essence of Li Yun. After successfully evacuating the crowd, Li Hai seized the opportunity to step forward. I am an officer of Lu Pianmin. Please remove your hat and submit to an inspection. The girl in front gently placed her hand on her hat. As the hat was lifted, a breathtakingly beautiful face was revealed, along with a pair of horns on her forehead. The two men were dumbfounded upon realizing she was from the demon race. Moments later, at the small tavern, tension filled the air between the three of them. The girl standing before them was none other than Qing Ning. She spoke, 70% of your meridians are intact. Though it's not considered outstanding for humans, it still cannot compare to mine. Chao Fong, hot-tempered as ever, was instantly enraged. A little girl full of confidence, huh? Being mocked by Li Yun is one thing, but who do you think you were to look down on me like this? Am I just a stepping stone to you? Qing Ning heard this and indifferently replied, Oh, getting angry already. This is another weakness of humans. You can never compare to us. Chao Fong scoffed. So if your father was cheated on, you wouldn't get mad, huh? What a flawless race. As he spoke, Qing Ning's anger flared. You're asking for death. But he didn't stop provoking her. Oh, but aren't you getting angry right now? Let me guess. What species are you? A dog? That was the last straw. Qing Ning's nails extended, and her hand started to emit a thin aura. In an instant, she teleported away, no longer standing in her previous position. Qing Ning charged at Chao Fong and declared, I am a dragon blade. Chao Fong was immediately sent flying out of the building, while Li Hai was also caught in the blast. She hardened her expression and said, Qing Ning, that is my name. I killed your man. Then, she asked coldly, do you want to avenge him? Li Hai hesitita. He's not that weak. Suddenly, a barrage of stones came flying toward them. Qing Ning was incredibly fast. Within moments, she deflected every single stone with her nimble hands. Chao Fong stepped forward, clenching his fists. Li Hai, don't enter. His rage reached its peak. I don't care who she is. There's no way I'll lose to her. Despite his outward bravado, deep inside he was wary. This woman just tried to take my life in an instant. Li Hai Fawin, we at Daigon have always valued peace above all else. We do not resort to violence, so hurry up and finish this. Hearing this, Chao Fong smirked. 3 seconds is all I need. Qing Ning scoffed. For me, 1 second is more than enough. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure appeared. It was none other than Li Yun, teleporting in from nowhere. Something interesting going on here? Despite not knowing them, he greeted them amicably. I don't believe we've met before. Are you in the city on business? Qing Ning hesitated. Your meridians? I can't compete with you. I concede. She then proposed. You must be Li Yun, correct? I came here to spark a dispute. Furthermore, I represent my clan in seeking an alliance with Daigon. Li Yun smiled. How many people are in your clan? Qing Ning clasped her hands together. That is not important. Our clan's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary demon race. Moreover, we have the intelligence you seek. You must be curious why the White Flood Dragon went mad, correct? Contrary to her expectations, Li Yun replied indifferently. No, I don't care. Qing Ning grew furious. How can you not care? The cause of its madness is linked to the aura of the rebels, and it's a direct consequence of what you and Ping Jiangwang did. Hearing this, Li Yun's face darkened. Do you know what I did with Ping Jiangwang back then? Seeing his reaction, she hesitated. Yes. Li Yun immediately turned to Chao Fong and gave him an order. I understand now. The alliance proposal from Li Hai's clan will be relayed to the Emperor of Daigon. You should stay in the capital. Chao Fong, keep an eye on her. I'm leaving. Gao Feng was unapi. Don't just dump tasks on me. I don't want to be stuck with her. He casually told Li Hai, the rest is up to you. I'll return and report the situation to Ruli. Li Hai responded, that's my duty. Don't think you can order me around. Scene transitioned to nighttime at Ruli's palace. She was leisurely soaking in a bath. Suddenly, Li Yun stepped in quietly. My love, I have something very important to tell you. Seeing him, she blushed and scolded. What are you doing? Don't just barge in like that. Do you want me to have you executed? Li Yun scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Sorry, but this is really urgent. Hearing his tone, Ruli's expression grew tense. So the day has finally come. Tell me, who is the woman? Seeing her jealousy, he sighed helplessly. No. Can you stop assuming infidelity is always the first option? He then got straight to the point. I just didn't expect the white flood dragon, Ping Jiangwang, and the aquatic clan to be connected. Now, I think it's time to tell you about Ping Jiangwang. Before he could finish, Ruli interrupted. Actually, I already know quite a lot. Li Yin was taken aback. Wait, there's more? I was sure I hadn't left any clues behind. Ruli explained. I didn't piece it together from clues. I figured it out from understanding you. From your personality and the small hints I've seen, the truth is quite clear. Do you think the woman you sleep next to every night is clueless? Hearing this, Li Yun smirked teasingly. So, you mean to say I'm completely under your control? Her face remained emotionless. That's a crude way to put it. If this were truly control, I wouldn't have been able to restrain myself for so long. An idea flashed through Li Yun's mind. Even so, I should at least tell you how it all began. Before he could continue, Ruli stopped him. Wait. Seeing her reaction, he asked curiously, is there a problem? Ruli blushed. It seems like you have a lot to say, so while you're at it, help me scrub my back. Right after, Li Yin picked up a towel and got to work. Ruli reminded him, keep your other hand where it should be. Apply more pressure. Your posture is off. Returning to the main topic, Ruli asked, so, where exactly did everything start? Li Yin recalled, probably when I mentioned the plan to enhance humanity and Eva to Ping Jiangwang. That night at the camp, wounded soldiers staggered around, their bodies covered in cuts and bruises. Li Yin alternated between watching them and the flickering flames before him. From afar, Ping Jiangwang approached and spoke. I heard someone within the rebel forces followed His Majesty's orders. Not only that, but they accused you of defiance, even killed someone, and offered the body to His Majesty. What do you think? Li Yin found his words absurd and scoffed. Are you a loyalist to Daigon? Are you looking for a fight? The man laughed. I, Ping Jiangwang, fought 7 battles in 3 days and saved nearly 50,000 people. My body is exhausted, but I trust myself enough to defeat you. What do you think of my past achievements? Li Yin grinned. Ping Jiang is far from here, but I was planning to visit anyway. Are you here to pick a fight? Ping Jiangwang simply smiled. I just wanted to meet you. Everyone says you fell from the heavens. Is that true? Li Yin chuckled. As true as your father being your dad. At that, Ping Jiangwang sat down beside him and joked. So, what's heaven like? Are there fairies? Li Yin silently observed him. This guy really came here for a fight, and maybe wasn't all there in the head. Ping Jiangwang continued rambling. I love traveling. I want to see the places you've been to. If you tell me, I might just lend aid to the rebel army. Li Yin immediately retorted. I hate it when people suddenly show up at my door. But Ping Jiangwang made an offer. 10,000 loads of provisions are nearby. Without hesitation, Li Yin agreed. I've loved traveling since I was young. Fine, I'll go along with you. He continued recounting. That night, Ping Jiangwang and I talked until dawn. I gave him a detailed introduction to Eva, or rather, the structure of that world of mine. Ping Jiangwang asked countless questions about Li Yun's past world. A plan to perfect humanity? Your world's top genius is truly fascinating. Li Yin continued, exactly. Especially the creatures called ornaments. They're incredibly dangerous. Ping Jiangwang seemed enlightened and clasped his hands in thanks. Master Lai, you've given me much inspiration. I must return to Pingjiang. If you ever have time, visit me there. The 10,000 loads of provisions are in the forest. Take them as you wish. Li Yin felt a bit sluggish, but still managed to put on a cheerful face in response. Sure, one of these days, I'll personally visit Pingjiang to pay my respects. Not long after, he took Ziyin to Pingjiang. As they entered the city, the two of them looked around at everything. Ziyin glanced around and asked, is this Ping Jiangwang's residence? What are we doing here? Li Yin replied, nothing much. I recently reeled in a wealthy person. Just then, Ping Jiangwang stepped out, enthusiastically greeting them. That wealthy person, are you talking about me? Without beating around the bush, Li Yin got straight to the point. Besides you, is there anyone else? Hurry up and show me what you wanted me to see. If not, then just give me the provisions. Ping Jiangwang stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder in a friendly gesture. Norus, Norus. There will be good stuff, and there will be provisions too. But tell me, who is this person beside you? Li Yin introduced, this is Ziyin, an officer of our rebel forces, and also my friend. Ping Jiang Wang grinned. A friend of old Li is a friend of mine as well. Then he introduced, "This is my daughter, Yu Lu. Today, I've taken the liberty of arranging a marriage for you two." Seeing the girl's timid demeanor, Li Yun immediately dismissed the idea. A scholarly-type girl? Not my type. Hearing that, the old man asked, "Then what kind of girl do you like?" Li Yun simply gave a thumbs up and replied briefly, "If I like it, then that's it." Ping Jiangwang was left speechless by such a vague and concise answer. What a waste of words. Think carefully, my daughter is not bad. Never mind, follow me. Let me show you a treasure I've recently created. They soon arrived at a massive iron door. As it opened, inside stood a large golden suit of armor. How about it? I tried creating EVA, though I've only completed the head so far. Ziyin was stunned by the sheer size of the EVA armor, and even Li Yun was equally surprised. I was just joking about that. You actually went ahead and made it. Ziyin examined the suit carefully and remarked, "The technology seems plausible. A humanoid mecha? Based on this concept, I could build one too." Ping Jiangwang then led them to a grand ironclad warship. "After hearing you talk about space, I met a new friend, and the two of us started working on this together. He can't come out to greet you, so let me introduce him instead." He then reached for a red button. "Now, I'm going to start it up for the first time." With great enthusiasm, he continued explaining, "This machine utilizes high-frequency energy circulation. In theory, it should be able to strike the air and create water ripples in space. Even though this is its first activation and there are many uncertainties, it shouldn't be too bad." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted. The three of them were instantly charred black from the blast. Yet, Ping Jiangwang was still able to laugh. "At least we didn't get injured." Li Yun stood off to the side, speechless. "I'm pretty sure what you meant to say earlier was that it wouldn't explode, right?" Later, when Li Yun recounted the incident to Ruli, he remarked, "I think I finally understand that guy's personality. The only thing that ever interested him was theoretical concepts. But after that failed experiment, the next news I heard about him was his death." Ruli turned to him and asked, "So that means after that test he failed again and ended up causing a catastrophic disaster? A massive fire burned down half the city. Even the strongest warriors perished there." Li Yun thought for a moment before responding, "I suspect Baizhou was also involved. The friend who didn't show his face, it might have been Baizhou all along." Ruli turned her back and replied while bathing, "Before, I only guessed that his research was somehow connected to your homeland. I never thought it was tied to your death as well." She closed her eyes and voiced her curiosity. "There's something I've always wondered. What kind of woman do you like?" Li Yun immediately flattered his wife. "Slim waist, long legs, the most righteous woman in the world. Her name is Ruli, and every night, she cuddles up to me in bed." She shot him a glare. "Such nonsense." Li Yun grinned and asked, "Then what do you like about me, dear wife?" She replied with a nonchalant tone, "You're just a money-making tool who provides me with my monthly allowance, that's all." He was briefly taken aback before realizing she was just teasing. "So, I'm just a tool to you, huh?" She lifted her face slightly and replied softly, "Of course. Do you think being an empress comes without a price? Just like you. I only love you because I can control you. Are you scared now?" The next morning, Chao Feng arrived with Qing Ning, while Tan Sa followed on the side. Hearing her name mispronounced like that, she was irritated but only corrected him. Qing Ning. My clan is the Jiao clan." He clearly heard it right but insisted, "Got it, Tan Sa. Hurry up." She frowned in frustration. This rude man always mocks me with his words. If this were a few hundred years ago, I would have taught him a lesson myself. Standing at the entrance, Chao Feng turned to Qing Ning. "Emperor Daigon is inside, along with that Li Yun you met before." He casually raised his middle finger as he spoke. "Let me tell you a secret to gaining Li Yun's favor. When you see him, just raise your middle finger. That's how people from Daigon greet each other." Pretending not to know, Qing Ning responded, "Thank you, Chao Feng," and flipped him off in return. He could only hold back his frustration. No need to be so polite. Traveling alone to the capital isn't easy. Let's head inside. The two of them stepped in together. Inside, they found Li Yun and his wife, Chu Ruli. As they entered, Ruli spoke softly. "I've heard her request. For hundreds of years, my clan has never harmed anyone. Daigon can indeed provide protection for your people, but what do we gain in return?" Qing Ning replied, Our clan is willing to offer our core essence. Ruli raised an eyebrow. Qing Ning continued. We are willing to send a number of our clan members each year to serve in Daigon's army, all under the direct command of His Majesty. Deep inside, she felt a hint of fear. Was their sincerity still not enough? Ruli glanced at her husband, who was currently in court. Stop groping around, or I'll cut off your dog legs, she warned. Faced with his wife's threat, he could only concede. My dear, I was wrong. One more thing. What was that matter you mentioned earlier about Baizha? Qing Ning answered. That incident likely involves Ping Jiangwang. After the Great Fire, aside from Baizha losing his sanity and Ping Jiangwang dying, something else appeared. We don't know what it is, but it looked like a pool of black sludge. It had the power to drive both demons and humans insane. In the end, it drained them dry. I initially thought humans would be the first to suffer from it. But after speaking with Chao Feng, I realized that humans were never even informed about the black sludge. Moreover, it corrupts the demon clan to strengthen itself. Li Yun grasped her meaning. So you're saying it has self-awareness? She hesitated. I can't say for sure. I don't know. But my father and the clan elders say that the black sludge has grown far stronger than before. Even powerful cultivators are at risk of being infected. He was taken aback. Wait, then why didn't we detect it in the demon clan's barrier before? Qing Ning responded. Sir, how many demons do you think exist within the demon clan's barrier? Even in the smallest ones, there would still be tens of thousands living there. But tell me, in the barriers you've seen, how many demons were there at most? Li Yun pondered. The Fox clan once had tens of thousands. Other barriers contained even fewer and weaker ones. Then, as he thought further, it dawned on him. So that's why? The reason the demon clan is rushing to cooperate with Daigon is because their numbers have dwindled. Qing Ning said, that is exactly why the demon clan is desperately trying to escape from the barriers. In order for you to see for yourself, we have brought an infected merfolk. He is also my elder brother. In the forest, there was a large wooden box, sealed all around with layers of talismans. The red-haired man spoke fearfully. He's becoming even more corrupted. The blue-haired man was equally alarmed. If not for the clan leader's seal, I'm afraid this cage wouldn't be able to contain him. Suddenly, from behind, the red-haired man noticed Qing Ning and Li Yun approaching. He was surprised. It worked? I heard the surface world has many rules. Could this person be some sort of official? The red-haired man whispered to the blue-haired one. We should comply with their demands. The blue-haired man nodded. Of course. The clan leader has already instructed us. Li Yun asked, is this the infected merfolk? The marks on his body, are they because he killed his own kin and got tainted? Qing Ning answered, yes. He has already been sealed by the clan leader. To prevent any accidents, we kept him outside Daigon's city limits. Suddenly, Li Yun stepped forward and said, open the cage. The red-haired man froze in fear. He immediately shouted, young official, I think you wouldn't even be able to withstand his breath before turning into a pile of bones. So forget about opening the cage. The blue-haired man was terrified. Is this guy insane? Does he have a death wish? She ordered Zich Dao. Open it. He trembled and protested. Tan Nuang, if he goes berserk, we won't be able to stop him. Li Yun approached the cage and said, then I won't trouble you anymore. It's getting late. There are more important matters to handle tonight. He reached out and applied light pressure. The cage shattered instantly, shocking everyone. Tan Nuang hesitated, uneasy at how effortlessly he broke it apart. The ironwood from our merfolk clan is said to be stronger than even legend. Zich Dao turned pale. The clan leader seal was broken that easily? Qing Kun exhaled white mist, then let out a wild beast-like roar. Li Yun analyzed, much stronger than ordinary merfolk, but at the cost of draining his own vitality. Qing Kun furrowed his brows, scanning the crowd. Then, with sudden force, he lunged toward the people gathered there. Zich Dao screamed in fear, danger! We must stop him here! You hurry and inform the clan leader. But Li Yun suddenly stepped on Qing Kun's head. Who gave you permission to move? If you want to move, be patient and wait for me. With just one foot, he pinned Qing Kun's head firmly to the ground. Zich Dao widened his eyes in shock. One kick. Just one kick, and he has subdued Qing Kun, who was infected by the black mud. The blue-haired man gaped. The clan leader needed 3 hours. using all kinds of magic just to barely seal him. Zich Dao hesitantly asked in fear, Qing Ning, who is that guy? Could it be that all the strong warriors of Daigon are like this? Seeing their reactions, Qing Ning explained, You've all heard his title before, no need to be so surprised. Zhixian Li Yun. Li Yun looked into the distance, so this is his true strength. If Gao Feng could cut him down with one strike. Qing Ning, standing beside him, questioned, Gao Feng. Suddenly, Zich Dao noticed something and shouted, Danger! Watch out for the black mud. Li Yun moved closer, observing Qin Kuan lying on the ground. A strange black-purple substance was seeping out of him. Yet, the black mud avoided Li Yun, not daring to get near and instead retreating elsewhere. Seeing this, Li Yun was puzzled. What's going on? Is it avoiding me? He thought, am I really that filthy? I always bathe with Ruli. Besides, she's a clean freak. If I were dirty, she wouldn't even let me on the bed. From behind, Qing Ning commented, Before, I saw that humans who came into contact with the black mud were immediately infected. Even powerful warriors had to use their inner energy to resist it. I've never seen an exception like you before. Her words made Li Yun ponder. So, it seems like this matter is really connected to me. He began to sink into thought. Could it be that Ping Zhongwang and Bin Trake created this black mud entity? But that doesn't make sense. If it truly were their creation, why am I unaffected? Could I really be this chaotic? Qing Ning turned and instructed. Daigon has now agreed to our request. You all return to Hala. Qin Kuan and Zich Dao will stay in the capital with me. Li Yun smiled. Good thing you're not working with the previous emperor. You're really lucky. Hearing this, she turned back and asked, Otherwise, I'd be killed? Others were tense, but he could still joke around. No, you turn into a zombie Tyrannosaurus. She thought to herself, even though I don't know what that is. Although she didn't know what it was, she felt it was even scarier than being infected by the black mud at Li Yun's house. Holding a cup of water in his hand, he said, I've seen the black mud before. Without me, it would be incredibly dangerous. Shenzhou could face a great catastrophe, and we wouldn't even know how to deal with it. Hearing this, Ruli frowned. That's my cup. Li Yun calmly replied, I don't mind. She looked a bit sulky. I already ordered the Tiangong Institute to study it, and I had Lai Hai stand guard. We should have results within 7 days. Then she glanced at her cup and thought to herself, forget it. Even though I have a cleanliness obsession, if it's Li Yun, then it's fine. He continued, as expected of my wife, truly capable. Ruli's tone was full of reproach. Oh, so I'm only capable now. Are you saying you married the wrong person? Li Yun immediately activated his flattery mode. No, as long as it's you. I wouldn't mind even if I became a fool. At that moment, she blushed but tried to keep her composure. I'm not a fool. I'm smart enough to know that loving you is a happiness that is unforgettable. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so, is she smart or foolish then? Ruli turned around to leave and said, Get some rest, you've been exhausted all day. Without saying a word, Li Yun immediately approached and hugged her. He sweetly whispered, It seems like both of us need some rest. Scene transition. At dawn, as the sun begins to rise. Li Yun sat at the dining table with Ruli and asked, Wife, when did you make breakfast? She replied, Last night, I specially stayed in the imperial kitchen to prepare it. This morning, I had them bring it over. Hearing this, Li Yun thought to himself, the imperial kitchen? I know she was in pain. That's why last night, I made sure her emperor paid a hefty price. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed her putting more vegetables into his bowl. Here, eat more greens. Seeing this, he felt helpless. Still picky about food? Then Li Yun picked up his chopsticks and affectionately said, Here, let me feed you. Ruli obediently opened her mouth, happily accepting his affection. The atmosphere was warm and sweet when suddenly a voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, is Li Yun here? It turned out to be Lai Hai. He opened the door and reported the situation. That black sludge is even more dangerous than we imagined. In order to conduct more experiments, we need Li Yun to come over. To prevent any incidents, despite some regret, Ruli still said, Then go ahead, but be careful. Li Yun smiled and said, It shouldn't take too long. When I return, we'll go out together. The sky today is so clear, perfect for the two of them to go on a date. Yet a moment later, he was already at the workplace, researching the black sludge. At this moment, although it was contained within a sphere, it was surging aggressively, almost causing the sphere to crack. Li Yun and the others were observing closely. He cheerfully said, "So that's how it is. I think I now understand why you need me here. You people are really going all out. This thing won't turn into something even more terrifying, will it?" The head of the Heavenly Works Institute immediately responded, "This is a normal phenomenon." Li Yun replied seriously, "But it looks like it could break out at any moment." The director explained, "Of course. That's because we activated it. Breaking out is also a normal reaction." Hearing this, Li Yun sighed helplessly. "So this is what you mean by normal, huh?" Then, the director turned around and ordered, "Stop putting small creatures inside. Add some waste to see if it increases its activation." Hearing this, Li Yun was puzzled. "Wait, what did you just say?" "In order to fully understand the nature of the black sludge, we are conducting various studies." Li Yun's expression darkened as he said, "But if this really reacts to waste matter, then there's a high chance that Daigon could be destroyed in an instant." The director was excited to hear that. "Exactly. I can't believe you actually understand. No one else gets it." His expression grew increasingly mysterious. "Now we must proceed with the most crucial step, testing the reaction of the black sludge to human blood." With that, the director gave an order. "Bring it in." Immediately, a large barrel of fresh blood was brought in. The blood was poured directly onto the black sludge. The director, visibly ecstatic, announced, "Now, let's observe the black sludge's reaction to human blood." Seeing this, Li Yun asked, "Where did you get all that blood?" The director casually replied, "It was donated by the prisoners in the heavenly prison." The guards gave them 2 extra manta buns in return. After a while, the director stiffly said, "There's no obvious reaction." Suddenly, the black sludge, now infused with blood, started writhing like a monster, moving toward Li Yun. It lunged directly at him, striking his body. Chun Hai immediately shouted, "Li Yun!" However, Li Yun remained calm and even grabbed the blood-soaked sludge. "Don't panic. It won't kill me, but something about this isn't right. Earlier, it ignored me. Why is it suddenly attacking now?" Meanwhile, Chi Tao stood silently in the background, secretly scheming. His face was filled with malice, his hands stained with fresh blood. No need to enter the heavenly prison. Just slip in a little blood while they're transporting it. He thought to himself, that person was right. It really works. If I can manipulate the black sludge, I won't be polluted by it. These humans have actually nurtured the sludge to such power. Let's see what it can do to Li Yun. It should be able to injure him significantly. On the other side, Li Yun punched the blood-soaked sludge, causing it to disintegrate. He scoffed, "Its combat power is really weak." Lai Hai, standing behind him, said, "That's only against people. If it were something else, it would be a formidable opponent. But why did it suddenly attack you? Moreover, its attack moves resemble a martial artist's. Could it be that after absorbing human blood, it gained intelligence?" The director heard this and said, "Gained intelligence? No, it's being controlled by someone." Hearing this, Lai Hai and Li Yun exclaimed in unison, "Being controlled?" The director explained, "Our Heavenly Works Institute has specialized crystals that monitor outsiders. Just now, there was a reaction when the blood was transported. I suspect something was mixed in." Lai Hai's face grew stern. "This is crucial information. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The director smirked slyly. "Don't you understand? Isn't curiosity part of research? This is something well worth studying." Seeing his attitude, the two of them thought helplessly, this guy is really abnormal. Suddenly, a disciple approached and whispered into the director's ear, "I knew it, it's him." Li Yun saw this and asked, "Is it Chi Tao's clan?" The director immediately replied, "That's right. The surveillance crystal recorded his actions." "But how did you know?" Li Yun explained, "Only primitive clans like his wouldn't know about the surveillance crystals. They haven't adapted to this era yet. They think that as long as no one sees them, they won't be discovered." Lai Hai added, "Qing Ning is currently under Chao Feng's watch. If we want to take action against Chi Tao, we should consult them first." Scene transition. Li Yun arrives at Qing Ning's place. Upon hearing the news, she is in disbelief. "What? Chi Tao can control the black sludge? Why would he cause chaos like this? I thought he only wanted to be the king of the Jia clan." Chao Feng responded, "You're so outdated. The Jia clan has only a few hundred people. What's the point of being their king? Feeling belittled, she shouted, "That is the Jia clan king. Gao Feng spoke provocati. Who? Kelan King? Who knows? Maybe I could do it too if I went over there." Qing Ning glared at him. "Are you out of your mind? You don't even have horns." After saying that, her face flushed as she thought to herself, "The next clan king is supposed to marry me." Li Yin stepped in to mediate. "All right, you only know how to be friends with your hand. What do you know about feelings?" He angrily asked, "What are you talking about?" Without another word, Li Yin gave him a beating, then turned to negotiate with her. "Can Chi Tao be killed?" Qing Ning stated. "He may be the next clan leader candidate, but the way he looks at me is disgusting." "Do you think I'd care about him?" Chao Feng confidently said. "Really? Then just kill him, simple." Li Yin calmly replied, "Don't just think about your own benefit like that." He shouted, "What benefit do I get from dealing with him? Eander men are disgusting." Chi Tao suddenly appeared and asked, "Qing Ning, are you asleep? Let's talk." Li Yin immediately spoke up, surprised. "Little Red, hurry." She froze. "How did you get here so fast?" Li Yin smirked and said, "I've lasted longer than you can imagine." Then he stood facing Chi Tao and said, "Judging by your reaction, the black sludge was definitely your doing." He immediately defended himself. "Qing Ning, these people are trying to frame me." Chao Feng immediately rushed forward and grabbed him by the throat. He asked coldly, "You confessed before I even hit you." At that moment, black sludge oozed from Chi Tao's body. The sludge attacked, sending Chao Feng flying. The power was immense, knocking him out of Qing Ning's house. Immediately after, a dark shadow appeared. The power of the black sludge is beyond your imagination. What's wrong with pledging allegiance to that lord? Qing Ning retorted, "So you're the one who contaminated the young people in the clan." He snapped, "Qing Ning, if you become my woman now, I can still guarantee you won't be tainted by the sludge." Chao Feng returned, carrying a large gun on his shoulder. "Damn you, you freak. Neither human nor ghost. You'd be better off dead." He immediately fired straight at the black sludge. Before the black sludge could react, a massive explosion occurred. Moments later, Chi Tao's charred body lay motionless on the ground. Chao Feng slung the cannon over his shoulder and mockingly said, "Now you're just trash." Qing Ning looked at Chi Tao's injured body and frowned. Chi Tao may not have been good, but the clan would never attack one of its own. "Is this really Chi Tao?" Li Yin also spoke up. "Perhaps the black sludge can amplify desires and manipulate those it infects." Suddenly, Chi Tao's body began to ooze black liquid. Li Yin quickly shouted to warn everyone, "Move back." Chao Feng immediately grabbed Qing Ning's hand and pulled her away. She blushed in embarrassment and said, "I can walk on my own. Don't pull me." Chao Feng immediately turned back and said, "I'm afraid if you die here, the emperor will hold me responsible." At this moment, Chi Tao's body was completely engulfed by the black liquid. Then the sludge erupted, splattering everywhere, and a message appeared, "Just you wait." Li Yun, enraged by the provocation, stomped on the words and shouted, "Wait for what, your mother?" After a moment, he spoke seriously, "Trying to play mind games with me? Even 2 generations of Daigone emperors couldn't beat me." Hearing this, Chao Feng frowned and asked, "Did it run away?" He explained, "I have a feeling some force confronted me through the black sludge. But I shattered it, and it disappeared." Afterward, Li Yin turned around and looked intently at the two, holding hands, and smirked. "Are you two all right?" Hearing his words, both of them snapped out of it and realized. They quickly pulled away, blushing. Qing Ning said, "Don't spread your stupidity to me." Chao Feng, refusing to back down, retorted, "If anything, it's your savagery that's contagious." Scene transition. Sometime later in the Imperial Palace, our duo was strolling and chatting. Ruli spoke, "It feels like a lot has happened." Li Yin chuckled, "Haven't you already figured it all out?" Ruli replied, "I've only just learned the truth. I haven't heard the exaggerated version yet." Hearing that, he smiled, "I've never done such a thing." He slowly recounted, "This whole thing began after I joined Akatsuki during my Grand Line journey." Li Yin continued, "In the end, Chi Tao died, consumed by the black sludge." Ruli casually replied, "No big deal. If anything happens, you'll clean up the mess." Seeing this, he suggested, "I think Lai Hai is the best person to handle it. Next time, I'll tell you about a young man's demon-slaying journey." Ruli frowned. "No need. Do you think I have that much free time?" "Right now, the urgent matter is dealing with the black sludge threat." Lu Pianmin just reported, "People at the Daigone border have been infected. But the researchers in the Heavenly Engineering Institute are making progress. Using special medicine for suppression and treatment, recovery should take about 3 days. Hearing this, Li Yun found it quite reasonable. Right, but then Ruli frowned and suspiciously asked, "What are you scheming?" Feigning ignorance, he asked back, "What are you talking about?" "I just spaced out for a moment." Ruli said indifferently, "I would rather hear your stories than anything else, but even so, don't think I will completely believe everything you say." After speaking, she thought to herself, "I just love you so much that I can't control myself." Then she blushed, looked at Li Yun, and said, "Are you listening to me? Have you regained your senses yet?" Li Yun took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Ruli's waist and said, "I think I come back to my senses too much." Suddenly, a maid behind them spoke, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Engineering Institute has sent a secret letter for your review." Hearing this, Ruli thought to herself, "A secret letter from the Heavenly Engineering Institute." The maid holding the letter suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Dark mud-like weapons appeared in her hands, and in a flash, she lunged to attack Ruli. But she was quickly punched in the face by Li Yun, sending her flying backward. She crashed painfully against the wall behind her. Li Yun anxiously turned to Ruli and asked, "Are you okay?" Ruli calmly replied, "It's nothing, just an assassination attempt. No need to be overly concerned." Li Yun furrowed his brows and retorted, "My wife was just attacked. How can I not be concerned?" Ruli blushed in embarrassment and said, "If you protect me too well from now on, I might end up like ordinary women, screaming whenever I'm in danger." Li Yun innocently responded, "Then nights might become very noisy." Hearing this, she pouted and blushed. "What are you saying? Is that all you ever think about?" A moment later, the maid struggled to stand, her trembling hand pointing at them. Her face was now terrifying, her eyes wide open in horror as she let out a creepy laugh. "Greetings, Transcendent." Despite the maid's eerie expression, Li Yun remained calm and smiled. "Greetings, Schwarzenegger," which means newly evolved being. She frowned and asked, "What is that idiot saying?" Li Yun instantly became furious, his intense aura making her tremble in fear. "Calm down, Transcendent. If you have already obtained power far beyond that of ordinary humans, you should not be disturbed by mundane emotions." Li Yun asked, "First, let me ask you what happened to this maid." She widened her eyes and replied, "She has become part of the new evolution. You are very angry, but you should not be." Li Yun stepped closer to her and smiled. "In other words, you've already killed her, haven't you? Then let me answer your question. Why am I still entangled in human emotions?" Without another word, Li Yun delivered a powerful punch to her stomach. The maid widened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of black blood. She sat on the ground, head lowered. "Because of such a ridiculous reason, you have transcended the mortal world?" Li Yun began boasting. "A ridiculous reason? Do you have any idea how much I sacrifice every day for Ruli?" She was extremely arrogant. Seeing this, Ruli, standing behind, picked up a rock and threw it straight at his head. "Huh? You didn't hear that?" He wiped his sweat and frowned. "Is this the first person in 1,000 years to transcend human limitations? Why does it feel so different from what I imagined?" After finishing his speech, he began asking countless questions. Who was the Pirate King? When did the Black Robe organization emerge? Seeing the maid's serious expression, Li Yun closed his eyes and said, "It seems your understanding of transcendence is just the conventional one." She immediately refuted angrily. "It's not just the conventional meaning. You are a supreme being created through the core of the desolate wasteland. You were destined to become the ruler of humanity. Why would you humble yourself beneath a woman's skirt?" Li Yun countered immediately. "Whether I'm on top or below depends on my mood. You should know, my wife's mood changes very quickly." Once again, Ruli threw another rock at his head. But he kept asking more questions. "Why do you think I was created by the core of the desolate wasteland?" The maid frowned and answered, "Of course. Do you really think a human can surpass their limits with their own power?" Li Yun innocently replied, "So you're saying I'm not human? What a pity! That so-called ruler of humanity was slaughtered by me. And the core of the desolate wasteland? I threw it into space." Upon hearing this, she immediately shouted, "You threw it away? No way. How could a human possibly kill someone with the core of the desolate wasteland?" Hearing this, he frowned and seriously said, "That is the truth. Now it's your turn to answer my question. What exactly are you?" The maid smirked sinisterly. "I am the Destroyer." He calmly responded, So you really are Schwarzenegger. Her face darkened as she said in a dangerous tone, I am an ancient creation, brought to life by a transcendent thousands of years ago. He hoped to use me to control the world. But he is dead. I originally intended to assist the next transcendent. But now that there is no transcendent, I have only one thought left, to multiply endlessly. Right after that, Li Yun punched her in the face with a gust of wind, knocking her to the ground. Shocked at being hit out of nowhere, the maid sat up and screamed, Wait a minute, even if you kill me, the black sludge will generate a new consciousness. If you keep me alive, I can help you control the black sludge. Without saying a word, Li Yun immediately kicked her again. She couldn't react in time and coughed up blood, thinking, what the hell is going on? After hearing about the black sludge's infinite consciousness, shouldn't he be terrified? Plus, I can help him control it. Li Yun stood up straight and seriously said, You're not Majin Buu. Do you really think you're the most important one here? After speaking, Li Yun raised his foot in front of her, stepping on her while threatening. You came to assassinate my wife. How could I let you live? At this moment, black liquid started seeping out of the maid's body. Scene transitions to the gloomy sky over Huangcheng. Two guards standing watch noticed something unusual. Hey, is that mountain moving? The soldier's face was filled with fear. I can see it clearly. Immediately, the soldier behind stepped forward and ordered, Light the signal fire now. That's not a mountain, it's black sludge. Moments later, the entire Huangcheng was engulfed in black sludge. People screamed in horror. It's the black sludge. Scene transitions back to the mansion. Staring at the target board in front of her, Really asked, How do you plan to deal with this? It's all because you destroyed the black sludge's consciousness, making them lose control and gather. They're heading straight for the capital, devouring all living beings in their path. Li Yun, confused, asked, Then why didn't you stop me back then? Really frowned. You looked so confident. I thought you already had a plan. Li Yun scratched his head and chuckled. My wife, I can't do everything. She looked at him seriously. My man can do anything. But it's mostly my fault. If I had prepared earlier. Hearing that, he smirked and teased. If you had really prepared, you'd be no different from the real villain behind all this. Li's face remained expressionless. If that were true, the first thing I'd do is tie you up and keep you close. Li Yun raised a finger with a bright smile. Looks like I'll have to take care of this myself. When I get back, make sure to give me a kiss. Li closed her eyes, blushing. If you come back safely, you can do whatever you want. Scene transitions to Huangcheng. A massive black sludge loomed over the sky. People below desperately fought back. A commander shouted, Fire! Following his order, the soldiers below fired their cannons at the black sludge. With each blast, the sludge splattered like water. Chunks of black sludge fell and started writhing as if alive. Suddenly, the sludge transformed into an army of monsters. Witnessing this transformation, the soldiers were utterly shocked. Those are the demon tribes that devoured. Without you, Jie, we can't handle that thing. The monstrous army charged toward Huangcheng, leaving the soldiers in a state of panic. If this continues, it won't be long before the black sludge breaks through our defenses. The monsters formed from the black sludge keep charging forward. But suddenly, a streak of light pierces straight through them. The entire horde is struck by the attack and explodes into pieces. A soldier shouts, Look up at the sky. 3 blurry figures appear in midair. The ones arriving are none other than Li Yun's group, accompanied by Li Na and Xiaofeng. Li Na immediately presses 2 fingers together, closes her eyes, and casts a spell. A massive barrier instantly forms around them. She reminds Li Yun, I can't hold this for long. Hurry up. Seeing her arrival, the soldiers regain hope and cheer. Our Empress of War. We still have our Empress of War. Xiaofeng, standing behind, speaks with dissatisfaction. Looks like they were really expecting you. I fought for them for 4 years, yet in the end, I'm still nothing compared to a traitor. Li Yun merely smiles and replies, Say no more. I'm feeling the devotion in their eyes. Xiaofeng scoffs. If you lose, you'll be a laughingstock. Li Yun pays no mind and simply requests, Then I'll give it my all. Hand over your chi cannon. Although unwilling, Xiaofeng still hands it over. What a joke! Li Yun corrects him. No, this is a legend. He steps forward toward the black sludge. The sludge immediately transforms into a giant monster with two glowing red eyes, letting out a deafening roar. Li Yun hoists Chao Feng's cannon onto his shoulder and shouts, "Comrades of Daigon, the capital is in danger." As he speaks, the Qi cannon slowly activates. "Everyone, lend me a bit of your vital energy." Qi energy bomb. The moment he finishes speaking, a massive energy beam erupts from the cannon. The beam precisely targets the charging monster. The blinding light pierces straight through the creature. In the end, it disintegrates under the light. The energy is so immense that it illuminates the entire area within the barrier. Chao Feng, watching from the sidelines, is stunned, thinking to himself, "My Qi cannon can condense and release a user's Qi energy. The power of the release is proportional to the user's Qi strength. So, this is how vast the gap in strength between us truly is." Defeating the monster with a single strike, Li Yun returned to his teammates. He grinned smugly, raised two fingers in a victory sign, and said, "Great dialogue, right?" The soldiers cheered, chanting, "Blessings upon Daigon, Lady Martial Goddess, unparalleled in valor, invincible in the world." Meanwhile, Li Yun thought to himself, "This giant monster is worth tens of thousands of reward points. I wonder what I can get from Ruli." The scene shifts to the mansion of the two. At this moment, as Li Yun stepped inside, Ruli asked, "You're back?" Li Yun gave a thumbs up and cheerfully replied, "I'm back. A flawless victory." She closed her eyes and responded, "Of course, with my husband personally taking action. Is there anything that can't be done?" Li Yun beamed and said, "That means you won't have to worry about the black sludge every day anymore, right?" Understanding his meaning, Ruli kissed him on the cheek. She blushed slightly and said, "The kiss you wanted, just as you wished." But our dear husband, oblivious to the mood, continued, "Wait, did you forget what you said? I have 10,000 points to redeem." As he was about to continue, Ruli covered his mouth and said, "At that time, I was only talking about a meal." In the end, she still gave in, smiling gently. But fine, a king never goes back on his word. Inside the city, a sigh echoed. Not a single drop left. Li Yun ordered Lai Hai, "Keep searching, there might still be some black sludge left somewhere." Hearing this, Lai Hai frowned and said, "Could there still be dangerous black sludge somewhere? We've already searched everywhere. All remaining sludge from the battle has been completely destroyed under Lu Qianmen's command." Li Yun simply smiled and asked him, "By the way, do you know Newton's laws?" Of course, Lai Hai was utterly confused. Newton some agricultural knowledge? Seeing this, Li Yun explained, No. Though Newton never cultivated here. And even though my strike yesterday was said to be very powerful, Lai Hai still found it strange and asked, "So what's the issue? Destroying it is a good thing, isn't it?" Li Yun, remaining patient, continued, No. Energy doesn't just appear and disappear into thin air. Even though I destroyed the black sludge, the absolute energy within it won't simply vanish into the air." Hearing this, Lai Hai furrowed his brows and hesitantly asked, "You mean?" Instead of answering directly, Li Yun suddenly grinned and declared, "Exactly. The conclusion is Ruli is truly the greatest under heaven." Lai Hai sighed helplessly. "How did you even come to that conclusion?" "No, wait. Your Majesty is truly the greatest under heaven." Seeing the conversation derailing, he quickly pulled it back. "No, this isn't the time for that. You said that terrifying energy didn't just vanish into the air. So where did it go?" Li Yun pointed at a soldier eagerly digging the ground and replied, "Aren't we digging for it? The sun is setting." Lai Hai had been digging for a while before turning to Li Yun and asking, "We've been digging all day and still haven't found anything. Could it be that the black mud carried the shattered energy fragments away? Or maybe someone already took them?" He kept a smile on his face and replied, "That's possible, but I feel that the immense energy is still near the capital." His words made Lai Hai curious. "Why? Do you have any proof?" With confidence, he declared, "I rely on my intuition. Among tens of thousands of people, I was able to find your emperor using only my intuition." Hearing that, Lai Hai secretly scoffed. That terrible intuition again, the same intuition that directly led to the emperor's capture. Later, on a boat drifting under a romantic sunset, Ruli asked softly, "So, you and Lai Hai are still working on that?" He honestly recounted the events and asked her in return, but in the end, they found nothing. That immense energy could be used to create a super scion. Right now, we can only keep searching around the capital. How was the morning court session today? She replied gently. The ministers all feel that they must maintain a good relationship with you. Li Yun smirked and teased her. Well, no matter how good the relationship is, every day I'm still being exploited by the Emperor of Daigon. Ruli pouted at his teasing words. Then how about I set you free, so I won't be exploiting you anymore? Li Yun chuckled and pulled her close. No, I like being exploited. Not stopping there, he continued to tease her. I always feel like I'm imprisoned by you. You know everything I think. Wife, you're too scary. Ruli didn't back down and retorted. I'm scary? No, you're the scary one. Li Yun dared not argue. All right, I'm the scary one. Suddenly, she blushed and murmured. If it weren't for you, how could Daigon have started reforming its agricultural policies? If it weren't for you, how could I be so distracted even during morning court sessions? If we're talking about who's scary, it's you. You made the Emperor of Daigon fall into the abyss of love. Finally, she pouted, you make me look forward to spending every day with you. Every morning when I wake up, I hope to see you first. I'm the one who's imprisoned by you. Though she was bold for a moment, she soon got shy and quickly added, forget everything I just said. Of course, Li Yun wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and asked, so, what's the price for forgetting? She blushed and replied, let's talk about it tonight. Hearing that, he secretly smirked. Actually, I just wanted a kiss, but this is a great deal. As night fell, a shadow moved through the bustling streets of the capital. The shadow blended into the crowd and passed through a woman. Its gaze was fixed on the palace. The sun began to rise, illuminating the sky. Li Yun woke up in bed and wondered, strange, why is my wife up so early? Did she completely devote herself last night? Could it be that I've gotten weaker? While he was still groggy in bed, Ruli returned. She held a package of steamed buns in her hands and said, I bought some baozi for breakfast. Eat up. Seeing Li Yun staring at her, she misunderstood and blushed. What are you looking at? Not now. Don't be so impatient. I'm not just here for your amusement. Hearing that, he smiled and explained with a bit of flattery. No, that's not what I meant. It's just a feeling in my heart. It seems like my wife looks even more beautiful today than yesterday, and she also feels more dignified. Hearing his words, she pouted and asked, are you saying I looked bad yesterday? That question left him speechless. Her way of twisting things was truly unbeatable. However, thinking back, Ruli had to admit, nothing had actually changed, but she did seem a bit more energetic than yesterday. Hearing her say that, Li Yun added, that's exactly it, my dear. Weren't you always sleeping until this hour before? Being called out like that, she felt a bit embarrassed and replied, can I wake up a little earlier for once? Otherwise, you'd always feel so smug. Her words triggered something mischievous in him. I need to check on this. And so, the room was soon filled with Ruli's shy protests. Are you done checking yet? Of course, there was no way Li Yun would be done so soon. Not yet. After a while, her confused voice rang out again. Then why are you still touching my thigh? With his shameless nature, he casually responded, I'm checking each part. A moment later, she became even more flustered when his other hand touched somewhere it shouldn't. Then where is your other hand? He shamelessly replied without hesitation, checking the growth status. The consequence of that statement was a loud slap. At that moment, Li Yun, with 5 finger marks on his cheek, was left wondering. Strange, there's nothing wrong with my body. What on earth is happening to my wife? Outside the hall, Lai Hai shouted loudly, Li Yun, what did you do to Her Highness? Li Yun opened the door with a shameless face and replied, what's all the noise about? I'm just helping Her Majesty with a body check. Of course, his thick-skinned response only made Lai Hai even angrier. A body check? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Suddenly, he made a suggestion. The check is done, and there's nothing physically wrong. But I want to take Ruli to see Monk Hongvan. Maybe there's some kind of illusion magic at play. Ruli stepped out of the room and told Lai Hai, I've seen it. You handle the matter with Hong Xian. I'll be back soon. He immediately obeyed. Understood. However, deep inside he felt uneasy. Something seemed off. The sense of authority she exuded was even stronger than usual, making him feel an even deeper sense of loyalty. But before leaving, Lai Hai did not forget to warn Li Yun. Take good care of His Majesty, or I'll show you what a true demon is. Yet, he showed no fear and even joked. I don't want to be hunted down by an emperor. That would be quite terrifying. Every day, I use my life to protect your emperor. A while later, at the solemn temple of Master Kongvan, a young monk reported the situation to Li Yun and Ru Li. Master left the mountain to give a lecture yesterday and has not yet returned. The benefactor may go into the city to check. Hearing this, Li Yun was puzzled. Giving a lecture in the city? Where did he go? The young monk explained. Master didn't say exactly, but before leaving, his face was red with anger. He left in a hurry, so some monk must have provoked him and ended up getting scolded. After hearing this, Li Yun suddenly realized where Master Kongvan had gone. I know now. That old man. He must have gone there. Shortly after, at the Van Hoa Pavilion, Li Yun led Ru Li to this place of beauty and fragrance, leaving her speechless. Furious, she questioned him. You brought me here on purpose, didn't you? He hurriedly explained. Master Kongvan is probably hiding here. I know his little habits well. So, he stood outside Van Hoa Pavilion and shouted, Master Kongvan, Master Kongvan, are you inside? Less than 5 minutes later, Kongvan rushed out. Li Yun, stop shouting like that. People will misunderstand. Seeing that Ru Li was with him, the old master quickly explained, Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. This humble monk is not usually affected by such things. But even lost women need to hear the Dharma. The Dharma transforms all beings. Of course, Ru Li didn't believe him, but she didn't expose him either. Master Kongvan, we all know you well. You've worked hard, Master. The old man, having already put on a show, played along. If I do not enter hell, who will? It must be done. As he spoke, he turned his head, revealing his bald head covered with a few lipstick marks, leaving Ru Li and Li Yun speechless. So, what brings you here? He asked. Let's talk at the temple instead. A while later, the three of them were back at the temple. Li Yun smiled. Do you see anything? If you have something to say, go ahead. I'll treat you to a grand feast with my allowance. Hearing this, Master Kongvan scoffed. I am a monk. What would I do with meat and wine? Besides, with your little allowance, I doubt you could afford more than peanuts. Then he explained Ru Li's condition. I've understood the situation. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that Her Majesty's fortune has surged even higher than before, causing this change. The master carefully explained further. Those with great fate have spiritual aspects far beyond ordinary people, so such changes are normal. Your fate is connected to Her Majesty's, so it also underwent changes, but since yours is stronger, the change is minimal. Hearing this, Li Yun was puzzled. So that's how it is, but how could such a drastic change happen overnight? Kongvan replied helplessly, that I do not know. Fate is incredibly complex. But think carefully. Has anything happened recently that might have affected Her Majesty? Li Yun suddenly thought of something. A major event. Could it be those energies? He quickly made a judgment. The capital is the center of the world, so naturally, fate flourishes here with the strongest concentration in the palace. If that's the case, then those energies are most likely inside the palace. Ru Li immediately suggested, we must not delay. Let's return to the palace and investigate this thoroughly. A while later, at the palace's main hall, Li Yun walked with Ru Li and remarked, You're saying I took advantage of you again? He shamelessly used this chance to praise her. How could I be the one taking advantage? Master Kongvan said your fate has clearly strengthened. Now you're even more beautiful. Compared to you, celestial maidens look plain and rustic. Hearing his flattery, she took the opportunity to express her feelings. No matter how beautiful I become, I will always belong to you. Even after waking up, I still thought of you. I still love you. To me, nothing has changed at all. In the middle of this heartfelt confession, they suddenly noticed a eunuch lying unconscious in the hall. Not just one person, others had also fainted. Ru Li, alarmed, asked, What is happening here? Li Yun took a quick look and answered, They're fine, just knocked out by that energy. We've found it. The two of them walked to the door of a room. Ru Li recognized it. I remember this place. It's where the core is stored. Baiji's core is also kept here. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a blinding light shone onto Li Yun and Ru Li, emanating from the core. At that moment, she turned to him and said, Don't let go of me. He smiled reassuringly, I absolutely won't. Then, they held hands tightly as the light engulfed them, and in an instant, they both vanished without a trace. Li Yun, with his eyes closed, suddenly heard loud arguing. The black armor troops have split into 3 factions. One of them has severely disrupted our logistics operations. My men just returned from the battlefield, and now you want them to fight again? What am I supposed to fight with, my head? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 Yin arguing loudly. Lately, the Daigon army has mainly been oppressing us. It's possible that they have developed a new strategy. The head instructor wasn't backing down either and retorted, "Then why the hell aren't you thinking of a solution? Do you really think Li Yun can be in 2 places at once?" Seeing the 2 of them refusing to back down from each other, Li Yun quietly realized. Had he returned to the time when the rebel army waged war against the imperial court? And it was already the 2nd phase of the battle. Suddenly, something felt off. No, this wasn't right. He panicked as he thought of Ruli and wondered, where was his wife? Somewhere else. Li Yun sat by a campfire, beginning to sense his surroundings. My internal energy has reverted to its previous level. Has my energy been suppressed, or has my consciousness traveled through time? She has suddenly spoke up. Now is not the time for internal conflicts. Lately, the Emperor has been sending several princes to the front lines to oversee the war, probably to use us as pawns. Besides, the struggle for the throne among them is growing more intense. The Emperor, he might be replaced soon. The head instructor chimed in. I heard that among them, there's a princess known as the most beautiful woman in the empire. Not only that, but her intelligence is unmatched. What was her name again? Zhu. Before anyone could ask, Li Yun answered, Ruli. Everyone turned to him with suspicious eyes. She had questioned him. How do you know about the princess? He gave an awkward chuckle and waved it off. Let's just say it's a collector's card. The 2 women looked at him with scrutinizing gazes. The head instructor sighed, again with the collector's cards. What's wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Li Yun started analyzing. If that's the case, then my wife is with the Daigon army. Tu Yin spoke up as well. The Emperor is a madman, but he's no fool. If he sent his sons and daughters to the front lines, there must be a reason. They won't be easy to deal with. Li Yun thought to himself, I don't know how difficult they are, but for me, this is definitely much easier. The head instructor flexed his muscular arm, smiling on the outside, but not truly smiling as he questioned him. Li Yun, what do you think? Just now you even said the name of that princess. Do you know her? If you dare mention drawing cards again, I'll beat you to death. Li Yun chuckled awkwardly and explained, I just heard that she's very beautiful. Even if those princes arrive, we don't need to change our strategy. Even if the enemy has superior military strength, not even 1,000 Zhuge could come up with more tactics than we have. But deep inside, he sighed it wasn't just familiarity. He knew exactly which part of Ruli's skin he had once touched with his fingers. She had studied him carefully, while the head instructor laughed slyly. After all, you do like them curvy and well-endowed, don't you? Li Yun kept his strange smile and replied, I've always been trying to change, but I can't control my gaze. Suddenly, he became serious, his mind shifting back to his next course of action. The most important thing now was to find Ruli. The second most important thing was to understand the current situation. When would he be able to return to his original timeline? Li Yun looked up at the starry sky, his mind analyzing everything. So far, this place doesn't seem any different from the battlefield in my memory. Wait, this time, I remember it clearly. A massive boulder suddenly shot down from the sky, crashing directly toward where Li Yun and his comrades stood. A hand appeared, punching it into pieces. With a thunderous explosion, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. The one who had struck it was the head instructor. The shards, large and small, rained down, bombarding the camp. The head instructor spoke in a poetic tone. Li Yun, our position has been exposed. You're not badly injured, are you? He replied. You might be, but I'm perfectly fine. Li Yun ordered, hold the ruins. We need to retreat quickly. The enemy will catch up in 1 hour. I still have to infiltrate the city. It'll probably take me 3 to 4 hours. If anything happens, you'll have to make your own decisions. She has spoke up to stop him. Right now, the place is likely heavily guarded. Even you won't be able to sneak in so easily. Li Yun continued confidently. Not necessarily. Don't forget, my nickname is the Moonlight Magician. The head instructor immediately shot him down. Wasn't your nickname the Radiant Mind of the Nation? Stop changing your title every single day. A moment later, a shadow leaped up at the city gate. Li Yun landed lightly on the roof tiles. He scanned the surroundings. Where should he start looking for his wife? Looking down, his face showed an expression of surprise. There she was, Ruli. She looked up at him. Why are you so late? She asked. I thought I'd have to wait a whole year for you. Li Yun explained to his wife. The prince and the old emperor were a bit too enthusiastic. They gave me both meteors and ballistic missiles as gifts. It delayed me a bit. Ruli smiled. Even if I had to wait a year, you'd still only be able to marry me. What's the situation now? Do you understand anything yet? Li Yun gazed at her fondly. So it turns out, it wasn't that you had hidden potential before. It's just that a part of your treasure had already been revealed. Ruli also smiled at him gently. Are you still eager to personally try it out? Li Yun smiled and replied, Is there really such a good thing? She looked at him angrily. Of course not. You're dreaming. So what exactly is going on? Is this the world of the past? Li Yun pointed to the sky with an innocent face and answered. At first, I thought so too, but after seeing you, I had my doubts. The previous feeling that Baizha had time-traveled was just speculation. If that were true, there would be 2 Rulis in this world. That would be quite something. Hearing this, Ruli puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and pinched the young man's face. Li Yun continued his analysis. In short, I don't think this is a real world. Time travel, no matter what, can't be achieved just with a single core stone. I think this is just a copy, like a movie that we can step into. Ruli was puzzled. A movie? Bringing electricity into shadows. Li Yun explained her confusion. Mui, just think of it as a shadow play. In short, the beginning and end here are all historical events. No matter how we interfere, these will still be the paths history has taken. Ruli looked at him seriously. You're just guessing. There's no proof. Li Yun grinned mischievously. I knew you'd say that. We can test it out. He suddenly shouted, startling Ruli. Time to eat. Time to eat. A group of fully armed soldiers rushed toward them. Who are you? Li Yun cheerfully replied. I am Li Yun, the leader of your rebel army. Time to eat. The soldiers seemed hypnotized, turning back toward the kitchen, mumbling, Yes, time to eat. Li Yun smirked at Ruli. See? Because my existence in Tich City never happened. They treat me as if I'm invisible. She looked at him and asked, Was the legend of Baizha passed down this way too? Li Yun shared his thoughts on the matter. What is the purpose of this core stone showing us this scene? To let me see my wife's past self, but not do anything about it? She continued questioning. So, did anything else happen during this period? Hearing that, Li Yun's eyes widened in shock. Ping Jiang, how did I just remember now? He recalled a mansion engulfed in flames and said, This year is exactly when something happened to Ping Jiang Wang, and Tich City is the nearest city from Ping Jiang in my military life. Scene shifts to a mansion. At this moment, the buildings are engulfed in flames, burning furiously without sparing a single spot. Li Yun and Ruli stood amidst the flames. Seeing this scene, Ruli blamed herself. Are we too late? He reassured her. Not yet. This is just the core, or rather, this is what Bai Zhe wants us to see. Then, Li Yun raised his hand to control the situation. He opened a path through the fire, causing the flames on both sides to part. As the path cleared, they looked inside and saw Ping Jiang Wang sitting within. Covered in wounds, Ping Jiang Wang muttered to himself, How could this happen? Seeing someone approach, he asked in confusion, Why are you here? I heard you were battling against Tichtan and the Black Wind Army. Li Yun explained, You're about to die, and you're still asking questions? I came to ask you what exactly happened here. Ping Jiang Wang coughed up blood in pain, unable to answer Li Yun immediately. From within the pool of blood he had just vomited, something strange appeared. Ping Jiang Wang smiled and replied, It's nothing major. Li Yun, puzzled, thought to himself, You call this nothing major? Ping Jiang Wang explained, Under the circumstances of a permeable space, I found Bai Zhe using its core stone, trying to uncover some ancient techniques for creating core stones from the primordial era. But unexpectedly, the people of the primordial era were able to perceive our probing, and they attacked us directly. Ping Jiang Wang sorrowfully added, Although they couldn't time travel, they were able to create a time coffin and sleep until now. Li Yun pondered, So that's why Bai Zhe mistook me for him before? Ping Jiang Wang clarified, In short, back then you just had to kill him. And from what I've seen, that guy was never a good person. Li Yun maintained his usual smirk and asked, Are you sure I can defeat him? Ping Jiang Wang smiled in return. No one understands your power better than I do. After you left, I gathered some of your hair for research. The compatibility of your true energy far surpasses that of any human in this world. Hearing this, Li Yun exclaimed in shock, "You even took my hair?" Only Ruli is allowed to do that. Ruli, standing nearby, muttered, "What do you mean only I can take it? That makes it sound like I actually want to." Ping Jiangwang weakly whispered, "Be careful. Once you find him, eliminate him immediately. As you once said, he's nothing more than a clay chicken or a straw dog." Then his back slowly began to glow brightly, radiating light toward Li Yun and Ruli. Seeing this, Li Yun sighed. "Well then, this short play is coming to an end. What do you think, wife?" Ruli scoffed. "Utterly boring." He turned to his wife and said, "Don't say that, my dear. Here, you can witness the great legacy of my unparalleled achievements. Moreover, I can also gaze upon your beauty." Although touched, Ruli remained stubborn. She replied, "What's there to see? I'm not even the appearance you love the most." Li Yun turned to explain, "The appearance I love the most is the one that belongs to you. And right now, you are exactly the way I love you the most." Ruli smiled happily and replied, "Then I will reluctantly believe you." Li Yun asked sadly, "Only reluctantly?" Ruli looked into her husband's eyes and smiled radiantly. She called out to Li Yun to come closer. Li Yun stepped forward and embraced his wife, and the two shared a passionate kiss. Ruli beamed and said, "This is the 16-year-old Ruli. Remember this well. Whether now or in the future, she will always love you the same." Li Yun smiled blissfully. "I've known that for a long time." The two were gradually engulfed in the light, their bodies seeming to shift elsewhere. Slowly, the figures of Li Yun and Ruli in this place faded and disappeared. Li Yun suddenly opened his eyes again. The person beside him was still there, and that was what reassured him the most. Both looked around at their current surroundings and at the pearl before them. Li Yun announced, "It seems we've returned." Ruli smiled and replied, "Of course we have. This time, it's the 18-year-old Ruli." Li Yun picked up the pearl and explained, "The remaining energy must have been absorbed by this. No need to worry about the black sludge erupting unexpectedly anymore." Ruli asked, "Did Ping Jiangwang say he wanted me to send people to search for someone from 1,000 years ago?" Li Yun smiled and reassured her, "There's no need. I'm sure he's already dead." Ruli frowned and added, "This isn't a trivial matter. He nearly caused a catastrophe with the black sludge." "What if your guess is wrong? What will we do then?" Li Yun proudly declared, "I always guess your thoughts accurately, don't I?" Ruli blushed again. "That's not the same. Forget guessing my thoughts. Just by looking into your eyes, I already know what you want." Li Yun, hearing this, became excited. He challenged her. "Then tell me, what do I want to do right now?" Ruli pouted and scolded him. "You're such a shameless rogue." Outside, Lai Hai suddenly rushed in, panic-stricken. He called out, "Your Majesty, the guards outside have all fallen unconscious. What happened here? Are you unharmed?" Li Yun cheerfully replied, "Nothing at all. Just that she's pregnant. That's all." Lai Hai's face darkened in shock, stammering, "So in the end, you got what you wanted, you scoundrel. I know His Majesty likes you and listens to everything you say, but isn't this a bit too fast?" Ruli turned and pinched Li Yun's cheek. "You have quite the mouth on you. This is all Li Yun's trickery. How could it be that fast?" Li Yun explained to Lai Hai what had just happened. Lai Hai crossed his arms and responded, "No wonder His Majesty has been reborn with such majesty. Indeed, Your Majesty is the true destined emperor of our nation, the sovereign of 1,000 years." Li Yun started to ponder. Why does everyone who meets Ruli always say she exudes such authority and possesses the commanding presence of an emperor? He imagined their intimate moments, yet what he saw was an energetic white rabbit with a slim waist and slender legs, along with a face as beautiful as the sky. Lost in thought, Li Yun concluded, "It's because those people don't care about Ruli's physical well-being at all. They only care about whether she has the aura of a ruler. But only I am truly concerned about my wife Ruli's physical health." As expected, I am not just some lustful man. Ruli, noticing her husband's odd expression, found it quite strange. At that moment, in the study, Chao Fong stood before Ruli's desk and spoke. "Does this mean that Your Majesty wants me to investigate whether anyone related to 1,000 years ago is still alive, or if they have left behind any relics?" She looked at the document and responded, "Even if it's just a precaution." If that person is truly alive, only Li Yun can stand against him. That's why Lai Hai called you here. Chao Feng widened his eyes in surprise. Just an investigation? Your Majesty, don't you think I could just take that person down directly? Ru Li closed her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and replied, Of course, I believe in you. This left him feeling dissatisfied, thinking, even if you don't believe me, at least don't lie so obviously. Later, as Chao Feng stepped outside, he saw Qing Ning standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring at him. He walked down toward her and asked, What are you doing? Trying to mess with my mindset before I leave? I'm about to depart and want to keep a good mood. Qing Ning blushed and said firmly, I am trying to mess with your mindset, and I also want to go with you. I even got an official travel permit from His Majesty. Then she turned to Chao Feng and questioned, Don't tell me you're so scared that you don't even dare to go now. Immediately, he shouted angrily, Even if I had to lead 100 of you, I still wouldn't be a coward. Hearing that, Qing Ning squinted and smiled, saying, No need to bring so many, one is enough. Seeing her expression, Chao Feng frowned and thought uncomfortably. Smiling so gently, Does this mean one is enough to deal with me? Now, in the study room, the nameplate was illuminated by the sunlight, shining brightly. Li Yun walked closer to Ru Li and smiled, saying, If Chao Feng takes action, it won't be a problem. She didn't look at him, but kept her gaze on the stack of papers. Didn't you say before that someone like Chao Feng, a wild chicken, you could beat 10 of? Li Yun smiled and said, That's the person you have to go after. Are you saying this time will definitely end in defeat? After speaking, he thought to himself, If I say that, I guess I won't need to sleep in bed. Then Ru Li closed her eyes, resting her chin in one hand, and softly asked, I'll accept what you said, but which version of me do you think is more beautiful, before or now? He immediately answered, Both are beautiful. And upon hearing this, she raised her eyebrows and looked at him, reproaching him. Am I only comparable to my old self? Li Yun looked helplessly, wondering why she would be jealous of him. Ru Li didn't even look at him and replied, I'm not jealous. Am I the kind of woman with a narrow mind? Li Yun raised his finger and smiled, saying, If we're talking about a narrow mind in terms of physical space, then no one could match your generosity. Ru Li blushed, folding her arms across her chest, but then replied, So, you're saying that if my mind is different, it's really narrow? He looked at her curiously. For example, when a girl asks for directions on the street, don't you get upset? Ru Li explained, I'm just worried about assassins. You look so unguarded. I'm worried something will happen to you. Even if they're not assassins, just ordinary women. If you talk without looking at them, why would I be upset? So Li Yun squinted and smiled, saying, From now on, I'll only look at you. She still didn't look at him and said, Doesn't this make me seem very small-minded? Hearing this, he helplessly smiled and asked, Oh, isn't that the case? Ru Li didn't tease Li Yun anymore, but furrowed her brow and said, If I really were small-minded, there would be no women left in the capital now. Immediately, he gave her a compliment. As expected, my wife is broad-minded. At that moment, Lai Hai entered and spoke. Your Majesty, there's something urgent to report. His face was dark, his brows furrowed tightly as he whispered. Li Yun, many people from Daigon have come out, accusing you of the evil deeds you've committed. He looked at Lai Hai with a puzzled expression. Evil deeds I've done? Who are these people? Lai Hai explained, Some people are scholars from various places, mostly young people and elderly, even holding debates outside the capital, trying to expose your true nature. Ru Li, standing next to Li Yun, asked, Should I just arrest these people? Li Yun squinted and smiled, replying, No need. If so many people are dissatisfied with me, we can just confront them directly. She didn't agree, glancing at him and softly saying, But Li Yun gently patted Ru Li's head and reassured her, Don't worry. I am a being with 5,000 years of wisdom and 30 years of internet culture. Those people won't stand a chance against me. Then he turned to face Lai Hai and said, This situation is more complicated than it seems. These useless scholars don't have the power to create such a stir. It seems there must be another force behind them. Could it be a powerful family from the capital? He speculated. Li Yun wore a serious expression and said, A powerful family from the capital? They're already trying to lick my boots? Don't even think they're behind this clever trick. Suddenly, someone knelt and loudly shouted, I, the old minister, am guilty. The appearance of this person startled Ru Li, Li Yun, and lie high. Old Minister Su panicked, saying, I couldn't control the mouths of the local families. They've been spreading rumors about Princess Wu Fei. It's truly shameless. Li Yun furrowed his brows and sharply said, a local family, then it makes sense. The mountain is high and the emperor is far. They haven't even felt the power of my influence yet. Old Minister Su, tell me more. He immediately began. A few days ago, the local family tried to hold a family congress. It should have been led by our capital's family, but they were all afraid of Li Yun, trying to use the masses to suppress him. So they spread rumors everywhere, inciting the young scholars to challenge Li Yun. Then the old man continued. No matter how much I advised, they wouldn't listen. At this, Li Yun put on a calm expression and said, Interesting, the accusations are so straightforward. They must be afraid that death won't come clean, right? The old man's face darkened as he replied, Princess Wu Fei doesn't need to act anymore, or else it'll be hard to stop the rumors. Li Yun squinted and smiled. So, does that mean? This time they think a son-in-law like me is easy to bully. Old Minister Su looked at him disdainfully, thinking, You're a son-in-law to your own mother, yet you think you can shatter Daigon. And still, you're a son-in-law. Later, in a small plot deep in the forest, a group of people gathered. The air was filled with curses. Late at night, after the pig screams, someone shouted, Is this moral decay? Li Yun shouted, I'll no longer be human. Old Master Yuan, stroking his chin, spoke in a questioning tone. I wonder, is it that Li Yun is too scared to come? One person laughed and said, With old Master Yuan here, we'll definitely win this debate. Suddenly, from afar, Lai Hai and Li Yun approached. Li Yun smiled and asked, Why are all these people familiar? Someone turned around in surprise and murmured, Familiar people? Li Yun stood facing the group and began, By Lu Library. The students from Qingshan Academy. Half of you here were almost killed by the old emperor for speaking nonsense. If I hadn't attacked the city at that time, your academy would no longer exist. And by the way, after you ran out of food, it was me who provided it to you. Li Yun clenched his fists, still smiling in a friendly manner, and continued. Did I remember wrong, or did I feed all of you to the dogs? One of the men in the group angrily retorted, That was just the conscience of the person who discovered it. Li Yun calmly replied, So in your eyes, I still have conscience? That's enough to give me some face. He cheerfully continued, Have you seen this civil official? He writes down everything said here. The complete records will be made public. The men heard this and were somewhat afraid, knowing their every action was being recorded. Just relying on our mouths won't spread the news faster than the government. An old man stood behind and criticized Li Yun. Don't be surprised. Don't let these small tricks deceive you. We are trying to correct the nation's evils. Even if we are caught up in small details, it doesn't undermine our nobility. Hearing this, Li Yun arrogantly replied, Small details, huh? When I provided food for you, you barely had anything but watery rice to survive. The group immediately jumped up and cursed. Rebel, don't get too arrogant. You are a traitor. Who knows how many things you've done to anger the people? How dare you continue to live in the capital, a criminal who has killed so many people, and you still dare to face us? Ridiculous. Li Yun immediately retorted, So, I've done so many things that have made everyone resent me. You don't need to say it all, just mention one thing. They were caught off guard, confused, We? Li Yun glared at them, threatening, Can't speak. One man trembled and replied, We just momentarily forgot. Please forgive us. Li Yun's expression turned even angrier. Then how dare you make noise in front of me? The man was so scared he knelt down. No, I didn't mean to. His heart was filled with fear. He wants to kill us. It's terrifying. At this moment, the civil official spoke up. Princess Wu Fei, with your noble righteousness, do you think this is worthy of your mother? The students remembered their own mothers and couldn't stop their tears. Li Yun angrily asked, You speak of my wrongs, but why can't we talk about them here? Today, if you can point out even one evil thing I've done to the people, I'll admit defeat right here. The old man leading the group spoke. Li Yun, the so-called noble gentleman, robbed the people's food in Vanshao. Who dares to say it wasn't you? The others immediately joined in. That's right, Li Yun was in Vanshao at that time. He robbed the people's food. So it matches. Yet he acts as if he doesn't know, this great villain. But Li Yun remained calm and explained, That wasn't me. It was the army of the old Emperor's Black Wind. At that time, they were short on supplies, so they looted the people's food. After we defeated them, we returned the food and even helped the farmers with their work. The group still couldn't believe their ears and continued to question him. Lies. How could the royal army do such things? That's right, this bandit. Don't believe a word from him. The civil official agreed with Li Yun. That's true. The Black Wind army of the late emperor did indeed do that. And the rebels did help to solve the aftermath. Seeing their confused looks, Li Yun felt victorious. Court officials can't lie about something like this. These brutal acts were carried out by the Black Wind army of the late emperor. The old man continued to criticize him. If you hadn't appeared, the Black Wind wouldn't have attacked. If you hadn't betrayed us, how could the Black Wind army have resorted to such methods, causing so many casualties? Li Yun sternly asked, "Do you know how many commoners died in Daigon at that time?" The old man casually replied, "Does it matter?" Li Yun's face grew serious as he said, "From what I know, 300,000 died in 1 year, and a third of them were caused by the Black Wind army of the emperor. The rest were largely related to them, and after I arrived, the number gradually decreased. Do you know why?" The old man started sweating. That. Before he could say more, Li Yun continued, "That's right. Because the Black Wind army was too busy fighting me and had no time to harm the commoners. You say you represent the will of the people? In the past year, not a single commoner has cursed me. Only those from noble families and scholars have smeared me as a demon. I want to ask you, who do you represent with your claim of the people's will? The heavenly dragon people?" The old man stammered, You obscure the truth." The disciples behind him whispered, "Who are the heavenly dragon people?" The civil official spoke up, "Wu Fei, you've used that damn word many times." "I think that's inappropriate," he began to scold. "That brute, that filthy traitor with no manners," he retorted. "After all, this old gentleman never had a mother." "The metaphor here is very inappropriate," the old man angrily shouted. "What did you say? You're saying I didn't have a mother?" The two argued fiercely. "Your mother's right here, even though my mother has passed away." The civil official quickly started taking notes. He wrote that the old official had lacked maternal love from an early age, which led to a twisted personality. And now he had become even more senile and confused. He couldn't distinguish between the Black Wind army and the rebels. "I believe the old official didn't intentionally distort the truth. He's just old, and his mind isn't clear anymore." In response to the civil official's actions, he nearly spat blood in rage. "You!" The civil official sneered. "Let me see." The old man trembled. "No, you?" Li Yun pulled out a banknote, close to 50 taels of silver. "Is this the money the local noble families hired you with?" The official was suspicious. "You? How could you?" He panicked. The money from the noble families was clearly kept at the study, and it wasn't this much. The trap was set. Li Yun smirked. "I just realized this is ghost money. I specially brought this here to prepare for the old official." I didn't expect the old official to be so eager and take it himself. The civil official observed and quickly made a note. The crowd around them was shocked. Although the old official was elderly and had poor eyesight, he still remained firm in his integrity. How could he be accepting bribes and guarding the study? The old official was a great scholar. How could this happen? Seeing things turning against him, the old man began trembling and scowling. "I've been wise all my life." Then the old official spat blood, quickly collapsing in defeat. Li Yun, pleased, tossed the banknote at him. As expected, it worked. "Take him away." He spoke cheerfully. "Search the residence of Elder Yuan. Investigate for evidence. If we find incriminating proof, we'll have all the justification we need to act," Tranhai replied. "Did I need you to say that?" "I've already ordered my men to handle it," he smirked, glancing at the group standing before him. He sneered. "Anyone else still want to argue with me?" The disciples knelt down in submission. "Master Li Yun, we were all deceived by Elder Yuan. We humbly beg for your forgiveness. Indeed, we were blind, utterly blind." One of them spoke up. "From now on, we disciples will spread the truth among the people. We will ensure that such falsehoods never surface again, so that the world may truly understand Master Li Yun." Seeing this, Li Yun was pleased. "Then, I shall eagerly await the results." Amid the sweltering summer heat, golden rays of sunlight danced playfully. Across the plaque bearing the 3 grand characters Imperial Study, standing solemnly within the palace. Inside, Ruli sat quietly reading. As soon as Li Yun returned, she inquired, "I heard you gave them quite the scare." With a sly smile, he replied, "It was merely a friendly exchange of ideas. Who knew the man would end up spitting blood on his own?" She propped her elbow on the table and praised him without reservation. "You handled it well this time. Left no loose ends. I've already sent men to arrest the local representatives. Once we have them in custody, they'll be trembling at your feet in no time." He leaned in close, teasing as he admired her beauty. "Aren't you afraid of me seizing all your assets?" He grinned. "Why aren't you scared?" At this, Li Yun's expression suddenly turned serious. His smirk vanished. "Because every night, you already strip me of everything I have." Ruli's face flushed. She playfully punched him in the stomach. "I can stop if you want." He chuckled softly, reassuring her, "No need to worry. With my strength, I still have plenty of firepower left." "Logistics have been running smoothly," he added. "But as for the aftermath, the enemy will be left battered and broken day after day." Just then, Lai Hai entered from outside and asked, "Your Majesty, where is Bai Ji?" Ruli turned to him, puzzled. "Lai Hai, what is the matter?" Without hesitation, he answered, "Bai Ji is fully recovered." He said, "The one from 1,000 years ago may have returned." Standing beside them, Li Yun fell into deep thought, a storm brewing in his mind. "What is that old specter up to?" he muttered. "Could he have finally come back to his homeland?" The three of them went together to the dungeon, which was always under careful guard. Bai Ji, large and chubby, couldn't even open its eyes. It wagged its tail, looking at the three tiny people in front of it. It looked at Li Yun and exclaimed in surprise, "So that's what happened. As expected, you succeeded in the industry. The woman beside you is your wife? She truly radiates imperial aura. I'd believe it if you said she was the empress." Lai Hai spoke up indignantly. "How could that person succeed? Back then, the ruler of Daigon was a woman, and now she's beside me." Bai Ji was stunned and opened its small eyes wide. "What did you say?" His head was filled with 7,749 question marks, doubting the absurdity of life. "What has happened over the years? How did the leader of the rebel army marry the empress? Am I still crazy?" Li Yun smiled awkwardly and brushed it off. "Let's just pretend you're still crazy. I've seen the details of your situation with Ping Jiang Wang. Is he really this frightened?" Ping Jiang Wang said he's not as capable as I am. To clarify, Ping Jiang Wang doesn't possess the same kind of spirit as I do. He can't manifest as clearly as I can. His energy quality is indeed not as good as yours. But he is very skilled in life-saving and illusionary arts. Even his spiritual power has a bit of confusion mixed in. 1,000 years ago, when spiritual energy had not yet developed into the system we see today, he was one of the most accomplished practitioners at that time. He shrugged and continued interrogating. "It's just some strange phenomenon. Why would you think he has appeared? How did you know he's already appeared? After I woke up, I sensed his aura, even if it was only for a brief moment. I can confirm that he truly still exists in this world." Ruli began to feel a little worried. The world is so vast. How will we ever find him? Li Yun looked at his wife and softly continued, "Let's hope he hasn't joined some strange organization." Now there are many strange organizations like the Night Assembly, the Laughing Ones, or the Demon Army and the Fire Spirit Brigade, etc. Lai Hai, standing behind, sneered, "What? Is it your rebel army a strange organization?" He turned around and flashed a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Except for my subordinates, everyone else is pretty strange. Especially the other four, they're really crazy. They do things that I can't even imagine. By the way, what are they doing now?" In a villa far from the capital, the sound of constant bickering was unbearably loud. Three men stood in the living room, shouting loudly, "This useless scholar! I can't believe he was easily tied up like this. The little scheming underlings only failed once. They've already started distancing themselves from us." The old man with golden hair furrowed his brow and spoke. "I heard the emperor has sent someone from the capital here. They want to use us to kill the chicken to warn the monkey." The head of the family, seeing the situation wasn't good, turned to ask the opinion of a young man sitting with his leg crossed, eating an apple. "Lu Si, do you have any ideas on how we can survive?" Lu Si chewed a mouthful of food and carelessly spoke. "What you mean is, how do we continue to live after this? I never imagined that you would dare to lay hands on Li Yun. I truly don't know whether you are formidable or simply foolish." The old man, upon hearing this, roared in anger, threatening, "We are all in the same boat. You, the representative of the southern aristocracy, won't escape the consequences." Lucy casually pulled out a golden token and replied, "Who said such a thing? I merely obtained this token from the prince. You are the ones who acted on your own accord." At this moment, everyone was filled with terror. This token had been taken by force, but who took it? He squinted and smiled, explaining, "Taken by force? We do not engage in petty thievery." The family head and the prince, upon hearing this. The prince didn't believe it, shouting loudly, "Guards, catch this thief." At that moment, a servant was thrown in through the window. He flew straight in front of the three princes, making them widen their eyes in shock. A pink-haired woman walked in, snorted coldly with disdain, and took him down with a single move. Lu Tu stepped forward cheerfully to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Tu, a former rebel, and I used to be a money manager." Now his eyes narrowed, his smile gradually becoming inhumane as he uttered, "We are here to rob." A few hours later, night fell. The golden moonlight cast faint, flickering beams over the dense forest. Two figures carried two large sacks, staggering through the woods. "This time it's a bit much," one muttered. "After all, nothing is truly clean. As for the rest, let Li Yin come and get it himself. Consider it a wedding gift for him." That's already being generous." Seeing the person in front looking uncomfortable, Lu Tu teasingly asked, "Are you hitting menopause?" Ever since hearing the news of Li Yun's marriage, she had been fuming. The irritated girl snapped, "Mind your own business." Suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of them. Lu Tu frowned. Could this be a lost child? The little girl looked confused and spoke up, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Where am I?" Lu Tu stepped closer, speaking in a persuasive, sales-like tone. "Miss, have you lost your memory? Come with us. If you'd like, I can introduce you to our leader and savior. Here, this is a book he wrote." She took the book, her eyes lighting up as if they held a sky full of stars. Lu Tu smiled in satisfaction. "Looks like we've got another comrade. But where did she even come from?" "Oh well, not important." Early in the morning, Ruli's soft voice rang out in the royal study. "The representatives of the rebellious noble families have been dealt with by Lu Pianmin." However, something rather interesting happened during this time. Li Yun gasped in surprise. "Could anything be more interesting than spending time with my wife?" She yawned sleepily. "Of course not, but you might still find this amusing." He thoughtfully asked his wife, "Why do you look so exhausted? Could it be that too much dopamine was released last night?" Exchanging internal energy, transferring movement information, and all that, Ruli looked confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She continued. "Before Lu Pianmin arrived, all the noble family members were already dealt with. And the one who took care of them was Lu Tuesday. You know him, right? That money manager. He's here too." She nodded. "Yes, he captured those noble representatives and took all their financial records, which conveniently allows us to seize their assets next." Li Yun proudly declared, "Every member of our rebel army is talented. It's nice to hear them talk." This successfully piqued Ruli's interest. "Everyone is talented? Then what's your specialty?" He beamed proudly and confidently announced, "I am proficient in archery, and also well-versed in various other disciplines." Ruli rested her head on her hand, looking unimpressed. "There are some state affairs in the palace today. You can entertain yourself this afternoon. The allowance money, you should spend it sparingly." Li Yun mumbled, "Wife, how can I save money when I only have 5 coins left?" She corrected him, "Nonsense. You were already deducted 3 coins before. Now you only have 2 left." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes closed, and she unconsciously collapsed forward. A pair of gentle arms caught Ruli's small figure. Li Yun frowned in concern. An assassination attempt? No, if there were even the slightest disturbance, I would have sensed it. Could this be some kind of ancient magic? He placed his hand on her and carefully sensed her breath and aura. Confirming that there were no issues, Li Yun gently picked her up. Her aura is still stable. It seems she simply fell asleep. Lai Hai suddenly burst in, shouting, "That surge of energy just now, was it human? What happened to Her Majesty?" He turned to the doorway and yelled, "Summon the imperial physician. Quickly!" Seeing no response from anyone. "Li Hai Gu Patin, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be Her Majesty?" Li Yun, unable to tolerate the commotion any longer, snapped, "Silence." He gathered his energy, and an immense pressure instantly filled the room. A powerful force shot straight into the sky, piercing through the palace's reinforced roof. Only then did he explain, "Ruli is fine. It was just that the vital energy in her body was suddenly absorbed by something on the roof." Fragments from the broken ceiling fell, revealing several crystal stones. "This is a core stone. Why would something like this be embedded in the Imperial Studies roof?" Li Yun responded, "They are all products of the late Emperor's research and development. If he didn't deploy them in the military, then that means he believed keeping them here was more useful. But for what purpose?" The multicolored crystal stones lay scattered on the ground, concealing a yet undiscovered secret. Ruli's eyes slowly opened. She spoke softly. "Put me down." Li Yun was overjoyed. "You're awake." She steadied herself and reassured them. "I was conscious the whole time. I just couldn't move. You should look around more carefully." A man stepped forward, hugging his arms as he spoke. "I always thought that after death, I would ascend to the celestial realm, but I never expected this outcome." The former Emperor Chu Dian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "You truly surprised me, no? You actually terrified me." Li Yun let out a long sigh and sarcastically remarked, "You're not expecting me to call you father-in-law, are you?" The old man scoffed in response. "Are you trying to disgust me into throwing up?" Li Yun stopped, deciding not to argue any further with him, and just let it go. After all, he was Ruli's father. Better to show some respect. However, the next words from the other party completely caught him off guard. How could you not drive him to rage? You truly are a daughter-in-law of the Li family. Are you done talking? Aren't you the least bit curious? Before he could even finish his sentence, Li Yun coldly slapped him across the face. Looking at his own hand, Li Yun chuckled and replied, "Not curious. Seems like this isn't a real body. Could it be just a projection?" Ruli chimed in. "A single slap won't be enough to take him down. Huh?" Chu Yin tried to keep a composed face, but inside, he was boiling with rage. "I left part of my consciousness inside the core. I once used the core to glimpse into the future. A catastrophe is about to destroy the world, and it will soon descend upon Daigon." He raised his chin smugly. "If you beg me, I might just tell you about it. Protecting the commoners. That's what you care about most, isn't it?" Li Yun finally abandoned any last shred of courtesy and sneered. "Old man from the east, I think you should be the one kneeling before me. You value Daigon too much to let it be destroyed so easily. Who knows? Maybe I could help you." Following Chu Yan's instructions, he discovered a book hidden among the rubble. "We've been fighting for years. You, of all people, should understand me well. There's a small book under the left tree. Open it." Li Yun picked it up, curiosity growing. "This is—" The words inside instantly made his face turn pale, also made Li Yun not open it. Li Yun gritted his teeth. "Did you come all this way just to argue with me?" The old man laughed smugly. "Back then, I printed this phrase on every classified book in the palace. You can keep flipping through it." Chu Yin said, "This book records the various anomalies that Daigon encountered during my reign. Crops began to wither, and torrential rains became frequent. At first, I thought it was due to the influence of vital energy weapons. But then, I realized these anomalies occurred far too frequently." Li Yun interrupted, almost as if someone was controlling them. Chu Yin quickly confirmed, "That's right. Have you heard of the Celestial Continent?" He sat upright before the crowd, recounting clearly. 3 years ago, I fought against 2 of them. They were just as powerful as you when you first entered the Invincible Realm. Moreover, they could summon rain and command the wind, making them seem like true immortals." Li Yun raised his voice. "You fought them? And what happened to these so-called immortals?" Chu Yin smirked. "Their arrogance cost them. I drained them dry and turned them into crystals." Li Yun glanced at his wife beside him, teasing, "Turns out the one who drains people dry is actually your family's patriarch, Chu? I don't want to end up as a crystal." Ruli frowned. "Drain dry, you say?" Chu Yin pondered for a moment, then continued. "Those 2 wore strange clothing. When my army arrived, their first reaction was to demand that I kneel before them." Li Yun sneered, "Annoying just like you." Chu Yin countered without missing a beat. "Not as annoying as you. Those 2 were arrogant and incredibly powerful. My subordinates judged that we couldn't fight them head-on. So, we unleashed vital energy weapons, flattening 300 miles of land. In the end, all that remained were 2 charred corpses." Li Yun was astonished. Were they really that cunning? They preferred death over revealing their true purpose? Prideful people are like that, Ruli mused. Or maybe they didn't even have time to say anything before being blown to pieces? Chu Yin recalled the autopsy reports and explained. Afterward, their bodies were sent to the Institute of Heavenly Works for dissection and study. They discovered that these so-called celestial beings were essentially beings of immense condensed energy, just like you. And we found 20 others like them in the Divine Continent. They are all still in deep slumber. Li Yin held the book in his hands while listening intently. At the end of the book, it was recorded that a total of 18 locations house these sleeping celestial beings. Many of them are too close to Daigon's lifelines. Even using vital energy weapons could cause devastating damage to Daigon. You furrowed your brows, looking at the opponent as if you could read his thoughts. So he thought of using some tricks to eliminate them all. Chu Yin persuaded, "They're not good people, but neither are you." Chu Yin regained his serious demeanor and slowly spoke. "My time is almost up. Be prepared in case you take the throne. The one sitting here will be you. I've made some preparations too. You'd better take my illegitimate daughter and leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yin grabbed Ruli and dashed away like the wind. "Retreat, that old fox bastard." The cold spirit stones on the ground suddenly emitted crackling electric sparks. Within seconds, they exploded, destroying the imperial study. The three of them stood dumbfounded, staring at Chu Yan's masterpiece. They sighed helplessly. This emperor is really playing around. He turned around and ordered Lai Hai, "Search the palace carefully. There's a high chance that there are more cores hidden." "No, wait. Search the entire capital. If necessary, blow the whole city up." This emperor is absolutely capable of such madness. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Ruli's presence. A slight fear crept into his heart. Would she be upset? But Ruli spoke, instantly dispelling his worries. "That damn old man, even in death, he's causing trouble for me. He actually blew up the imperial study. The memorials I approved this week were all inside." Li Yin chuckled. "Isn't this great? The study's gone. Now you have an excuse to take a break from work." She frowned in frustration. "How can that be? I'm still the emperor of Daigon. The important affairs of the court all require my attention. For example, the cultivators heading south." Ruli crossed her arms, sighing in exasperation. "What's so good about this? I won't be going home tonight. I'll temporarily stay in the palace and work overnight." Hearing this, Li Yin cursed Chu Yin in his heart 7749 times. "I hate that old emperor. This means I won't be able to sleep with my wife tonight." Lai Hai spoke up from behind. "What about the celestial continent? How do you plan to deal with them?" He smiled and replied, "I've already come up with a plan. But for now, we don't know if the enemy is still asleep. Or perhaps some have already woken up." Li Yin looked at his wife and softly suggested, "I'll stay here too. I can refine my plan and keep an eye on things to prevent any unexpected incidents." Ruli nodded but still warned him. "Fine, but don't do anything excessive." Seeing him nod like an obedient puppy without hesitation, she had a bad feeling. Agreeing so readily, something is definitely up. The two sat facing each other in a simple, small room, the atmosphere incredibly peaceful. Master Li Yin remained silent, focused solely on the book in front of him. Ruli, on the other hand, felt uneasy. Has my charm diminished? It's been so long, and he hasn't said a word to me. She cleared her throat and softly asked, "What do you like about me?" His face suddenly tensed up as if facing a grave and difficult matter. "Like..." Li Yun's gaze drifted toward her full and ample chest, then to her delicate flower-like lips. Finally, he decisively answered, "Your personality." She closed her eyes, secretly mocking him. "So my charm hasn't faded. He's still just after my body." Ruli then asked again, "Why are you being so obedient? You haven't done anything at all." He looked puzzled. "Huh? Is being obedient wrong now?" She shook her head. "Of course not, but compared to how you used to behave, it's hard to believe." Li Yin scratched his head with an awkward smile. Partly because he understood that his wife was working, and partly because he was busy planning how to deal with the celestial continent beings. Ruli snatched the paper from his hand. "What plan? Let me see." He asked, "Do you know what a game dungeon is?" She looked at him confused. "Dungeon?" Li Yin explained, "The celestial continent's hiding place is like a game dungeon. It's not just those sleeping celestial beings hidden inside. but also many precious treasures. If I clear them out one by one, it will definitely take a lot of effort. Plus, who knows what kind of magical skills they possess. His voice echoed steadily in the small room. The best way is to leak information about these locations to martial artists worldwide and let them handle the invasion. This way, not only can intelligence be effectively gathered, but it might even be possible to defeat these celestial continent beings in a single strike. Hearing this, Ruli pondered for a moment. It's a good strategy. Not only can it protect the strength of our great root, but it also saves a lot of effort. But how can we get the wandering martial artists of the world to unite and fight against these celestial beings? Li Yin chuckled. For that, we must borrow the power of the legendary martial mythology. Martial mythology. In one of the largest taverns in the great root capital, the atmosphere was always lively. Lu Shui sat in front of a table filled with food, stuffing her mouth nonstop. The martial mythology that Li Yun spoke of, none other than the one currently munching on a bun while shoving a chicken leg in her mouth, Lu Shui. In a small tavern on a fine morning, 3 men were engaged in conversation. You all heard the rumors, right? A man with spiky hair responded, yes. Fame, power, wealth. Martial mythology, Lu Shui has it all. She hid the treasure she collected in the divine Dragon Ridge. And whoever obtains them will become the supreme ruler of the martial world. Another man, skeptical, asked, is this information really reliable? I've always thought it was just a hoax. Suddenly, someone at another table interjected, you don't even know how powerful she truly is. A scar-faced man spoke up loudly. I've personally experienced her strength. I once believed that with the power granted by my core crystal, I was invincible. But to my surprise, I couldn't even touch her little toe. At another table, a bearded man listened and nodded. If that's true, then the treasure must really be buried there. The scar-faced man laughed and scoffed. Of course it's fake. She may be unbelievably powerful, but in the end, she's still just a woman. Though he said that, deep down, his motives were the same as everyone else's. This time, I'm just here to join in the excitement. I hope you all won't be easily deceived, and by tomorrow, I'll be on my way. However, those guys at the other table still fell for his trick. So that's how it is. Just as I thought, it's a scam. Night fell, and the crescent moon shone over the land. The men who were in the tavern earlier had now gathered before a dark cave. The scar-faced man saw the 3 others and grinned as he greeted them. Good evening, gentlemen. The bearded man chuckled and replied, just had some free time, so we took a walk after dinner. Another man pretended to be clueless and said, what a coincidence, me too. Before he could finish his sentence, the scar-faced man interrupted. This is all just a con. I trust that neither of you would be so easily fooled. After saying that, he and the other 3 men instinctively turned to look at the cave. Then suddenly, he leaped into the air. And just like that, he charged inside, but not before leaving a remark. Gentlemen, I'm used to exercising after a meal. I'll go in first. Seeing this, the other 2 became furious. Damn it, I knew you wanted to keep it all for yourself. The next morning, in the capital, the sun shone gently over the city. A young man walked along the street, muttering in disgust. Filthy, absolutely disgusting. A low-ranking celestial continent being strode forward, his face filled with disdain. Time has passed. The eyes of these mere ants no longer hold any reverence for true immortals like me. With his divine eyes, he could see the lingering energy on each person, yet their words remained full of deceit. As he passed a melon stall, he overheard a customer questioning the seller. Are these melons ripe? The vendor, of course, insisted. How could I ever sell unripe melons to you? Hearing this simple exchange, the young man scoffed and uttered 2 words, lies. A while later, he passed by a roadside eatery and overheard a customer complaining. Are you sure this isn't rat meat? But the vendor confidently replied, it's not rat meat, it's COVID meat. Another conversation that filled him with disdain. Further along, he overheard a woman praising her lover. I absolutely adore your flawless looks. The man, of course, was flattered. TSK, I'm already handsome. Do you really need to say it out loud? This conversation truly left him speechless. He let out a cold sneer. Ridiculous. It seemed that after witnessing too many human deceptions, Hang Shu's fury began to rise. Lies? Everything is a lie. They are all liars. In that case, I might as well pick a random person to eliminate. Suddenly, he happened to come across the couple, Li Yun and Chu Ruli. Oh my, what is that black smoke? Li Yun, smiling happily, turned to her and asked, Ruli, what do you think of the flower crown I bought? Do I look handsome wearing it? She coldly replied, not handsome at all. What seemed like an adorably awkward conversation was, in Hang Shu's eyes, yet another lie. Li Yun, undeterred by Chu Ruli's indifference, shamelessly continued, anyway, I originally bought it for you. That way, you like me more, right? She remained cold as ever and responded, absolutely not. No woman would like you more just because of something like this. While she kept her true feelings hidden, Hang Shu judged once again. Damn it, another lie? A while later, Li Yun took her hand as they continued their stroll, but she arrogantly said, there's no need to hold my hand. This won't make me any happier or make me feel any safer. Even in such a romantic moment, Hang Shu sneered in disdain, lies. Meanwhile, Li Yun continued to care for his wife. Walking around like this, does it bother you? Aren't you afraid that people from the palace might see us? Although embarrassed, Chu Ruli firmly insisted, me? Afraid? I want to be seen even more. That way, I can strengthen my dominance. You are nothing more than a tool. Such a lovely conversation, yet it made this lowly man angry. It's all nonsense. And yet, is there truly a woman who can lie so effortlessly? He actually dared to scorn Chu Ruli's true self, and even wanted to punish her. Destroying this entire city must start with this woman. What a pity. Though she is beautiful, in contrast to her appearance and demeanor, her heart is extremely dark. Then he glanced at Li Yun, who was smiling happily, and thought to himself, poor man, this is the price to pay for marrying such a beautiful woman. Being treated like a mere toy in the palm of her hand. This is the last bit of mercy I can offer. Let this wretched man know. With that thought, he immediately called out to Li Yun and Chu Ruli. Poor fool, let me tell you the truth before I make my move. She, of course, had no idea who this man was and asked, do you know this guy? He casually replied, know him? Not at all. But he's been staring at us for a while now. Then he cheerfully turned to the man and asked, sir, what seems to be the matter? On the surface, he was smiling, but in his heart, he was warning the man, if you keep looking at my wife, I'll break you into pieces. It seemed the man had no clue what he was thinking, and instead spoke righteously. Do you not see it? The woman in front of you is only deceiving you, toying with you in the palm of her hand. With her by your side, you will never have even a shred of freedom. Hearing this, he paid no attention and instead turned to tease Chu Ruli. This guy says you're lying, she coldly affirmed. Nonsense. Not at all, she said, making him sneer as he declared, lies. In his heart, he thought, I want to see just how far this woman can lie. Suddenly, she acted spoiled and sulky toward Li Yun. You actually believe an outsider? I don't like you anymore. Hearing her say that, he gritted his teeth and reaffirmed, still lying. Being bothered by this random stranger, she got angry and questioned him. Who exactly are you? What do you want? She felt a bit frustrated inside. Does it amuse you to say out loud all the thoughts in my head? Every day, I can't help but think about Li Yun's charm. Seeing her so upset, Li Yun gently comforted her. Of course, I trust my wife. Don't be mad, all right? Then he turned to coldly question the man. I'm really curious. Who are you? This is the first time I've seen someone who can detect lies in an instant. And it sounded like you just said something about making a move. Even as he said that, he might have already figured out who this guy was. This can't just be a coincidence. His question made the man arrogantly introduce himself. I am Hang Shu, the 32nd Celestial Immortal. Today, upon awakening, I saw mortals still lost in ignorance, so I have come to purify humanity. His nonsense seemed to have drained Chu Ruli's patience. She softly commanded, smash him. Li Yun immediately obeyed and sent him flying with a kick. He shot into the sky like a firework. Hang Shu was sent crashing to the ground with a single punch. His face swollen and bruised, he lay there, still dumbfounded by Li Yun's strength. This power, it rivals that of the 5 previous immortals. How can such a thing exist in this world? As he silently called him a true martial expert, Li Yun suddenly rushed in to deliver another punch. The blow landed straight on his already troubled-looking face. A massive shockwave erupted from the impact. After knocking him unconscious, Li Yun muttered to himself. Come to think of it, The person Ping Jianwang saw back then was probably not him. His power is way too ordinary. Suddenly, Lai Hai appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Is this the so-called continent Divine Mountain? So weak." Hearing that, he simply smiled and said, "Actually, not too bad. A few years ago, he would have been considered a skilled fighter. Capture him first. Once he wakes up, we'll interrogate him." A while later, at the grand, yet ominous-looking detention tower, Hang Shu was now shackled and suspended, while below stood Li Yun, Chu Ruli, and Lai Hai, all waiting for him to wake up. Chu Ruli remarked, "He doesn't seem to have any major issues." Hearing this, Li Yun teasingly said, "Since the opponent is so weak, is she worried about me?" "Of course," she stubbornly retorted with sharp words. "Worried about you? I was just thinking that something might have happened to Dai Gan. Not you." Suddenly, Hang Shu, who had regained consciousness, shouted loudly, "Liar!" Exposed, she blushed in embarrassment and admitted, "Fine, I was a little worried and nervous about you." However, inwardly, she was cursing Hang Shu for being so nosy. This guy is on the verge of death and still has so much to say. Oblivious to being cursed, he continued shouting, exposing her, making her too embarrassed to look at anyone. "Liar." At this point, she finally admitted the truth. "All right, I was extremely worried about you. So what? Can't I worry about my own husband?" Seeing her reaction, Li Yun secretly felt delighted. "My wife is really adorable." Then, it was Hang Shu's turn to question them. "Who exactly are you people? How can someone in this world possess such overwhelming power?" With an expression of complete nonchalance, he shamelessly replied, "The person next to me is the Emperor of Dai Gan, and I am her designated childbearing tool. Just give it a few more years. Once we have 2 kids, fighting 10 people at once won't even be a problem." His shameless words drove Lai Hai crazy. "You treacherous rascal! Are you trying to wear out Her Majesty?" Seeing that both he and Hang Shu were rambling nonsense, Chu Ruli interrupted, "Are you 2 done yet?" Her attitude left Lai Hai heartbroken as he gasped, "Your Majesty." Then, out of the blue, she shyly added, "Even if not, it doesn't matter. The number of children is my decision." After that, she introduced herself to Hang Shu and questioned him. "I am the Emperor of Dai Gan and Shenzhou. If I'm not mistaken, you were the ones who destroyed the previous dynasty. Now, are you planning to do the same thing again?" Upon hearing this, he scoffed at her, "An emperor? And a woman at that? Looks like this so-called Dai Gan is nothing impressive." Lai Hai was enraged by his condescending words. "You arrogant fool! Her Majesty." Before he could finish, Li Yun simply punched Hang Shu, making him spit blood. Then he smirked and warned, "If you don't know how to speak properly, just answer the questions respectfully." His gaze turned cold, and his voice carried a threatening aura. "Daring to insult my wife in front of me, do you have a death wish?" Lai Hai immediately chimed in, praising Chu Ruli to the skies, making her blush with embarrassment. "That's right. Her Majesty can even subdue the leader of the rebel army. How many emperors could achieve that?" Despite being beaten, Hang Thursday still maintained a contemptuous attitude. "The Divine Continent is not just me, especially my 2 sworn brothers, Tan Qua and Tan Shan. They kill without mercy. When the time comes, they will surely annihilate you all." Suddenly, someone entered the prison cell, carrying 2 boxes, and remarked that their auras were indeed very similar. Clearly, they originated from the same place. "When will you hand him over to me? I need to study him thoroughly." One of the 2 containers held Tan Qua's severed head, while the other contained Tan Shan's. Seeing this scene left Hang Thursday utterly stunned. "Tan Qua, Tan Cheng, Mi Son Bei. How could you both be defeated?" Seeing his expression, Li Yun grinned and explained, "Those 2? Just bad luck. They got caught in the crossfire when I was fighting the former emperor." His words, combined with his nonchalant demeanor, filled Hang Thursday with fear. Has the world changed this much? Is this guy really that terrifying? I just wanted to stay in deep slumber. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "I've thought it through. If I can serve someone this powerful, it's far better than all the useless emperors I've ever met." Deep inside, he was already plotting his escape. "If I can't beat them, at least I can run, right?" Li Yun seemed pleased with the compliment, but didn't forget to interrogate him. "You can keep the flattery coming, but first, answer my question. Why did you destroy the previous dynasty?" Of course, Hang Thursday wasn't stupid enough to tell the truth, so he made something up. The population was too large, so the former king ordered us to wipe out half of the lower mortals. Hearing this nonsense, Li Yun sighed. Looks like I'm dealing with a lunatic. Do you think you're some kind of destroyer? Chu Ruli, who had been quietly observing, could tell he was lying. This guy is a terrible liar. Just looking at his expression gives him away. Li Yun, on the other hand, didn't bother exposing Hang Thursday's lies. Instead, he made a promise. Very well. Thank you for the information. If you cooperate, you'll avoid unnecessary pain. We won't do anything to you today, and we won't conduct any strange experiments in the future either. His words left Chu Ruli puzzled. Huh? Does Li Yun not realize he's lying? Meanwhile, Hang Thursday, upon hearing Li Yun's words, started to panic. This guy is lying. He's planning to kill me. Not wanting to linger any longer, Li Yun turned to Chu Ruli and said, Let's go. Keep him locked up for now. As everyone left, Hang Thursday smirked arrogantly and thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. If I've woken up, that means the former king has too. Just wait and see how he'll deal with you all. Once outside, Li Hai curiously asked Li Yun. That guy was clearly lying. Why just let him be? Shouldn't we interrogate him properly to get useful information? Li Yun simply smiled and casually explained, extracting information from a supreme cultivator isn't easy. It's better to let him reveal it himself. Chu Ruli, upon hearing this, immediately understood his plan. I see. You mean he will act on his own? And from there, we can gather information without him realizing it. Seeing how clever she was, he patted her head and praised her. As expected of my wife. But I think this matter is even more complicated. He patiently explained his reasoning. These so-called celestial beings are arrogant and disregard others. I have already shown my strength. Next, if I'm not mistaken, in order to find a way to survive, he will definitely seek out those who can help him, namely the celestial king he mentioned. A corpse with a grotesque appearance lay sprawled on the ground. You know this person, don't you? He is the celestial king, isn't he? Hang Shu stiffened, his face turning pale as he replied, No, I've never seen him before. Although he said that aloud, deep down he thought, Celestial king, is this your new form? The prison guard nonchalantly said, Could it be that we killed the wrong person? Confirm it with the higher-ups. Tears streamed down Hang Shu's face. The imperial court is truly terrifying. Night was falling. Hang Shu was still waiting in vain. The celestial king should be arriving soon. Suddenly, there was a voice outside the door. It's completely burned to ashes. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with delight. The celestial king. It's the celestial king. This is his aura. I recognize it. The door slowly opened, revealing the prison guard pushing in the charred corpse from earlier. Scene transition. Wu Tan was conversing with General Zhu. Just an empty title. In reality, he is the strongest in the mortal realm. The general responded emotionlessly. If you want to believe that, then so be it. Wu Tan cheerfully asked, You don't believe it? General Zhu replied seriously. Right now, there is only one person recognized as the strongest in the mortal realm. He must defeat the imperial court before he can be called invincible, not just through words. Wu Tan, unwilling to accept this, replied, Li Yun, huh? Lately, I've been hearing about his feats in this tavern, but I think if it's just that, I can do it too. The general didn't hesitate to respond. We would love to acknowledge you as well. This time, we've prepared a series of deadly techniques that were once used against Li Yun. All you have to do is survive them. If you can, the entire imperial court will recognize you as a great powerhouse like Li Yun. On the surface, he said this, but deep inside, he thought so arrogant. Good. That makes him easier to take down. Wu Tan saw through his intentions and said, a provocation tactic. But I accept. Lead the way, just as expected of a hero. Without any regard for hierarchy, Wu Tan ruffled the tavern keeper's hair. It seems I won't be able to continue my work here any longer. Taverns like this are the most convenient places to gather news about the current era. Thanks, tavern keeper. With that, he turned around and walked away, as if bidding farewell. First, let's kill Hang Shu, so no news gets leaked. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside. As soon as Wu Tan stepped out the door, he was immediately surrounded by armed men pointing their guns at him. Yet, he showed no fear. Instead, he smirked and said, I suppose you're not here just because the tavern keeper was killed, right? As he spoke, he thought to himself, so they followed Hang Shu's blood trail here. Useless. General Chu directly asked, "Are you the Immortal King?" Recalling the scene earlier, when Wu Tan accidentally broke a cup and got scolded by the innkeeper. "You're rebelling now, aren't you? I'll deduct a month from your wages." "No, wait, a year." "No, 3 years." Before he could finish his sentence, the innkeeper's head was severed from his body. Without hesitation, Wu Tan ruthlessly beheaded the innkeeper, but forgot to tell the others to keep quiet. Everyone around froze in fear. The entire tavern fell into chaos as people scattered in all directions, except for him, who calmly stood before the innkeeper's corpse. But in reality, things didn't happen that way. Even after being scolded, Wu Tan cheerfully replied, "All right then." The innkeeper smugly thought, "Ever since I hired this resentful fool, I've saved quite a bit of money. What an idiot." Just as Wu Tan was carrying out his duties, a blood-red snake suddenly appeared. As if understanding the situation, he muttered, "Oh, Hang Shu has been taken down? This is a bit unexpected, and there's no chance for revenge." Behind him, the innkeeper kept urging, "Wu Tan, do you still want your salary? Hurry up and get back to work." Obediently, he replied, "Sorry." But the innkeeper showed no mercy and pressed on. "What's the use of apologizing? That'll cost you a week's wages." Meanwhile, Hang Shu remained chained up with the blood serpent beside him. He thought helplessly, "So, this country is finished? When the Immortal King arrives, he will make you and your wife repay this 100-fold. He then let out a loud laugh. "First, let's make sure that deceitful woman can never lie again." But little did he know, Li Yun had been watching all of his actions through an orb. "Li Yun ordered the Send our top spies to monitor that blood serpent first, then proceed with the plan." As night fell and the blood moon rose in the sky, the blood serpent stealthily slithered away. Meanwhile, the innkeeper continued to pressure Wu Tan. "You need to work faster. Otherwise, you'll have to work overtime again. There's still a meeting after work today." Hang Shu was still searching for a way to escape. Suddenly, he realized something. The time has come. I'll use their moment of carelessness. He let a drop of blood fall from his fingertip onto the ground. As soon as the blood hit the floor, it transformed into a blood-red serpent. Hang Shu commanded, "Go, find the Immortal King. Tell him that in this era, there are those who have attained immortality, strong enough to stand against the 5 celestial masters." The next morning, at Hang Shu's place of imprisonment, Li Yun and Ruli arrived to check on him. The charred corpse from the previous day still lay on the ground. Li Yun spoke. "If I hadn't endured back then, would I have ended up like this?" Ruli responded, "No, this time we only used half of the original True Stone, and there was no Jade Seal. If you had failed back then, there wouldn't even be a skeleton left. My father only ever wanted me dead." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "Back then, in your final battle, you completely annihilated the Black Wind Army of the former Immortal Emperor. In terms of casualties, you had a sweeping victory." Taking the opportunity, he shamelessly displayed his affection. "Yet these days, I am always being bested by you." Standing before the charred corpse, he asked, "So this is the former Immortal King? Quite handsome, I must say." Upon hearing that, the envoy broke into a cold sweat and hesitantly replied, "That is indeed the Immortal King's charred remains," he thought to himself. "Reduced to ashes, and yet you can still recognize his handsomeness?" Li Yun pressed on. "Then, did he have any life-preserving techniques?" Lowering his head, the envoy solemnly answered, "Indeed he did. But I do not know whether the Immortal King used it. The technique is called sacrificial transformation, abandoning his indomitable body to become a spirit form, though doing so would strip him of all his strength." Ruli added indifferently, "It does not matter. We have already encountered enough people who rose from weakness to power. Even if he cultivates anew, he will never grow strong enough." Li Yun smirked at his side. "That experience, after all, comes from me." He stepped closer to the envoy, provoking him with a question. "Tell me, how many of your comrades have awakened by now?" The envoy grew agitated, exclaiming, "I would never do such a thing." Glaring fiercely, he continued, "I am the most unyielding man of the Celestial Immortal Palace. Do not even think about it." Unexpectedly, the envoy easily surrendered the blood serpent seal. Li Yun held his newfound trophy, turned to leave with Ruli, and casually remarked, "Many thanks for your cooperation." The envoy sighed helplessly. At least change my prison cell. As soon as they stepped out of the dungeon, Li Yun instructed, prepare a refined and elegant chamber within the prison. He and Ruli strode through the bustling streets. If we need absolute certainty, then I must personally go there myself. She teased him, do you not trust my Daigon? Even those so-called divine beings of the 6 celestial realms could not stop him. He dared not argue, merely replying softly, even so, our enemy is no weakling. He was lost in thought, yet when Ruli fought against me, she was exceptionally fierce. Indeed, she has every right to say such words. Ruli pouted and asked, what are you thinking about? He replied cheerfully to brush it off, nothing much, just thinking about the Emperor and battle. She spoke gently, yet her tone carried immense authority. In short, leave everything to me this time. Though those were her words inside, she thought, well, that's acceptable. I thought he was pondering some bizarre matters again. Li Yun turned to pat her head. Then I'll rely on you, your Majesty, the Empress. She immediately sulked. You address me as your Majesty, and yet dare to pat my head? Such disrespect. She grasped Li Yun's hand, feigning indignation. As the Empress, if I wish to hold your hand, then so be it. The scene shifts to the Imperial prison. Though Han Shu's shackles had been removed, his legs were still bound. His face was filled with frustration. You lot sure keep your word, huh? The so-called elegant chamber within the prison is indeed elegant, but, he shouted angrily, why in the hell did you move the prison to the Celestial Institute? Before Han Shu lay the corpses of his fallen comrades, 13 immortals, 18 immortals, and the second lowest immortal. Rest in peace. Don't blame me for striking from the shadows. I, too, struggled to survive. His gaze fell upon the innermost corpse, and he continued, if you must blame someone, then blame the immortal king. This was all his will. He manipulated the essence of existence to connect with the future, seeing the painting of Baizé and humanity, lulling us into slumber until this era. Alone in his cell, Han Shu murmured to himself, my apologies. So you were the 6th immortal? I mistook you for someone else. Tell me, why do you look so charred, just like the immortal king? He snapped off a burnt finger from the corpse and sneered. Oh, mighty immortal king, lend me your finger for a moment, will you? With the charred finger, Han Shu scribbled on the walls. For now, survival comes first. Everything else can wait. At this moment, only 2 people hold my life in their hands. Li Yun and Ruli. A sly grin appeared on Han Shu's face. I must win Ruli's favor. If she enjoys lies so much, then I shall record every lie she has spoken during this time and present them to her. As long as I survive, even if I must abandon my pride and carve Ruli's lies in a stone, it is worth it. So, he used the burnt finger to mockingly etch words about Li Yun. Unexpectedly, Li Yun and Ruli appeared behind him. Li Yun asked, what is this? Han Shu grinned and replied, lies. All of them. Lies of Her Majesty, the Empress. Li Yun pressed further, which means whatever is the opposite is the truth. Han Shu glanced at Li Yun and thought, it seems he is quite satisfied. If that's the case, then there should be no problem with the Empress. Ruli, however, showed little interest in him. Indeed, we should just sell this one off at the market. Han Hu fruse, mot agape. What's going on? Did I misjudge everything? Was it actually Li Yun who likes lies, while the Empress does not? She pouted and said, I thought this guy had surrendered, but he's still so arrogant, daring to write words mocking me. Li Yun, standing beside her, reassured her, don't be angry. He's still useful. Besides, our issue hasn't been resolved yet. He turned and spoke seriously to Hang Shu. The divine search cannot locate the remaining celestial continents. You didn't abandon the game, did you? Impossible. My heart is still tied to Daigon. EVD, Ispea Costa Daigon. Loyalty. If you don't mind, I am willing to take you as my foster father. Li Yun spoke sternly. Forget about this foster father thing. What's the deal here? Now, even Hang Shu had no choice but to admit, most likely, they've discovered my tricks and have started counterattacking. Li Yun chuckled coldly, his voice calm. That means you're useless now. Hang Shu quickly shook his head, his eyes flickering with desperation. No, I can still be of great use. Ruli's sharp eyes seemed to scrutinize his every move, as if detecting any lies. Hang Shu growled, I am ready to pledge my loyalty to Daigon. No matter how strong you are, Your energy's radiation range won't cover the entire celestial realm. If you have me, I can help you bear part of the burden. His face showed determination. Then I'll give you a chance. First, as a trial, I'll let you out. Within 10 days, you must take down a celestial being. He cursed in his mind. Damn it, I'm literally the weakest one in the celestial palace. She looked at Hang Shu. Seeing his reluctant expression, she thought it'd be more humane to just kill him now. He immediately dropped to his knees. Your Majesty, I swear I will complete the mission to prove my loyalty. Ruli's voice was gentle, yet full of menace. There's no guarantee you won't betray us. Suddenly, Headmaster Yuan Tiangong spoke up. Are you all afraid he'll betray us? With full confidence, he said, I have a solution for that. A complex emotion surged in Hang Shu's heart. I am Hang Shu, a legendary celestial from the mythical continent. I never expected this. He thought to himself. In the end, the one who saved me from death turned out to be Headmaster Yuan Tiangong, the man who always wanted to experiment on me. But then, Hang Shu appeared in an incredibly flashy manner. I feel like I could die at any moment, the headmaster explained. These copper rings are filled with special energy crystals. Don't even think about escaping. They'll explode. With a sarcastic tone, Hang Shu remarked, the copper rings I get. But does that mean even my freshly changed underwear will explode too? Headmaster Yuan Tiangong coldly replied, no, it won't. Hearing this, Hang Shu casually remarked, so it's just an ordinary pair of undergarments. Guess it really is time for a change. I must look ridiculous like this. I fear others will no longer recognize me. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. It's just corrosion. Be careful. Hang Shu fumed. You're truly ruthless. Hang Shu, still displeased, muttered, I must look ridiculous like this. I fear others will no longer recognize me. Li Yin reassured him. It's all right. Growth is always a fleeting moment. They will understand soon enough. Ruli's sharp gaze held a hint of contemplation. I still think there might be an issue, he thought inwardly. After all, he is the Emperor of Daigon. Someone here is bound to notice that something is amiss. Her tone was decisive. The power of the explosion still needs to be strengthened. Fear surged within Hang Shu's chest. At its current power, even an immortal continent could be obliterated in an instant. Is that still not enough? Li Yin warned. Any stronger, and it could endanger others. Ruli responded, then we'll keep it as is. The scene shifted to a quiet forest, sunlight filtering through dense foliage. A man carrying a large cudgel on his shoulder exuded an imposing aura. It was Hang Shu. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. So he's still alive. I thought he was the one who exposed our whereabouts. But if he dares to show himself, then perhaps not. A man with a fierce face squinted. That guy is definitely lying again. It's sickening. I might as well just kill him. A monk pressed his palms together. Ba, don't speak such words. Perhaps even he will change in this new era. The fierce-looking man's eyes turned icy as he turned around. That bastard has arrived. Hang Shu spoke calmly, neither hurried nor slow. Greetings, everyone. The man with the cudgel eyed Hang Shu from head to toe. What's with that outfit? Hang Shu remained composed. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is the aesthetic of the era. The monk's voice was calm. Fifth brother, we are all family. Let's discuss the important matters first. The fierce-looking man licked his lips. Indeed, right now, the most crucial thing is to awaken the immortal king and annihilate Daigon completely. Hang Shu scanned the group. The immortal lord is dead. The man with the cudgel growled. Don't spout nonsense. Do you want me to smash your mouth? Hang Shu remained unfazed. You all know I despise lies the most. This is the truth. The fierce-looking man furrowed his brows, eyes as sharp as knives. Explain in detail. Moments later, the forest fell into silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Hang Shu spoke softly. That's how it happened. Daigon deployed a weapon called the First-Class Mechanism to unleash a primordial energy bomb that slew the immortal king. By the time I reacted, it was too late. For the sake of the greater good, I had no choice but to flee and warn you all of Daigon's danger. His mind spun. What even is a first-class mechanism and a primordial energy bomb? Li Yin, are you sure they'll believe such a story? The monk's voice carried a trace of doubt. Could weapons of this era truly be so powerful? The man with the large trident looked astonished. Even the immortal king has been reduced to nothing? Hang Shu replied, it was carbon. The fierce-faced man smirked. No wonder we haven't been able to sense the immortal king's aura. We thought he was still in slumber, yet the Qian had already dealt with him. Now things are clearer. The eyes of the trident-wielding man glowed. First, we must seek out the first immortal. She is no weaker than the immortal king and can lead us in the destruction of the Qian. The monk's voice was deep. I have already sensed the aura of the first immortal. She is accompanied by 4 peculiar presences. The trident-wielding man spoke. They are likely just ordinary strongmen of this era, under the first immortal's control. Inside a quiet chamber, Li Yun and Ruli were poring over intelligence reports. Ruli furrowed his brow. The latest report says Hang Shu has successfully infiltrated. However, they seem to be making contact with some of your rebel officers. Tilting his head, Li Yun mused, the Liusi? I can only say that these land-born immortals are dangerous. She questioned, are they really that strong? Li Yun's gaze was calm. In terms of raw power, they are weaker than Shi A and his men. But in their bizarre techniques, they are unrivaled. If we're not careful, they might shatter our foundation. Outside, the monks' voices rang in urgency. Open the door. Open it at once. The door creaked open, revealing a figure standing within. What brings you all here? The trident-wielding man spoke sternly. Where is the first immortal? We have come seeking her. You, servant, should be offering us proper hospitality. The man stepped aside. Ah, so it is you, esteemed lords. Please enter. The first immortal awaits you. Hang Shu pursed his lips in silence, thinking to himself, he's lying. I have a bad feeling about this. The next morning, the soft light of dawn filtered through the trees. Li Hai presented a scroll. This is the latest intelligence on the celestial continent. Deliver it to His Majesty. Li Yun yawned. His Majesty is still sleeping. If you disturb her now, she might demote you. The man sneered. His Majesty wouldn't be sleeping this late like some unemployed wanderer. If she is, it must be because she was busy with major affairs last night. What would a drifter like you understand? Li Yun smirked. Oh, I understand perfectly. Any rebel leader must thoroughly investigate the origins of the reigning emperor. Li Hai emphasized. If Her Majesty has awakened, then a mere servant like you should not be clinging to her side. Li Yun gently responded, rest assured. He stepped carefully inside, ensuring that no sound would disturb Ruli's sleep. A fleeting thought crossed Li Yun's mind. One could never truly understand Ruli when she was in bed. I have studied Ruli's temperament and disposition for quite some time. He sat down beside the bed, already familiar with her instinctive reactions. Her hands reached out, seeking warmth. Ruli was particularly clingy when in bed. Li Yun spoke softly. Li Hai delivered intelligence regarding the celestial continent. She was brimming with curiosity. What do you know? He explained. Yesterday, 2 celestial continents were discovered awakening from their slumber. Before we could pinpoint their locations for an ambush, the battlefield had to be expanded, forcing a direct confrontation. This disrupted the daily operations of the 3 surrounding cities. Ruli lifted her head, her face devoid of emotion. She asked slowly, were there any casualties? Li Yun answered indifferently, his tone calm. A large number of bandits outside the city perished. Over 100. She decisively ordered, make sure Li Hai finds a proper burial site for them, especially those with strong internal energy. After all, they were once citizens of Daigon. Let us not waste them. Ruli raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else? He smiled and replied, of course there is. Li Yun's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hold me. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep. I like you the most, Li Yun. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is that? Li Yun chuckled. That was your sleep talk. Ruli's voice remained unshaken. Nonsense. Even if I talk in my sleep, it would only be about Daigon's political affairs. She firmly stated, there are no urgent matters today. Go take a walk outside. He was skeptical. None at all? Ruli replied softly. None. It's not as if I deliberately set time aside to be with you for the day. The streets were vast, lined with bustling shops on both sides. As Li Yun strolled, he observed his surroundings. Recently, the capital's Scarlet Avenue has become livelier. You wouldn't notice, having stayed in the Imperial Palace. He gestured. This is a jade agate from the Western lands. It is said to be not only beautiful, but also beneficial for one's complexion. Continuing onward, Li Yun pointed to another stall. And here, a wind-hovering dragonfly, crafted by the Grand Sorcerer Mu Ma of the Western region. It is said to glide effortlessly in the wind. He elaborated, it can even be used in aerial combat, alongside the 7 Eastern gemstones and the dual rod staff. Then his finger pointed toward a grand establishment. That place. Ruli's gaze flickered with curiosity. You seem well-versed in these establishments. He tilted his head in doubt. I suspect something is off about this brothel. Her eyes narrowed. I think you're what's off. Li Yun's face stiffened. Wife, you know me best. My unique charms exist only between us. Nowhere else in the world could they be found. Ruli did not press him too harshly. Fine, make whatever excuses you wish. Li Yun spoke seriously. That brothel is indeed suspicious. Yesterday, when I visited, it was still just a dilapidated building. Yet today, it has suddenly transformed into a brothel. There must be something strange about it. The entrance bore intricate carvings with the words, Wish Pavilion. Ruli looked around. It was indeed odd. No one nearby seemed to find the brothel unusual. Could it be that no one else noticed? Li Yun examined the building and muttered, it seems so. This must be some illusion or sorcery that blinds ordinary people. His voice remained calm. Moreover, there's a special barrier surrounding it, severing its connection from the outside world. Li Yun shrugged. It's just a trivial trick. Stay close and follow me inside. He teased. You seem rather shy, Ruli. She lowered her head. Of course, it is that kind of place after all. The two of them swiftly approached the brothel. The surrounding air grew still. Inside, the atmosphere felt vastly different from the outside world. Li Yun's voice echoed through the eerie silence. Is anyone here? A guest has arrived. Ruli cast him a suspicious glance. You came here as a customer before? He answered nonchalantly. I said I was a famed assassin, here to check the water clock. A sweet and melodious voice called out, Come in, come in. Ruli frowned. That voice is far too coquettish. This can't be anything good. The mysterious figure smirked. Strange, you two outsiders can see through the barrier. You must not be ordinary people. Li Yun's eyes sharpened with suspicion. So, there is something unusual here. A peculiar sensation rose in his chest as he observed the woman before him. She carried no sign of life. The woman smiled faintly. You are unfamiliar faces. I am Hua Zhongxian, entrusted by the Celestial King to guard this place. Tell me, what is it that you seek? Li Yun's voice was icy. What if I told you that your Celestial King is long dead? Hua Zhongxian's eyes flickered with doubt. Are you joking? He answered immediately. Of course not. She tilted her head sharply. Then where is his corpse? Li Yun smirked. Oh, as a subordinate, do you wish to give him a proper burial? Hua Zhongxian's voice was laced with resentment. Of course not. I wish to whip his corpse. I couldn't defeat him before, but now, even desecrating his remains will satisfy me. Li Yun glanced at her. Turns out to be teammates. He frowned. Is this place a storage room for the Celestial Palace? Hua Zhongxian could not hide her dissatisfaction. Indeed, this place houses many powerful artifacts. I am a painting demon, able to control this entire pavilion. Yet I was suppressed here and forced to obey his commands. She floated up and led the way. If the two of you have slain that wretched Wu Tan, then take whatever treasures you desire from this place. But first, allow me to show you around. Zhongxian stopped before a grand door. Heaven and earth, profound in yellow, the most treasured chamber. Li Yun spoke up. Then let's examine the collection of Heaven and Earth Pavilion first. She explained, this is the heart-mirroring mirror, used to break through inner demons during cultivation. Stand before it, and it will reveal the obsessions within one's heart. The deeper the obsession, the redder the words appear. Normally, there are only two. Reflected in the mirror were words. Today, Li Yun looked at me 572 times, 3 times fewer than yesterday. Could it be that my charm is fading? Would wearing clothes to bed be better? After all, sleeping in late might delay getting up on time. As expected, never mind, my husband is more important. I want to cuddle him and act spoiled, but that would be too embarrassing. Or should I pretend to talk in my sleep instead? Today, For Women asked him for directions. His gestures were proper, nothing inappropriate, but he pointed with his left hand, so I'll deduct his spending money. Ruli, upon seeing the words in the mirror, immediately slammed the door shut. Her tone was light. Now, let's move on to the first treasure. Zhongxian observed Ruli. This woman is not simple. Li Yun mused, recalling past events. Ruli felt frustrated. What kind of broken collection is this? Without warning, it just exposes people's inner thoughts. Can it be more discreet? She turned to Li Yun with irritation. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Li Yun chuckled softly. I am not mocking you. I just didn't expect you to be so adorable, remembering every little detail in your heart. Her gaze sharpened. Are you saying I'm petty? He responded sincerely. I just think you're very genuine. Ruli replied without hesitation. I've always been genuine. Internally, she thought, no matter what, I always speak my mind. Unlike what Li Yun claims, I am not arrogant. Zhong Xian explained. That door can transport you to various locations across divine lands. And these shoes can enhance leg strength. This breathing technique can ignite blades with searing flames. Which of these would you like to examine first? Deep in thought, Li Yun pondered. I remember Hang Shu mentioning that the immortal king had a technique to separate his spirit from his body to escape. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Rui Pavilion here, could there be a connection? Li Yun asked, do you have anything that can store spirits? She replied, there is, but it is not from the Heaven Pavilion's collection. It is from the Profound Pavilion. It is called the Soul-Gathering Vessel. Its function is merely to accumulate and nurture spirit energy. Hearing this, he calmly and patiently asked, where is that thing? Zhong Xian, looking rather uninterested, pointed to a corner of the room. Over there. Li Yun quickly strode forward and, without hesitation, kicked the door open. The heavy wooden door burst open, revealing the scene inside in an instant. Wu Tan sat suspended in midair, legs crossed, eyes closed. A sudden surge of powerful energy emanated from Li Yun's hand, sharp as a blade. Yet Wu Tan remained motionless, unaffected by the force directed at him. Wu Tan's eyes flickered with surprise. You are Li Yun? How did you find this place? Zhong Xian spoke up. Attacking with qi is useless. Right now, he is merely a spirit. You must use a human's essence, energy, and spirit to attack him. Wu Tan's spirit, cold and full of resentment, lunged toward Li Yun, cursing, wretched woman. Li Yun pondered. So in simple terms, I just need to use emotions, right? Wu Tan suddenly darted behind Li Yun at astonishing speed. He rushed toward Ruli. Now that his soul had absorbed enough spiritual nourishment, he only needed to reach that place, and he could eliminate them all. Wu Tan's voice was as light as the wind. There is a time for battle and a time for retreat. But a fist should strike when the moment is right. He threw a punch so powerful it seemed to tear through space. Wu Tan's spirit dissipated into the air. Ruli calmly said, I was just testing. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Li Yun's heart. Ruli's essence, energy, and spirit had always been exceptionally strong, especially at night. Li Yun's voice carried a hint of worry. Are you all right? She shook her head. I'm fine, just got a little startled. He couldn't help but think to himself. I'm the one who just got scared here. Could it be that one day, she'll try to take me down with a single punch? Li Yun pondered. Earlier, the Celestial King tried to enter the room behind Ruli. Is something special hidden inside? He furrowed his brows. What's stored in that room? She hesitated. Could it be something similar to the heart mirror? Zhong Xian chuckled lightly. No. Inside is only one item, the most important artifact to both the Celestial Palace and Wu Tan. The three of them stood at the doorway, tension thick in the air. Zhong Xian looked at the massive core before him, eyes filled with shock and doubt. This is the core? Ruli's gaze was unwavering. It's somewhat different from the cores I've seen before. Li Yun smirked with a sense of pride. Exactly. It's enormous. Your observation skills surpass most. She spoke slowly and deliberately. Anyone would be able to see that. What I mean is it feels different. Ruli's voice was firm. The cores of the primordial wasteland and the demon clan radiate an overwhelming sense of danger. But this one, it feels untouched, as if it has never been altered or transformed by anyone. Li Yun frowned. Why don't I sense any danger from it? Ruli tilted her head slightly. Because you're slow. Her gaze became momentarily pensive. Do you not realize how powerful you actually are? A playful smile curled at the corner of Li Yun's lips. So you're saying, miss, that you're particularly sensitive? His expression was slightly innocent. I meant sensitive to energy flows. What were you thinking? Ruli glanced at Li Yun. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhong Xian mused. Indeed, this core is unlike anything you've seen before. She thought to herself, if I don't interrupt, who knows how long these two will keep talking. Zhong Xian gazed at the core before her. This very core is Wu Tan's chance to ascend to the immortal continent. The primordial wasteland core was merely Wu Tan's attempt to replicate this one. She continued, this core descended from the heavens. As long as energy is channeled into it, it will respond and refine one's body. This discovery led the first person to find it to become the mightiest in Wu Tan. Zhong Xian's tone grew heavier. Using this, Wu Tan founded the Celestial Palace. And then, they waged mass slaughter against the previous dynasty. He sought to extract its energy, hoping to use the primordial core to take another step forward. Li Yun furrowed his brows. So, was he successful? She spoke slowly. No. The energy required far exceeded his expectations. Even after sacrificing millions of lives, it wasn't enough to fully awaken the core. Zhong Xian's voice darkened, and so they fell into slumber, waiting for a new generation of powerful cultivators to rise, to slaughter once more, and extract energy. All the energy gathered over the years has been stored here. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No, the energy, it's gone. Zhong Xian's gaze darted around. Gone? How could it be gone? If it wasn't Wu Tan, then who took it? Li Yun remained calm. Is there anyone suspicious? She spoke solemnly, the second immortal. He has unrestricted access, just like the Celestial King. Li Yun was curious. Why not the first immortal? Zhong Xian explained. The Celestial King was too wary of the first immortal. Moreover, the two have long been at odds, constantly clashing with one another. Li Yun's gaze sharpened. Then the final question, just how powerful is this energy? She answered, enough to turn half of the divine continent into ashes. Li Yun chuckled. Great. In that case, let's go on an interstellar trip first, wait for things to settle, then come back. Ru Li was decisive. If that's your plan, I'll go with you. He shook his head. I was joking. Even if we could leave this world, could we really just abandon the divine continent to its fate? Her gaze held undisguised concern. I know. If you put it that way, how could I say no? I don't want to part with my husband either. The world around them seemed to fall silent. Li Hai's voice was filled with rage. You bastard! To involve His Majesty in such matters. You deserve death. Li Yun remained indifferent. Xiao Chun, the next time I encounter something strange, I won't bother with it. Xiao Chun snapped angrily. Don't even think about it. Just make sure you don't drag His Majesty along next time. Ru Li's tone remained calm. Enough. Li Hai for now. Station men here to guard the area. As for Hong Xian, there's no need to intervene too much. Just keep an eye out for any outsiders looking to cause trouble. Li Hai nodded. Understood. Leave it to me. Zhong Xian smirked. You show such reverence to His Majesty, yet you despise Li Yun. Li Hai's face remained unchanged. Of course. Her eyes studied him. Yet Li Yun is willing to sacrifice everything for His Majesty. Even so, you still hate him? His voice was firm. I have never doubted his dedication or devotion to His Majesty. Zhong Xian pressed further. And yet, you still despise him. Li Hai scoffed. You misunderstand. It's not that I deliberately hate him. I simply don't know how else to deal with him. She teased. In the end, you're just as proud as your emperor. Li Hai sha aus for la set kun li. Want to see me burn this place down? The fragrance of fresh flowers and grass gently wafted through the garden. Lu Si glanced at Hang Shu. If I'm not mistaken, you belong to Li Yun's faction. Hang Shu gave a slight nod. That's right. Lu Si asked. Were you forced into it? Don't worry. I understand. You have nothing to fear. We are allies of justice. Hang Shu let out a long sigh. However, under the current circumstances, persuasion won't be easy. His thoughts grew heavy with contemplation. Is this so-called justice truly righteous? The group behind them was intently watching a maiden playing the zither. Generating profit is our greatest value. This is the blessing of the celestial cycle. 6 days a week is hardly enough. Lu Si remained calm. That is a gift for enemies. For friends, we use this instead. Hang Shu's gaze turned sharp. You control them using mere words alone? Lu Si sneered. No matter how strong you are still just a mortal. If power alone determined fate, then why would the world's strongest warrior have to steal away a woman? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Then it must be Li Yun. Hang Shu's entire body trembled, his eyes widening in shock. His gaze brightened. The aura of the second immortal. It belongs to him. Lu Ci's expression remained neutral. A supreme-grade Luo T technique. The first light of dawn cast brilliant streaks upon the ground. Li Yun pulled Ruli into his embrace, his touch gentle, as if shielding her from the world. Ruli's eyes were crystal clear. Enough, are you playing around again? Even if you want it, you only have half a Shurchen in 1 hour. A loud noise shattered the tranquil space. It sounded like a tremendous impact, as if something had been violently broken. Ruli suddenly felt dizzy, and a stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of her lips. His eyes glimmered with mischief. Am I that alluring? You're even bleeding for me. Ruli's face flushed. She pushed Li Yun away in embarrassment. It's just dry weather, that's all. His body was suddenly hurled backward, smashing through the wall behind him like a gust of wind. She barely had time to process what had happened as she stared at the crumbling wall. Golden rays of sunlight poured in, warm and radiant. Li Hai spoke calmly. Just now, the dragon vein beneath the imperial capital stirred. But the tremor was weak, causing little damage to the city. Ruli's voice was cold. I understand. You may withdraw. He bowed respectfully before quickly retreating, leaving Ruli alone in contemplation. Her expression was both deep and astonished. Since when did I possess such immense power? Li Yun was doubtful. Could it be that my true energy flowed into her body? He pondered inwardly. Although Ruli and I often spar at night, our internal energies intertwining. This surge in martial prowess is growing far too rapidly. The middle immortal spoke solemnly. Indeed, true energy is flowing swiftly, but it is not coming from you. Li Yun's gaze sharpened. It seems you know something. Could this be related to the primal core? She enunciated each word carefully. Indeed, the energy released just now was from the primal core. If my guess is correct, the second immortal did not transfer all of the energy away. He hid it beneath the imperial capital. Li Yun hesitated. Then what does this have to do with Ruli? How could that energy have flowed into her body? Ruli spoke softly, yet decisively. I understand now. She pondered aloud. Beneath the imperial capital lies the dragon vein of Daigon. As the Emperor of Daigon, I am intrinsically linked to it. Could it be that the second immortal hid that ancient energy within the dragon vein? The middle immortal nodded, as expected of the ruler of Daigon. You've already realized, most of that ancient energy was sealed inside the dragon vein by him. Though some of that power is now leaking out, temporarily granting you strength beyond mortal limits. You are still human. If you cannot endure it, one day it will completely consume you. Li Yun's eyes were filled with concern. Then what must be done? She answered calmly. There are 2 steps. First, we must locate the source and extract the residual energy from the dragon vein. The middle immortal continued. As for the second step, since you two are husband and wife, it will be much easier. Ruli furrowed her brows. What do you mean husband and wife makes it easier? Her expression grew serious. The method is simple. It requires another person to help regulate the flow of energy deep within the lower core, and the frequency of regulation must not be low. The middle immortal spoke matter-of-factly. There are numerous recorded techniques, such as the Guanyin Sutra, the Celestial Chariot, or the 18 Forms. Ruli's voice turned icy. There is no need to elaborate further. She turned and strode away. I cannot remain away from Rui Pavilion for too long. The rest is clear to you both. You know what must be done. I take my leave. Determined, Ruli made up her mind. The most urgent matter now is to enter the dragon vein and extract that energy. Li Yun did not seem rushed, smiling slowly as he replied, No, of course not. Without hesitation, he pushed her onto the bed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Li Yun's gaze was resolute. This was an urgent matter, one that required a little more effort. Ruli bit her lips slightly, nodded hesitantly, and softly said, Don't take too long. The bright and reflective floor created a hazy and tranquil space. Li Yun stood beside her in the silent secret chamber, illuminated by flickering torches. Ruli's expression turned serious. This is the dragon vein. For the convenience of later generations, every emperor left behind their records here. Looking around, he mused, This reminds me of something. This structure is quite fascinating. The dim torchlight cast shadows on the walls, revealing the ominous inscription, Tu Quan and Li Yun must die. Li Yun stepped closer to the wall. The old emperor wrote this, didn't he? His eyes fixed on the words. In this world, there were only two people who truly cared about me. Chu Ruli and his daughter. One tried her best to kill me. The other wished to die for me. Li Yun was puzzled. Do you want to leave a message as well? He asked. Ruli spoke softly. Since we're already here, why not carve something as a mark? The words, I am already married to Li Yun, emerged as a bold declaration. His eyes gleamed with admiration. Mockery aside, my wife is quite formidable. Is this appropriate? Ruli, full of confidence, replied, I am the emperor. What could be inappropriate? Li Yun chuckled. A queen can do as she pleases. Deep in thought, he murmured, this symbol. It looks familiar. I've seen it before. The markings on the wall were not overly complex, but carried a mysterious aura. Li Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. It was in the execution monk's prison cell. The symbol he carved, what did it represent? A powerful force suddenly erupted, causing the space around them to compress. Thick mist swirled up from the ground, obscuring everything in sight. A face emerged, cold, sinister, and terrifyingly grim. Li Yun did not hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he leaped up. Li Yun held Ruli tightly in his arms. The thing I feared most has happened. The core energy has deeply merged with the dragon vein. She showed no sign of worry and asked frankly, Can you not cut it down? His voice lowered. After all, the dragon vein is connected to you. I'm afraid doing so may bring harm to you. Li Yun quickly devised a plan of action. For now, it was best to take Ruli away from this place. The surroundings were peaceful, mist shrouding the mountain peak. Master Kong Van let out a cold snort filled with contempt and disgust. Li Yun kicked the door open, the force of his strike echoing loudly. The old man hastily shut his book, his movements laced with urgency and caution. Ruli glanced around. This isn't the way we came in. Where is this place? How do you know of this secret passage? His gaze sharpened as he glared at Kong Van. Back then, when you betrayed us and planned to destroy the dragon vein, you must have dug this secret path, didn't you, Monk Kong Van? A surge of fury rose in the old man's chest. Li Yun, you dare betray me? She asked seriously. For now, let's set aside the matter of destroying the dragon vein. Master, what is that in your hands? Kong Van's expression turned unreadable. This humble monk detests books filled with demonic aura, so I brought it before the Buddha for purification. Ruli questioned, Is there truly no way to handle the energy of the dragon vein? He replied, There is, but it comes at a great cost for both of us. She raised her head and looked at Li Yun curiously. What cost? His voice deepened with an implicit meaning. We won't be able to leave the bed for some time. The rustling wind passed through the treetops, occasionally bringing distant echoes. The cold gaze of Tian Ying, the supreme celestial, pierced through. You wish to cooperate with me? Lu Si, standing opposite, nodded. That's right. Only after seeing him did I realize the immense limitations of humanity. If I could become as powerful as him, then even striking down Daigon would be of no consequence. The old master scrutinized him. You are quite perceptive. But why have you taken on this form? Hansu Chukgui. A change of image. Tian Ying's eyes were filled with calculation. If one were to dominate Shenzhou, who should be dealt with first? He was already formulating a plan. The most crucial thing now is to make Shenzhou witness your power. Right now, Daigon has a so-called prodigy by the name of Li Yun. I believe we should take him down first to greatly bolster your reputation. The old master smirked. You speak to my very heart. Inwardly, Heng Shu thought, never trust a single word from this Lu fellow. Lu Si bowed respectfully. Of course, it is evident at first glance that Master Tian Ying is invincible. A supreme master with the essence of an immortal. Tian Ying let out a snort. You have a keen eye, but that Li Yun is not worth fearing. He chuckled lightly. If Li Yun is not a threat, then what is your next objective? The old master curled his lips. To extract the energy within the dragon vein and use it to undergo a supreme evolution. To truly ascend as the celestial ruler of the continent. Lu Si hesitated. Then won't others try to seize the energy? Tian Ying scoffed, full of arrogance. How narrow-minded you mortals are. The energy of the dragon vein is not something that can be taken so easily. He gazed at the glowing orb in his palm and declared with certainty. Only when this sphere begins to shine. Tian Ying continued. Will it signify? Suddenly, the orb emitted a brilliant glow. His face was full of shock. How could this be? The core energy is dissipating? Tianying's heart was filled with confusion. The rate of dissipation was extremely fast. How did these mere mortals accomplish this? Could it be they have pierced a hole in Dai Gang's dragon vein? The surrounding space was silent, leaving only their soft breaths. Ruli couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. Stop grinning like that. Go over there and fetch my clothes. Lian responded. What's yours? You should get yourself. Her voice was sharp. You undressed yourself, but I have to dress you? He replied helplessly. Well, if you put it that way, I suppose I was wrong. I'll go get them. Ruli's eyes were filled with worry. When will your meridians fully recover? I heard that's standard equipment for the immortal continent. Lian sighed. My innate talent is insufficient. This is the best I can do. I can't take another step forward. She spoke. Is that so? He answered, Of course. What other reason could there be? Ruli's expression grew serious. Of course there is one. This is something only I can say from my standpoint. She pursed her lips. The lifespan of those so-called immortals. I've already figured it out. Don't even think about lying. Lian opened his mouth, but his words seemed to be stuck. Ruli frowned. Her lips pressed tightly together, her face visibly displeased. He stood there in confusion, dazed. Could it be? The air carried a hint of coldness. The silence, so deep one could hear the wind. Li Yun's sharp gaze was fixed on the imperial physician, as if trying to read the results. He carefully placed 2 fingers on Ruli's wrist. The physician's face lit up with joy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. It's a royal pulse. Your Majesty is with child. Moreover, from the pulse, it seems there are 2 dragon heirs. Her voice was steady as she commanded, I understand. You may leave now. A hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. These past few days have been quite eventful. Indeed, great strength can bring about miracles. Ruli turned her head. Well, I suppose this time, fortune favors you. Lian curled his lips into a slight smile. Everyone is clearly just as happy as I am. So why the pretense of indifference? She couldn't quite hide her slight irritation. I'm not pretending to be indifferent. And besides, it's not like you're the one giving birth. When the time comes, I'll be busy with court affairs. You'll be the one taking care of the child. He offered a suggestion. I have a better candidate in mind. Lai Hai, the great demon king, the Li clan's nanny. Ruli scoffed. That's my uncle's house nanny. She spoke softly. Enough. Just go back to bed and rest. The core energy within the dragon vein has yet to be fully absorbed. Lian asked, with your current state, do you still need rest? Ruli's gaze sharpened. Who do you take me for? My uncle's people never surrender easily. It's just pregnancy, nothing more. Ruli sighed. But right now, I truly don't feel well. And tomorrow, there are still state affairs to handle. She frowned slightly. I must consider little Li Yun as well, the thing growing inside me. The sky was as dark as ink, with only drifting clouds moving across. The sphere cracked, its fractures slowly expanding. Tianying clenched his teeth. Why is this happening? Lucy stood silently. Because in this world, there exists a tyrant surnamed Li. His eyes sharpened. You said you could help me. Now, I truly need to redo what was once the affairs of the former dynasty. If you can assist me, I will help you attain the golden body. The man smiled. That goes without saying. Then let us discuss the details of this collaboration. The remnants of the night's warmth lingered, as the sounds of morning gradually spread. Lai Hai stepped into the room. The baby's crib, the toys. Everything has been prepared for your majesty. When will the dragon heir be born? I, Lai Hai, swear to protect his highness with all my might. Li Yun scoffed. The great demon king Lai Hai? How arrogant. Why call me the great demon king? I have already prepared everything for the birth of the dragon heir. His tone was playful. That was a compliment, you know. Right now, your image perfectly matches that of a certain green-skinned warrior I once knew. A truly magnificent sight. Lai Hai's expression turned serious. You always say such strange things. But for now, I have something urgent to report to your majesty. He relayed the message. The outcasts of Shenzhou have begun to move. Ruli's gaze turned sharp. Their numbers? Who are they exactly? Li Hai Shafaidaken. Around 1,000. They are among the strongest warriors hidden among commoners, but all of them are nameless rogues and heretics. Li Yun smirked. It seems my previous show of strength wasn't enough. These people feared me too much to act before. Now, they dare court death. His voice grew cold. It's Su Xian playing his tricks again. Hang Shu has secretly joined their ranks. Su Xian seeks to recreate the calamity of the previous dynasty and strike at the people of Shenzhou. That's why he's gathered so many men. Li Yun frowned. Su Xian only recently returned. How could he gather such forces so quickly? Lai Hai replied, It's all the work of your old friend, Lu Si. In the end, all of his trouble stems from you. Li Yun chuckled. Lu Si, ooh? Then there's no problem. I already know what he's planning. In that case, I'll play along. A group of people gathered within the camp, their hushed discussions filling the air. Tianying gazed at the assembly below. These are the ones you've gathered? Lu Si remained calm. Compared to you, they are weak. But if you seek slaughter, their efficiency surpasses yours. A twisted grin appeared. Mortals know best how to kill other mortals. A thought crossed his mind. This brat actually sees himself as a deity? Tianying frowned. Something is strange about them. They follow that woman with the Eru everywhere. What exactly is her hold over them? This morning, she even made me a bowl of tomato and egg rice. Lu Si, unsurprised, merely smiled. It's nothing. Just watch. They haven't rested all night, completely immersed in their lofty ideals, sacrificing everything for Su Xian. He acknowledged, Indeed, they always smile at me. Managing and making them obey, you do have some skill. He chuckled. It's all thanks to the charisma of C.I. Xiandaren. I merely gave them a few reminders. The rest depends on C.I. Xiandaren's help. Lu Si stood before the crowd. Surely, you all know this man's power. He is the immortal from the Celestial Palace, awakened after 1,000-year slumber. The crowd's eyes were filled with reverence and awe. He spoke with confidence. His strength is unmatched in all of Shenzhou. Not even Li Yun is his equal. Lu Si continued, All of you here are chosen warriors, regardless of where we hail from. His voice was firm. We share one common goal, to step into Shenzhou openly and with pride. Lu Si's eyes gleamed. Once we achieve this, we shall be comrades, correct? Seeing their agreement, he smirked. Everyone knows comrades are mere expendables. Lu Si took a deep breath. Then, we shall proceed with our first operation. There are many places that can deal a serious blow to Daigon. The nearest city is Jiangnan Dongxing City. Leader Run eyed the Grand Cannon. Is this the newly forged True Qi Cannon? Why did His Majesty send such a weapon? Li Yun spoke slowly. A comrade of mine is coming. I want to present him with a special fireworks display. Also, you miscounted. His eyes gleamed. After a pause, he added, There are 8 of them. A group stood at the city gates, the morning sun casting long shadows upon the ground. Tianying spoke coldly. Those massive figures on the city walls, what are they for? Lu Si shrugged meaningfully. Just models. The old man raised an eyebrow. Models? He turned to face him. They may look impressive, but they are purely ornamental. Tianying sneered. So that's it. This Daigon truly loves his extravagant displays. He raised his palm, tilting it slightly as if sensing something. A dense energy began spreading outward. The Qi formed a barrier around the group, pulsating with power. The warriors murmured amongst themselves, Why is our Qi surging like this? Tianying scoffed. You're surprised at such a minor increase? I merely blended a bit of my Qi with some refined spirit crystals and forged a low-grade core. He smirked inwardly. Humph, a bunch of trash. You should be grateful for this gift from the heavens. Lu Si did not hesitate. You have been strengthened. Now go and slaughter everyone in this city. The crowd roared in unison. The era of the wicked. The era of us. From above, the great cannon activated, aiming at the group below. A deafening explosion erupted as shells shot forth like thunderbolts. The blast tore through them, shaking the very ground. Tianying stood still, his eyes void of emotion. His sharp gaze locked onto him. You call this a model? The cannon shells whistled through the air, suddenly redirecting toward Tianying. Strategizing in his mind, he realized, I can't face this head-on. I must evade. A strange sensation surged through his body. What is this? I can't move. Some force was binding him. This is sorcerous witchcraft. Lucy's Mirkt. Let's collect some interest first. I've always been curious. How would a mighty expert like you fare against a true Qi cannon? Too bad Li Yin never let me witness it. Tian Ying's eyes flared with fury. Dispicable Daigan. A thunderous explosion rang out, tearing through space itself. A surge of scorching air erupted, kicking up dust and debris. Though affected by the blast, he showed no sign of weakness. Tian Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. What terrifying power is this? Have mortals truly created such weapons after 1,000 years? Lucy's expression grew intrigued. So, you weren't reduced to ashes? I was already prepared to flee, yet you remained standing so firmly. Are you protecting me? His aura flared. Protecting you? Surely, you've realized by now? Daring to toy with me. I'll make you experience a fate worse than death. He chuckled coldly. What a shame. I'd love to play a little longer, but my comrades likely won't allow it. A figure hovered in midair, speaking. Aren't we comrades, Lucy? Tian Ying's eyes widened in surprise. The first immortal? Why are you here? Your awakening was clearly adjusted. It should have taken another 100 years, shouldn't it? She took out a book. The power of the Book of Truth awakened me and also restored my true memories. I alone determined my fate, not heaven and earth. Lucy spoke. The place where she slept was struck multiple times by true Qi cannons and meteorites. Thus, she awoke early. He pondered. Just what memories did the book Li Yin wrote awaken in her? I recall its title, Breaking the Celestial Framework. Tian Ying gritted his teeth. You, a deviant immortal king? Back then, I should have killed you. Quickly formulating a plan, he thought, I must flee. That lord must have already completed the plan. Without hesitation, Tian Ying turned and dashed toward his target. The first immortal blocked his path, preventing him from advancing. She spoke no words, simply raising her fist and striking straight at Tian Ying's face. The ground shattered, sending debris flying and thick clouds of dust into the air. Lucy's voice rang out. How long do you plan to keep watching? Come out. I know you're nearby. A mocking voice responded. Watching? I was merely protecting you in secret, afraid you'd mess things up. With a sneer, he continued. Your true Qi cannon certainly showed no restraint, firing straight at me. Li Yin stood firm. That was trusting you. If you can't even handle such a threat, then you're no longer Lucy. He hesitated. But right now, there's something I'm quite curious about. This lady, is she the first immortal? The first immortal turned to him. You must be Li Yin. Did you write this book? He smirked. Why? She's someone I successfully swayed, completely trustworthy. Li Yun's expression grew serious. No, it's what she carries that intrigues me. He observed her closely. Has she always worn this outfit? She's been asleep for 1,000 years. Li Yun thought to himself. Then again, who knows? Maybe 1,000 years ago, people already had clothes similar to ours. The first immortal's voice rang out. Are you skilled in the path of glory? He chuckled faintly. I only excel at battling soldiers in the forest. Her eyes brightened. I see. It seems we're from the same place. Li Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're also a transmigrant? The first immortal nodded. Yes, but we arrived at different times. I crossed over several years ago, and both of us possess powers beyond the limits of this world. He was intrigued. Did you also fall from the sky? She gave a slight nod. Yes. Calmly, the first immortal continued. After I fell, the immortal king took me in. Back then, he was just an ordinary man, until the core appeared and completely changed him. Now, he even seeks to recreate the calamity of the previous dynasty. Li Yin spoke coldly. Unfortunately, he no longer has the chance. His body was crushed into ashes, and even his soul was obliterated by us. Her voice grew heavy. No, that is not right. His Qi still lingers in this world. I can feel it. He hesitated. Are you saying the immortal king is still alive? Lucy's gaze sharpened. If that is the case, then my suspicions finally have an explanation. This so-called second immortal must have been nothing more than bait to mislead us. While the true immortal king is still lurking somewhere, executing his plan. Li Yin furrowed his brow. Could he have already begun his slaughter? But why has Daigon received no news at all? He was suspicious. Our rebel spies are spread throughout all regions of Daigon, yet there has been not the slightest disturbance from them. He suddenly halted. Across all of Daigon, no, could it be? What if their target was never Daigon to begin with, but rather those lands beyond Daigon's governance? A thick, oppressive mist shrouded the ancient trees of the southern barbarian forests. Corpses lay strewn about, their bodies stained in pools of crimson blood. A small beast knelt, lapping up the fresh blood on the ground. The fox demon tensed. Boss, a group managed to escape. They are from the Hojue tribe. He remained indifferent. It matters not. All of the southern regions are devoid of life now. We have already achieved our objective. The small beast continued. Bei Huang should have been dealt with by now as well. We should regroup there. The grand streets of Bei Huang were vast, yet eerily silent, with only the wind whispering through. On the road, a group stood facing a lone man. Tam Wu's gaze was icy. Ziyin specifically warned me to keep an eye on you. Blind fool. Who would have thought you were hiding in Bei Huang? Tong Feng grew impatient. Enough talk. Beat him to a pulp and bring him to Li Yun. Then we'll get our answers. Zi Tan smirked. Too bad. You're one step too late. Xie was uneasy. Strange, something feels off. Ranhan nodded. Yes, it's too quiet. His voice was eerily calm. Of course it is. After all, there is no one left in Bei Huang. She was stunned, her face darkening, eyes widening. What did you just say? Titan spoke cryptically. They have all become excellent nourishment. Each stroke of the blade cut through the suffocating silence like a razor's edge. Xie did not hesitate. Her cold eyes locked onto her target. Every part of his body was torn apart, scattering in all directions. Chai Han sneered with disdain. With this level of power, you dare boast about wiping out everyone in Bei Huang? Anyone can brag, he scoffed. Tam Wu stood still. Be careful. His chi hasn't dissipated yet. Even though he had been cut into pieces, each fragment of Tu Tam began to reconnect. The chi within his body slowly converged, growing stronger and more menacing. Tu Tam rose from the pile of his own remains, his body seemingly reborn. They stared in shock at the sight before them, their eyes betraying their disbelief. She fixed her gaze on him, full of suspicion. What kind of monster are you? Tu Tam sneered. No need to worry. Soon, you will all become nourishment for me. Tam Wu commanded. Go. Quickly inform Li Yun and tell him what has happened here. I will hold him off. You all must split up and retreat while I buy time. Without a word, the others hastily left, leaving him behind. Kaihan Potet? Hey. They just ran off without hesitation. We should fight him together. Xie's voice was serious. When a gold assassin starts talking too much, it means the situation is dire. More importantly, if he goes all out, we'd only be in his way. Tam Wu locked eyes with Tu Tam, not looking away. Not going to chase after them? Tu Tam remained still, his gaze cold and confident. No need. This works in my favor. He had already steeled himself for a life-and-death battle. Then it's my turn to make a move.